Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DxD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DxD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DxD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening. Mazia and hesitated for a moment. She couldn't help but come up with an unlikely idea. Could it be the Land of Plague was attacking? No, we're not in a hurry. Let's wait. 1219 occupied. 1. Outside Hani City, Feng Hang looked calm. He stood on the vines extended by the sacred tree, Ibukiya, and looked at Hani City, which was being invaded by the sacred tree in the distance. Game notifications kept popping up on his retina. Ding. The sacred tree Ibukiya has killed the Empire's guardian soldier. Your friendship with the Empire has dropped to the current limit. Ding. You and Hani City have become enemies. Ding. The sacred tree, Ibukiya, has killed. Ding. The morale of the city's guardian team has been greatly reduced. Feng Hang felt a sense of joy through the spiritual connection with Ibukiya. After absorbing enough energy, the sacred tree, Ibukiya, wanted to grow and expand. It wanted to photosynthesize and absorb more energy. Before this, the sacred tree had already spread to the foot of Hani City and swallowed the entire city. At that time, Feng Hang had a good relationship with the Empire. He even counted on the Empire to help him build a mage tower. Therefore, this blind expansion was forcibly stopped by Feng Hang. This time, the sacred tree launched an attack on the entire Hani City under Feng Hang's control. The strength of the sacred tree in its battle form was higher than Feng Hang had expected. The vines climbed up the city walls and quickly reached the top of the city walls, attacking the Empire soldiers on the city walls. They didn't even need to use the lickers and zombie clones. The sacred tree alone was enough to beat up most of the guards. At first glance, it seemed like the entire Hani City was going to be taken over. Originally, Feng Hang didn't want to make such a big deal. At first, he only wanted to sneak into Hani City to check out the situation and get his own supplies. He didn't expect the city lord of Hani City, Brian, to be such a talent in defending the city. Brian knew how terrifying the Land of Plague was. That was a monster that could resist the barbarian army. From the very beginning, Brian wanted to defend Hani City to death for a few hours until the royal guards sent by the Empire arrived. Therefore, the 4 city gates of the entire city were tightly guarded, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. The soldiers stood on the city wall, waiting for him. After arriving outside Hani City, Feng Hang circled around the city and observed it for a few rounds, but he still couldn't find a way to sneak into the city. Time was slowly being wasted, and the sacred tree, Ibukiya, was constantly using its psyche to encourage him. Therefore, he decided to let the sacred tree attack. The effect was unexpectedly good. On the city wall in the distance, Brian, the city lord of Hani City, was frozen as he watched the layers of vines sweeping in from all directions. He was already on full alert and did not underestimate his opponent. However, he still couldn't win. Faced with the green vines that kept appearing, the Empire's soldiers raised their weapons to fight back. The sharp weapons cut through the vines and thorns. However, they could not stop the vines at all. Wave after wave of vines came endlessly, and the Empire's soldiers were exhausted from dealing with them. Lord Brian, the eastern city wall needs reinforcements. The vines have invaded the city from the east. We've already sent an emergency signal to the royal guards, and they're on their way. Brian's heart sank as he listened to the reports from his men. The sacred tree in the Land of Plague was too terrifying. Boom. Suddenly, there was a violent shake under his feet. What's going on? Brian's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but look down at the city wall. From the depths of the Land of Plague, a huge vine thorn extended out, and the sharp thorn dug a huge hole under the city wall. Mages, set up a firewall. In the chaos, the city's deputy commander shouted. The Empire's mages in the city were originally prepared to deal with the barbarians. Now, the enemy was the sacred tree. The fire spells cast by the mages could cause great damage to the vines. The flames stopped the vines from spreading temporarily, but the mages' mental strength was very limited, and the range of the flames they summoned was not large enough, so they could only stop the attack of the vines in a certain area. The dense vines scuttled over from both sides of the dense flames. The sounds of weapons clashing and people shouting reverberated on the city wall. The Empire's soldiers were exhausted from running. They raised their weapons mechanically and continuously slashed at the endless vines. If they were not careful, the Empire would be dragged off the city wall by the vines and would be dragged deep into the soil, becoming the nourishment of the sacred tree. 3 more hours, Lord Brian. Please hold on. The royal guards will arrive soon. Please hold on. Brian's face was ashen. He watched the soldiers fall one by one without a word. He couldn't win. He had never felt so powerless before, not even when he was facing the barbarians. 3 hours. Not to mention 3 hours, he wouldn't even be able to hold on for half an hour. The vines ignored the city walls and broke through the defense of the guards on the city walls, successfully invading the city. The elite soldiers of the Empire had already begun to fight in the streets. The morale of the Empire's soldiers plummeted as they saw their comrades dying one after another. In the past, it was easy to deal with the barbarian race. Even if the demonized barbarian race was very strong, they still had a way to deal with it. But these vines? They couldn't see any hope of winning against such vines with endless vitality. The sharp long sword could cut the vines and cause them pain, but as the vines were repelled time and time again, more and more vines would spread over. It was simply. The veins on Brian's neck bulged as he shouted to the royal guards, "Get lost. Stop making meaningless sacrifices, we surrender to the Land of Plague." The royal guard's face was pale as he asked, "My lord, do you know what you are saying? I told you to get lost. Don't let the soldiers of the Empire sacrifice in vain. Did you hear that? I am going to surrender to the Land of Plague." Ding. The city lord of Hani City, Brian, has surrendered to the Land of Plague. Ding. If the player accepts the surrender, he will gain control of Hani City and his relationship with the Empire will be greatly reduced. Ding. In the current trial mode, the player cannot open the mission line related to the special Empire Conquest mode. The player can still choose to proceed with the Conquest mode. In the distance, Feng Hang saw the white flag raised on the city wall. Immediately after, the game notifications popped up. Surrendering? It really went so smoothly. It seemed to be a little off from what he had expected. Feng Hang curled his lips and checked the game prompt. From the start, he had never thought of directly taking down Hani City. Conquest mode? Conquer the entire empire? This was a bit of nonsense. The sacred tree had a strong territory, and could only deal with Hani City with a single blow. It's over. The grudge between us and the Empire is getting bigger and bigger. Feng Heng muttered to himself in a low voice as he realized that the development of the matter was a little beyond his expectation. 1,220 occupied, 2, for now, he shall take it one step at a time. He would have to construct a Tier 2 Mage Tower first. Feng Heng didn't think too much about it. He reached out his hand and clicked on the Accept Surrender option. Ding! You have gained control of Hani City. Ding! The player's affinity with the Empire has dropped greatly. The affinity between you and some of the Empire's feudal lords has changed. Ding! The player's reputation on the continent has increased. Ding! The player has created the Land of Plague and occupied the Empire City, Hani City. Hani City has become the Land of Plague's territory. The Empire and some of the game forces will issue hostile missions. Some players may receive missions related to their enemy. Please be careful. Feng Heng couldn't help sighing in his heart when he saw the game prompt that had been triggered. Trouble still came. In the current trial environment, the more contact he had with the players, the easier it was for the game to judge that he was using the players for the trial, and thus be punished by the game. To him, the players were the most unstable time bomb. Kai Kai Kai. The sacred tree, Ibakiya, stopped attacking and quickly surrounded the city. Feng Heng climbed up the city wall under the escort of the vines. He soon saw Brian and his men walking towards him. The Empire's soldiers had already laid down their weapons. Lord Feng Heng, we meet again. Seeing Feng Heng wearing a mask, Brian revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. From the beginning to the end, Feng Heng was the only one. Yet, he had taken over their entire city by himself. Feng Heng waved his hand. Would you believe me if I said that all of this is a misunderstanding? Brian's face was bitter. You've won, so you can say whatever you want. It was also a misunderstanding that the Empire's Imperial Mausoleum was blown up. Of course, it's all a misunderstanding. I only hope that my lord will not make things difficult for the residents of the city. They have not done anything wrong. Naturally. Feng Heng didn't know what Brian was thinking, and he didn't bother to spend time explaining. He didn't even want Hani City. Where are the supplies that my feudal lord friends sent? I remember that I entrusted the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and the Tanley Mercenary Group to help me collect supplies, but I haven't seen them for a while, so I came to Hani City to look for them. The smile on Brian's face stiffened, and he said, please follow me to the City Lord's Hall. I will go get someone immediately. In the prison, the Tanley Mercenary Group members who were locked up felt uneasy. The commotion outside seemed to be getting louder and louder. More than 3 minutes ago, the few remaining guards in the prison had also completely left. Could it be? Mazia and suddenly had a bad feeling. Could it be that the Land of Plague had made a move on Hani City? He dared to do this. Suddenly, the expression of a young man standing against the wall in the prison room changed. He took a few steps back and asked in a deep voice, what is that? You guys, look. Mazia and looked in the direction that the person was pointing at, and her face immediately revealed a strange expression. Green vines and leaves grew out of the cracks in the stone walls of the prison. The branches and leaves of the vines grew rapidly, spreading toward the people locked up in the prison at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that moment, Mazia An's heart was moved. 2 words suddenly appeared in her mind. The sacred tree. The Land of Plague still made a move? Kai. The protective rune on Mazia An's body emitted a faint light. These runes were previously provided by Feng Heng for the mercenary group to enter and exit the forest of the Land of Plague. Under the influence of the light, the vines stopped growing and shrank back into the cracks in the wall. There was no mistake. The vines reacted to the runes of the Land of Plague. Could it really be Feng Heng? The undead actually dared to attack Hani City? No one spoke, and the entire prison was eerily quiet. Everyone couldn't help but turn to look at Mazia An. Just as everyone was at a loss, hurried footsteps came from the distance. Hurry up. More than 10 royal guards hurried over. Seeing that Mazia An and the others were safe and sound in the prison, the leader of the guards was relieved. Hurry up. What are you doing? Open the door. The prison guards quickly reacted and found the key to open the prison door while trembling. The head guard looked at Mazia An and the others, who were a little bewildered, and said in a deep voice, Hani City was attacked by the Land of Plague not long ago, and the city lord has surrendered. Now, Hani City is the territory of the Land of Plague, and Lord Feng Heng wants to see you. What? Even though she had some guesses in her heart before she heard the news with her own ears, Mazia An couldn't help but open her mouth, and her eyes were full of shock. The entire city has been taken down by him. The head guard urged, the feudal lord is in a hurry to see you, hurry up. Under the urging of the guards, Mazia An and the Tanley mercenary group were brought to the city lord's mansion. She had been muddle-headed all the way here, and she was very nervous, not knowing how to face the situation. In the beginning, she just wanted to cooperate with the Land of Plague to make a sum of money and leave after this. Why did it feel like they were about to get caught up in a dispute between the Empire and the undead rebel army? While they were still in a daze, the team had already been brought to the city lord's mansion. Then, Ma Zian saw Feng Heng sitting on the seat of the city lord. When Feng Heng saw Ma Zian, he quickly glanced at her and asked anxiously, "Have you gathered the materials needed to build the Tier 2 Mage Tower?" Ma Zian was stunned. She didn't expect that Feng Heng would be most concerned about the construction resources. Shouldn't they be thinking about how to deal with the Empire's army? Is there a problem with the supplies? Ma Zian felt a burning pressure from Feng Heng's gaze and whispered, All. Ahem. Brian wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was glad that he didn't rush to touch the supplies and answered first. "My lord, the Tanli mercenary group's resources have been seized not long ago. Please rest assured that all the resources have been stored in the warehouse. I can ensure you their safety." "Very good. The resources need to be transported back to the Land of Plague immediately." Feng Heng continued to look at Ma Zian and said, "During this period of time, there will be an endless stream of supplies being transported into Hani City as a transit point. I need the Tanli mercenary group to follow the contract and continue to deliver the supplies. City Lord Brian will assist you." Ma Zian felt as if there was something in her throat as she carefully glanced at Brian. Brian felt bitter, but he nodded and said, "I will definitely cooperate." Ma Zian took a deep breath and looked at Feng Heng again. A very strong intuition rose in her heart. Taking down Hani City was only the first step of Feng Heng as a feudal lord. He had a bigger plan. The construction materials were the evidence. Perhaps she could witness the coming of a new era if she followed Feng Heng. 1221 The origin of the apocalypse. I understand. The Tanli mercenary group will do our best to help the lord. Yes, go ahead. Feng Heng waved his hand, signaling the team to start working quickly. He thought it was strange that Ma Zian suddenly became so serious. She was just helping to transport supplies, and there was no need to act like it was a military order. Feng Heng turned around and thought about his next move. Taking down Hani City was not part of his original plan. But there was no harm in it. At most, they would fall out with the Empire. Feng Heng continued to ponder. After taking down a city, he had to make use of it. If everything went well, he could build a Tier 2 Mage Tower in Hani City. After all, Hani City was a small to medium-sized city in the Empire. Building a Mage Tower as a transit station would more or less improve the logistics. In addition, judging from the time, the Royal Guard should arrive soon. Turning Hani City into the first barrier to defend against the Empire's attacks would be a good idea. Raising his head, Feng Heng saw that Ma Zian had not left. Ma Zian stood still and waited until everyone else had left before she reported, "Lord Feng Heng." "What is it?" "It's about Mr. Mo. 3 hours ago, Mr. Mo sent us a message saying that a batch of very important resources would soon be transported back to Hani City. He told us to take some people to pick them up and warned us to be careful. The Tanli mercenary group was already prepared to bring people to receive them, but they were captured by the city lord of Hani City before they could set off. They were then locked up in the prison and lost contact with Mr. Mo." As she spoke, Ma Zian took out the map and pointed at the marked point on it. Feng Heng went up to check. The location circled on the map was in the central region of the Empire. In order to save time, he and Mojai split up to carry out their plan. Mojai went to collect the rare resources needed to create the Enlightenment Stone, and at the same time, he went to discuss with the various feudal lords of the Empire the order of constructing the Mage Tower. Feng Heng felt that Mojai's hidden luck value was higher than others when it came to searching for resources on the map, so it was more suitable for him to go. He did not expect that he would suddenly fall out with the Empire, and Mojai seemed to have entered the tiger's den. Ma Zian was a little worried and said in a deep voice, "Lord Feng Heng, we have already missed the time to meet up with Mr. Mo. I am worried that Mr. Mo might be in danger." "I got it. You continue to transport the supplies. The materials needed to build the Tier 2 Ghost Tower need to be sent to the Land of Plague immediately." "Alright, I understand." After watching Ma Zian leave, Feng Heng opened the game log to check. Mojai's name was still on the team, which meant that he was still part of the trial. He might be in danger, but it shouldn't be a big problem. Upon closer inspection, Mojai and Ma Zian's team had agreed to the rescue location in the central region of the Empire. Coincidentally, he triggered the next stage of the mission after killing Sydney. The mission only gave a general direction, and it could only be triggered accurately when one went to the mission location. From that direction, the mission location also pointed to the central region of the Empire. Feng Heng scratched his head. Also, what's going on with Wei Tao? It was about time for Wei Tao and the rest to meet up with him at the Land of Plague. Why was there not even a shadow? Was it delayed because of Tang Mo's matter? Well, that was very likely. After thinking for a while, Feng Heng still felt that the materials needed to build the Ghost Tower and the Enlightenment Stone at Mojai's side were more important. Before the Empire's people attacked, he would look for Mojai Ai and find a way to meet up with him. As for Wei Tao and his friends, they might have just met with some trouble and were only temporarily delayed. With their abilities, they should be able to resolve it. After making up his mind, Feng Heng was about to head to the meeting point in the middle of the Empire to look for Mojai Ai when suddenly, several lines of game notifications appeared on his retina. Ding! The Holy Court has declared the Land of Plague to be one of the sources of the apocalypse. Ding! Your friendliness with the major forces has changed. Click here for more details. Feng Heng's brows were tightly locked together as he muttered to himself, "Oh! The Holy Court." Outside the game, the disturbance in the Land of Plague of the Barbarians world had caused a storm in the intermediate game forums. Of course, this was limited to the Barbarian game world. After entering the mid-tier game, the Federation's official forum was divided into dozens of game zones of various sizes. The feudal lord of the Land of Plague was only a hot topic in the Barbarian Land Forum. The Imperial Mausoleum was blown up, and Lord Feng Heng became a rebel force in the Empire. After so many years, the human empire had once again experienced a rebellion, and it was related to the sacred tree in the Land of Plague that had recently caught fire. It just so happened that the barbarian race had just been defeated and had yet to retreat. Anyone who received this news would make some connections. What made the players feel like there was a problem was that several large guilds in the game chose to remain silent. There was no news at all. The silence seemed to suggest that they had come to an agreement. Thus, the guilds in the game began to stir. However, just as the operation began, a few hours after the news was sent out, the news of Hani City's fall spread throughout the entire empire. Who could it be? After some investigation, some smart people began to wonder if the Land of Plague had any connection with the top 10 guilds in the barbarian land. Even the Land of Plague and the Sacred Tree might have been created by these big guilds. After all, Lord Feng Heng's identity was too strange. It was as if he had suddenly appeared out of thin air, and it was inevitable that he would arouse suspicion. A small number of player guilds were still cautiously observing, but most of the player guilds could no longer sit still. Who cares who Feng Heng was? Could he defeat the Empire? The player guilds, big and small, as well as the major alliance organizations, were gathering in secret. They either followed the feudal lords or took the initiative to form groups, preparing to deal with the Land of Plague together and looking for an opportunity to get a share of the loot. At that moment, another bombshell was dropped, shocking countless players. The Holy Court. The Holy Court once again sent out a prophecy of the end of the world, pointing the spearhead at the Land of Plague, declaring that the Land of Plague was the beginning of a disaster and that only the power of the Holy Light could save the end. The player forum was in an uproar again. For a long time, the Holy Court had been very low-key in the barbarian land except for spreading all kinds of doomsday news. They had been suppressed by the royal family until they could not lift their heads. But this time, the Holy Court was too strange, and they actually joined the crusade against the Land of Plague? And they were even standing with the royal family? What was the problem? 1222 The pursuit. The sun was high in the sky. In the middle of the empire, Mojai Ai was leading a team of players as they ran through the dense forest. The trouble was that they still needed to escort the rare ores and materials along the way. Brothers, hold on a little longer. The entrance to the underground world is right in front of us. Those dogs won't be able to catch up. Mojai Ai waved his hand and tried to boost the morale of the team, but he could not help but curse in his heart. Those troublesome feudal lords. They were really dogs. After the game prompted that the Land of Plague had fallen out with the Empire, Mojai Ai was also implicated. Lord Chadwick suddenly turned hostile and backstabbed Mojai Ai, catching him off guard. They took over a large number of supplies that they had temporarily stored in Lincoln City, and even the raw materials for the Enlightenment Stone that they had just purchased not long ago were also deducted. This was not the end. Lord Chadwick personally led his men to pursue Mojai Ai. He had been chasing them all the way until now. Lord Chadwick's ancestors were known for their bravery and wariness. His ancestors had once conquered large areas of territory for the Empire. Naturally, Chadwick was unwilling to give up such an opportunity to make his family famous again. He chased after them all the way until they entered a dense forest. My lord, do we still need to continue chasing? They will be leaving the territory soon. Chase. There was a bit of eagerness in Chadwick's eyes. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed the thrill of chasing prey. Previously, he had also invested in the construction of the Mage Tower. He didn't expect that the Land of Plague would dare to openly oppose the Empire. Ah! Chadwick sneered in his heart. This was also a good thing. Once the treasonous enemy was taken down, his territory would not only be able to harvest a large number of ores and materials, but it could also restore the reputation of the Chadwick family. Feng Heng? The Land of Plague that has been spreading like wildfire in the Empire recently? And not forgetting the Sacred Tree? It had resisted the barbarian invasion by itself. But that was all. The rumors from the outside world could not be taken seriously. Seeing Mojai Ai's team being chased all the way, Chadwick's self-confidence was extremely inflated. He might as well charge into the land of plague and take Fang Heng's head in one go. While Chadwick was thinking excitedly, he suddenly frowned. What was the situation in front? The frontline troops chasing the enemy suddenly slowed down their attack speed. After a short period of silence, the team in front stopped moving forward and fell into great chaos. Vaguely, Chadwick seemed to hear the screams from the front army. What was going on? It seemed that there was no head-on battle with the enemy. Could it be a trap? What's the situation? His assistant reported immediately, "Sir, please calm down. We need time to confirm the situation ahead." Chadwick frowned and motioned for the team behind him to stop. Looking around at the surrounding trees, Chadwick faintly smelled danger. Kai. Kai 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 kai. A faint sound came from the surrounding bushes. What is it? Chadwick reflexively looked to the right. Ah! Before Chadwick could see anything, suddenly, one of the Empire's soldiers in the team let out a shrill scream. He sat down, hugged his thigh, and screamed in pain. What? What happened to him? I don't know. It suddenly became like this. The Empire's soldier who screamed had a terrifying expression on his face. His body twitched uncontrollably and he covered his neck. The surrounding soldiers had never seen such a strange scene before. For a moment, they subconsciously took a few steps back, not daring to get too close. An adjutant came forward, squatted down, and forcefully pried away the soldier's hand that was covering his neck. Upon closer inspection, the soldier's exposed neck was wriggling slightly. It was as if something was wriggling under his skin. The Empire's soldier's eyes were bleeding. Kai. The adjutant waved his dagger and cut through the soldier's outer skin. Red blood seeped out of the wound. Worm? The surrounding soldiers saw purple bugs in the wound. With just a quick glance, the bugs followed his skin and spread deep into his body. What was that? The soldiers could only feel cold sweat breaking out on their backs. Ah! Suddenly, another shout rang out. In just a short moment, the entire team was filled with screams. Seeing the comrades around them fall in an extremely strange way, constantly letting out screams and wails, the morale of the entire team took a huge hit. The army of 500 to 600 soldiers seemed to be cursed, and large groups of soldiers fell, stuck in place. Chadwick was also panicking, and his face was slightly pale. He turned to the accompanying bishop of the Holy Court Church and asked, "What's going on?" "It's the evil curse of the undead. Everyone, retreat. Be careful to avoid the source of the curse." It was the first time Bishop No had encountered such a situation. He was a little flustered and immediately took out the Book of Creation to cast God's grace to save his team. The golden holy light shone on the soldiers who were wailing in pain, but the holy light skill could only relieve the pain for a moment. An even greater pain followed. Insects. Be careful, there are insects. In the chaos, an adjutant shouted. He saw with his own eyes that purple maggots were crawling out of the dead soldiers' bodies. Be careful of your feet, there are bugs crawling on the ground. Those purple worms. Don't let them climb onto your bodies. Everyone turned pale with fright. After the prompt, they immediately came to a realization and looked at the muddy ground around them. Chadwick also looked at the muddy road under the warhorse. Upon closer inspection, he found that there were many purple maggots crawling quickly along the ground. A soldier was unable to dodge in time and could only watch helplessly as a purple worm burrowed into his body through his feet. Save me. Save me. The party fell into even greater chaos. In the wild, the surrounding weeds had already reached his calf, and it was even more difficult to distinguish the wandering insects in this environment. A look of horror appeared on Chadwick's face. What kind of insect was this? Why had he never seen them before? The bishop of the Holy Court Church, No, had the same reaction as Chadwick. His face was filled with surprise, but more than that, he was at a loss. When did the undead's curse power become so strong? Why had it never been recorded in the records of the Holy Court? Why did the holy light's dispelling and healing spells not work? The deputy general saw that the situation was bad and immediately reported, "My lord, this area is too strange. Let's retreat first." Chadwick's expression changed a few times, and he suddenly had the intention to retreat in the face of such a strange enemy. "Pass down my order, we won't pursue them. Retreat. Kai. Before the order was given, the entire forest in the area ahead started to make a rustling sound. Following that, large groups of lickers emerged from the forest and charged toward the Empire's feudal lords. 1223 Snatch it back. Holy Court's Bishop No immediately shouted as soon as he saw the scene, "It's the undead. The ghouls. It's all the undead's doing. Enemy attack. Get into formation. Retreat in an orderly manner." Seeing this, The party's vice-general shouted and immediately drew his long sword, leading the party and covering their retreat. The lickers waved their sharp claws and charged into the Empire's army, using their flesh and blood to slow down the army. Not far away, in a dense forest, Mojai finally heaved a sigh of relief. Leaning against a big tree, he waved to Fang Heng, who was next to him. "Mr. Fang, thank God you made it in time. If you came a little later, I guess I will only see you again after you leave the trial. It's not that bad, right? Your demon hunter bloodline isn't weak either," Fang Heng said as he looked up at feudal Lord Chadwick's team, who was fighting with the lickers in the distance. The fusion tyrant forms had been accumulating the parasitic worms for a long time, and now they were finally all released in one go. Against normal human teams, these parasitic worms were finally useful again. They crushed the enemy's morale in a wave of attacks. The humans had not realized the lickers' terrifying regenerative abilities yet and were still thinking about defeating them. They were currently building a defensive line to fight against them. After being chased for a long time, Mojai had been holding back his anger. Now, he finally had the chance to vent. "Mr. Fang, you don't know this, but these people are damn annoying. I spent a lot of effort to get a large number of resources here, but they seized and detained them. Mojai, have been playing games for so many years. I've always been the one snatching from others. This is the first time I've been robbed by someone else." Mojai spat on the ground and glared at the people who were fighting the lickers in the distance. "What happened? Why are you in such a terrible state? This bunch of idiots play dirty." Mojai finally had the chance to catch his breath and briefly explain to Fang Heng what had happened. In the beginning, he did as he had discussed with Fang Heng. He went to the major cities of the Empire to collect the raw materials needed to make the Enlightenment Stone. While he was at it, he also went to a few feudal lords who were preparing to build a Tier 2 Mage Tower and discussed the relevant matters about doing so. With his luck all this while, Mojai managed to trick a few feudal lords into providing him with the initial funds to purchase a large number of resources to produce Enlightenment Stones. At that point, he had almost completed the task assigned by Fang Heng and was ready to return after agreeing on the delivery location of the goods with Danley Mercenary. He didn't expect that he would suddenly receive a game hint right after he left the city, telling him that Fang Heng completed the main task and triggered the hint guidance for the next stage of the main storyline. Coincidentally, Mojai noticed that the main storyline's mission was located in the middle of the Empire, not far from them. At that time, Mojai didn't think too much about it. He thought that Fang Heng had made another discovery. Seeing that the mission trigger location was not far away, he went over and prepared to trigger the mission first to see the situation. After arriving at the designated location, Mojai's team found an abandoned mine occupied by a feudal lord of the Empire. The location indicated by the game mission was deep in the mine. However, the strange thing was that the mine was sealed off by feudal Lord Chadwick. He even found traces of the Holy Court in the mine area. Although he had not triggered the mission yet, Mojai immediately felt that something was amiss when he saw the people from the Holy Court. Therefore, on one hand, he asked someone to send a message to Fang Heng, and on the other hand, he planned to find a way to sneak in and check on the situation. He had never expected that before he could even make a move, the game hint refreshed and told him about Fang Heng's sneak attack on the Empire's mausoleum. Immediately after, the Empire's royal family issued an arrest warrant for Fang Heng. The feudal lord's friendship status that had originally been friendly immediately became dissatisfied and hostile. With that, the materials stored in the city were detained by Chadwick, and the feudal lord even chased after them. Mojai sensed the danger and decided to go all out. He led the players to fight the Holy Court that was guarding the mine. They went deep into the sealed abandoned mine and walked around, discovering some strange ores. Mojai suspected that the ores might be related to the main storyline. He had no choice but to escape with the ores and supplies he found in the abandoned mine. Then, he was chased and fought all the way until he finally met Fang Heng. "Good job." Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and patted Mojai's shoulder. "Don't worry. How dare they detain our goods? We will take it all back with interest." Mojai's eyes lit up as he listened. "That's right. Get them all fucking back." While speaking, Fang Heng shifted his gaze to the mining cart that the team had brought. If not for the fact that they had to protect the ores, it wouldn't have been a problem for Mojai's team to escape. After hearing that the mine was actually related to the Holy Court, Fang Heng became more interested and walked toward the ore cart. "Be careful," Mojai reminded. "There's an infectious substance on the ore. Coming into contact with it after a long time will make one infected." "All right." Fang Heng answered and walked to the cart. He lifted the black cloth covering the cart and grabbed a piece of gray-brown ore. "Ding, you have discovered a high-concentration crystal ore, unpurified, inferior raw ore, contaminated with an unknown aura. Ding, You have identified the quality of the ore through the skill related to ore collection. Ding. The ore can be further purified to improve the efficiency of the ore's energy usage. Ding. You are lacking related skills. You cannot obtain more information from the ore. Ding. The player has triggered a mission. The ore with an unknown aura. Mission name. The ore with an unknown aura. Mission difficulty. B. Mission requirement. Try to find more clues from the ore. Ding. It has been detected that the player's current physique is special. You are immune to the influence of the small amounts of infectious aura. Infectious aura? Fang Heng scrutinized the ore in his hand. According to Mojai Oi, these ores were collected from the mine. Just to get them, they even fought with the Holy Court. From this, it could be inferred that there was still a large amount of infectious aura inside the mine, right? Was the source of the infection also a demonic seed? Fang Heng pondered in his heart and raised his head to look at the battlefield not far away. The troops led by Chadwick were originally his private army as a feudal lord, and they were not considered elites. Their formation had been messed up by the worm bodies in the beginning, and their morale thus plummeted. After that, when they fled, they encountered a group of lickers, which left them with the sole choice of hurriedly fighting back. Very quickly, they realized the strangeness of the lickers. The lickers' vitality was too strong. The soldiers cut down the lickers again and again, cutting their bodies apart. However, the limbs of the latter would regenerate in the blink of an eye and they would charge forward again. Very quickly, the soldiers who were assisting the convoy could not hold on any longer and their formation was broken by the lickers. The lickers charged into the middle of the army and started a bloody massacre. Seeing this, Chadwick could only escape in a panic with his men. 1224 The Sacred Tree Forest TSK, they're lucky. Seeing feudal Lord Chadwick successfully retreat, Mojai Oi's anger had not been fully vented yet. Should we give chase? Or should we go back and let Mr. Caillou study the ores I got? I am guessing there's something fishy about the ores. Fang Heng looked in the direction where Chadwick escaped and said frankly, chase. Since the materials needed to build the Mage Tower had been snatched, they couldn't just leave the matter hanging like this. Moreover, the ores that Mojai Oi had just discovered were a type of high-concentration crystal ore. They could be used as an energy source for the Mage Tower. Ordinary people might not be able to mine due to the infectious substance on the ore, but he was different. His zombie clones were more poisonous than those infectious substances. If they could successfully occupy the mine area and mine it. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. They still had time to occupy the mine with the zombie clones before the Empire came to their senses. While they were at it, they could take down the entire city as well. Then, they would build a Mage Tower in the Empire and complete the teleportation passage. Fang Heng thought about it and then raised his morale. Let's go. I will get revenge for you. What? Hani City has fallen? Not long ago, the royal guards had arrived at the Empire's city closest to Hani City through the teleportation passage. With His Majesty's orders, Zhao Yun did not dare to delay, immediately leading the troops toward Hani City. Unexpectedly, just as the team was halfway there, the griffins that were scouting ahead sent back news of the fall of Hani City. Zhao Yun's expression changed. When he accepted the mission, he had already regarded Fang Heng as the most dangerous enemy. He didn't expect that he had still underestimated him. To think the other party had taken down Hani City in such a short time. This was something that even the barbarians had never done. The players who had followed the royal guards to deal with the Land of Plague also had different expressions on their faces. How did he do it? In such a short time? Everyone couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Most of the players were from small guilds and teams in the game. They had received a mission from the Empire not long ago and had come to meet up with the royal guards, hoping to get some rewards. He didn't expect to receive the bad news of Hani City being captured halfway. In fact, most players lacked a basic understanding of the Land of Plague. After all, the Land of Plague had risen too quickly, and many were only hearing this name for the first time. Fang Heng. Zhao Yun etched this name in his heart, and raised his hand to signal to his team, pass on my order. Everyone, accelerate. We must take advantage of the fact that the Land of Plague has just taken over Hani City and has yet to gain a firm foothold. We must take back Hani City. Yes. Zhao Yun raised the morale of the troops and led them in the direction of Hani City. However, after the team continued to move forward for about 10 minutes, they stopped again. The path ahead was blocked by a dense forest area. The forest seemed very strange. Dense vines were twisted together, completely blocking the path ahead. A forest area? Zhao Yun raised his binoculars and looked into the distance. At first glance, it was all green. Zhao Yun frowned and looked further away. It was still a large area of lush forest. The forest seemed to be endless. Zhao Yun's expression was strange. He took the map from his subordinate and compared it to the forest in front of him, his eyes flickering. What's with this forest? Why is it not shown on the map? The guides that had come with the troop also raised their binoculars and looked into the distance. Looking at the large patch of green that was covered by the vines, the guides were also stunned. No, I walk this path every day. We can't possibly be on the wrong path. This is impossible. There was nothing here before. How could such a large forest area suddenly appear? Could it be? I've lived here for decades, but I've never seen this forest before. The sacred tree. It must be a sacred tree. This is a miracle. The rumors about the land of plague are true. The guides couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Lord Commander, the sacred trees have surrounded the entire forest. This. Not only the guides but the players at the back of the team were also shocked by this scene. They had all heard of the land of plague's sacred tree. According to the rumors, the land of plague had relied on the power of the sacred tree to destroy the barbarian race's army. In the beginning, everyone held a skeptical attitude. Nowadays, fake rumors were simply rampant, and it was too difficult to distinguish them. Well, even if the land of plague could really resist the barbarians' attack, they were still too confident if they wanted to fight against the entire human empire by themselves. But now that they were looking at the forest covered by the sacred tree with their own eyes, the players finally realized the difficulty of this mission. Seeing the chaos in the rear, Zhao Yun frowned, his heart trembling. He had heard of the land of plague's giant-sized sacred tree before he came. However, it was rumored that the sacred tree only existed in the land of plague. They were still a long way from Haney City. Since when did the sacred tree manage to spread and even reach here? Humphrey. Even though his heart was filled with shock, on the surface, Zhao Yun forced himself to remain calm as if victory was already in his grasp. He snorted coldly, raised the sword in his hand, and pointed it at the forest in front of him, simply mystifying things. Royal guards, hear my order. Step forward. Open the way. Yes. The Empire's royal guards responded in unison. The royal guards moved forward in formation and tried to force a path through the thorny forest with their sharp swords. Woof! The tenacity of the vines was beyond the imagination of the royal guards. The royal guards waved the refined steel swords in their hands and only managed to forcibly open a path in the dense forest by expending a lot of strength in cutting the vines along the way. The team's atmosphere was a little heavy. The players at the back of the team had ugly expressions on their faces. Although the royal guards had temporarily opened up an opening in the forest, their efficiency was too low. At this speed, the team would probably arrive at Haney City tomorrow. The few players at the back exchanged glances. They simply didn't dare to casually enter this strange forest. Kai. Kai. What was that sound? Hearing the sudden noise, the players couldn't help but look up again at the forest entrance that had been cut open. Be careful. What? Behind. Vines. Be careful. The players shouted. Kai. All of a sudden, the forest seemed to sense intruders, and thin, new vines extended out from the dense forest. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Seeing the dense vines coming from all directions, the expressions of the royal guards who had entered the forest and were cutting through the thorns changed greatly. They immediately ran back and retreated from the forest area. In just a short moment, the path that the royal guards had just painstakingly opened up was once again blocked by thorny vines. The team fell silent again, leaving only the heavy breathing of the royal guards. 1225 A huge scheme. Everyone's expression was grave. They realized that they had been completely blocked by the forest in front of them. The players somehow felt lucky. Fortunately, they didn't go too deep in, or their team might have died inside. It's just a small trick. Zhao Yun's eyes narrowed and anger flashed past as he raised his right hand. Set fire. Boom. 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 The royal family's mages followed the order and released a series of fireballs into the forest. The royal guards also lit up flame arrows and fired them into the forest. Hey, sacred tree? As long as it was a tree, it would burn. Zhao Yun's face was filled with hatred. Since he couldn't go in, he would burn the entire forest and the so-called sacred tree. Kai. The fire entered the forest and burned the vines fiercely. The flames were quite effective against the vines and slowly spread to the surroundings. Everyone could feel the heat wave that was coming at them. After a short while, the archers finished firing 3 consecutive waves of flame arrows and began to switch to ammunition. Yet at this point, Zhao Yun's face once again darkened. Why was this happening? Once the mage and archers stopped their attacks, the flames only lasted for a short while before they slowly extinguished. The situation of burning down the entire forest, which he had originally expected, did not happen. Kai. Upon closer inspection, the vines that had died from the burning were quickly covered with a layer of new branches and vines. In just a few minutes, the forest had returned to its previous lush appearance. The players were all shocked. This forest was too strange. How could this be? Was this forest really impassable? They had come with such gusto, but now they couldn't even see the shadow of the enemy? Was the sacred tree really that powerful? Zhao Yun's face was ashen. The royal guards were the elites among the elites of the royal family. Yet to think they were now blocked by a mere forest. However, there was nothing he could do. Commander Zhao. In the sky, several elite soldiers of the Empire who were riding on griffins landed after circling for a while. An elite soldier alighted from his griffin, kneeling on one knee as he reported to Zhao Yun, Commander Zhao, we've just received news that Lincoln City has been attacked by the Land of Plague. Great General Deng Wen is currently moving to the closer Lincoln City to provide reinforcements. Zhao Yun's eyes turned red and a hint of ruthlessness flashed past. The players couldn't help but start discussing in low voices again. What? Lincoln City? Wasn't that the central region of the Empire? When did the Land of Plague run to that place? They were simply too terrifying and too crazy. It had only been a few hours, but the Land of Plague was not at a disadvantage against the powerful Empire at all. They even took the initiative to attack many places at once and attacked a central city of the Empire straight away. One must know that such a city was different from a border city like Hani City. Lincoln City was located in the middle of the Empire, which meant that the Empire's army could send reinforcements over faster through the teleportation passage. Furthermore, without the protection of the sacred tree, how could the Land of Plague face the Empire's army head-on? My lord, should we go to Lincoln City to provide assistance? Zhao Yun retracted his gaze from the guard and looked at the forest area in front of him. He said in a deep voice, there's no need. Great General Deng Wen can handle it. We will stay here and continue burning. I don't believe that we can't burn down this forest. Yes. In the outside world, after hearing that the Land of Plague had attacked Lincoln City, the players immediately found some fun. Regardless of whether they were prepared to participate or not, they all fanned the flames in the forums, clamoring to go to Lincoln City to help and earn the Empire's reward. The players had already gotten a small portion of the reward when they helped the Empire deal with the barbarians. The barbarians had just been defeated. Yet, before the Empire had time to catch its breath, it fell into civil strife and was fighting the mysterious Land of Plague. The more chaotic, the better. The fall of Hani City and the attack on Lincoln City had made Fang Hang a big problem to the royal family and the Empire's feudal lords. Not only did the royal family increase the mission rewards, but many Empire's feudal lords also came to assist with their private troops. The more muddled the water was, the easier it was for the player to fish, and thus the more excited they were. On the other hand, after learning about Fang Hang's sudden attack on Lincoln City, Ed's first reaction was puzzlement. Huh? What did that mean? Why didn't he stay in the Land of Plague and instead went to the middle of the Empire to cause trouble? Then, the few large-scale player teams that were working together with Ed analyzed the situation and came to a sudden realization. It turned out that everything was Fang Hang's tactical intention. It was too right. It took Ed some time to understand the meaning behind Fang Hang's move. Fang Hang was fighting for an opportunity for them to attack the capital of the Empire. Right now, the entire continent, even the player forums, were filled with discussions related to Lincoln City. Everyone's attention had been drawn to that city. This gave them an excellent opportunity to sneak into the royal family. No one would care if the major player guilds were doing things in the dark. Fang Hang alone helped them bear all the enemy's firepower and attention. It was great to have such a teammate. As expected, only a terrifying force like the Central Federation could make such an arrangement. Since their teammates were strong, they couldn't make their efforts go to waste either. Ed and the other player teams immediately came up with an ambush plan. Everything was ready, and they were only waiting for nightfall to attack the royal family. They would support Tang Mo. On the other side, Wei Tao and Mikael were stunned as they listened to the report from Ed. They felt as if they were in a dream. What did he mean? Blowing up the Imperial Mausoleum and attacking the Empire were all done by Fang Hang? Was he really doing such risky things? No way. In just one night's time, he had come up with such a huge scheme. It was just a trial mission. Was there a need to overthrow the entire Empire? The main trial mission didn't have such a requirement, right? Wasn't the commotion a little too big? Previously, after meeting Fang Hang in the Imperial Mausoleum and then separating, Wei Tao and Mikael had originally followed Tang Mo's group back to his territory. At first, the two were still confused. After some discussion, they were planning on going to the Land of Plague to check on Fang Hang's condition. They didn't expect that just as they were about to set off, Ed and the others would come to urgently request an audience with His Highness Tang Mo. Then Ed directly related the plan to help Tang Mo seize the throne. When they heard the news, Wei Tao and Mikael both thought that Ed had been duped by Fang Hang. However, after listening to Ed's entire story, after hearing that Fang Hang had accepted the inheritance of an alchemist, and made reliable teammates out of the cave-dwelling beasts and barbarians, while Ed had managed to convince the Mage Association and most of the player forces in the game to infiltrate the royal family. The two revealed looks of disbelief. 1226 attack and occupy. They started to believe it as well. So Feng Heng and Tang Minyu had come up with such a big plan? If they really succeeded, the entire structure of the barbarian game world would probably change greatly. Wei Tao and Gale could feel that Ed and the others were absolutely serious. A few huge game guilds in the barbarian game world had bet half of their assets on this. They had no choice but to believe it. When all the facts were placed before them, the hint of suspicion that Wei Tao and Gale had turned into admiration for Feng Heng. After discussing with Ed again, Wei Tao nodded and said, "All right. The plan is perfect and I have nothing to add. The only troublesome bit now is to persuade Tang Mo to inherit the royal family." Ed, however, was prepared for this. He explained with confidence, "We already have a countermeasure for this matter." "Oh? What is it?" "The royal family has been secretly using the power of the Enlightenment Stone to carry out secret research. This research naturally cannot be exposed to the public. When the time comes, as long as we let Tang Mo witness and confirm Salvador's dirty deeds, with his character, he will definitely choose to kill the people who are plotting against the country. In addition, Tang Mo's concern for Tang Minyu will cloud his judgment. When the time comes, I only need the cooperation of the two of you. Are you sure there's no problem?" "No need to worry." On the other side, the president Johanna of the player guild that had been expanding its influence in the royal family said in a deep voice, "When the time comes, we will support Tang Mo's succession, and at that point, he can't possibly say no." Ed continued, "I can guarantee that Tang Mo will not be an issue. Now I am only worried about how long the length of Lord Feng Heng's attack on Lincoln City can last. After all, we need time to prepare. It's best to launch a surprise attack at night." Everyone couldn't help but shift their gaze to Wei Tao. Wei Tao thought to himself, "I don't know either. Since it's feudal Lord Feng Heng, he should." As they were talking, game hints flashed across Wei Tao and Gale's retinas. Ding! The team led by player Feng Heng has obtained the right to control the Empire City, Lincoln City. Ding! The Empire Conquest mode cannot be triggered in the current trial environment. Ding! The player team's friendship with the Empire has greatly decreased. Wei Tao couldn't help but hang his mouth. He took a closer look at the game hints. So, Lincoln City had also been successfully captured by Feng Heng? "Mr. Wei Tao, you were saying if it was feudal Lord Feng Heng?" "Ahem, Wei Tao means that there will be no problems on feudal Lord Feng Heng's side." When Kale saw the game hint, he coughed lightly. "Please believe in feudal Lord Feng Heng's strength. I am afraid he has already taken over the entire Lincoln City by now." The excitement in Ed's eyes intensified. "That's great. There's still a small problem I have to trouble the two of you with. We can't contact Her Highness Tang Minyu for the time being. May I know if you have any way to contact Her Highness Minyu?" Wei Tao and Kale looked at each other and shook their heads. They had tried riding griffins to the Land of Plague before, but the outskirts were covered by dense vines. The Empire's royal guards were also there, as well as the Empire's legions that were heading over. They could not stay for long and could only leave. "Very well. Lord Feng Heng has other arrangements with Her Highness Minyu. We will take action tonight. I will have to trouble the two of you to send a message to Lord Feng Heng and Her Highness Minyu." Wei Tao felt bitter, thinking that it was just too difficult to contact Feng Heng. In fact, he had only learned about his big-shot teammate's big plan from the other party. "Ahem," Gale cleared his throat again and said without blinking, "Okay, we will. Everyone, we will change the Empire tonight." Ed looked at the crowd, his eyes shining with excitement. The future is in our hands. In the Empire, under the call of the royal family and the various feudal lords, many feudal lord armies and player teams set out to support Lincoln City. Feng Heng didn't know that he had now become a hot commodity in the eyes of the players. He was controlling the liquors and the fusion tyrant forms to attack Lincoln City. Lincoln City was a city in the middle of the Empire. For many years, it had been under the jurisdiction of feudal Lord Chadwick, and the place was rich with ore resources. In addition, it was located in the middle of the Empire, so it could collect sums of taxes through trade. It was considered a relatively rich territory. Since a few years ago, with the gradual emergence of strange movements in the depths of the ley lines, many newer resource points had been discovered in the areas near Lincoln City. Taking advantage of the time while attacking the city wall, Feng Heng learned some information about Lincoln City from the side. Thump. 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 3 fusion tyrant forms strode forward with heavy steps, raising their huge fists and punching the wall. Boom. The city wall shook violently. Every punch from the fusion tyrant forms left a huge hole in the city wall. The durability of the city wall had dropped by a large amount. More lickers scurried around under Fang Hang's control, looking for weak points to climb up the city wall and enter the Empire's army to start a massacre. Brothers, follow me. Since we have a grudge, we will take revenge. Seeing that the city wall had fallen into chaos, Mojai shouted and led the players who were participating in the trial to attack the city. Damn you, you ruffians. Seeing his soldiers fall one by one and die miserably under the claws of the ghouls, feudal Lord Chadwick's eyes turned red. He waved his sword and sent a licker flying. He had already escaped just now. He even fled all the way back to Lincoln City. Yet, to think these people were still after him. What he didn't expect even more was that the enemy's powerful siege units had appeared once more. Undead flesh puppets. Those large life forms covered in flesh and blood could cause great damage to the city walls, and they also had extremely powerful armor. Even high-tier spells could not deal effective damage to them. My lord, we can't hold on any longer. Let's retreat first. The city wall is about to collapse. If we stay, I am afraid. Chadwick clenched his fist, his face full of shame and anger. The city could no longer resist the invasion of the undead. As a feudal lord, his territory was now going to be occupied by the enemy and he had to flee in a panic. He had failed the dignity of the Chadwick family. Feudal lord, let's retreat first. We still have a chance. The Empire's reinforcements are already coming. If we die here, we will be finished. Chadwick gritted his teeth and looked at the huge flesh puppets outside the city. A figure stood on the shoulder of one of the flesh puppets. It was all because of that person. Suddenly, Chadwick's eyes twitched. What was that? Buzz. In the distance, under the mask, a rotating alchemy magic array appeared in Fang Hang's pupils. At the same time, phantoms of alchemy magic arrays appeared around Fang Hang's feet. 1227 Mission Guide. The earth shook, and dark green arms reached out from the rolling soil. With the wails of the undead, zombies crawled out of the muddy ground one after another. They wailed, stood up, and staggered toward the city wall. The arrows from the Guardian Army's arrows on the city wall landed on the zombies, but they seemed to deal no damage. The zombies simply ignored the arrows and continued to walk forward. A layer of cold sweat appeared on Chadwick's forehead, and his previous agitation gradually subsided. Instead, an unspeakable fear of the undead creatures rose in his heart. Retreat. Hurry up. Retreat. Let's give up on the city. Retreat. Soon, as the Empire's armies left, the battle on the city wall gradually stopped. Mojai led the players up the city wall, drew a flag, and stuck it on the top of the city wall. Hee, it's a piece of cake. The accompanying players were unusually excited and couldn't help but laugh cheerfully. We won. Ha ha ha. So this is the Empire's army? They're just laughable. Brother, you're a little too arrogant. This is so boring. They can't even take a beating. I wasn't even serious. In the elementary games, the players could not experience the thrill of attacking a city. Following this, lines of game hints appeared on Fang Hang's retina. Ding, your zombie clones have been resurrected. Ding, the player's team has obtained the control authority of Lincoln City. Ding, the Empire Conquest mode cannot be triggered in the current trial environment. Ding, your friendship with the various feudal lords of the Empire has changed. Ding, your friendship with the Empire has dropped greatly. Ding, your actions have incurred the displeasure of the Empire's feudal lords. Ding, many of the Empire feudal lords' armies and the Empire's direct army corps are sending reinforcements to Lincoln City. Click here for more details. He had won. Fang Hang looked at the game log message on his retina and heaved a sigh of relief. It took more time than he had expected. The licker's attack power still needs to be improved. I will have to wait. After this trial is over, I will fuse the lickers with the crystallized virus attack power. At that time, the zombie clone's attack power will be improved. While thinking, Fang Hang controlled the fusion tyrant form under his feet and moved forward. Fang Hang patted Mojai's shoulder after he leaped onto the city wall. Let's go and check the supplies. Alright. Mojai looked excited and nodded his head heavily. Very good, it was time for the stage of going through the spoils of war, which was what he loved the most. Taking advantage of the fact that the Empire's follow-up reinforcements had not arrived yet, Fang Hang immediately closed the city gate after obtaining the control authority of Lincoln City. At the same time, he controlled the zombie clones to start repairing the city wall. The remaining lickers were split into two groups. One group would clear out the remaining Empire forces in the city, while the other group would head to the periphery of the city to investigate. Without the protection of the sacred tree, Ibakaya, Fang Hang didn't have much hope in maintaining his occupation of Lincoln City. He only wanted to seize the time and finish the mission before the enemy arrived. At the same time, he wanted to build a mage tower and teleport more supplies back. Soon, under Mojai's lead, Fang Hang arrived at a half-abandoned mine in the periphery of the city. Looking at the supersized iron mine in front of him, a hint of surprise couldn't help but appear in Fang Heng's eyes. Such a large mining area? Mr. Fang, I've asked around. This mine was discovered by the Empire about a year ago, and it's related to the abnormal activity in the depths of the ley lines. The feudal lord found a large number of high-concentration crystals in the mine. Mojai Oi was a little excited to see such a large area of high-concentration crystal mine belonging to them now. After feudal lord Chadwick discovered the mine, he ordered his men to mine, but soon, they encountered a big problem in the mining process and the mining was stopped by the Holy Court. I think it has something to do with infection. After that, this area was sealed off by the Empire, and all mining activities were stopped. When we first found this place, many believers of the Holy Court were standing guard nearby. Fang Heng hummed in agreement and looked up at the iron mine's entrance. After the city was taken down, a few Holy Court believers who did not manage to escape in time were captured by the players. Upon seeing Fang Heng, the believers struggled and shouted again, "Evil and necromancy mages! You will regret this. This mine has been occupied by the devil, and entering the mine without authority will bring destruction upon the whole world. You will bring disaster to mankind." Fang Heng remained unmoved and sized up the entrance of the mine from a distance. On his retina, the trigger point of the mission target was pointing to the depths of the mine. "Let's go, bring them along and we will take a look." Fang Heng controlled the accompanying zombie clones to hold shovels and pickaxes as they followed the players into the mine. "Ding, you have entered a special area. Ding, you have been affected by an unknown infection. Ding, due to your special physique, you are immune to the special infection effect." The entrance of the iron mine wasn't deep. A moment after Fang Heng entered, game hint warnings appeared on his retina. Fang Heng followed the game hint arrow on his retina until he came to a rock wall. The mission notification pointed to the depths of the rock wall. Fang Heng reached out his hand and touched the rock wall. The mine had a large output, and one could see with the naked eye that there were many raw stones embedded in the rock wall. It seemed that the mission target was still deeper and needed to be excavated. The few Holy Court members who were dragged into the cave became visibly nervous as they muttered prayers. Mojai Oi interrogated the people from the Holy Court, then explained, "Fang Heng, we've just interrogated some people in the nearby city, and what these believers said is not wrong. The Holy Court believes that this cave has been eroded by evil beings and that one's mind will be controlled if they stay in the cave for a long time." After that, feudal Lord Chadwick ordered the mine to be sealed off, and the believers of the Holy Court spontaneously guarded the nearby area, preventing anyone from entering the mine. The people in the surrounding cities are also very wary of this place, so few come here. As Mojai Oi spoke, he took a glance at the iron mine and said carefully, "I am afraid it has something to do with the demonic seed. Yes, the mission location is behind the rock wall. Let's retreat first and dig a passage to take a look." While they were talking, the zombie clones behind them raised their shovels and pickaxes and began to dig at the rock wall. Seeing Fang Heng excavating the mine by force, the believers of the Holy Court began to scream and struggle, trying to resist, but they were held down by the players. Fang Heng waved his hand, signaling the players to leave the mine first. He then began to set up the production line. "I still have to find a way to get some mining carts over." Fang Heng muttered to himself and continued to control the zombie clones to dig and transport the stones in batches. "Ding, your zombie clone has started to dig and has obtained a low-concentration energy crystal 1 piece. Ding, your zombie clone has started to dig and, 1228 in a hurry." The zombie clones could ignore the weak infection. Under Fang Heng's control, they excavated the high-concentration crystal ores, carrying them onto the mine cart and traveling back and forth in the iron mine to transport the materials. The mission target seemed to be deep in the rock wall, and it would take some time to dig. Soon, seeing that the production line was roughly laid out, Fang Heng no longer wasted time and left the iron mine. Another player who had been waiting at the entrance walked up. It was Zhu Yu. He was the assistant that Wei Tao had brought into the game. He was also from the Federation. He had cooperated with Mojai Oi in the operation earlier. With all that they had just done, Zhu Yu now admired Fang Heng from the bottom of his heart. He had just led the players to transport the materials detained by the Empire in batches and temporarily stored them in the open space outside the iron mine. "World Lord Fang Heng, the city is now completely under our control. There are still a small number of players in the city, which is a little troublesome. To avoid any more trouble, we have restricted their movements and prohibit anyone from entering or leaving the city." "Yes, that will do. The construction materials that were previously detained by the feudal lord are still in the warehouse. However, it's very troublesome to transport them out in this situation. Many of the Empire's follow-up reinforcements are on the way, and we will easily run into them. I've already had some of the materials transported here," Zhu Yu said as he looked at the empty space around him. He found it strange. Why did Fang Heng want to transfer the materials here? Oh. Good job. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. They may seem to have easily taken down the city, but in fact, they only made use of the underground world's teleportation passage and the fact that the Empire's feudal lords underestimated their enemies to launch an ambush. The news that they had taken over Lincoln City spread quickly. A large number of the Empire's troops were already moving toward the city to provide support. He had to hurry up. Send people to scout. I need to know the movements of the Empire around the city and report to me at all times. All right, Zhu Yu nodded and looked back at the materials piled up nearby. He asked, what should we do with these materials? Continue to transport them over. Continue to transport them over? Was there enough space to store them here? Zhu Yu was stunned. Then, he saw the zombie clones behind Fang Heng moving forward shakily and starting to move materials on the spot. Fang Heng began to control zombie clones to find a suitable place to build the Mage Tower. Zhu Yu looked at the zombie team that was slowly moving and then at Fang Heng, his eyes filled with puzzlement. Mojai I patted Zhu Yu's shoulder and said, hey, don't worry, brother. Leave this to us. We're professionals in this aspect. Oh okay. Zhu Yu smiled bitterly and waved his hand, leading the player team back to the city's warehouse to transport the materials. On the other side, after finding the construction point, Fang Heng lowered his head, opened the game log, and remotely controlled the zombie clones in the Land of Plague. More than half an hour ago, Danley Mercenary had already transported most of the materials needed to level up the Tier 2 Mage Tower to the Land of Plague. The zombie clones had already started to level up the Tier 2 Mage Tower. At that time, as long as the 2 Mage Towers were completed at the same time, he could build a teleportation passage between the Land of Plague and Lincoln City. The raw materials for creating Enlightenment Stones, materials for building Mage Towers, and even the energy crystal ores that had just been excavated, as well as the materials plundered from the city's warehouses could all be sent back to the Land of Plague. Now, the only thing he lacked was time. He needed to transport as many materials as possible before the Empire launched a large-scale attack. He was racing against time. By relying on the liquors and the fusion tyrant forms, it should not be a problem to hold off the Empire for a while and buy more time, though there was no hope of keeping Lincoln City. Fang Heng had almost figured out the battle plan in his mind. 2 hours later, outside Lincoln City, Feudal Lord Chadwick returned with the remaining soldiers and met up with the 2 Feudal Lord legions of the Empire that had came to reinforce the city. After a few tentative attacks, the 3 Feudal Lord armies chose to retreat temporarily, staying far away from the city wall. They set up camp not far from the city and waited for follow-up reinforcements. The feudal lords did not expect that Lincoln City would fall so quickly. Their armies had hurried over with light and simple equipment. They hadn't even prepared any siege weapons. In such a situation, they were powerless against the towering city walls. Once they got close to the city, the guards of the Land of Plague on the city wall would release arrows from a long distance. Accompanied by the harassment of the undead creatures that were simply immortal, it was too difficult to break through the city wall. Those are undead creatures from the Land of Plague. Only fire and holy light can completely purify them, the Holy Court's bishop, No, explained. The undead are stronger at night, so we should attack the city before the night falls. TSK, it's easy for you to say. Everyone knows that the undead are more powerful at night. Isn't it obvious that we can't beat them? If you're so great, then go ahead. Some player teams had come along. The players did not have a good impression of the Holy Court. The power of the Holy Court in this world was relatively weak, so the players were not afraid of them. They began to discuss in low voices. Anger rose in Chadwick's heart. He stared at the city in the distance, gritted his teeth, and said with hatred, "Hey, there's no hurry to attack. General Dengwen will soon arrive with his army to provide reinforcements. Some feudal lords who are on good terms with me are on the way here too. I'd like to see how long those undead can last." Bishop No of the Holy Court looked up at the city not far away and said with a worried expression, "You may not know this, but an ancient evil creature is sealed in the city. I am worried that feudal Lord Fang Heng of the Land of Plague has broken into the city for that evil creature. Once the seal is broken, the consequences will be unimaginable. In fact, we've already seen the prophecy of the end of the world in a book of oath. I am afraid the appearance of the undead is a sign. Once he succeeds, the end of the world will come. The entire world will be threatened. All right, Bishop, we will stop the evil." The players replied perfunctorily, not feeling much emotion. Since a long time ago, the Holy Court had been spreading nonsense about the end of the world. At first, some believed it, but as time passed, the Holy Court could not produce any valid evidence. In addition to the suppression from the royal family, the influence of the Holy Court on the continent was getting lower and lower. In the players' eyes, the so-called Doomsday Prophecy was a laughable scam of the Holy Court. It was just that it was a little strange that the Holy Court suddenly stood with the Empire this time. Seeing no reaction from the crowd, Bishop No could not help but sigh in his heart. Feudal Lord Chadwick, Lincoln City was originally your territory. Do you have any way to break through the defense of the city wall? 1229 Tier 2 Mage Tower. After some thought, Chadwick's eyes suddenly lit up. There's an abandoned underground passage. We can sneak into the city from there. Everyone looked at Chadwick in unison. If they could avoid the city wall and sneak into the city to launch a sneak attack, the team would have more confidence. The passage has been abandoned for a while. We're not sure if it can still be used. We will send people to take a look and see if we can clear the passage. Alright. Seeing that everyone had reached an agreement, Chadwick immediately ordered his men to scout the entrance of the abandoned passage. As the players watched the patrol leave their sight, they all noticed something and turned back to look in the direction of Lincoln City. A thick black fog had risen from the center of Lincoln City. The black fog slowly covered the sky, gradually enveloping the entire city. Looking at the strange dark cloud, Bishop No's expression changed several times. It's the undead ghost fog. They might have broken some of the seals already. We need to speed up, No said, frowning as the uneasiness in his heart intensified. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the ominous ghost fog in the air. They couldn't help but look at each other. It can't be, right? Could it be that what the people of the Holy Court said was true? Was there really a strange doomsday? Ding. The player has completed the construction of the Tier 2 Ghost Tower. Ding. The player has completed the final stage reward mission, modify the Ghost Tower, Tier 2. Ding. After exiting the trial, the construction time and consumption of the Tier 6 space-tearing device will be reduced by 97%. Additional 100% increase in the strength of the Tier 6 space-tearing device. The ghost tower outside of Lincoln City started to unleash black undead ghost fog as mental strength was slowly injected into the alchemy. The mage-class players sitting around the magic array also revealed excited expressions. Ding. The player has tried to open a teleportation passage to the mage tower. Ding. In the current trial environment, the player will consume an additional 50% of the teleportation energy resources. Ding. Under the current trial environment, the mage tower is unable to complete inter-region teleportation. Feng Heng gathered and condensed all the players' mental strength, then controlled space to open the teleportation passage. Buzz. The high-concentration energy crystals in the auxiliary alchemy magic array were quickly consumed, and a dark light suddenly appeared on the right side of the mage tower. Buzz. With the resonating sound of a spell, the space teleportation passage appeared in front of Feng Heng. The passage was like a dark mirror, suspended in the middle of the second floor of the mage tower. Everyone looked at Feng Heng. Was it a success? Phew. Feng Heng let out a deep breath and turned his head to the left. Thud, thud. Under Feng Heng's control, a zombie clone walked forward shakily and entered the teleportation passage. A moment later, another ripple flashed across the teleportation mirror, and Sandy strode out. Ha ha ha. Feng Heng. I've got it. You definitely wouldn't have thought of it. The god of art has enlightened me. Sandy was extremely excited. He shouted while waving Andrast's autobiography that he found in the royal family's mausoleum not long ago, showing off his research results to Feng Heng. Soon after, Tang Minayu and Warren also walked out of the teleportation passage one after another. Warren looked at the teleportation passage before him, his eyes filled with excitement and praise. He had spent hundreds of years but failed to accomplish it, but Feng Heng had done it in just half a day. Feng Heng was the most suitable candidate for the saint's inheritance. There was no other. Sandy was still making a fuss. He walked to Feng Heng's side and took out the map that he always carried with him. Mr. Feng, let me tell you. After my inspection and calculation, I have a new discovery. In fact, there isn't only one entrance to the Endless Abyss where the Abyssal Demon was sealed. To be more precise, the Endless Abyss is deep in the underground world. There are more than a dozen entrances and exits connected to the Endless Abyss on the surface, but most of the passages can't be used by humans. Back then, the Empire and the Saint had set up 2 layers of seals. The first layer was set at the entrance to the Endless Abyss, and the second layer was set at the various entrances leading to the Endless Abyss. The seals are linked with each other and affect each other. There is actually an entrance and seal that connects to the Endless Abyss in the depths of the royal family's mausoleum that was previously destroyed. It's just that we can't pass through that passage. Mojai I could not help but ask, brother, after saying so much, have you found the entrance to the passage? Hee, of course. Who am I? Sandy proudly snorted and stretched out his hand to draw a large circle in the central region of the Empire's map. I've investigated and found out that the exact location of the Endless Abyss is in the central region of the Empire. According to this deduction, the entrance on the surface should also be nearby. Look, it should be around these 2 cities. As long as we spend some time searching, we will definitely be able to find traces of it. Everyone came over to check the map. Feng Heng also lowered his head to look at the map. Looking at the location indicated on the map, Feng Heng's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He turned around and exchanged a glance with Mojai Oi. What a coincidence. Lincoln City was one of the two cities that Sandy had marked out. Mojai Oi could not help but gulp. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? He sensed something and looked at Feng Heng, asking, Feng Heng, could it be that the entrance to the Endless Abyss just happens to be in Lincoln City? What? Sandy was stunned when he heard that. He looked at the surroundings of the Mage Tower in confusion and asked, we're in Lincoln City now? Yes, I think the entrance to the Abyss should be in the iron mine we just found. Feng Heng looked at the others and nodded heavily. This was no coincidence. Excluding the small contribution of Mojai Oi's luck, the main reason why they had taken over Lincoln City was that they had followed the location given by the mission guide. It was very likely that the trial mission's hints pointed to the entrance of the Endless Abyss. Ah, could it really be? Mojai Oi was also a little excited. Then what do we do now? Things were going unexpectedly well. Mojai Oi was a little lost for a moment. If the iron mine was really the entrance to the Endless Abyss, they were not ready for the final battle yet. There's no hurry, Feng Heng said, let's take it one step at a time. First, we will act according to the plan and confirm if there's a passage in the mine. Mojai Oi nodded, okay, sure. Now that they had the teleportation passage, they needed to speed up. As Feng Heng thought about it, he turned around and faced the teleportation passage, controlling the zombie clones that were originally in the Land of Plague to enter Lincoln City through the passage. The zombies lined up and walked out of the passage, picked up their pickaxes, and joined in the mining work. Looking at the zombie clones that kept emerging from the passage, the other players carefully stepped back and made a path for them. After all, the zombies were the greatest productive force. 1230 The entrance. Feng Heng controlled the zombie clones for some time and suddenly thought of something. He turned to Tang Minayu and asked, oh right, where's Wei Tao and the others? Why didn't I see them? Did they not go to the Land of Plague? Wei Tao? Tang Minayu blinked and shook her head, no, I haven't seen Wei Tao and the others since we split ways. They didn't come back to the Land of Plague either. That's strange. Feng Heng scratched his head and felt that something was not right. In theory, Wei Tao should have immediately headed to the Land of Plague to meet up with them. Did something happen on the way? Did he miss something? What about Ed? No news from Ed? No, I thought they were in contact with you alone. Forget it, they should have a plan. Feng Heng waved his hand and stopped thinking about it. He continued to concentrate on controlling the zombie clones to speed up the mining. Wei Tao and the others were all experienced world lords. They were not weak. They were most likely with Tang Mo and might have triggered other mission line. Just as he was concentrating on controlling the zombies, another game hint appeared on his retina. Ding, your zombie clones have found a hidden cave while digging. Ding, mission, the aura with an unknown aura has changed. The next stage of the mission has been triggered. Mission name, explore the cave. Mission difficulty, D. Mission description, while excavating the infected ores, you have discovered a hidden cave. Mission requirement, attempt to search the cave. Feng Heng's eyes lit up and he looked at the others. The mission has been triggered. Let's go and take a look. In the mine outside the ghost tower, the undead ghost fog shrouded the surroundings. Zombie clones kept coming and going, transporting the excavated high-grade energy crystal ores back to the Mage Tower. Feng Heng and his team entered the iron mine. The zombie clones dug about 20 meters forward in the direction of the mission guide, revealing a large stone chamber. Let's go in and take a look. Feng Heng took the lead and stepped into the stone chamber while saying that, looking around. There was an alchemy magic array on the ground near the center of the stone chamber. A black aura that was visible to the naked eye was seeping out of the magic array. Feng Heng felt a slight shake from the ground, and everyone couldn't help but be vigilant. Sandy stood at the door and watched carefully. He muttered to himself, it's a little similar, Feng Heng. It's very similar to the seal of the abyss I saw in Andrast's autobiography. Warren nodded at everyone and carefully walked to the edge of the alchemy array. He squatted and inspected it for a moment. Yes, Mr. Sandy's previous judgment was not wrong. This is indeed the remains of the abyssal sealing magic array. This should be one of the passages leading to the underground abyss. The seal at the entrance is used to seal off auras, Warren said as he looked around. This place was once completely sealed off. Probably due to the effects of the ley line's abnormal movement a few years ago, the rock mine was discovered by the outside world. During the excavation process, someone was affected by the leaked plague aura, and the iron mine was thus completely sealed off by the feudal lord. Warren lowered his head and continued to check the magic array. He reached out and tapped on the magic array a few times. Kai. Kai. The moment his finger came into contact with the alchemy magic array, a thick black aura seeped out of the magic array. What's this aura? Tang Minayu frowned and asked. It's the plague aura. The abyssal demon's arrival is usually accompanied by a boundless plague aura. A long time ago, this plague swept across the continent, causing a large number of lives to be lost. The plague aura is also slightly corrosive. As time passed and the sun and moon rotated, the seal was greatly affected. What we're seeing now is the outer seal. After opening the seal, there will be a passage leading to the bottom. If we explore along the bottom, we should be able to find the true location of the abyssal demon. Hearing that, the others couldn't help but turn their heads and look at Feng Heng. Now, they had found the location of the abyssal demon. Should they go down and take a look? Everyone, I don't suggest that we break the magic array and explore further now. Judging from the signs of erosion on the outer seal, the condition of the inner seal should be even worse. It's extremely dangerous to open the seal rashly and enter the abyss to investigate, Warren analyzed with a grave expression. As he spoke, a game hint flashed across everyone's vision. Ding! The player team has found the relevant clues according to the trial hints and has triggered the final stage of the trial mission. Explore the sealed land of the abyss. Mission name: Explore the sealed land of the abyss. Mission difficulty: SSS. Mission description: You have found the place where the abyssal demon was sealed. Please try to search the sealed land. Mission requirement: Search. Mission reward. Looking at the game mission hints, Feng Heng couldn't help but ponder. Just as he had predicted, the final goal of the trial was to deal with the abyssal demon. It was extremely difficult. At present, only 2 Tier 2 ghost towers had been built, and his ultimate skill, Everlasting Moon, was also on cooldown. Kaiyu Yokeng had not yet developed a special medicine to deal with the abyssal demon either. Other than that, the Enlightenment Stone replica was still in the process of being made, and the Sacred Tree was still a long way from completing its current level up. There was also the aggressive Empire outside. It was too risky to open the seal and explore without any preparation. Even if they did find the abyssal demon, they probably wouldn't be able to defeat it. As such, it was better to play it safe and strengthen the seal first to buy themselves some time. They had to make sure that the abyssal demon wouldn't break through the seal anytime soon. Feng Heng pondered for a moment and immediately nodded in response. Mr. Warren is right. It's too dangerous to open the seal and go down to investigate before we're fully prepared. Is there any way to strengthen the seal? Yes, I can try. Warren nodded and placed both his hands on the alchemy magic ray. The alchemy magic array was activated again, and it emitted a faint light. Warren was trying to repair the corroded magic array when Wei Tao's team assistant, Zhu Yu, hurriedly entered the room. Mr. Feng, you're all here. The situation outside isn't good. The Empire's General Deng Wen brought a large number of elite soldiers and is approaching the outskirts of Lincoln City. I've scouted with my men, and the enemies are all elites. They're well equipped, powerful, and are in large numbers. As they were talking, there was a commotion outside the mine. Another player ran in hurriedly. When he saw the crowd, he said anxiously, "Brothers, the warehouse has been sneak attacked. A few of the Empire's teams have sneaked into the city by bypassing the city walls and are heading toward the city lord's mansion. Mr. Feng, what should we do?" Feng Heng lowered his head and estimated the time. He then raised his head and said, "It's fine. Don't worry about them. Call our people and retreat immediately." It was almost time. The construction materials for the Tier 2 Mage Tower and the materials for the Enlightenment Stone replica had all been sent back to the Land of Plague. Even the materials that had been piled up in the city's military warehouse and the city lord's personal warehouse had been moved away by the zombie clones. 1,231 Run Feng Heng's zombie clones looted the entire city, and the only valuable thing left was the iron mine. There was still a large amount of high-concentration energy crystal or resources left in the iron mine, and it was impossible to mine all of them in a short time. There was no need to go against the Empire for these ores. They had to think of a way to leave first. Sandy blinked his eyes and asked in confusion, "Huh? We're leaving just like this? What about the sealing magic array? What do we do about it?" The players couldn't help but look at Feng Heng. The sealed area was extremely dangerous. If they left it here, what would they do if the sealing magic array was accidentally broken? Feng Heng understood everyone's concern and shrugged his shoulders. "We don't have time to worry about that. I believe our luck isn't that bad either. The Empire has been living in peace with the seal for hundreds of years, and the Holy Court is also involved. They won't want to see the abyssal demon escape the seal." I thought about it and felt that it made sense. "Who cares, let's run first. Our people will leave first. Leave the ghost tower behind, it will be useful in the future." While speaking, Feng Heng immediately began to control the zombie clones to transport the last wave of ores. The players also started to move, informing each other to evacuate. By the time Warren had mostly repaired the alchemy magic array and Feng Heng was about to leave with him, several lines of game hints suddenly appeared on his retina. Ding! The player team has triggered a special party mission, The Secret of the Royal Family. Mission name, The Secret of the Royal Family. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission requirements. You have found some clues and believe that the royal family seems to be secretly controlled by someone to conduct some unknown research. Please lead Tangmo to dig deep into the royal family. Mission target. Enter the royal family and thoroughly explore the royal family's secret underground palace research area. Mission reward. Next stage of the mission. Ding. This mission is not a trial mission. In the trial state, other than special rewards, the other rewards will be replaced with favorable trial evaluation and additional trial time. A mission? Seeing the game hint that suddenly appeared, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Was it a mission triggered by Wei Tao? Fang Heng frowned. So it turned out Wei Tao didn't head to the Land of Plague to meet up because he was actually doing a mission? It seemed that he was also a guy who was unwilling to be outdone. Tang Minayu was also quite surprised to see the mission hint. She couldn't help but turn to look at Fang Heng. Fang Heng? Let's go. We will head to Atama and meet up with Wei Tao. The capital of the empire, Atama. The sky gradually darkened. The guards responsible for guarding the inner region of the empire's imperial city began to change shifts. In the darkness, Wei Tao's team was hiding. Wei Tao and the others quickly exchanged glances. Finally, everyone's eyes fell on Tangmo. Your Highness. Tangmo's expression was grave. He had heard some rumors a long time ago. Salvador had been secretly controlling the royal family, and he had been conducting some secret research on the demonic seed in the royal family, trying to control its power. For this, Salvador even used a large number of Empire soldiers to conduct human experiments, sacrificing many lives. In the past, he didn't really believe in such things, until not long ago, when Wei Tao placed pieces of evidence in front of him. Tangmo's sharp eyes looked around the crowd and he said in a deep voice, "Do you all know what you're doing? This is treason. Your Highness, we've done a thorough investigation, and we have concrete evidence. I am afraid that your grandfather has also been bewitched by the demonic seed and is being manipulated by Salvador in secret. Her Highness Minayu is wanted by the Empire because she discovered Salvador's secret." Shut up. Tangmo's expression changed a few times when he heard Tang Minayu's name and he abruptly raised his hand. He took a deep breath and nodded solemnly as if he had made up his mind. The evidence on paper can be forged. I want to see it with my own eyes. If it's really as you say, I will make Salvador pay. But if I find out that you're lying to me, we will be at your disposal, Your Highness. Wei Tao's expression turned serious and he said in a low voice, Your Highness. For the legacy and glory of the Empire. Ed and the other players were greatly relieved when they heard Tangmo's words. The last problem was finally solved. Ed perked up and turned to look at the others. Everyone, feudal Lord Fang Heng is now in Lincoln City fighting with the Empire's General Deng Wen. The royal guards have also suffered a setback in the Land of Plague. Now is the time when the internal defense of the Empire is at its weakest. This is our best and only chance. Wei Tao clenched his fists and took a deep breath. He lowered his voice and said, We must win in one strike. We must take down the royal family as quickly as possible. Tonight, the top 10 game guilds and elite teams of the barbarian world were all gathered here. All of them were the elites of the game. Gale also took a deep breath, and his eyes showed a rare excitement. He made a ready gesture to Ed. Go. Just follow us. Ed waved his hand and led the players to reveal themselves from the dark, dashing towards the entrance of the royal family's inner city. Just as Wei Tao and Gale were about to follow when another game hint suddenly flashed on their retinas. Ding. The player team has found relevant clues according to the trial and has triggered the final stage of the trial mission, explore the sealed land of the abyss. Huh. What was going on? The two were stunned when they saw the game hint and stopped in their tracks. A mission was triggered? And it was the main storyline. Something didn't seem right. Gale and Wei Tao looked at each other, their hearts filled with doubts. What was going on? Why did the final stage mission suddenly appear? Shouldn't Fang Heng be in Lincoln City fighting with the Empire now? Hurry up. Keep up. Ed saw that Wei Tao and the others were a few steps slower. He could not help but frown and waved his hand at the two from a distance. Wei Tao felt that there seemed to be a small problem with their plan. But now that the arrow had been knocked, it had no choice but to be released. He immediately stopped thinking and whispered to Mikhail, Let's go, we will follow. Although the players had been developing in the game for many years, they had very little infiltration in the Imperial City. This time, the players were staking everything on one throw. They used all sorts of methods in advance and arranged for most of the players to guard the western inner city gate at all costs. To ensure that nothing went wrong, President Johanna of the White Prison Player Guild had even used up the Empire merit points that she had accumulated over the years to apply for a transfer to become the squadron leader of the inner city's west gate. She would be in charge of the West Gate's defense. Everything was under the players' control. After a slight commotion, Ed and his men easily took control of the dozen or so NPC guards who had not defected and occupied the western entrance of the Imperial City. 1232 Hidden Tangmo followed the team. Initially, he had been skeptical about Salvador's secret research on the demonic seed in the Imperial City. Now, he was even more surprised that Ed and his men could bribe the royal family guards and even control the western entrance of the city. Had the Empire's royal family already been infiltrated to this extent? The players tried to take all details into account, and those at the entrance were already prepared. They immediately cupped their hands at Tangmo. The royal family has been controlled by a villain. We are willing to pledge our loyalty to His Highness Tangmo. We will reveal Salvador's true colors. Tangmo frowned when he heard this and looked at Wei Tao, who was following closely behind. Without waiting for Wei Tao to speak, Ed said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, this is the people's will. The guards know about Salvador's dirty deeds in the dark, so they don't dare to show any dissatisfaction since they are usually threatened. Now that Your Highness is here, the guards are naturally willing to go through fire and water for Your Highness." "Okay," Tangmo nodded solemnly, temporarily putting aside the doubts in his heart. "Let's go." In the dark night, Johanna's team met up with Ed's team and continued to move toward the Hall of Divine Martial Arts on the right of the Imperial City's inner city. After combining all the information he had obtained from Rukongai and his brother of the Alchemy Society, Ed was very sure that there was a huge secret hidden in the lower level of the Hall of Divine Martial Arts. This secret was related to the demonic seed. In fact, similar rumors had been spreading among the large-sized guilds for a long time. However, the difficulty of the related missions was extremely high, and they even involved the Empire's royal family. With the strength of just one player guild, it was impossible to explore further. Only this time, with the help of the Saint's inheritance, the influence of the Land of Plague's feudal Lord Fang Heng, as well as the influence of Tang Minayu and Tangmo, were the major game forces united. In the blink of an eye, Ed led his team and sneaked into the outer perimeter of the Hall of Divine Martial Arts. "Who is it?" Outside the main hall, the guard standing at the entrance saw a group of suspicious people suddenly appear and was instantly shocked. He immediately shouted, "Who is it?" "Kai." A long sword streaked across his eyes. The guard was surprised to find that the attack was actually from his teammate next to him. "Have you gone mad? Go. Don't let them trigger the alarm." Seeing this, Ed shouted and led his team toward the direction of the hall. At the same time, a mission hint appeared on the players' retinas. Ding! The player team has triggered a mission, the secrets of the royal family. Seeing the game hint, Ed was relieved. Their judgment was not wrong. This was a sure win. The player party immediately swarmed forward. Before they came, the players had already made thorough arrangements and figured out the defenses of the entire Hall of Divine Martial Arts as well as the surrounding areas. They immediately intercepted the guards who wanted to sound the alarm. The guards in the Imperial City did not expect that their teammates would suddenly turn against them. In less than 5 minutes, the Hall of Divine Martial Arts area was easily controlled by the players. The people Tangmo brought didn't join the battle and just stood to the side. After the battle was over, Tangmo followed them into the main hall of the Hall of Divine Martial Arts. After looking around and seeing nothing unusual, Tangmo looked at Ed and asked in a deep voice, "Where's the evidence I wanted?" "Your Highness, please step back. I will demonstrate it to you immediately." Urilan walked out of the crowd under everyone's gaze until he reached an unremarkable corner at the edge of the hall. There were red circular decorations on the wall. Urilan found one of the discs. He injected his mental strength into it and gently twisted it. Crack, crack, crack. The machinery fused with an alchemy magic array was triggered, and the sound of mechanical gears turning rang in the hall. The floor at the front of the hall slowly lifted, revealing a wide passage leading down. Seeing that the mechanism was successfully activated, Urilan nodded in his heart and turned around to explain to the crowd. "I once assisted in transporting the Enlightenment Stone replica in the Alchemy Society. When no one was paying attention, I secretly memorized the way to open the secret passage. The Empire's security of the underground palace is very tight. I wasn't allowed to enter the underground palace, so I don't know the specific situation below. However, I've heard some news from the Alchemy Society. Salvador is using the Enlightenment Stone replica to conduct some live sample experiments on the demonic seed in the underground palace. The Empire military sends people, and the experiment has entered the second stage, which is very dangerous." After saying that, Urilan stepped back. Tangmo's expression changed slightly as he walked forward to look at the entrance of the underground palace. This was the first time he had heard that there was an underground palace in the royal family. Apart from the current Empire's Emperor Salvador, Tangmo couldn't think of anyone else who could build such a huge underground palace here. "Let's go in and see. I want to see the evidence with my own eyes." The patrol team that passes by the Hall of Divine Martial Arts at night will patrol once every 10 minutes. Our people who are disguised as guards outside will be easily discovered. Act quickly." As she said that, Johanna looked at everyone. "Team 2, stay here. If there are any special circumstances, go offline and report it. The rest of you will follow the team into the underground palace to explore." Understood. Lincoln City. Lord Chadwick and the player team successfully infiltrated the city through the entrance of the abandoned canal. The journey was unexpectedly smooth. After the team entered the city, they encountered a small group of resistance. After easily dealing with the resistance, they successfully took control of the city lord's mansion and rescued the surrendered soldiers who were locked up in the dungeon of the city lord's mansion. Then, they led the soldiers back to the main city's entrance and opened the gate to welcome the reinforcement team outside the city. Outside the city, the Empire's General Dengwen had just arrived with the Empire's main forces and was still preparing to set up the siege weapons. When they saw the city gate open, they immediately launched an attack and successfully took back Lincoln City. Chadwick also met up with the Empire's General Dengwen, as well as the other suzerains who had come to support him. Although the city had been reclaimed as his territory, Chadwick felt an indescribable strangeness in his heart. This was too strange. Other than some weak resistance at the start, they only encountered a few sporadic lickers during the entire ambush. They did not encounter any decent teams at all. They had not seen the terrifying undead flesh puppets and strange worms from before either. Chadwick couldn't help but be suspicious. Where were the enemies? Why had they suddenly disappeared? Could it be a trap? Could it be that they were perhaps hiding in a corner of the city and preparing to launch a surprise attack? Reporting. A soldier of the Empire hurried over and reported, "Commander, the city has been searched thoroughly. We didn't find any enemies in the city." Chadwick became increasingly uneasy as he listened, and hurriedly asked, "You can't find them? Have you guys truly done it meticulously? 1,233 profited?" The Empire's elite glanced at Chadwick, who was beside Dingwen, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, we have searched the city carefully and only found a few undead creatures. With the help of the Empire's mage team, we quickly cleared the area, and we didn't find any other traces of the enemies." Why wasn't anyone there? Did they run away? That was impossible. There were so many undead creatures and also a group of people from the Empire. How did they manage to escape in such a short time? Chadwick opened his mouth and was about to ask when he saw a familiar soldier running over from a distance. "Reporting to your lordship." The soldier glanced at General Dengwen, who was next to Chadwick, and hesitated. "Speak." "Yes. Your lordship, we have just checked the military warehouse in the city and your private warehouse. We found that a large number of materials stored in the warehouse have been cleared out, leaving only a small portion of abandoned and invalid materials. In addition, all the materials that we have seized before have disappeared." "What?" Upon hearing this, Chadwick's heart skipped a beat, and he almost fainted on the spot. His eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed the soldier and stared at him. He asked, "Are you sure? All gone?" The soldier's forehead was covered in sweat. He knew that this was a matter of great importance and didn't speak carelessly. He quickly nodded and continued, "My lord, we've checked a few times, and there's really nothing left." Fuck. Bandits. A group of bandits. They ransacked the entire city's warehouse and ran away. It was like seeing a ghost. The resources in the private warehouse were his savings for decades. In less than half a day, they were all robbed. Chadwick surged with anger. But how did they do it? General Dengwen also had a suspicious look on his face. This was very strange. When he arrived with his team, he immediately surrounded the entire city. He was sure that the enemy had not escaped, and his men had not been attacked. They were talking about living people and they were carrying so many supplies. Did they actually sneak away right under his nose? How did they do it? The other feudal lords of the Empire also had the same thought. One of them couldn't help but look at Chadwick and asked, "Are there any other secret passages in the city that lead to the outside world?" "That's impossible. This is impossible." However, the truth was staring right in front of him. Chadwick was a little unconfident. He muttered to himself blankly, "There can't be another secret passage in the city that I don't know about." While they were talking, another soldier rushed forward and said, "Reporting, Commander. We found a Tier 2 Mage Tower in the abandoned mining area. We suspect that the enemy might have used the Tier 2 Mage Tower to teleport out of the city." The Mage Tower. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Chadwick. This idiot. Why didn't he tell them that there was a Tier 2 teleportation Mage Tower in the city? With a Mage Tower, wouldn't it be easy to transport a large number of resources? That was impossible. Chadwick's first reaction was that it was impossible. What damned Mage Tower? Since when did his territory have a Tier 2 Mage Tower? When did this happen? As a feudal lord, how could he not know? That's impossible. The moment the words came out of his mouth, Chadwick suddenly realized something. Could it be? He remembered that about 2 days ago, he and Feng Heng had signed a Tier 2 Mage Tower construction agreement, agreeing to build a Tier 2 Mage Tower in his territory. Initially, he had discussed with Mojai Ai that he had already prepared most of the construction materials and was just waiting for the site to be selected. Could it be? A terrifying thought rose in Chadwick's mind. Could it be that Feng Heng had built a Tier 2 Mage Tower in his territory in just one afternoon? He even used the teleportation ability of a Tier 2 Mage Tower to teleport resources and undead troops. Was this a bluff? But how did he do it? Dengwen saw the ghostly expression on Chadwick's face and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Chadwick's throat rolled, and his thoughts were going wild. He muttered, "I suddenly thought, is it possible? This Tier 2 Mage Tower was built by Feng Heng of the Land of Plague not long ago?" Everyone looked at Lord Chadwick as if they were looking at a complete fool. A new one? Did Feng Heng build a Tier 2 Mage Tower in just one afternoon? Who was he trying to fool? However, after thinking about it carefully, there were only a few cities in the Empire that had Tier 2 Mage Towers, and Lincoln City was clearly not one of them. Then, what was the deal with the Mage Tower that was discovered in the city? Soon, everyone fell into silence. Dengwen could not help but frown and said in a deep voice, "Go. Take us to the Mage Tower." Yes. Soon, the soldier led the army to the abandoned mining area outside the city. Lord Chadwick had a strange expression on his face when he saw the Tier 2 Mage Tower that stood tall on the ground. Really? There was really a Mage Tower. The other feudal lords who had followed him also revealed looks of surprise. "Lord Chadwick, is this Mage Tower really newly built?" Seeing the Mage Tower with his own eyes, Chadwick was also shocked. He immediately refuted, "Of course. I swear on the honor of my family." "Then what's up with it?" In the crowd, a feudal lord said with an excited expression, "It's Feng Heng. He must have built it here." After the feudal lord's reminder, everyone also recalled the agreement that Lord Feng Heng had signed with the other feudal lords not long ago. There were still many empires that thought it was a scam. Especially after the royal family announced that the Land of Plague had betrayed the country. Those feudal lords who had rushed to sign the contract with Feng Heng before had become the laughingstock of others. But now, they saw with their own eyes that a Mage Tower was standing in front of them. Everything could not be faked. At this moment, a mage walked out of the Mage Tower. The mage Asno was stunned to see so many people outside the door. The Empire's mages had also come with the army this time, and Asno was the vice president of the mages. Asno had immediately entered the Mage Tower to check it out when he saw it, and he had just come out. "Mr. Asno." Someone in the party recognized Asno as one of the deputy commanders of the royal mages and nodded at him. He asked, "Have you checked the Mage Tower?" Only then did Asno react. He nodded and said, "Commander Deng, I've just checked the Mage Tower. This is a Tier 2 ghost tower with the undead element. The Mage Tower's construction traces are very new, and it was indeed built not too long ago. There are also signs of a teleportation spell being activated, so it must have teleported something through the teleportation passage not long ago." Hearing this, everyone was shocked and began to whisper. It was true. Everything was real. It wasn't a big deal for Feng Heng to escape from the heavy encirclement, but the fact that the Land of Plague could build a Mage Tower in just half a day shocked them. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar among the various feudal lords in the empire. Suddenly, the feudal lords looked at Chadwick with envy. He had profited. 1234 friendly only Dengwen's expression turned even gloomier. He was extremely worried. He didn't know what method Feng Heng had used to quickly invade the central region of the empire with a large number of undead creatures. He also built a Tier 2 Mage Tower in just half a day and then teleport through the Tier 2 Mage Tower. The most important point was that if Feng Heng's guerrilla tactics of ambushing Lincoln City and quickly teleport away could be replicated, it would be very troublesome for the empire to deal with it. Perhaps the best solution was to directly attack the Land of Plague. However, from the news from the royal guards, the invasion of the Land of Plague was met with great obstacles. Several players who had come with the team were also shocked. The construction of a Tier 2 Mage Tower was completed in a day? When did the Tier 2 Mage Tower become so cheap? What kind of opponent were they facing? Hearing that, Lord Chadwick's heart thumped rapidly, and his breathing became heavy. He stared at Asno and asked, "Is the Mage Tower still working?" "Yes, it's still working," Asno replied. "We've checked, and the Mage Tower is intact." However, the other party deliberately erased the traces of the teleportation passage before leaving, so we can't track it in the opposite direction. Upon hearing this, Chadwick couldn't help but stand still and stare at the Mage Tower in front of him. A Mage Tower. A complete Tier 2 Mage Tower. His territory now had a complete Tier 2 Mage Tower. For a moment, he didn't even know if this was a loss or a gain. Although they had not fought this battle, the city had been captured by the enemy, his family had completely lost face, and the other feudal lords had laughed at them. The resources that had been accumulated in the city for many years had also been robbed. Even if the entire city was destroyed, it would still require a large sum of money to repair. But his territory had truly obtained a Tier 2 Mage Tower. With a Mage Tower, once the teleportation passage was opened, not only would the city's defensive power increase, but it would also greatly increase the city's appeal to mages. He could also nurture the territory's mage team and connect to the Empire's trade network, greatly increasing the speed of the city's development. Damn it. He wondered if Fang Heng will be in charge of the free repair of the Mage Tower in the future. He remembered there was such a clause in the contract. Now that he had calmed down and recalled the whole thing, Chadwick was extremely regretful. He regretted falling out with Fang Heng. Back then, he was too stupid to believe the nonsense of the royal family. If he had chosen not to do anything, his territory would not have suffered such a huge loss, and he would have even gotten a free Tier 2 Mage Tower. That would be perfect. Just as everyone was deep in thought, no, the bishop of the Holy Court Church, and a few other church members walked out of the mine behind them. Mo's expression was grave. He had just seen a tunnel that had been excavated in the mine, and he had even found the sealed entrance to the underground abyss in the depths of the tunnel. Just as the Book of Prayers had predicted, the entrance to the abyss was sealed by an alchemy magic array, but the seal had clearly been damaged to a large extent. The evil aura continued to overflow from the seal. The most terrifying thing had happened. Just as he had guessed before, the goal of this trip to the Land of Plague was to seal it. A disaster was coming. No was extremely uneasy. He explained to the others, "Everyone, I've just brought some people to check the cave. The evil force buried underground has eroded the entrance of the seal. We need to seal the entire mining area immediately and prevent anyone from entering and leaving. We need to find a way to repair a seal." All right. Hearing this familiar nonsense again, Lord Chadwick became more and more impatient and casually waved his hand. "I will leave it to the Holy Court to seal off the mine, but I want you to ensure that the poisonous gas does not leak out. Do you understand?" After this incident, Chadwick's tolerance for the long-winded Holy Court was almost at its limit. They were bragging so much that it shook the heavens. They kept talking about the end of the world and that only the Holy Light could save them. And the result? They couldn't even defeat the ordinary undead in the Land of Plague. A bunch of trash. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a strange poisonous gas in the mine that would affect the miners, and the mining area indeed needed the help of the Holy Court, Chadwick wouldn't have bothered with them. Chadwick even suddenly felt that compared to the Holy Court, Lord Fang Heng was more reliable. He said he would help him build a mage tower, and even though they fell out, he still kept true to his words. In terms of strength, there was nothing to say. He had also seen it with his own eyes. If he had gone to Lord Fang Heng directly, he might have helped to solve the problem in the iron mine. The Holy Court will do its best. The bishop of the Holy Court took a deep breath and nodded. Around them, many players heard what No said, and their eyes suddenly shone. There was an unknown seal hidden in this strange abandoned mine, and the target of the Land of Plague was that seal? The players' minds became active as if they had smelled the scent of a large-scale mission. Under the moonlight, Fang Heng's group was divided into two teams, each riding on the back of two giant falcons, rushing toward the capital of the Empire. Giant falcons were scarce and there were only 5 of them in the entire barbarian race. Compared to ordinary falcons, high-level giant falcons were fiercer and more powerful. They could also fly at high altitudes and were faster. Ding, you have completed the contract to build a Tier 2 ghost tower with the Lord of the Empire, Chadwick. Your friendship with Lord Chadwick has greatly increased. Your friendship with Lord Chadwick has increased to friendly. Ding. The news of you building a Tier 2 ghost tower in Lincoln City is gradually spreading throughout the Empire. Your friendship with the various feudal lords has changed. Click here for more details, eh? Looking at the game prompt that suddenly appeared, Fang Heng couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. What did the prompt mean? They were already enemies, so how could they still complete the mission? Their friendliness increased so much. They were clearly hostile before, but they suddenly became friendly? Fang Heng even suspected that he might have seen it wrong. He then carefully looked through the mission hints. He was a little surprised. He found that not only Lord Chadwick, but his friendliness with more than 20 other feudal lords of the Empire had also recovered. The hostile status that was originally red had now become green, which meant friendly and normal. Strange. Fang Heng couldn't help muttering to himself. The effects of a Tier 2 mage tower were that good? His affinity with the various feudal lords had increased so much? Seeing Fang Heng deep in thought, Tang Minayu couldn't help but ask, Fang Heng, what's wrong? Did you find something? No, it's nothing. It was a good thing to increase friendliness with the feudal lords. It was better to have more friends than enemies. If their friendship level improved, they might even be able to continue working together to build a mage tower to complete their missions. 1235 hired thugs. Now was not the time to pay attention to this matter. Feng Heng stopped thinking about it and looked at the side mission on the mission panel. The location of the mission target is located in the inner city area of the capital of the Empire of the Atama royal family. Along the way, the mission target had been pushed forward several times, and the current mission objective had changed greatly. Mission title: Depths of the Underground Palace. Mission description: while your party is searching the underground palace, you have discovered that Salvador is using the royal army to conduct live research on strange, infected creatures. Mission requirement: explore the entire underground palace. Current mission completion rate: 36%. If the completion rate is higher than 80%, there is a chance to trigger the next stage of the mission. The higher the completion rate, the lower the difficulty of the subsequent missions. Remaining mission time: 2 hours and 56 minutes. The next phase of the mission will be automatically triggered when the mission time is up. If the mission completion rate is lower than 60%, the next phase of the mission will not be triggered. About an hour ago, the mission completion rate was already at 36%. After such a long time without any movement, Feng Heng suspected that Wei Tao and the others might have encountered some trouble. However, Wei Tao and Gale's names were still on the trial team. At least they were still safe. While thinking, Feng Heng looked at the Empire's main city that he was about to reach in the distance. Feng Heng, we're about to enter the main city area of the Empire. There's a mage tower in the central imperial city that can sense high altitude. The falcon will be detected by the mage tower if it continues to approach. After a period of unconsciousness, Wangnet had fully recovered. When he woke up, Wangnet realized that his injuries had miraculously recovered. He was pleasantly surprised and felt a sense of relief. He had thought that he had fallen into a desperate situation and had a slim chance of survival, but he did not expect fate to play such a big joke on him. He actually recovered and the pain in his body had been completely healed. Although Kaiyu Yokeng had warned him that the virus would still slowly eat into his body, at least he would not be in danger of losing his time for now. After learning that the sacred tree in the land of plague had a powerful healing power, Wangnet summoned the giant falcon back to the barbarian tribe and persuaded the 2 leaders of the small barbarian tribes who were also suffering from the backlash of the demonic seed to come to the land of plague for treatment. At first, the 2 leaders of the small barbarian tribes had some doubts about this, and they came to try because they trusted Wangnet. They did not expect that after entering the land of plague, their bodies, which were on the verge of collapse, would recover as quickly as Wangnet had said after being treated by the sacred tree. After being tortured by the demonic seed for so many years, the chief of the barbarian tribe finally realized that he had been reborn. The barbarians didn't know what kind of virus it was. They only knew that the land of plague really had a way to cure diseases. It just so happened that when he heard that Feng Heng was going to the royal family to investigate the demonic seed, Wangnet took the initiative to offer a helping hand. The 2 barbarian patriarchs, who had just received Feng Heng's favor, also joined in with their elite guards. Feng Heng agreed readily. This time, the infiltration of the imperial city was very dangerous. The 2 barbarian leaders and the accompanying guards were all tier 2 demonized. It was naturally the best to have such a powerful helper to help. The barbarian race was very sincere. Knowing that Feng Heng was in a hurry, they even brought 2 giant falcons, which were extremely rare among the barbarian race, and rushed to the capital of the empire with the others. Wangnet looked down at the empire city and asked, "What do we do?" Feng Heng took a look at the time limit of the task and thought that it would waste more time if he took a big detour and sneaked in. It was better to break in directly. "Don't worry, just charge in." "All right." Wangnet replied and controlled the giant falcon to fly low. "Minayu, think of a way to cause some commotion in the imperial city." "All right. Leave it to me." Tang Minayu flicked her wrist and took out a dark gold magic scroll from her backpack. She only knew ice-type and water-type spells. But it was different with the support of a spell scroll. Tang Minayu had gotten a lot of spell scrolls from the raid on Lincoln City's armory, and she had also replenished her ammunition. Buzz. The giant falcon swooped down from the sky. Looking down, the imperial city was brightly lit, and a large number of guards could be seen gathered in the inner city. Tang Minayu aimed in one direction and activated her spiritual power. The magic scroll in her hand emitted a ball of dark golden light. Night meteor, burst. Several huge fireballs and boulders were raised in the air. The flaming boulders scattered in all directions and smashed down at the imperial city area below. Woof! Swiftly. Fireballs and huge rocks kept falling from the sky into the imperial city. Kai. Suddenly, a dark light flashed in the sky above the imperial city. A light-colored defensive barrier rose from the center of the empire's imperial city. Boom. Boom boom. Several meteorites and fireballs exploded on the rising shield, spreading out violent energy fluctuations. A shield? Seeing that, Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. Boom. Boom. The defensive shield only blocked the inner city, and more meteorites and fireballs were scattered randomly around the outer city. The meteorites and fireballs eventually landed on the ground and palace buildings of the Imperial City, blasting huge holes. Then, the landing area was quickly ignited and burned. Warren said, "Your Highness, it's a magic barrier. There's an anti-magic force field in the higher areas of the inner city. We can only attack the outer area." "All right." Tang Minayu replied, and another high-level fire scroll appeared in her palm. Boom. Boom boom boom. The huge fireballs continued to smash toward the outer city area of the Imperial City. In just a short moment, the entire Imperial City was ablaze with flames. Tang Minayu was in a good mood. This was how spells were cast. After all, the only thing a spell scroll needed to consume was spiritual power. With the help of the demonic seed, Tang Minayu's spiritual power was almost infinite. As long as she had a scroll, she could continuously cast large-scale fire-type spells. In less than 20 seconds, more than a dozen large-scale fire-type spell scrolls were used up. Looking at the city that had fallen into chaos below, Tang Minayu pouted. She felt like she was using money to kill them. What a loss. If she had known that the enhancement of the demonic seed was so powerful, she would have learned the more powerful branch of the fire element. Feng Heng was observing the situation below from the back of the giant falcon, frowning. The Imperial City was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The attacks on the inner city were blocked, and only the fire spells affected the outer city. A large number of the Empire soldiers, who were originally on guard, went to the fire point outside the city to help. After finding an empty position, Feng Heng stretched out his hand and said, "Go. To the right. There aren't many people over there, so think of a way to break through." "All right." Wangnet replied and continued to fly towards another area with weak defense. Under the cover of the night, the falcon flew into the air, and everyone could already see the griffin rising into the sky from the right side of the Empire. 1236 occupied. The Empire's response was equally fast. After discovering that the enemy was in the sky, they immediately sent out the Griffin's team to counterattack. However, the Griffin's ability to fight in the air was limited, especially at night. Their vision was not very good and they were at a great disadvantage. "The Griffins are here. There are many of them. It will be troublesome if we get entangled with them." Warren glanced at the height of the ground and said in a deep voice, "Jump down, I will protect everyone." Sandy looked down and instantly felt extremely dizzy. "Ah. So high?" Seeing that no one answered, he looked back and saw that Warren had already jumped down from the back of the giant-sized falcon. "Yes, let's go." Feng Heng nodded to Sandy, who looked a little nervous, and then jumped down directly. Everyone followed and jumped off the back of the giant-sized falcon. Warren landed on the ground first. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on the ground. Buzz. An alchemy magic array appeared on the ground. The people who were falling in midair immediately felt a strange force coming from below. It surrounded them and brought them to slow down until they landed. Phew. Exciting. Sandy experienced the thrill of a high-altitude extreme jump and landed on the ground as well. He touched his beating heart and looked at Warren. "This thing is quite interesting. Mentor Warren, teach me in the future." "Yes, of course, you can learn it if you want to. Wait until we go back." Feng Heng looked around and saw that the griffins chasing them in the air were led away by two giant-sized falcons and were flying higher into the sky. The entire Imperial City was thrown into chaos by the explosion. The area they had chosen to land at had the least number of Empire guards, and not far ahead was the northern entrance of the inner city. The mission prompted that the target location is in the inner city. "Let's go. We will find a way to sneak into the inner city and take a look while it's still chaotic." After saying that, Feng Heng immediately led everyone and rushed toward the entrance of the inner city. Feng Heng couldn't help frowning when he was halfway there. In front of them, a tall inner city wall blocked their way. The security at the entrance of the north gate was much stricter than he had imagined. The guards on the city wall were in a serious state. Judging from the situation they saw from the sky, there were even more patrolling guards in the royal family's inner city area after they barged into the inner city. They would be surrounded if they were not careful. It was very troublesome. Wangnet also noticed the situation and said in a deep voice, "Feng Heng, there are too many guards of the Empire in the inner city. It's very difficult to break in by force. I will bring some people to help you attract the attention of the guards. You guys take advantage of the chaos and sneak in to investigate. Don't worry about us. This group of people can't stop me." Time was short, and Feng Heng didn't have a better idea at the moment. He nodded and said, "Good. Brother, I will leave it to you." Wangnet then took out a whistle and threw it at Feng Heng. "This is my clan's whistle. When you retreat, Blow the whistle and I will bring the falcon to receive you. Yes. Feng Heng replied. He slowed down and separated from the barbarian team led by Wangnet, heading to the other side where it was even darker. Wangnet waved his hand and led the group of Tier 2 barbarians forward. At the northern entrance of the inner city, the guards' expressions were extremely grave. Not long ago, the royal alarm was triggered, and the imperial city was attacked by an unknown force. The entire imperial city entered a state of martial law, and the guards at the northern entrance were all on high alert. Sure enough, after more than an hour, the second wave of spell attacks came from the sky. Before the guards of the northern city could rejoice that they were lucky enough not to be affected by the large-scale spell, they suddenly noticed several intruders emerging from the darkness ahead. Who is it? Stop. Not good. There are invaders. When they saw Wangnet's group, the city wall immediately set up a dense number of bows and arrows, aiming at them. Be alert. Prepare to fire. Wangnet's face was serious as he led the 6 high-level barbarian warriors to enter the Tier 2 demonized state. In an instant, the pitch-black cuticles covered the entire surface of the barbarian's body, and fine black jujube-like thorns extended from the cuticles. The speed of the 7 of them increased once again. Wangnet's eyes were filled with excitement. His body, which had been on the verge of collapse, was healed by the sacred tree. He found that the pain he had suffered was gone, and he could release 100% of his strength. This kind of feeling was unprecedented, and it even made him have the impulse to find someone to fight right now. Blackthorn. The dense black spikes pierced forward from the surface of his body, flying toward the guards on the high walls. The guards on the city wall were shocked and raised their steel shields to block. It's the barbarian race. Use the purple essence arrow. Listen to my command. Fire. The guards on the city wall had never seen such a bold barbarian who dared to invade the imperial city at night with only a few people. The arrows mixed with purple essence powder were the most suitable for dealing with the barbarians. Swoosh. 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 A wave of arrows rained down, and the sergeant who was guarding the northern entrance of the imperial city suddenly had a change in expression. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Not good. The purple essence arrow could only penetrate the outer layer of the barbarian's body. This meant that the invader was not an ordinary demonized barbarian. A Tier 2 barbarian. What the hell was happening? Were the barbarians crazy? Most of the barbarians with Tier 2 demonic ability were the elites of the barbarian race. Many of them were the leaders of small barbarian tribes. How could they have come together to attack the imperial city? Be careful. It's a Tier 2 demonized barbarian. The sergeant gritted his teeth and forced himself to remain calm. He shouted, shoot them. Sound the alarm. Don't let them rush up. Stop them. The reinforcements will be here soon. Taking advantage of the gap in the rain of arrows, 7 Tier 2 demonized barbarians, led by Wangnet, directly climbed up the wall. Damn it. Kill. The difference between the two sides was too big. The guards could not stop the Tier 2 barbarians at all. They broke through the city wall almost in the blink of an eye. The battle above the city wall was intense. Soon, in the chaos, the Empire's alarm sounded again, and the city gate was opened easily by Wangnet. Feng Heng also took the opportunity to pass through the entrance of the inner city with the others. You guys go first. As he spoke, Wangnet looked into the distance and released his aura. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. The old sword saint of the Empire is coming. I didn't have a good time last time, so I will teach him a lesson this time. Okay, I will leave it to you. Feng Heng answered and followed the others to the inner city. An ear-piercing alarm sounded at the north gate of the imperial city, and the small teams of soldiers of the Empire who received the alarm rushed over to help. Go. Over there. After entering the inner city, Feng Heng roughly identified the direction and led the group to the direction where there were fewer people. The troublesome thing was that they did not know the exact location of Wei Tao's mission and could only try their luck. 1237 Turmoil. Wait. Your Highness Minayu. Wait for me. Hearing the shout from behind, Feng Heng suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the entrance of the city wall. A soldier of the Empire waved at them as he quickly chased after them. There was actually someone who was secretly following them. How troublesome. Feng Heng muttered to himself. He moved quickly and dashed toward the man. The Empire's soldier saw Feng Heng rushing toward him and immediately felt an extremely strong oppressive aura coming from the front. In a panic, he waved to Tang Minayu and said, "We're together. I am Ed's friend. We're on the same side." "Eh? Player?" Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He stopped in front of the man and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Where's Ed?" Wu Shijian heaved a huge sigh of relief. The overwhelming pressure made him feel a little breathless. "Calm down and speak slowly." Wu Shijian composed himself. Ever since the team was in trouble, He had been looking for an opportunity to hide in the dark and had been online and offline to report the situation. When he had just come online, he suddenly found that the North Gate was being attacked by the barbarian race. Before he could figure out the situation, he saw Tang Minayu and the others leaving from the North Gate, so he immediately rushed over. Earlier, Commander had led a large group of people into the Empire City to investigate. I followed the team's arrangement to hide among the guards at the North Gate. I went offline to report the news at any time. Mojai I continued to ask, where are they now? How's their mission going? We've run into big trouble with the mission. When the team entered the underground palace, they discovered the mutated soldiers that Salvador was secretly researching. They were extremely powerful, and it took us a lot of effort to defeat them. After that, we encountered the Empire's soldiers who came to help, but Salvador and his men blocked them. In order to protect everyone, Tangmo and the other commanders chose to stay and were temporarily detained by Empire. The mission had failed? Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat and he quickly glanced at the game log. No, the mission was still in the process of being executed, and the time was still ticking. Wei Tao and Mikael had not left the trial either. At least, they were not dead. Fang Heng lowered his head and assessed the current situation. Then he continued to ask, Tangmo is now trapped in prison? Do you know where it is? Yes. Wu Shijian nodded and said, I know they're being detained in the inner city. I will have to go offline to find out their exact location. I am sure I can find it. Yes, be quick. Wu Shijian nodded. His figure suddenly faded in the air, and his movements and expressions completely stiffened. 2 minutes later, Wu Shijian's body gradually recovered, and his wooden face gradually revealed a serious expression. Lord Fang Heng, Salvador is in the main hall interrogating Tangmo and the others. There are guards on the third and outer third floors of the main hall, as well as the Empire's Sword Saint and Royal Mages. If we go in now, we will be courting death. Commander told us to retreat first and then think of a way to rescue Tangmo and the others. We now have evidence of the Empire's secret research. Although it is not complete, we should be able to persuade some people to overthrow Salvador's rule with our many years of relationship. Fang Heng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. With the protection of the Empire's Sword Saint and a large number of Empire guards, and with the fact that Salvador was not easy to deal with, it would be difficult to force his way through. Tang Minayu thought for a while, then whispered in Fang Heng's ear, Fang Heng, even if the royal guards are not here, the internal defense of the imperial city is still extremely terrifying. It is indeed difficult to attack by force. Let's come back later to think of a way to save Wei Tao and the others. Fang Heng touched his chin and raised his head to look at Tang Minayu. It was better to change the strategy than to force their way through the layers of guards to save Tangmo. For example, go to the underground palace and complete the mission. Being stared at by Fang Heng, Tang Minayu blinked her eyes blankly. What's the matter? Fang Heng asked. The high-level guards of the Empire are now gathered in the city to guard the royal palace. Does this mean that the guards of the underground palace are weaker? Without waiting for the others to answer, Fang Heng immediately made a decision and said in a deep voice, we won't go to the main hall to save them, nor will we retreat. We will go directly to the underground palace. The current location of the mission was the mysterious underground palace of the royal family, and there were more than 2 hours left. He didn't care about Wei Tao and Tangmo. Running to complete the mission was the best choice. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Wu Shijian's mouth was wide open. He didn't expect Fang Heng to make such a choice. He couldn't help but ask, just us? They had gathered 8 players from the top 10 guilds in the barbarian game world to go to the underground palace, but they still failed to complete the mission and were almost wiped out. Now, they were going there with such a small number of people? Was he joking? Hey, what do you mean by that tone? Sandy was rather unhappy as he looked at Wu Shijian and asked, do you know who blew up the Empire's ancestral grave? That's right, the few of us. No, I didn't mean that. Wu Shijian smiled apologetically, but he was also laughing bitterly in his heart. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't think it was a good idea to go directly to the underground palace. Fang Heng looked at Wu Shijian and asked, do you know the exact location of the underground palace? He was really thinking of going there? Wu Shijian paused for a moment and said, I can go and ask. Hurry. After waiting for another 2 minutes, Wu Shijian hurriedly went offline. Unlike before, Wu Shijian's expression was much more excited after he went online, and his eyes lit up. Your Highness Minayu, Lord Fang Heng, the guards of the underground palace are very weak now. It's the best time for us to sneak in. As Wu Shijian spoke, he looked at Sandy carefully and organized his words, but it is very dangerous below the underground palace. There are also soldiers of the Empire who have been infected and mutated. Previously, our entire team did not manage to take advantage of them. It will be extremely difficult to complete the exploration. Extremely difficult was already a very tactful way of saying it. In fact, Wu Shijian felt that this mission was impossible to complete. However, we can think of a way to infiltrate the underground palace and gather evidence of Salvador's secret research on the demons and his manipulation of the Empire's royal family. With this evidence, we can convince and obtain the support of the various feudal lords and factions of the Empire, helping us overthrow Salvador's rule. This is extremely important to us. While they were talking, a game prompt suddenly appeared on the retinas of Feng Hang and the other two. Ding! Player has triggered a side mission Turmoil in the Empire. Mission title, Turmoil in the Empire. Mission description, you have discovered that Salvador is secretly controlling the entire empire and conducting research on the demonic seed in the underground palace. Tangmo, one of the successors of the empire's royal family, wants to overthrow Salvador's rule. Mission requirement, please find evidence of Salvador's research on the demonic seed and his secret manipulation of the empire's royal family. From there, you can obtain the support of more feudal lords and factions in the empire. Current mission completion rate, 17%. The completion rate of the mission will affect the difficulty of the subsequent missions and the final reward. If the completion rate is lower than 10% at the end of the mission will be considered a failure. Description: under the current trial environment, the normal reward of the player's side mission will be converted into the additional trial score and additional trial time. 1238 Evidence of a crime, eh? It's actually a double mission? Feng Heng quickly scanned through the task hint and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Even Tangmo was involved? What did that mean? Were they going to overthrow Salvador's rule? The entire empire was in turmoil? Why was it so sudden? Feng Heng felt that something was wrong. He, Tang Minayu, and Mojai Ai quickly exchanged glances with one another. No matter what, he could first think of a way to investigate the underground palace of the royal family. Alright, lead the way. Yes. Wu Shijian nodded his head and gathered his nerves. He then led the group toward the Hall of Divine Martial Arts. Offline, late at night, on the upper floor of the central building in the North District of the Federation, a video conference was being held. Including Edsprilla Gaming Guild, the top management of 8 large guilds in the barbarian game world had gathered. Their think tanks were also working overnight in their respective company headquarters. Not long ago, they encountered a difficult situation in the process of carrying out their plan to seize control of the empire. The person in charge of the offline session was Li Zhu. They were mainly in charge of integrating all kinds of information inside and outside the game and providing real-time mission guidance to Ed's team through the discussion and analysis of various think tanks. She was also one of the main schemers in the invasion of the royal family. After all the calculations, they still underestimated the strength of the intermediate game world. The danger level of the underground palace was far beyond their expectations. Halfway through the exploration mission, the player team was attacked by the Empire's soldiers who had been transformed by the demonic seed. The team suffered great losses as a result, and they were then chased by the Empire's troops. Tangmo was forced to temporarily surrender in order to protect everyone and was imprisoned by Salvador. The entire mission line was almost completely destroyed. The only reason why everyone could continue was that they had triggered another side mission, which was to collect evidence of Salvador secretly manipulating the royal family and to form an alliance against the Empire. Thinking back to the entire mission, Li Zhu realized that she had made a mistake. She had overestimated the players and underestimated the Empire. The difficulty of the underground palace exploration mission was impossible for them to complete with their current strength. It was impossible to take over the Empire in one strike. The players' analysis team all agreed that the game's intended direction was the division of the Empire. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to come to this conclusion. If they had gathered Salvador's evidence in the underground palace from the start, they might have been able to increase the completion rate of the evidence-gathering mission to about 40%. This way, they would be able to obtain the help of more feudal lords in the war against the Empire. Helplessly, since things had already come to this, they could only think of a way to redeem themselves from the follow-up mission. The think tank was originally discussing how to save Tangmo when they suddenly received a surprising piece of news. Lord Feng Heng and Tang Minayu had appeared. They had broken through the inner city with their own strength and even Lord Feng Heng wanted to run to save Tangmo. The think tank had already analyzed it hundreds of times. Directly running to rescue Tangmo was undoubtedly the worst plan. Even if Tangmo died, they would still have Tang Minayu, a not-so-useful substitute. However, what if Tang Minayu was also killed there? Fortunately, Lord Feng Heng didn't insist on taking the risk and chose to enter the underground palace to investigate. Li Zhu also quickly realized the feasibility of Feng Heng's strategy. Taking advantage of the fact that the underground palace was unguarded, he sneaked in to explore the underground palace again. The royal family would never expect them to return. The think tank immediately came to the conclusion that this was a great opportunity to collect evidence of Salvador's crimes. One must know that Lord Feng Heng was very powerful. In addition, with him providing information and support offline, it was possible to collect more evidence before Empire reacted. It was also possible to find a way to complete the mission to more than 50%. Hence, the mission objective changed. The player team temporarily didn't think of a way to rescue the imprisoned Tang Mo. Instead, they concentrated all their strength to cooperate with Feng Heng and do their best to provide support to Lord Feng Heng and the others. After making her decision, Li Zhu said in a deep voice, "Everyone, let's buck up. The game has only just begun. Let's work together and do our best to help Lord Feng Heng enter the underground palace. We must collect evidence of Salvador's crime. I want to keep an eye on the Empire's movements at all times. Report to me as soon as you have any news, and then pass it on to Wu Shijian. Everything must be done as soon as possible, understand? Team 2, and Team 3, analyze and estimate the current defense information of the underground palace. I want a report within 5 minutes. Team 5, report the situation of the guards at the Hall of Divine Martial Arts immediately and set up an analysis model. I want to give Feng Heng at least half an hour to explore the underground palace after occupying the Hall of Divine Martial Arts." Understood. The whole team's spirit was roused, and they immediately split up and began to move. Li Zhu clenched her fists tightly. They had underestimated the enemy earlier. If she was given another chance to choose, she would definitely choose to take a huge risk and wait for Feng Heng to come back before attacking the royal family. But who could really predict in advance? When she first chose to formulate the assault plan, it was the best solution after integrating all the current information. Now, all the bets were on Feng Heng again. In order for the follow-up mission to proceed smoothly, she must increase the completion rate of the mission to collect evidence to more than 50%. Feng Heng didn't know that there were thousands of elite players outside who were paying attention to his every move. At this time, he was following the team all the way to the underground palace. He opened his character panel to analyze his current available combat power. After a series of battles, he had almost used up all his trump cards. There were only about 20 lickers that were about to be resurrected. Other than that, all of the zombies' big moves were on cooldown. Unfortunately, the mission had a time limit, so he could only brace himself and try. With the help of his friend's report on the survival radio station, Wu Shijian led his team around the city, avoiding the reinforcement and patrol teams, and quickly found the entrance of the Hall of Divine Martial Arts. There was a small team of guards at the entrance, and they were currently standing guard outside the Hall of Divine Martial Arts. From a distance, these 8 soldiers were all high-level guards responsible for guarding the royal family's inner city. They had not yet reached the strength of the royal guards. Wu Shijian looked at the information sent by the survival radio station and said anxiously, "Lord Feng Heng, there is a wave of guards outside the Hall of Divine Martial Arts. We need to deal with them as soon as possible. In 6 minutes, a patrol team will pass by the Hall of Divine Martial Arts. We need at least 2 minutes to get into position to avoid the guards' detection. If we wait for the next wave, it will take 15 minutes. Yes." Feng Heng nodded and shifted his gaze to Tang Minayu. Tang Minayu understood the look in Feng Heng's eyes. She took out a magic scroll from her backpack and nodded to Feng Heng. "Do it." Thunder array. As she poured her spiritual power into it, the magic scroll in Tang Minayu's hand suddenly glowed with a red light. A red lightning formation suddenly appeared under the soldier's feet. 1239 sudden entry purple lightning flashed, and more than a dozen soldiers were paralyzed at the same time. Feng Heng and Mojai Ai rushed forward at once and started to attack. The paralyzed guard could not resist at all. Just as he recovered from the paralysis, his body was immediately covered in a layer of frost, and he was frozen. Condense ice curse. Relying on Tang Minayu's powerful spell control, Feng Heng switched to the bloodthirst long sword and slashed at the Empire soldiers. On the side, Wu Shijian looked at the three's powerful combat strength and couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. It was true that Her Highness Minayu's spiritual energy was terrifyingly vast. However, this kind of fighting style, it was really extravagant. The 8 guards of the Empire were continuously controlled by Tang Minayu's switching of various spells until they died without a single sound. "Let's go." After dealing with the guards at the door, Feng Heng called out softly and quickly led everyone into the Hall of Divine Martial Arts. Wu Shijian immediately checked the room after he stepped into the hall. He quickly found the decorative wall in the corner of the room. "Lord Feng Heng, this is the disc that controls the entrance to the underground palace. It can only be activated by someone who knows alchemy." "I will do it," Warren said as he walked forward. He came to the wall and lowered his head to check the round disc for a moment. He then reached out and gently pressed the ball. Ka-ka-ka. A unique alchemy machine sound rang out, and the floor slowly lifted up, revealing a huge passage entrance leading down. It had opened. Wu Shijian's eyes lit up as he looked at the crowd and reminded them, Your Highness Minayu, Lord Feng Heng, the area below is the underground palace. My spiritual connection with the outside world will be temporarily blocked. Everyone, be careful. Although it was called telepathy, it was actually the communication of the survival radio station. Some special areas in the game would block communication to increase the difficulty. Feng Heng naturally understood and didn't expose him. He nodded and reminded everyone, Alright, be careful. After saying that, Feng Heng took the lead and stepped in. In the underground palace of the royal family, the walls on both sides of the palace were made of special stone. There was a burning lamp on the wall at a certain distance to illuminate the surroundings. There was a straight passage leading to the depths ahead. Perhaps it was due to the frequent transportation of the Enlightenment stone replicas, but the entire underground passage was built very wide. There were no guards in the entire passage. Time was limited, so everyone sped up their exploration. Previously, when our team was searching the underground palace, we encountered some of the Empire's guards. Later on, during the search, we found Salvador's experimental subject, which he used to control the mutated demons. The ordinary Empire's guards are easy to deal with, but the soldiers who have been mutated are very difficult to deal with. Wu Shijian walked forward and shared with everyone the information he had gathered during the exploration of the underground palace. Soon, everyone came to a fork in the road. Wu Shijian raised his hand and pointed to the entrance on the right side of the passage. He said, We encountered a fork in the road earlier, so we first followed the right side of the area to investigate. Deep in the area is a live sample laboratory built by the Empire. There, we found evidence of Salvador using the military to carry out an unknown experiment. At that time, we didn't have the time to collect evidence. We wanted to explore the underground palace to find more information, so we came back and explored the left area. Wu Shijian thought that Feng Heng and the others were all game characters. There were some things that he couldn't explain clearly and could only be vague. Due to the completion rate of the mission, Ed's team had triggered 2 missions at the same time, collecting evidence of Salvador's rebellion and exploring the underground palace. And both missions had a completion rate. Due to time constraints, the team's think tank decided to follow the original plan and complete the underground palace search mission first. They would strive to cut the Gordian knot and directly seize the royal family. Of course, the team also had a way out. They left a small team of players to continue to stay in the same place to search for clues, which was why there was the last 16% incomplete mission rate. At least they weren't completely annihilated. Wu Shijian pointed to the passage on the left and said, There is a long way to go in that passage. The deeper part of the passage is where Salvador conducted his experiments. When we were checking, we triggered some magic arrays, and halfway through, some of the subjects suddenly came back to life. We are in big trouble. My lord, let's hurry up and move. Go to the right passage. As he spoke, Wu Shijian had already taken 2 steps toward the right intersection. When he turned around, he found that Feng Heng was still standing in the same place without moving. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After they found evidence of Salvador's crimes, they would have to find a way to escape. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. The information we're looking for should be in the left area. The danger level there is the lowest, and we shouldn't encounter too many Empire guards. Feng Heng didn't answer. He just stood there and looked at the front of the passage, asking in a low voice, Did you guys feel anything? Upon hearing that, they followed Feng Heng's gaze and looked at the entrance of the passage in front of them. Yes. Warden nodded. His expression was also serious, and he said in a deep voice, It's the power of the demonic seed. There's a demonic seed in the depths of the passage. There's also the Enlightenment stone. Tang Minayu also nodded. She said, I am sure. It's not a replica. It's the spiritual power fluctuation of the Enlightenment stone. Warden also tried to sense it and nodded. Yes, that's right. Feng Heng took another glance at the task prompt. He had no interest in the mission to collect evidence of Salvador's crimes. After all, this mission involved the internal strife of the Empire. If there was internal strife, it would take at least half a month. By then, the trial would have ended and he would have left the trial game. If it was convenient, he wouldn't mind giving it a try. However, there were only 2 hours left on the time limit of the Underground Palace mission. Naturally, he had no time to waste. Moreover, the Underground Palace exploration mission was related to the demonic seed, and there was also the Enlightenment Stone, which was obviously more important. First, he had to focus on exploring the entire Underground Palace. Feng Heng asked, What about the front? What's in front of the passage? I am not sure. Wu Shijian's brows furrowed as he looked carefully at the entrance of the passage and replied, Lord Feng Heng, we haven't had the time to fully explore the left area before we were blocked by the Empire's reinforcements. Yes. Feng Heng fixed his eyes on the passage in front of him. Hueco's team had already explored most of the laboratories on the left and right, but they had not explored the front. Hence, if he wanted to increase his completion rate, he had to go to the front and take a look. The demonic seed was also there. Feng Heng immediately made a decision and strode toward the passage in front. Ah, no, that way is. Wu Shijian was shocked when he saw Feng Heng hesitating and walking forward. Lord Feng Heng, we are going in the wrong way. The research room is on the right side of the passage. Don't worry. Mojai Oi followed him and patted Wu Shijian's shoulder calmly. He said, just follow behind us and learn from us. Ah, this. The passage in front of them had not been explored, and it was undoubtedly the most dangerous area. Seeing that everyone had followed, Wu Shijian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He could only grit his teeth and follow. The group had just advanced a short distance when they heard heavy footsteps coming from the other end of the passage. 1239 sudden entry. Purple lightning flashed, and more than a dozen soldiers were paralyzed at the same time. Feng Heng and Mojai Oi rushed forward at once and started to attack. The paralyzed guard could not resist at all. Just as he recovered from the paralysis, his body was immediately covered in a layer of frost, and he was frozen. Condense Ice Curse. Relying on Tang Minayu's powerful spell control, Feng Heng switched to the bloodthirst long sword and slashed at the Empire soldiers. On the side, Wu Shijian looked at the three's powerful combat strength and couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. It was true that Her Highness Minayu's spiritual energy was terrifyingly vast. However, this kind of fighting style, it was really extravagant. The 8 guards of the Empire were continuously controlled by Tang Minayu's switching of various spells until they died without a single sound. Let's go. After dealing with the guards at the door, Feng Heng called out softly and quickly led everyone into the Hall of Divine Martial Arts. Wu Shijian immediately checked the room after he stepped into the hall. He quickly found the decorative wall in the corner of the room. Lord Feng Heng, this is the disc that controls the entrance to the underground palace. It can only be activated by someone who knows alchemy. I will do it, Warren said as he walked forward. He came to the wall and lowered his head to check the round disc for a moment. He then reached out and gently pressed the ball. Ka ka ka. A unique alchemy machine sound rang out, and the floor slowly lifted up, revealing a huge passage entrance leading down. It had opened. Wu Shijian's eyes lit up as he looked at the crowd and reminded them, Your Highness Minayu, Lord Feng Heng, the area below is the underground palace. My spiritual connection with the outside world will be temporarily blocked. Everyone, be careful. Although it was called telepathy, it was actually the communication of the survival radio station. Some special areas in the game would block communication to increase the difficulty. Feng Heng naturally understood and didn't expose him. He nodded and reminded everyone, alright, be careful. After saying that, Feng Heng took the lead and stepped in. In the underground palace of the royal family, the walls on both sides of the palace were made of special stone. There was a burning lamp on the wall at a certain distance to illuminate the surroundings. There was a straight passage leading to the depths ahead. Perhaps it was due to the frequent transportation of the Enlightenment stone replicas, but the entire underground passage was built very wide. There were no guards in the entire passage. Time was limited, so everyone sped up their exploration. Previously, when our team was searching the underground palace, we encountered some of the Empire's guards. Later on, during the search, we found Salvador's experimental subject, which he used to control the mutated demons. The ordinary Empire's guards are easy to deal with, but the soldiers who have been mutated are very difficult to deal with. Wu Shijian walked forward and shared with everyone the information he had gathered during the exploration of the underground palace. Soon, everyone came to a fork in the road. Wu Shijian raised his hand and pointed to the entrance on the right side of the passage. He said, We encountered a fork in the road earlier, so we first followed the right side of the area to investigate. Deep in the area is a live sample laboratory built by the Empire. There, we found evidence of Salvador using the military to carry out an unknown experiment. At that time, we didn't have the time to collect evidence. We wanted to explore the underground palace to find more information, so we came back and explored the left area. Wu Shijian thought that Feng Heng and the others were all game characters. There were some things that he couldn't explain clearly and could only be vague. Due to the completion rate of the mission, Ed's team had triggered 2 missions at the same time, collecting evidence of Salvador's rebellion and exploring the underground palace. And both missions had a completion rate. Due to time constraints, the team's think tank decided to follow the original plan and complete the underground palace search mission first. They would strive to cut the Gordian knot and directly seize the royal family. Of course, the team also had a way out. They left a small team of players to continue to stay in the same place to search for clues, which was why there was the last 16% incomplete mission rate. At least they weren't completely annihilated. Wu Shijian pointed to the passage on the left and said, "There is a long way to go in that passage. The deeper part of the passage is where Salvador conducted his experiments. When we were checking, we triggered some magic arrays, and halfway through, some of the subjects suddenly came back to life. We are in big trouble. My lord, let's hurry up and move. Go to the right passage." As he spoke, Wu Shijian had already taken 2 steps toward the right intersection. When he turned around, he found that Feng Heng was still standing in the same place without moving. He couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After they found evidence of Salvador's crimes, they would have to find a way to escape. The longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be. The information we're looking for should be in the left area. The danger level there is the lowest, and we shouldn't encounter too many Empire guards. Feng Heng didn't answer. He just stood there and looked at the front of the passage, asking in a low voice, "Did you guys feel anything?" Upon hearing that, they followed Feng Heng's gaze and looked at the entrance of the passage in front of them. "Yes." Warren nodded. His expression was also serious, and he said in a deep voice, "It's the power of the demonic seed. There's a demonic seed in the depths of the passage. There's also the Enlightenment Stone." Tang Minayu also nodded. She said, "I am sure? It's not a replica. It's the spiritual power fluctuation of the Enlightenment Stone." Warren also tried to sense it and nodded. "Yes, that's right." Feng Heng took another glance at the task prompt. He had no interest in the mission to collect evidence of Salvador's crimes. After all, this mission involved the internal strife of the Empire. If there was internal strife, it would take at least half a month. By then, the trial would have ended and he would have left the trial game. If it was convenient, he wouldn't mind giving it a try. However, there were only 2 hours left on the time limit of the Underground Palace mission. Naturally, he had no time to waste. Moreover, the Underground Palace exploration mission was related to the demonic seed, and there was also the Enlightenment Stone, which was obviously more important. First, he had to focus on exploring the entire Underground Palace. Feng Heng asked, "What about the front? What's in front of the passage?" "I am not sure." Wu Shijian's brows furrowed as he looked carefully at the entrance of the passage and replied, "Lord Feng Heng, we haven't had the time to fully explore the left area before we were blocked by the Empire's reinforcements." "Yes." Feng Heng fixed his eyes on the passage in front of him. Wei Tao's team had already explored most of the laboratories on the left and right, but they had not explored the front. Hence, if he wanted to increase his completion rate, he had to go to the front and take a look. The demonic seed was also there. Feng Heng immediately made a decision and strode toward the passage in front. "Ah, no, that way is." Wu Shijian was shocked when he saw Feng Heng hesitating and walking forward. "Lord Feng Heng, we are going in the wrong way. The research room is on the right side of the passage." "Don't worry." Mojai Aoi followed him and patted Wu Shijian's shoulder calmly. He said, "Just follow behind us and learn from us." "Ah, this." The passage in front of them had not been explored, and it was undoubtedly the most dangerous area. Seeing that everyone had followed, Wu Shijian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He could only grit his teeth and follow. The group had just advanced a short distance when they heard heavy footsteps coming from the other end of the passage. 1240 imprisonment boom. Thump. Dong. Feng Heng raised his head and looked into the distance. A tall figure was walking back and forth at the passage opening. Sensing an unfamiliar presence approaching, the monster slowly turned its head. Feng Heng also looked at the monster. He was not a normal human. He was about 2 meters tall and his muscles were anomaly strong. He was wearing thick armor on his torso and he held a heavy hammer in his hands. His eyes were flashing red. "Be careful. He's a mutated soldier of the Empire. Using a purple essence weapon can deal 5 times the damage." Seeing this, Wu Shijian quickly relayed the information to Feng Heng and took 2 steps back to hide behind the team. He had not participated in the previous Underground Palace exploration, but he had heard about it from his team members. The strength of these mutated soldiers was terrifying. Previously, when several major gaming teams had joined forces to explore the Underground Palace, they had suffered a great loss because of them. They were extremely difficult to deal with even if a targeted purple essence weapon was used. Thump. Thump thump. The mutated soldier raised his heavy hammer and slowly accelerated toward the crowd. Ho! A cold wind with ice crystals blew in the Underground Palace. Tang Minayu had no intention of retreating. She raised her staff in front of her and gathered her spells. Ka. A layer of ice crystal quickly covered the body of the muscular monster, and its speed slowed down uncontrollably. Whoosh! Feng Heng and Mojai Aoi dashed forward, one on the left and one on the right. The bloodthirst longsword quickly slashed forward. Swish! The longsword cut a long and narrow wound on the mutated soldier's body, and dark red blood spurted out from the wound. Ding! You have dealt 328 points of damage to the infected elite soldier of the Empire. The Bloodthirst Sting has been passively activated. You have received 164 points of health recovery and 0.3 points of strength attribute. Ho! The mutated elite soldier of the Empire swung his huge hammer forward. Thump! A crack appeared on the ground as the iron hammer hit it. Fang Heng's body stopped. Ding! You have received a shock effect. Fang Heng squinted his eyes and made a judgment on the spot. The enemy's normal attacks had a negative effect of shock for about 0.3 seconds. However, it was not dangerous. His attack pattern was too simple, and his attack speed was too slow. After all, with the help of Tang Minayu's ice-type skills, the agility attribute of the mutated elite soldier had been weakened by a large portion. Woof! Whoosh! Fang Heng charged forward again, and the two alchemy magic arrays beside him rotated one after another. The two lickers that were the first to resurrect dashed out from the magic array and attacked the mutated elite soldier from the front and back. Ho! The mutated elite soldier swung the heavy hammer again. He had high resistance to all attributes, but his combat style was somewhat simple. Boom! The heavy hammer struck the ground once again, and the charging licker was also interrupted for half a second. Unfortunately for the mutated soldier, Fang Heng and Mojai Ai managed to dodge the attack easily. Under Tang Minayu's continuous control of ice-type spells, the mutated soldier was unable to attack the agile Fang Heng and Mojai Ai. Even the lickers were able to easily dodge the attacks. Under Fang Heng, Mojai Ai, and the two lickers slow grinding, the infected mutated soldier finally collapsed. Fang Heng frowned and realized that the underground palace exploration might not be as easy as he had imagined. It took more than 3 minutes to deal with a normal mutated soldier. The difficulty of the subsequent missions would only be higher. If the fusion tyrant form was here, it should be able to handle the mutated soldier with ease. Unfortunately, most of the zombie clones still needed some time before they could be successfully resurrected. Wu Shijing was watching nervously from the side. Fortunately, Her Highness Minayu and Lord Fang Heng weren't normal people. The three of them easily dealt with an infected soldier. However, if they went any deeper, they might encounter even more infected soldiers. Wu Shijing couldn't help but look at Tang Minayu. He asked, "Your Highness, are you alright?" "It's no big deal, I am fine." Tang Minayu sensed the state of her spiritual power and felt that she was still at her peak. "Yes, let's go." Fang Heng called out and continued to move forward with everyone. Wu Shijing was helpless when he saw that they were determined to explore the underground palace. He was wondering if he should go offline to report the situation to the others. Before he went offline, he looked up and saw that Fang Heng and the others had already run forward. He didn't dare to stay any longer and rushed forward quickly. In the Imperial Palace, Ed was still in the game. Previously, they had encountered the royal family's pursuers while exploring the underground palace and had been surrounded like dumplings. Just as he was preparing to fight to the death, he did not expect to trigger a special optional mission. Surrender temporarily or fight to the death. In order to protect the players, Ed chose to follow His Highness Tangmo and temporarily surrender in exchange for the players to leave the royal family. As a result, the player team was able to leave with the collected information while Tangmo and a small number of high-level players were temporarily locked in the secret prison below the royal palace. In conclusion, they had lost this battle, but they had not completely lost. Especially after hearing that Lord Fang Heng was coming. Lord Fang Heng had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. He would definitely be able to lead them through the numerous dangers and kill a bloody path out. Ed was extremely anxious and switched between going online and offline from time to time. He kept communicating with the team and paid attention to Lord Fang Heng's actions. Now, he had pinned all his hopes on Fang Heng. They hoped that Fang Heng would be able to collect more evidence of Salvador's crimes to pave the way for their next mission. The players' think tank integrated Fang Heng's strength assessment and believed that Lord Fang Heng should be able to increase the completion rate of the evidence collection mission to 40 to 60%. Ed felt that this group of think tanks did not understand Lord Fang Heng and underestimated him. Lord Fang Heng had so many tricks up his sleeve and had set up such a deep scheme. Everything in the game was within his control. Ed would not be surprised even if he managed to raise his mission completion to 100%. However, what made people nervous was that more than 10 minutes had passed since Fang Heng entered the underground palace, but the mission completion rate had not changed. "There's no hurry. He probably hasn't arrived yet. There's no hurry, no hurry," Ed muttered to himself. While comforting himself, he couldn't help going offline every few minutes to get first-hand news about Fang Heng. After he went online again, Ed heard footsteps from afar. He looked out of the prison and saw Tangmo being led by a group of guards back to the prison. He was locked up in the prison diagonally opposite him. "Your Highness." Once the guard left, the imprisoned players looked at Tangmo with questioning eyes. After being detained, Salvador personally talked to Tangmo. The conversation had lasted for more than 2 hours and had just ended. Ed was eager to know what Salvador had said to Tang Mo. Tang Mo looked at the crowd and nodded. The conversation between him and Salvador was not pleasant. The royal guards encountered a lot of trouble when they attacked the Land of Plague. Lord Feng Heng's attack on Lincoln City also gave the Empire a headache. Salvador felt threatened and hoped that I could help him deal with the Land of Plague. 1241 alive. I refused. Tang Mo's expression was serious as he roughly described the contents of his previous conversation with Salvador. He kept us because he wanted to use us as a bargaining chip to blackmail Lord Feng Heng and Minayu. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It was good that he had value. There was hope as long as he was alive. Everyone present was a guild leader of a large guild, so their mental fortitude was far beyond ordinary people's. After so many years of playing the game, they encountered more dangerous situations than this. They also had some life-saving items on them. If they were given some time, they would have a good chance of escaping from here. After all, outside the game, the think tank players were already thinking of ways to save everyone. It would be a complete tragedy if they were killed just like that. Tang Mo's face was filled with resentment. He didn't want to be a burden. Your Highness, there is no need to blame yourself. Ed consoled softly, we still have a chance. Lord Feng Heng has already sneaked into the underground palace of the Imperial City to collect information. By then, the feudal lords of the Empire and the various forces on the continent will know Salvador's true color. Lord Feng Heng? He's in the underground palace too? Tang Mo thought of Feng Heng and his eyes suddenly lit up. Salvador's fear of Feng Heng had reached an extreme level during their previous conversation. What kind of strange power did the Land of Plague have that could make Salvador so afraid? While they were talking, a vice president of the gaming union at the side let out a soft gasp. Eh? What's wrong? Ed looked at him with a questioning gaze. The man said in a low voice, there's a change in the mission. Ed's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately opened the mission panel to check. What? Ed's pupil shrank when he found the mission column and saw the completion rate. What was going on? There were no changes to the mission details of collecting Salvador's crimes. Instead, the progress of the mission to explore the underground palace was increasing rapidly. Within the time they were talking, the completion rate had increased by 5%. The presidents of the other major guilds also noticed this strange scene and tried to communicate with each other with their eyes. What had happened? Didn't Li Zhu say that Lord Feng Heng infiltrated the underground palace to search for evidence of Salvador's crimes? Why did he start exploring the underground palace again? At this moment, Li Zhu, who was giving orders offline, was also flustered. What was going on? Why did the mission of collecting evidence not change, but the completion rate of the underground palace exploration increased? Moreover, the speed of completion was unexpectedly fast. It increased by 10% all of a sudden. However, they didn't know the exact situation in the underground palace. Ever since he found out that Feng Heng and the others had successfully entered the underground palace, Wu Shijian had completely lost contact with them. What kind of unexpected situation did they encounter in the underground palace? Everyone was extremely anxious. Tang Minayu and Lord Feng Heng were the most crucial members of the mission. If anything happened to them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Supervisor. A player came online to report, the Empire's Sword Saint and the Barbarians have had an intense conflict at the northern city entrance. Most of the Empire's inner city patrol teams have gone over to support them. The remaining 2 patrol teams passed by the Hall of Divine Martial Arts. Our people found a way to sneak past them. Yes, well done. Li Zhu nodded her head. In this way, they managed to buy some time for Feng Heng and the others. The player hesitated and asked, do we need the people at the entrance of the Hall of Divine Martial Arts to go in and investigate? Li Zhu frowned and thought for a moment before shaking her head. There's no need. Stay where you are and wait for orders. All we can do now is to trust them. In the underground palace's passageway, Mojai Ai lured the 5 infected mutated soldiers behind him and ran quickly along the passage. When he saw Feng Heng and the rest from afar, Mojai Ai shouted, Minayu. Help me. Seeing this, Tang Minayu frowned. She held her breath and concentrated. She raised her hand and threw out dozens of icicles. Bang. Bang bang. The dense icicles landed on the 5 infected mutated soldiers, instantly covering them with a layer of frost. Affected by the frost, the speed of the infected mutated soldiers has been greatly reduced. Sandy, who was hiding behind the team, saw Mojai Ai bringing a large group of infected soldiers over. He was so frightened that he shouted, I told you to lure them one by one? Why did you lure so many at once? Mojai Ai shouted in response as he ran, I didn't want to either. I've been tricked. It's okay, I can handle it. Feng Heng was fighting with an infected mutated soldier. The bloodthirst thorn longsword in his hand was already red to the point of turning purple. Kai. Kai Kai. Fang Hang's figure flashed in front of the infected mutated soldiers, and at the same time, he slashed his sword forward. Compared to before, the movements of the infected mutated soldiers on the opposite side were a little stiff. In front of Fang Hang, it was like a wooden stake that did not move at all. Kai. Kai Kai. A layer of red blood covered the bloodthirst thorn long sword, and when the sword was swung, it left an afterimage. The additional skills of the vampire's holy weapon, Blood Blade and Afterimage, were activated at the same time. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The speed of Fang Hang's sword was so fast that it was hard to see clearly in the dark passage. Ding! You have dealt 810 points of damage to the infected mutated elite soldier of the Empire. The Bloodthirst Thorn has been passively activated. You have received 405 health point recovery and 0.3 agility attribute absorption. Ding! You are in the Blood Shadow state. The Blood Shadow has performed an additional attack, causing 158 damage to the infected mutated elite soldier of the Empire. The Bloodthirst Thorn has been passively activated. You have received 79 health point recovery and 0.3 strength attribute absorbed. Ding! You have dealt damage to the infected. The additional skill of the holy weapon of the vampires, the Blood Shadow Combo Slash. After each melee attack, the Blood Red Afterimages will trigger an additional 1 out of 3 attack. Although the additional attack would repeatedly deduct the enemy's defense points, and the actual number of attacks was much less than expected, this attack could also trigger the Bloodthirst Thorn's passive effect. After figuring out the enemy's attack mode, Fang Hang immediately came up with a countermeasure. With the Bloodthirst Thorn's special effect of extracting attributes, he continuously scraped and extracted attributes from the infected mutated soldiers. With the continuous and concentrated attacks, the increase in his agility attribute increased more and more. The attack speed of his sword also became faster, and the attack output saw a gradual increase. The speed of attribute absorption also increased once again, entering a positive cycle. The interval between the attacks of the infected mutated soldier, whose attributes were extracted by Fang Hang, became longer and longer until later on, he seemed to be struggling even to lift the heavy hammer. Fang Hang slashed more than 20 times in a row before he realized that the infected mutated soldier had once again raised his heavy hammer and was ready to attack. Boom! The moment the heavy hammer fell, Fang Hang dodged to the right side of the infected mutated soldier in advance and raised his long sword again to attack wildly. He went on to scrape the soldier continuously. A series of red numbers appeared above the infected mutated soldier's head. He didn't have to focus on the strength of the attack, as long as his attack left a shallow mark each time. But even so, after thousands of continuous attacks, Fang Hang's attack output had also increased greatly with the addition of his strength attribute. 1242 scraping boom. The infected mutated soldier's health point was emptied. He swayed a few times in front of Fang Hang and then fell to the ground on his back. Ding! You have killed an infected mutated elite soldier of the Empire. Your mission exploration rate has increased by 1.5%. Your trial score has increased slightly. Fang Hang shifted his gaze to the 5 infected mutated soldiers who were chasing after Mojai. He raised his sword and attacked them again. The Bloodthirst Thorn's absorption attribute could only last for a short 5 minutes. In order to not waste time, he cooperated with Mojai and let the latter go to the front to lure the monsters. This was a seamless connection. The 2 infected mutated soldiers who were charging to the front, one on the left and one on the right, saw Fang Hang and swung their giant hammers forward almost at the same time. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive shock attacks, one in front and one at the back, sent the area around the landing point into a state of shock. I've seen a ghost. Mojai cursed under his breath. He was so frightened that he quickly retreated to avoid the attack range. This really wasn't for humans to play with. It was fine if they fought with these monsters one-on-one, but once they start to accumulate, the monsters would be able to use their hammers to stun and shake the ground continuously. Fang Hang was also affected by the shock effect. His body that was charging forward paused in midair and immediately recovered from the shock by relying on his undying body. He drew out his long sword and aimed at the nearest infected mutated soldier and started slashing. With the cooperation of Tang Minaiu's ice-type control spell, red numbers kept appearing above the heads of the infected mutated soldiers. Fang Hang had already gotten used to the rhythm of the attack. In fact, the infected mutated soldiers had strong bodies and were using heavy weapons like hammers, which needed to be used within a certain range. When a few of them gathered together, they looked a little bloated, and it was difficult for them to launch effective attacks. In addition to Tang Minaiu's spell control and the absorption agility attribute bonus of the Bloodthirst Thorn, Fang Hang dodged the attacks with ease. Not to mention, there was also the additional fault tolerance provided by the undying effect. Even if he made a mistake, it wouldn't be fatal. He wouldn't die even if he was hit a few times. Feng Heng was in the mood to chat while avoiding the attacks of the infected mutated soldiers. What's the situation? Why did you attract so many of them? Seeing that Feng Heng could handle it, Mojai Oi heaved a sigh of relief. He took a few steps back and explained, I've already reached the end of the tunnel. There's a dark area at the end of the tunnel, and I can't see clearly. When I walked in, I found that there were mutated soldiers inside. I quickly turned around and ran, and they immediately pursued me. Feng Heng asked, can't see clearly? Are there more infected soldiers inside? Mojai Oi recalled and said, the situation was too urgent at that time, so I didn't take a close look. There should be quite a few more. Feng Heng frowned and took a look at the game hint. One infected mutated soldier could provide about 1.5% of the exploration points. The more he farmed, the greater the increase in exploration points. He had to face it. He might as well continue farming. The mission exploration points were full, and he could wait for a few days. Alright, let's go and lure another wave over. Mojai Oi had the same thought. After hearing Feng Heng's words, his eyes lit up and he gulped down a mouthful of the potion. Alright, let's continue. It's fine as long as you can hold on. On the other side, Wu Shijian was listening to the conversation between Feng Heng and the others, his face full of surprise. Lord Feng Heng was able to easily dodge the attacks of 5 infected mutated soldiers and even seize the opportunity to counterattack. But he was only a King Spirit System mage. Wu Shijian had witnessed the entire process of Feng Heng killing monsters. From the fear they felt when they first encountered the infected mutated soldiers, to the sight of Feng Heng and the other two skillfully cooperating to defeat the enemy, and then to Mojai Oi's cooperation to lure monsters, they quickly pulled monsters and killed them one by one. Until now, after he had gotten used to it, he could even pull a group of monsters in one wave. After all, their elite team, which was formed by the top 10 teams in the land of barbarians, was almost wiped out by these infected mutated soldiers. But Feng Heng and the others? Why did they look so relaxed? Wu Shijian suddenly came back to his senses and remembered his mission. He couldn't help at the moment, but he finally had a chance to go offline and communicate with the players. He hurriedly nodded and said to everyone, I am going offline to check out the situation outside. I will be back soon. Feng Heng focused his attention and maintained the rhythm of scraping the infected mutated soldiers. He nodded and said, alright, hurry and come back. Wu Shijian nodded and immediately logged out of the game. Offline, a group of players was guarding the gaming cabin. Seeing the cabin door open, the players gathered around, and more than a dozen synchronized video cameras were aimed at Wu Shijian's face. The scene was directly transmitted to each of the sub-venues. The team leader rushed over and asked, Wu Shijian, what's the current situation in the underground palace? Wu Shijian ignored the dizziness he felt after logging out of the game and quickly explained what had happened after entering the underground palace. They only have 3 people? After listening to Wu Shijian's general explanation of the situation in the underground palace, everyone's faces revealed a look of disbelief. The player team rated Lord Feng Heng's strength as S level, which was 1 rank lower than Wang Nit's. He was equivalent to a legendary mage. Of course, in the domain with the sacred tree in the land of plague, it could reach SS level, the same level as Wang Nit. In theory, it wasn't impossible for Feng Heng to deal with the infected soldiers. However, it definitely wouldn't be that easy. Wu Shijian nodded his head. He really wanted to say that only Feng Heng and Her Highness Minayu were actually involved in the fight. Mojai Oi was just helping to lure the monsters from the side. It seems that Lord Feng Heng has a way to deal with the infected mutated soldiers. On the other side, Lizu heard Wu Shijian's words through a remote video call. She lowered her head, thought for a moment before pressing the control button, and asked, what does Lord Feng Heng want to do? Did they want to explore the entire underground palace? Or are they more interested in the demonic seed in the underground palace? Wu Shijian heard the questions through the video and hesitated for a moment. He said with some uncertainty, Lord Feng Heng didn't say. However, I think they want to search the entire underground palace thoroughly. The area at the end of the passage is dark. Mr. Mo has already started to lure monsters to kill them. We should continue to explore later. Everyone fell into a short silence as they turned to look at Lizu. Lord Feng Heng's strength was much stronger than they had expected and could easily deal with the infected mutated soldiers. This way, it was not impossible to search the entire underground palace. Could it be? Feng Heng didn't want to collect any evidence of Salvador's crimes from the beginning. Instead, he wanted to explore the entire underground palace. Lizu felt it as well. There might be something in the underground palace that Lord Feng Heng was very concerned about. The real purpose of Feng Heng and the others infiltrating the underground palace was to explore something. The good news was that the game had tacitly acknowledged the relationship between the player team and Lord Feng Heng as teammates. During the process of exploring the underground palace, Their mission completion rate was also constantly increasing. 1243 binding. No matter what Fang Heng's ultimate goal was, Wu Shijian was extremely important. If Wu Shijian wasn't present, the game's default mission wouldn't have any player participating, and the mission completion rate wouldn't increase. After thinking through this, Li Zhu immediately said, Wu Shijian, go online first. Tell Lord Fang Heng not to force himself. If you encounter any problems, contact us. We will provide you with protection offline. Understood. Wu Shijian replied. With the help of the others, he quickly closed the game cabin and prepared to return to the game. There's more. The difficulty of the follow-up mission will only be higher. If you can't do it, think of a way to persuade Lord Fang Heng to return and collect the evidence. Don't fight to the death. Alright. After closing the game cabin, Wu Shijian went online again. Li Zhu looked up at the big screen. In just a short while, the completion of the Underground Palace mission had been raised to 57.3%. Soon, it would reach the minimum limit of 60% to trigger the next mission. Li Zhu was still extremely worried. What would be the next stage of the mission? Could Lord Fang Heng and Her Highness Minayu really complete it? Ding! You have killed an infected elite mutated soldier of the Empire. Your mission exploration rate has increased by 1.2%. Your trial score has increased slightly. Ding! Current mission exploration, 133.8%. Another infected mutated soldier fell down heavily in front of Fang Heng. Fang Heng pulled back his long sword and subconsciously wanted to pursue his next target. However, he found that there were no more enemies in the passage. Did it end? It's all done. Mojai Ai went back and forth with the monsters for 5 rounds before he nodded and said, the infected soldiers at the end of the passage have all been lured over by me. As for the deeper parts, it's too dark, so I didn't dare to go further in. Yes. Fang Heng lowered his head and took a look at the task. The current exploration rate had exceeded 100%, and the next phase of the mission had not been triggered. Let's go and take a look. Mojai Ai led the way and continued to lead the group to the end of the passage. Soon, everyone arrived at the black open area at the end that Mojai Ai had mentioned. Standing at the entrance of the passage, everyone stopped in unison. Wu Shijian nervously looked into the depths of the pitch-black space. He couldn't see anything, but there was a very uncomfortable feeling in his heart as if some kind of threat was lurking in the darkness. Kai. Wu Shijian took out a torch from his backpack and lit it. The darkness around them swallowed up most of the flames. A faint light provided illumination. Warren frowned and said in a deep voice, Fang Heng, I can feel it. The demonic seed is not far from us. Besides that, I can also feel the spiritual power fluctuation of the Enlightenment Stone. Yes. Fang Heng nodded. He could feel it too. The spiritual power fluctuation of the Enlightenment Stone was extremely obvious. Fang Heng raised his hand, and the Book of Creation, which was emitting a dark golden light, appeared in his palm. Brilliance. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. The 3 light orbs were floating at a low altitude, dispersing the darkness and slowly spreading out to illuminate the surroundings. The effects of the spell were much better than a torch. Everyone was able to see the surroundings of the open area clearly. It was a shocking sight. Different from the outside world, the surrounding walls and ground were full of potholes. It looked like this area had been built before, but had been destroyed after the construction was completed. The entire underground palace's walls and floor were made of a special stone, and its hardness was dozens of times higher than ordinary stones. When the infected mutated soldier smashed it with a hammer earlier, there were only a few cracks. To be able to destroy the passage to this extent. What could it be? Let's go in and take a look. Be careful and follow me. Yes. Everyone was on high alert and looked around vigilantly. They slowly followed behind Fang Heng and groped their way closer. The further they went, the more spacious it became. The light could provide a sense of security. Fang Heng walked at the front of the team, following the guidance of the Enlightenment Stone's spiritual power fluctuation. All of a sudden, Fang Heng felt an extremely strong sense of danger. Almost at the same time, a huge shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness and attacked his right side. Be careful. Swish. Fang Heng didn't have time to turn his head. He saw a dark brown object coming at him from the corner of his eye. He raised the bloodthirst thorn long sword and stabbed it fiercely. Boom. A strange sound of metal clashing rang out. Fang Heng felt as if he had hit a piece of metal. Then, a huge force hit him and he was forced to take 2 steps back before he could stand firm. Looking back, the object that had launched the attack had completely disappeared. Sandy broke out in a cold sweat from the sudden attack and exclaimed, "What was that thing just now?" Everyone quickly gathered together and carefully watched their surroundings. Fang Heng took a look at the game log. Ding, you have attacked an unknown life form. The attack was blocked by the unknown life form. The damage is exempted, It's a creature that extends from the wall. Warren could see it more clearly and said in a deep voice, a dark brown tentacle-like creature. It's huge, and from its appearance, it looks like a black stone eel from the underground world. This kind of creature usually hides in the cracks of the underground rock walls and is afraid of light, but I've never seen such a large black stone eel. In the cracks of the rock wall? Fang Heng's pupils were covered with a red glow as he looked at the wall in the darkness on his right. Be careful, I will go check it out. Fang Heng left the team and walked forward step by step until he came to the wall on the right and observed it carefully. There seemed to be something dark under the pockmarked wall. Frowning, Fang Heng raised his hand and stabbed the wall with his sword. Swish! The bloodthirst thorn longsword pierced through the wall for less than 2 centimeters. The creature hidden under the wall seemed to have sensed the damage and quickly moved a few times. It wriggled deeper and quickly disappeared from sight. Fang Heng frowned and turned around to look at the people behind him. I initially wanted to use the detection skill to see who the enemy was, but he helplessly put down his left hand that was covering his right eye and shook his head. No, the time is too short. I can't find the target. I can't see clearly. Fang Heng. Tang Minayu suddenly exclaimed. Just as Fang Heng's back was facing the wall, more than a dozen black tentacles suddenly stretched out from the wall behind him. Whoosh! Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Teleportation. Fang Heng immediately reacted and teleported forward. However, the speed of the dark brown tentacles climbing was beyond imagination. In addition, Fang Heng was not on guard against his feet. The moment he teleported, several tentacles emerged from the pothole-filled ground under his feet and climbed up his ankle to his body. Fang Heng was immediately trapped in place, and the tentacles on the wall stabbed at him. Not good. Fang Heng squinted his eyes and waved the long sword in his hand quickly. Kai. Thump. There was another crash. The first 2 black tentacles were knocked away. The remaining tentacles wrapped around him. 1244 blood sucking in the blink of an eye, Fang Heng felt that his body was entangled by the huge tentacle. Then, a huge strength pulled him toward the wall. Fang Heng. Tang Minayu was anxious. She raised her hand and a light green scroll appeared. Windblade, Thousand Dance. A dense light green wind-type spell boomed towards the black tentacle. Boom. Boom boom boom. The green wind blade collided with the black tentacle and exploded. Not only was the spell attack ineffective, but it also triggered the black tentacle's ferocity. More and more dark brown tentacles gushed out from the cracks in the surrounding walls. Tang Minayu's eyes flashed with surprise. She raised her staff high again. Ice Crystal Storm. The cold wind howled in the dark space. The ice-type spell still had no effect on the tentacles. The ice crystals that quickly appeared on the brown tentacles were completely broken before they could fully condense. Kai. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly shrank. What? The tentacle attached to his body extended fine needles, and they pierced through his skin. Blood seeped out from under his skin and the tentacle greedily absorbed the blood. A row of more than 10 lines of game prompts quickly refreshed his retina. Ding, you have been affected by the blood-draining effect of an unknown life form. You have received 21 points of maximum health point damage. This damage will slowly increase within 24 hours. Fang Heng was even more surprised. What kind of monster was it? It was able to absorb his blood, and it was damage that targeted the upper limit of his health point. Wu Shijian was hiding behind Warren. Because he was too nervous, his body was trembling uncontrollably. What was going on? What were those black tentacles? Even Lord Fang Heng didn't have the chance to struggle and was controlled by them. A high-tier spell had no effect on it? Fang Heng. Be careful. Tang Minayu realized that the tentacle creature was not easy to deal with, so she took out the most powerful fire spell scroll from her backpack. She poured her power of the will into the spell scroll, and the entire scroll emitted a scarlet light in her palm. Kai. Kai kai kai. Tang Minayu's hand trembled, and she immediately stopped releasing the spell scroll. All of a sudden, the black tentacle creature that was sucking Fang Heng's blood seemed to have been stimulated and started dancing crazily. It was as if they had met their natural enemy. They immediately let go of Fang Heng, who was under their control, as if they had been electrocuted, and retreated back to the bottom of the stone crack at an even faster speed. Kai kai kai. In less than a second, the tentacle life form had completely retreated into the cracks in the stone wall and disappeared. Everything was back to normal. This. Wu Shijian's body trembled as he watched the scene before him. What was going on? Just now, Lord Fang Heng was about to be controlled. Why did the tentacle creature retreat in the blink of an eye? It gave him the feeling that these strange creatures were even more afraid of Lord Fang Heng. Fang Heng was also a little puzzled. He lowered his head and looked at the place on his arm where his blood was just sucked out. The wound had already completely healed in an instant. Tang Minayu took 2 steps forward and asked in confusion, Fang Heng? Are you alright? Yes, I am all right. He raised his head and saw several people looking at him with questioning eyes. Feng Heng couldn't help shaking his head. He didn't know why, but the tentacle suddenly gave up on attacking. While thinking, Feng Heng looked at the wall full of holes. He walked up to the wall and checked it carefully. The black stream-like life form that had been faintly visible in the wall had disappeared. Perhaps he had sneaked deeper into the wall. Mojai Aoi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the crisis had passed. He then carefully checked the information he had just obtained through his detection talent and compiled it. The thing that attacked us just now was an infected organism. It only has the intelligence of a primitive being, and it fights with its instincts. It can absorb blood to increase its strength, and it might be one of Salvador's experimental subjects. It was a high-level creature, so Mojai Aoi could only obtain very little information through his innate skill. It's the original devouring body. Feng Heng muttered to himself after hearing Mojai Aoi's explanation. He suddenly understood. According to Kaiyu Yaoking's theory, the original devouring body was also a creature that had mutated under the influence of the demonic seed virus, and there was a virus in its body. And he had a hylovirus of a higher level in his body. This monster was sucking his blood? Was he suffering from indigestion? It was no wonder that they seemed to have seen a ghost and disappeared so quickly after sucking the blood. After thinking it through, Feng Heng felt a little lucky. Let's go. Don't worry about it. Let's continue. While speaking, Feng Heng checked the surrounding walls and nodded. They shouldn't appear again in the near future. Wu Shijian opened his mouth and wanted to ask Feng Heng how he dealt with these monsters. Seeing that everyone was already moving forward, he chose to keep his mouth shut and follow the team. After this round of attacks, the rest of the journey became a little safer. After 7 minutes of walking, the path ahead gradually widened. The potholes on the floor and the surrounding walls had also become flat. Sandy noticed that something was not quite right and could not help but squat down to check the ground. He let out a surprised sound and frowned. Feng Heng, the floor and stones here are different. They're mixed with purple essence crystals, and the proportion is quite high. Eh? Really? Tang Minayu also squatted down to check, and her eyes lit up. There was a large amount of purple essence on the floor, so much so that they seemed to be purple stars on the ground. So much purple essence, if she could take it all away, she could sell it for a large sum of money. Tang Minayu pondered in her heart, but she said, no wonder the Empire's purple essence has always been short in supply. It turns out that they've all been spent here. Feng Heng nodded and said, yes. It should be the creator's special arrangement. The purple essence can restrain the demonic seed virus. It also has an effect on the original devouring body. Because of the purple essence, this area was relatively safe. Everyone followed the direction of the spiritual power fluctuations coming from the Enlightenment Stone. After a while, Feng Heng, who was walking in the front, stopped again and took a look at the game prompt. In less than 10 minutes, the completion rate of the Underground Palace exploration mission had increased by almost 200%. What's wrong? Wu Shijian carefully peeked his head out from behind Feng Heng and looked into the distance. Even further away, it was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Feng Heng's pupils were covered with a layer of red light and his expression was grave. Through the night vision ability of the vampire's double pupils, he saw carts full of Enlightenment Stone replicas piled up in the depths ahead. Several black tentacles that he had seen before reached out from the depths and wrapped around the Enlightenment Stone replicas. The tentacle was dozens of times larger than the one that had attacked him before, and it would take about 3 or 4 people to hold it. It seemed like they were absorbing the strength of the Enlightenment Stone. 1245 Control. Once again, Feng Heng looked at the right side of the pile of Enlightenment Stone replicas behind him, and his pupils shrank involuntarily. Besides the small pile of Enlightenment Stone replicas, there were 3 very large pieces of Enlightenment Stones. However, the strange thing was that, in theory, the spiritual power fluctuations emitted by the 3 Enlightenment Stones should be extremely large, but he could only sense a small part of it. The night vision ability provided by vampires was limited, and he could not see anything after that. Be careful, there's an enemy in front. Follow behind me. Feng Heng reminded them. He increased the coverage of his brilliance spell to the maximum with his mental strength and led everyone forward slowly. As soon as he got close, 2 game prompts appeared on his retina. Ding! The player is approaching an unknown source of infection. The player's infection index will be greatly affected. Please be careful. Ding! You have a special constitution. Ignore the effects of this infection. The rest of the team also received the game notification and quickly exchanged glances. Wu Shijian was shocked. Oh no, it was an infection. He realized that the air around him was infected, and he didn't have any items on him that could resist the infection. The infection index in the mission attribute bar increased rapidly. Tang Minayu was well prepared before she came. She immediately threw a bottle of medicine to Sandy and another bottle to Wu Shijian. Wu Shijian took the blue potion, and a line of game prompts appeared. Ding. You have obtained a refined beginner-level infection resistance potion. Description: a special infection-resistant agent that can greatly reduce the effects of infection. The effect is outstanding, but the duration is short. Repeated use within 72 hours will greatly reduce the effect. Duration: 20 minutes. The effect will gradually decline as time passes. Wu Shijian was stunned, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He turned to look at Tang Minayu. Her Highness Minayu had even created this kind of anti-infection drug that targeted the demonic seed. Drink it. All right. Wu Shijian nodded and quickly gulped down the medicine. As they continued forward, they soon saw a mine cart filled with enlightenment stone replicas. Several giant dark brown tentacles wrapped around the enlightenment stone replicas as if they were alive. They contracted and undulated as if they were breathing. Everyone looked at each other and saw the strange look in each other's eyes. Were they absorbing the power of the enlightenment stone? It was a pity that Kaiyu Yaokang was still researching the crystallized form of the demonic seed in the land of plague and did not follow them. Otherwise, he would have found more useful clues. Sensing the approach of Fang Hang and the others, the black tentacles stopped absorbing and stood up from their crouching state, pointing their sharp ends at Fang Hang and the others. Warren kept a distance from them and observed them. He asked in a low voice, "Are they absorbing the enlightenment stone replicas?" According to Kaiyu Yaokang's theory, the enlightenment stone is a form of energy that can be absorbed by living creatures. In comparison, infected creatures need it more. Mojai Ai was also puzzled and asked, "So Salvador was trying to feed this monster by researching the enlightenment stone?" Ding. The player team has discovered a mysterious creature. The underground palace exploration rate has increased by an additional 50%. Sandy observed his surroundings and his eyes suddenly lit up. He pointed forward and said, "Look over there." Looking in the direction Sandy was pointing at, there were a few steps that extended upwards not far ahead. Above the steps was a raised round platform. The round platform was huge. What was strange was that the tentacles of the original devouring body extended out of the ground around the edge of the round platform. Warren asked, "An alchemy magic array?" He looked at the edge of the round platform and noticed that there was a magic array flashing on the ground. It was obvious that the magic array was in operation. Huge tentacles extended out from the magic array that was still in operation, forming a circle. Warren said with a frown, "It's a spatial magic array." The original devouring body used the spatial alchemy magic array as an exit, and its huge tentacles gradually extended outside through the space channel, so that they could absorb the power of the enlightenment stone replicas. Fang Hang observed from a distance and pondered. It was obvious that someone had deliberately set this up. "What do we do?" Warren said in a deep voice, "In my opinion, the original devouring body should be sealed in a deeper place. These holes are space passages opened by alchemy magic arrays to feed the original devouring body." Mojai Ai asked. "So, we can get rid of these original devouring bodies by turning off the magic array, right?" Warren nodded and replied, "Yes." It sounded simple, but it would be difficult to rush over and shut down the magic arrays. The ordinary tentacles he had encountered before were immune to most magic damage, so the dozen or so huge tentacles in front of him did not seem easy to deal with. Wu Shijian, who was hiding at the back, suggested, "Should I destroy the alchemy magic array with long-range attacks?" "It's very difficult. Doing so will make the original devouring bodies hostile. They haven't taken the initiative to attack yet. If we anger them later, it will be even more troublesome." While everyone was discussing, Fang Hang said, "I have an idea." "What?" Fang Hang didn't continue to explain. Under everyone's gaze, he took 2 steps forward and faced the alchemy magic array on the round platform in the distance. All of a sudden, a scarlet alchemy magic array was reflected in the pupil of Fang Hang's right eye. In response, the alchemy magic array on the ground in the distance emitted a faint red light. Talent Omniscient Eye, Alchemy. Fang Hang's right eye had inherited the effects of the Omniscient Eye. To condense the seal, he only needs to consume health point and mental strength to control the alchemy magic array within a certain distance. The game prompts refreshed one after another. Ding. Your talent Omniscient Eye, Alchemy, is in effect. You are controlling the operation of the magic circle from a distance. An additional 210 health points have been consumed. Ding. Your talent Omniscient Eye, Alchemy, is in effect. Seeing that the magic array started to operate out of thin air, Warren was stunned and looked at Fang Hang in surprise. Fresh red blood was flowing down from the corner of Fang Hang's right eye. Was it Sydney's Omniscient Eye? How could this be? Sydney's Omniscient Eye was extremely famous in the Empire's alchemy world. Long-range control of alchemy magic arrays was one of its representative abilities. Warren knew that Fang Hang obtained Sydney's Omniscient Eye in the Imperial Mausoleum and had successfully transplanted it. However, he had never expected that Fang Heng could directly use the power of the eyeball. With the current alchemy technology, a normal organ transplant would not be able to exert 100% of its power, and there would be a strong rejection reaction. This was especially true for powerful organs like the omniscient eye. Ka. While he was still in shock, Warren felt a faint tremble under his feet. The magic array, which had been running in a positive direction, began to run in reverse under the red light. 1246 A reversal. The huge tentacle that extended from the alchemy magic array sensed something. It slowly left the enlightenment stone replicas and returned to the magic array. A moment later, the ground returned to its calm state. "Are you alright?" Tang Minayu stepped forward and helped Fang Heng up. The blood and tears flowing from his right eye made him look very bad. I am fine, Fang Heng said as he wiped off the blood from the corner of his eyes. It only looked a little scary on the outside, but there was actually no damage. The spiritual power and life force consumed by controlling the alchemy eyes were not instantly deducted but passed away slowly. With the undying body's health point recovery effect, he could completely ignore the loss of health point. Fang Heng took the lead to walk forward and observe. There were a lot of carts on the ground in front of him, and there were still a lot of unused enlightenment stone replicas in them. There were also 3 huge black enlightenment stones piled up on the right side. It was much bigger than all the enlightenment stones he had found before combined. If he were to bring so many of them back for the sacred tree to devour. Did he strike it rich? Fang Heng walked forward and tried to touch the enlightenment stone with his hand. He immediately frowned. Warren walked to Fang Heng's side and said, "The energy in the enlightenment stone has been absorbed." "Yes." Fang Heng nodded and looked disappointed. Just like the enlightenment stone they had found at the bottom of the lake, this stone only looked big on the surface, but the energy contained in it had been mostly absorbed. The remaining energy was about the same as a palm-sized enlightenment stone. If he spent more effort to bring them back, it was of no use, but it was a pity to throw them away. "Let's go and take a look at the round platform." Fang Heng strode forward and went up the steps in front to explore. The round platform had a diameter of about 20 meters, and the edges of the platform were engraved with a magic array. In the center of the platform was a black entrance that led to the bottom. Fang Heng walked to the center and stood in front of the entrance to observe. The diameter of the entrance was less than 1 meter. Looking down from the edge of the entrance, all he could see was darkness. He couldn't see the end of it. Warren stood beside Fang Heng with a serious expression and said, "You must be careful. I can sense a very strong fluctuation of the demonic seed's power inside." "Yes." Fang Heng agreed and tried to take out a high-energy crystal ore from his backpack, throwing it down the hole. The crystal fell and was quickly swallowed by the darkness below, completely disappearing from sight without a sound. Seeing this, Sandy could not help but swallow his saliva and asked softly, "No way. Could this place be one of the entrances to the Endless Abyss? I remember that there should only be one entrance near the Imperial City." "Not necessarily." Warren looked up and said, "This is a spatial magic ray. I think the original devouring body should be sealed under it." Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and followed Warren's gaze. A large alchemy magic array appeared on the ceiling. The fine lines inside the magic array indicated its level. At the same time, several game prompts appeared on his retina. "Ding, you have discovered the sealed land of an unknown life form. The completion rate of your mission underground palace exploration has increased by 100%. Your underground palace exploration rate has reached 300%. You have triggered an additional reward mission unknown raised life form. Ding, the player team has triggered the additional mission reward unknown life form. Mission title, unknown life form. Mission difficulty, ASS. Mission description, you have discovered an unknown life form that Salvador is raising in the underground palace. Mission requirement, release, investigate or kill the unknown life form that Salvador is rearing. Time remaining, 56 minutes 26 seconds. Current mission completion rate, 0% mission reward. When the time is up, the system will calculate the reward based on the completion level, an additional triggered side reward mission. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly took a look at the underground palace exploration mission and found that the remaining time limit of both missions was the same. And from the mission description, there were many ways to complete the mission. According to the difficulty classification, choosing to kill the unknown life form would give the highest level of reward, but only releasing the unknown life form would only guarantee a minimum reward. There was no doubt that it was extremely dangerous to explore the depths of the abyss under the current circumstances. If an unknown life form was released, Fang Heng couldn't help squinting his eyes. Releasing it was currently the simplest choice. It didn't require much control. He just had to destroy the main seal on the ceiling. When the time came, he could try to destroy it head-on. Run if you can't win. After all, the Empire would help them clean up their mess. Wu Shijian was also looking at the mission notifications. Just as he was about to go offline and discuss with his think tank to make the best decision, a red game notification suddenly appeared on his retina. Ding! The emergency button of the player's gaming cabin has been touched. The player can choose to enter the nearest safe area to go offline. If the player is in a non-safe area, there will be great risks. Not good. This was the emergency signal he used to contact Li Zu's team. Wu Shijian's expression suddenly changed as he immediately looked up at the crowd and said, "Your Highness Minayu, Lord Feng Heng, the Empire's people have already discovered the abnormality of the Hall of Divine Martial Arts. They have already broken through the outer perimeter of the Hall of Divine Martial Arts and are chasing after us." Feng Heng shrugged his shoulders and looked at the crowd. His tone was slightly helpless as he said, "It seems that we have no choice." First, he would release the original devouring body and then he would assess the situation. Yes. After cooperating for so long, Tang Minayu and Mojai Oi understood Feng Heng's intention without saying it out loud. They nodded in unison and said, "Hurry up and do it." Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the magic array above. The alchemy pupil in his right eye was spinning rapidly. The alchemy magic array that had been slowly rotating on the ceiling was affected. It gradually stopped, then slowly turned in the opposite direction, and even began to spin rapidly. Bang! The alchemy magic array on the ceiling exploded. Boom! Boom boom boom! A heavy, muffled sound came from under everyone's feet. Feng Heng squinted his eyes as if he had a bad premonition. Not good, retreat. After saying that, Feng Heng led everyone to retreat backward quickly. In the underground palace, the commander of the royal guards, Zhao Yun, led the team and advanced quickly through the underground palace. Not long ago, after receiving an emergency report that the Empire's inner city was under attack, he temporarily stopped the attack on the Land of Plague and returned to the Empire with a few high-level elites of the royal guards. At the same time, the Empire's sword Saint Ryo Tendo was also with the reinforcement team. There was a long and narrow wound on Ryo Tendo's arm, which had just undergone emergency treatment and was simply bandaged. Previously, he had been attracted by the Tier 2 barbarians who had invaded the Empire's imperial city. It had taken him some effort to resist the barbarians. Till now, Ryo Tento was still a little shocked. Compared to the last time they had met, Wangnut's strength had increased yet again. He had misjudged his opponent's strength and had accidentally injured his arm. 1247 Chaos. The Empire's people must be prepared for this. I suspect that they have colluded with the barbarians, who broke into the inner city. Zhao Yun had received Salvador's orders to stop the intruders. He was extremely anxious as he said, "Everyone, we need to hurry up. We need to capture the intruders as soon as possible." In addition to the elite guards of the Empire, President Ovian, the president of the Alchemy Society, as well as Vice President Mylavik were also present. Ovian followed the group unhurriedly and nodded, "There's no need to panic. There are infected mutated soldiers guarding the depths of the underground palace. In addition, the original devouring body will also take the initiative to attack outsiders. There won't be any problems." Zhao Yun didn't know much about the underground palace and frowned. "I heard that His Majesty left some research materials in the laboratory. If these materials are leaked, it will be very disadvantageous for His Majesty to control the Empire." "You mean the secret lab? My invisibility magic array is unique and cannot be discovered by anyone. Moreover, the secret passage was personally set up by His Majesty, and even I don't know the entrance to the passage." Zhao Yun didn't say anything more, but he was a bit unhappy with Ovian's arrogance. Boom. All of a sudden, there was a dull vibration sound under everyone's feet, followed by the ground shaking violently. The sudden tremor stunned everyone. Ovian's eyes were filled with surprise. What happened? Everyone turned to look at Ovian. Ovian was the one who had been involved in the construction of the entire underground palace. Ovian thought of something, and his expression became a little strange. He muttered to himself, "It's the original devouring body. It's impossible, this is impossible." The sword Saint Ryo Tendo's expression turned grave. He felt something stirring beneath his feet, constantly accumulating power. Zhao Yun also felt extremely uneasy, and asked, "What do you mean impossible? What happened?" Boom. Boom boom boom. Without waiting for Ovian's reply, a deafening boom came from the depths of the underground palace. There might be a problem with the seal in the depths of the underground palace. The original devouring body might have some strange movements. Zhao Yun said in a deep voice, "Lead the way. Hurry up. Let's go to the depths of the sealed land to check." Outside the Empire's imperial city, in the sky, two giant falcons were flying around the city at high speed. Wangnut had just had a fight with the sword saint, Ryo Tinto. He felt great. Without the torment of his illness, Wangnut felt that his combat ability had returned to its peak. If it wasn't for those annoying helpers who were by Ryo Tinto's side, he had the confidence to take him down in a one-on-one. After being forced back, Wangnut led his men to control the Falcons and set up a base around the Empire, ready to return at any time. Chief, it has already been an hour. Is Lord Feng Heng alright? Should we try to sneak in and investigate? Don't worry, he wouldn't have any problem. Wangnut was very confident in Feng Heng. As he spoke, he suddenly sensed something and looked down in the direction of the Imperial City. Boom. Boom boom boom. The center of the Imperial City began to shake violently. As the earth trembled, 4 huge black tentacle-like objects pierced out of the ground and extended high into the sky. The huge tentacles waved wildly under the night sky, attacking the surrounding buildings wantonly. From a distance, the barbarians could feel a dangerous aura from the tentacles. What kind of monster was that? Everyone's faces were filled with surprise. Chief, what's that? Wangnut was also confused, but he quickly stopped thinking about it and laughed. Don't worry about it. It's just Salvador's trinket. Let Feng Heng handle it. In the secret prison below the royal family, Ed and the others were anxiously waiting for Feng Heng's information. Just a moment ago, they received news that the royal guards and the sword saint of the empire, Rio Tinto, had led a large number of soldiers to search the underground palace. They must have found Feng Heng. Lord Feng Heng and Her Highness Minayu were very powerful, but when they thought of the fact that their enemies include the empire's sword saint and the elites of the empire's royal guards, could he really beat them? The players were getting more and more nervous. Looking at the mission, in less than an hour, they had seen the progress of the underground palace exploration mission slowly increase from 36% to over 100% and then over 200%. In fact, there was even a sudden huge jump of more than 300%. There was even an additional reward mission. Before the players could figure out what they had to do or how to complete the mission, they suddenly felt a violent tremor under their feet. What was going on? Everyone had different expressions. Gale and Wei Tao, the 2 of them who were also trapped in the prison, were even more anxious. They shifted their gaze to Ed and the other players. They all understood that with Feng Heng's participation, the probability of changes in the mission was extremely high. A player hurriedly came online and looked around at the crowd. He nodded and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, a strange black tentacle creature has risen from the ground in the center of the Imperial City. It seems to have lost control and is attacking everything around it. We've determined that the black tentacled creature was a modified version of the original devouring body that Salvador had secretly raised. Lord Feng Heng might have broken the seal hidden in the underground palace, causing part of the original devouring body to escape." Tang Mo's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He walked to the iron bars and asked the player, "Where's Minayu? How are they?" "Your Highness, please be at ease. Her Highness Minayu is not in danger for the time being. In addition, Your Highness, Salvador has already gone to investigate." Tang Mo frowned. "No, I have to leave this place. Your Highness, please be patient. Now is not the best time. Please believe in Lord Feng Heng." In the outer city area of the Imperial City, Tang Wu was standing in front of the window. Through the window, Tang Wu was shocked to see the terrifying tentacles rising from the inner city. The Archbishop of the Holy Court, Karkala, walked up to Tang Wu and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, I didn't expect the evil hidden under the Imperial City to appear so quickly. You've already seen the darkness of Salvador. It's time for us to take action." Tang Wu took a deep breath. Everything the Holy Court said came true. So this is the demon? No, it's only a part of the demon. Salvador's power is not enough to control the demons. The power of the abyssal demons is far more terrifying than this. Yes. Tang Mo nodded solemnly. Salvador had been secretly researching the demons. Tang Wu had always yearned for the position of heir to the royal family. He was also very clear that it was almost impossible for him to inherit the throne with his current reputation and ability. Tang Wu was about to give up, but the Holy Court came to him and wanted to cooperate with him. 1248 Secret Laboratory. Tang Wu had considered for some time and had yet to make a final decision. He had doubts about everything the Holy Court said. But today, he had personally witnessed the demon that was hiding under the Imperial City. Cooperating with the Holy Court was the last resort he could think of. If everything went smoothly, with the help of the Holy Court, he would be able to take over the Empire, and the Holy Court would be able to gain the Empire's support in spreading their religion. "Please remember our agreement, Your Highness." "Yes." Tang Wu took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with determination as he said, "Go, let's go to the temple." In the underground palace, after breaking the seal on the ceiling, Feng Heng and the others saw with their own eyes 4 giant-sized tentacles darting out from the broken ground. The huge tentacles even broke through the ceiling and penetrated the entire underground palace. Everyone carefully observed the root area of the giant-sized tentacles. Original devouring body modified form. Mojai shook his head at Feng Heng. This thing's level was too high, and the information he could obtain through detection could be counted on his fingers. Creak creak creak. A small amount of sticky fluid emerged from the black hole in the center of the round platform. It looked like it was wrapped in layers of dark brown material. It was like a strange mollusk. The original devouring body that had crawled out of the round platform was only a small part of its main body. It was still slowly wriggling, as if it was trying to slowly break free from a narrow opening. The original devouring body modified form was such a disgusting creature. Just one look at it made Wu Shijian's scalp go numb. Be careful. Whoosh. A tiny tentacle suddenly extended from the original devouring body's dark brown fluid-like body and swept toward Fang Heng and the others. The crowd quickly retreated. Boom. The ground where Fang Heng had been standing was smashed into a shallow pit. Kai 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 kai. Several sharp tentacles continued to chase after the group. Fang Heng frowned and quickly retreated. At the same time, he cut his right palm with the bloodthirst thorn long sword and threw his right hand forward. Blood spurted out of his palm and splattered on the tentacle of the original devouring body. Kai kai. The tentacle twitched a few times as if it had been electrocuted. Then, it quickly shrank back and settled at the entrance of the cave, returning to its previous liquidized state. Wu Shijian followed behind Warren and peeked his head out to observe carefully. His heart was beating rapidly. What a powerful monster. It couldn't be defeated easily. Fortunately, the monster was more afraid of Lord Fang Heng. Therefore, Lord Fang Heng was more terrifying than that creature. Wu Shijian's imagination ran wild and he couldn't help but shift his gaze to Fang Heng. He noticed that Fang Heng was staring at the original devouring body and thinking. Looking at him. He couldn't be thinking about how to deal with this monster, right? Wu Shijian shivered for no reason. Just as he was about to ask something, several lines of game prompts flashed across his retina. Ding! The player team has unlocked the initial seal and released the initial stage of the unknown life form. The mission completion rate has increased. The player can choose to continue to completely release or kill the unknown life form to increase the mission completion rate. Ding! The player has completed the Underground Palace exploration quest. The player has triggered the next stage of Salvador's Secret. Mission title, Salvador's Secret. Mission difficulty, SS+. Mission description: the unknown life form that Salvador has been raising in the Underground Palace has found an exit to escape from its cage. It has been trapped in the darkness for a long time, and it desires true freedom. Mission requirement: find Salvador's secret laboratory in the Underground Palace and find out the truth about the unknown life form. Ding! As the player's exploration mission completion rate is higher than 300%, you have received an additional reward of detailed guidance for the next step of the mission. Please follow the mission guidance to the mission location. The difficulty of this mission has been reduced to A+. The game prompt quickly faded away, and a light blue arrow appeared on his retina, pointing to the rear area. New mission. And there was even a guide. Compared to dealing with the original devouring body, the new mission in front of him was obviously more reliable. When Wu Shijian saw the mission appear, he was overjoyed. He thought that Fang Heng and the others were all NPCs and couldn't get the game prompt, so he quickly found an excuse and said, "Your Highness, my friend has just sent me a message. Salvador has a secret lab in the Underground Palace. Please follow me." Fang Heng and the others quickly looked at each other. What if they could find the weakness of the original devouring body in the laboratory? Let's go. No one hesitated and immediately followed Wu Shijian. Wu Shijian was very anxious as he followed the mission guide and ran forward. From time to time, the original devouring body's tentacles behind them would chase after them again, and Fang Heng would cut his wrist and kill them by flicking his blood on them until they left the dark passage completely. Wu Shijian looked at Fang Heng's move with envy and thought that if he had the opportunity in the future, he would ask for some health point from Fang Heng to save his life. Originally, the difficulty of the mission was SS. The player had to find the hidden laboratory area while being chased by the original devouring body. Now, there was a reward mission prompt that directly suggested that he could find the hidden area, and Fang Heng's blood could directly expel the original devouring body. Wu Shijian felt the difficulty of the mission had decreased from SS to C. He found the right person. Sometimes, choices were far more important than hard work. The group followed Wu Shijian and arrived at an ordinary wall. The wall looked ordinary, but the light blue arrow on his retina clearly pointed to a corner on the right side of the wall. Wu Shijian couldn't see anything strange in the corner, so he pointed at the mission area and said anxiously, "There. There must be something wrong with that wall." Fang Heng had already seen the location of the mission given in the prompt. He stared at that area and checked it carefully. "It's a concealment alchemy magicary." Warren stepped forward and his body floated in the air. He reached out his hands and pressed them on the wall. Kai. A hidden rune mark appeared on the wall. After the mark was activated, it quickly faded. Everyone looked at each other. Warren explained, "The alchemy magic array has been activated." The entrance should be in another area. Wu Shijian took a look and realized that the direction of the arrow had changed again. He quickly said, "Yes, over there." Along the way, the group found and activated 2 hidden alchemy magic rays. Finally, they followed the directions and entered the secret tunnel area behind the wall. At the end of the tunnel, they found Salvador's secret laboratory. Ding! The player has discovered Salvador's secret lab in the underground palace. Feng Heng stepped into the laboratory first and searched around. It was a room that wasn't too big. It was more like a study room with a simple layout than a laboratory. The moment Sandy entered the room, he was immediately attracted by a row of bookshelves on the right side of the door. He quickly walked forward, picked up a book from the shelf, and quickly flipped through it. Brothers, it's Salvador's record book. Sandy was pleasantly surprised. 1249 The research, ding. The player team has obtained Salvador's notebook. This item cannot be placed in the backpack. This item is evidence of Salvador's crimes. If you bring it out of the underground palace, the mission completion rate of the player team's current mission collecting evidence will be increased by an additional 80%. Was there such a good thing? Seeing the game hint, Wu Shijian was overjoyed. The others also gathered around to watch. While Sandy was flipping through the books, Feng Heng took the opportunity to quickly observe the overall structure of the room. The room was very simple. There was an experimental table, a desk, 4 chairs, and a bed next to it. The experimental table was kept very clean. There were some paper and pens on the table, as well as 2 bottles of potions, 1 blue and 1 red, in glass bottles. It seemed that Salvador had worked here before. Feng Heng walked forward and tried to pick up the potions. Ding! The player has obtained an item potion, light blue, and an unknown potion, light red. Ding! The player has not mastered the relevant academic knowledge and cannot conduct experiments to obtain part of the potion information. Feng Heng frowned slightly. He turned around and saw that Wu Shijian was still studying Salvador's notebook. Feng Heng then put the potion into the player's backpack and continued to look at the desk on his right. The desk was very clean, and there were 2 drawers under the desk. He opened the drawer. The first drawer was filled with bottles and jars. There were about 40 bottles of potions similar to the light blue and light red potions found on the experimental table just now, and each bottle had an experiment code number attached to it. Feng Heng stuffed all of them into his backpack, ready to bring them back for Kaiyu Yokeng to study and analyze. He opened the second drawer. The drawer was stuffed with a few books filled with research materials. There was also a portrait of a young girl at the bottom of the book. The portrait seemed to be quite old and had already turned yellow. Feng Heng opened the portrait and looked at it for a moment. Then he looked at the back of the portrait and found a name written on it, Molly and Salvador. Damn, this is too despicable. Sandy quickly read through Salvador's notebook and could not help but shout. Feng Heng, it turns out to be this guy. Salvador was the one who stole the remains of the late Emperor Andrast. What? Feng Heng also walked over and asked, what's the situation? To put it simply, Salvador's research into the demons was not for the sake of obtaining power. He simply wanted to revive his sister. Sister? Feng Heng couldn't help but think of the portrait he had just found. You mean Molly Ann? Yes, that's her. It's said that when Molly Ann was very young, she was diagnosed with a terminal illness called bone-eating disease, and she could not live past the age of 17. This illness is very common in the blood of the royal family, and there are rumors that it is a curse of the royal family. In order to save his sister, Salvador did a lot of research, and he believes that the illness is related to the demonic seed. They have all inherited Andrast's blood, which is why they are affected by the demonic seed. Mojai I asked, what happened after that? After Molly Ann's death, Salvador had been brooding over it. In order to resurrect Molly Ann, he tried many methods. In order to study the abnormality of his bloodline in depth, he did not hesitate to sneak into the Imperial Mausoleum and steal Andrast's remains. Mojai I pouted in dissatisfaction and complained in a low voice, he's a bit of a dog. It turns out that the person who excavated the royal family's ancestral grave before us was this brat. Since then, Salvador had been secretly studying the demonic seed. Unfortunately, his progress was very limited. Until a few years ago, when the earth trembled, Salvador accidentally discovered a special creature called the Black Stone Eel. It had the ability to resurrect from the dead. When Wu Shijian heard this, he couldn't help but shrink his neck and ask, it can't be the original devouring body, right? Yes, that's the one. In order to obtain a bloodline similar to his sister's, Salvador used himself as a first-generation test subject. I think he succeeded. According to the notebook, Salvador had completed the first step of the experiment. His body was fused with the remains of the Empire's previous emperor and the power of the Black Stone Eel. However, the power was very difficult to control, and Salvador suffered from a backlash that was several times stronger than the Empire's ancestor. Feng Heng frowned slightly after hearing that. So Salvador's strength was not weak? He is considered a powerful boss? After that, Salvador modified the steps of the fusion, but he seemed to have encountered some problems when he carried out the fusion with Molly Ann. He did not succeed, but he did not fail either. She was the monster we saw in the underground palace. Sandy quickly flipped through the subsequent contents in the notebook, his brows furrowing deeper and deeper. The more he read, the more he could not understand the experimental data. Caillou Yaoking was better at this, but unfortunately, he didn't come with them. After flipping through the entire notebook, Sandy looked disappointed. I don't know about the rest. The number of living humans and resources needed for in-depth research on the demonic seed is increasing. It is impossible to rely on the resources in Salvador's territory alone. Furthermore, Salvador needs similar bloodlines for his experiments. Hence, he set his sights on the royal family. Sandy thought to himself that Salvador was really ruthless. He had first dug up his own family's ancestral grave and even targeted people of his own bloodline. The underground palace was built a few years ago. The original devouring body needed to absorb enlightenment stones to grow, but there were not enough, so he thought of developing a replica of the enlightenment stone. Feng Heng raised his head again and took a look at the other books on the shelf. What about these? Mojai Ai helplessly spread his hands and said, most of the books are in the language of the ancient empire. We can't understand them. Sandy flipped through the books and explained, they are all books on the study of demonic seeds. They are the notes left behind by the first saint. Salvador has collected many books on this. We can take them back and study them. Ding! The player unlocked part of the information related to the original devouring body. The mission completion rate of collecting evidence will be increased by an additional 30%. Ding! The player completed the current mission Salvador's secret. Ding! The player still has some side missions that have not been settled. The mission will enter the settlement stage after the mission is settled. Feng Heng's eyes quickly scanned through the game hint. The completion rate of exploring the underground palace could be increased further. For example, he could completely release the original devouring body that had been sealed, or even kill it directly. There was still more than half an hour left for the mission. When the time limit of the mission was over, the mission would automatically enter the final stage of settlement. Feng Heng still wanted to be greedy this time. He couldn't help but raise his head and ask, is there a way to deal with the original devouring body modified form in the book? Sandy lowered his head again and flipped the notebook back a few pages quickly, saying, not really. The original devouring body grows by absorbing a large amount of energy from the enlightenment stone. It will go berserk after a long time without absorbing energy. 1250 Plundering Warren closed the research data in his hand and said, the original devouring body has completed the fusion with the late king's skeleton demonic seed. It has a powerful resurrection ability, but its weakness is its low intelligence. Because the fusion with the primitive lifeform Blackstone Eel has always lived underground, its resistance to the light attribute is very low. Because the original devouring body does not possess high-tier intelligence, it only acts according to its primitive instincts. Salvador has been troubled by this and has been trying to find a way to control it. I just found an experimental notebook that mentioned that the original form of the Blackstone Eel would be stimulated by a plant called the thorny spicy flower and enter a state of berserk. Salvador had extracted a high concentration of the thorny spicy flower to form a red potion that could stimulate the original devouring body and make it go crazy. Based on the principles of the red potion, Salvador has been trying to develop a light blue potion that can temporarily put the original devouring body into a state of calm. He can use it to control it. So far, he has made quite a bit of progress in the research of the light blue potion. Feng Heng immediately recalled the two colored potions he found on the table and took a look at his character backpack. There was an additional line of explanation on the back of the potion. Item, Salvador's research potion, code light blue, description. Salvador's medicine has a calming effect on the original devouring body modified form, but its effects are limited. There was a sticker with the number 827 on the back of the potion. After receiving so much information from the laboratory, Wu Shijian was a little confused. He quickly said, everyone, please wait a moment. I will go and talk to my companions. They might have a way to deal with the original devouring body. Wu Shijian hurriedly went offline as he spoke. His figure became a little dimmer and his expression became wooden. Seeing Wu Shijian go offline, Tang Minayu frowned and asked, Feng Heng, what should we do now? It's a pity that there's no way to deal with the original devouring body in the notebook, and all the skills are on cooldown. I am afraid I can't beat it. Feng Heng really wanted to take this opportunity to finish off the original devouring body. However, considering that all his skills were on cooldown, he couldn't take a head-on even if he wanted to. Let's wait and hear what Wu Shijian has to say. The players might have a way. Yes. Everyone continued to read the books and waited quietly. This time, Wu Shijian took a little longer to log off. Wu Shijian was already in a hurry, and he was sweating profusely. After logging off, he hurriedly relayed all the information he had obtained from the secret laboratory to Li Zhu's team. He also learned about what had happened in the outside world from Li Zhu's team. He didn't even wait for the think tank to come up with a plan before he hurriedly logged back online. "How's the situation?" Mojai Oi asked. Wu Shijian wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "Our offline party has already started gathering information and analyzing the original devouring body. We will have the results in 2 minutes. Based on the current information we've gathered, we estimate that the original devouring body is an SSS-level creature that can't be defeated. Li Zhu suggests that we immediately think of a way to retreat. Also, the original devouring body's tentacles have just appeared in the royal family, causing a small disturbance in the Empire's inner city. The royal guards and the Sword Saint are still searching for us in the underground palace. We might run into them halfway, so we need to be extra careful. Also, there's news that Salvador might be here in person. Oh right, there's another strange thing." As Wu Shijian said this, he couldn't help but look at Tang Minayu and ask, "Your Highness, how much do you know about Tang Wu?" "Tang Wu?" Tang Minayu was very surprised. She really wanted to shake her head and say that she had no idea who this person was. "I don't know much, why do you ask?" "Is that so? We've also discovered something very strange. His Highness Tang Wu led the people of the Holy Court into the Imperial City's inner city and even clashed with the guards at the city gate. We suspect that they're also here for the demonic seed incident." Feng Heng frowned after hearing that. Every time Wu Shijian went offline, he would bring back some bad news. Not only was there no way to deal with the original devouring body, but there was also the inexplicable Tang Wu and the Holy Court. Mojai Oi looked at Feng Heng and asked, "Feng Heng, what should we do?" Feng Heng touched his chin. "Alright, he shall not think about the boss's original devouring body for the time being." Giving up was giving up, but he still had to find a way to maximize his benefits. While thinking, Feng Heng flicked his wrist and took out the red potion that he had just found in the drawer of the desk. "We naturally have to leave if we can't beat him, but before we leave, we can put something in the original devouring body and create some disturbance. We can also leave with His Highness Tang Mo." At the sight of the red potion in Feng Heng's hand, everyone's pupils shrank and they immediately associated it with Feng Heng's intention. Mojai Oi grinned and asked, "Are you saying that we should give Salvador some trouble?" "Ha, that's a must." Feng Heng and Mojai Oi looked at each other and smiled. After working together for such a long time, Mojai Oi understood him. Tang Minayu glanced at the books on the cabinet and asked, "Shall we take the books here as well?" The books on the bookshelves had the attributes of the mission items. After taking them out of the underground palace, they could be attached to the completion rate of the mission collecting evidence. They could not be put into his backpack for the time being, but they would be helpful for Kaiyu Yaoking's future research. "Yes, I will take the books here first. I will go back to find the original devouring body and take some samples from it." It was impossible to kill the original devouring body. It was better to ignore this side mission and take advantage of the chaos to escape with Tang Mo and the others. Of course, the entire Imperial City was only a little chaotic at the moment. He would use the red potion to stimulate the original devouring body and completely release the seal. Make the Imperial City more chaotic. The more chaotic it was, the easier it was for him to fish. Wait, Wu Shijian didn't expect Feng Heng's thinking to be so unpredictable. How did it suddenly become rescuing Tang Mo? He calmed down and thought about what Feng Heng had said. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. If everything was really as Feng Heng said, then it was really possible for them to successfully rescue Tang Mo from the prison. Even though he had a vague feeling that something was wrong, Wu Shijian was too nervous to find any loopholes. Regardless of whether Feng Heng's plan was flawed or not, it was always right to go offline and report to Li Zhu. If there was a problem, he would check and fill in the gaps. It was best if there was no problem. They could also contact Tang Mo's group to prepare for evacuation in advance. Wu Shijian composed himself and continued, "Lord Feng Heng, I am going offline to communicate with my friends. Tang Mo is locked up in the dungeon with our people. We can prepare in advance and cooperate to let Tang Mo escape from the dungeon faster." It was naturally best to have the cooperation of the players. Feng Heng nodded and said, "Alright, go quickly." 1251 The big plan offline. In the barbarian game world, the top player union gathered in front of the screen. Once again, everyone saw Wu Shijian's face in the video and learned what Feng Heng was going to do next. To put it simply, Feng Heng wanted to cause the original devouring body to go into a state of berserk to break the seal and use it to cause great chaos in the Imperial City, taking the opportunity to save Tang Mo and his team. After learning of the entire plan, Li Zhu was stunned on the spot for half a second. He was crazy. This was what Li Zhu was thinking. The Empire's Sword Saint, The royal guards, and a large number of royal guards are searching for you in the underground palace. You will definitely meet them halfway back. How confident are you? Also, can the original devouring body break through the seal after being enraged? Even if you succeed by luck, what happens after you stimulate it? The original devouring body is an SSS-level creature. How confident are you that Lord Feng Heng and Her Highness Minayu can escape? Li Zu glared at Wu Shijian. Answer my questions. This. Wu Shijian was stunned by Li Zu's series of questions and couldn't say a word. He had been following Feng Heng so smoothly that he had almost forgotten that he had been in the most dangerous underground palace area in the game. The underground palace, where the elites of 8 top gaming guilds had almost been wiped out. After Li Zu's interrogation, Wu Shijian finally realized how crazy Lord Feng Heng's plan was. Li Zu knew that time was of the essence. From the look on Wu Shijian's face, she knew that he hadn't even thought about this. She took a deep breath and asked, "How confident is Lord Feng Heng?" This question brought Wu Shijian back to his senses. He recalled Feng Heng's calm and confident look when he talked about the plan. Wu Shijian suddenly felt a little more confident and nodded. Lord Feng Heng is very confident. Li Zu's pupils suddenly shrank. Very confident. President Li. A player carefully walked up and whispered in his ear, "The think tank department just gave a model analysis. The success rate is less than 10%. It is recommended to give up." Li Zu was silent for a moment. She rarely hesitated like she was now. Her rationality told her that Feng Heng's plan was too risky and the success rate was too low. It was better to choose a more secure plan. But there was a voice in her heart that told her to give it a try. Once he succeeded, the benefits he would obtain would be equally huge. President Li. Wu Shijian's big face was facing the electronic screen. "I think that Lord Feng Heng can do it. We can trust him." Li Zu nodded. "Okay, tell Lord Feng Heng that we will do our best to cooperate." An inexplicable excitement rose in Wu Shijian's heart. He nodded and said, "Yes. I will go back now." After saying that, Wu Shijian closed the game cabin and returned to the game with the cooperation of everyone. Inform Ed and tell them that Feng Heng is about to completely release the original devouring body onto the underground palace and cause a riot in the Imperial City. Tell them to get ready to escape from the prison in the chaos. Action team, immediately draw up a rescue operation plan and a feasibility report. Where's the movement report of the Empire's guards? Hurry up. Understood. Think of a way to destroy the Imperial City's central magic array. I need to keep it out of effect for at least a minute. You have to do it no matter what, understand? Yes. Li Zu swiftly finished assigning the tasks and looked around at the busy crowd before walking to the window. She looked at the night sky outside and let out a deep breath. A few of the Vice Guild leaders walked to Li Zu's side. Everyone present was a professional team of players. They wouldn't question Li Zu's decisions during this time. Even if they did, they would wait until the matter was over. There was only one voice in this critical period, and they could only move toward a common goal. However, the risk of this choice was too high, and they felt a little uneasy. Li Zu, don't worry. Whether we win or lose this time, we will bear it together. Thank you. I know that everyone is very worried. It's useless to say anything now. However, I am not as uneasy as you think. Instead, I think that we have a good chance of winning. The crowd couldn't help but raise their eyebrows in surprise. What kind of magic did Feng Heng have to make Li Zu, who had always been known for her calm and collected nature, risk everything in a single gamble regardless of data analysis? You guys. Li Zu turned around and swept her gaze across all the higher-ups of the player union with a grave expression and said, "What I am thinking about now isn't whether Feng Heng can enrage and release the original devouring body to cause chaos in the entire Imperial City. Since he said he can do it, I am willing to believe him and acquiesce that he can do it." Everyone's brows furrowed again. "What I am thinking now is that everything has come true like what Feng Heng said. What should we do next?" Li Zu looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "I will only make my move after I've made a plan. It's time to think about how to kill Salvador and take control of the royal family." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the people around her changed. In the original plan, the player team would find evidence of Salvador's rebellion and then join forces with Tangmo to kill Salvador and completely take control of the royal family. But unfortunately, they encountered an unexpected incident while exploring the underground palace. The existence of an SSS-level life form in the underground palace was beyond their expectations. Now, if everything went smoothly and Feng Heng set things right, would they be able to continue killing Salvador as planned? From the information that Wu Shijian had just obtained, Salvador had already fused with a portion of the demonic seed's power. This point coincided with the information that the player teams had obtained in advance. Everyone fell into a brief silence as they looked at each other. Several high-level players of the major guilds quickly reached an agreement and nodded. "Good. Let's do as you say." In the underground palace, President Ovian of the Alchemy Society led the royal guards into the depths of the underground palace. He really couldn't figure it out. The seal inside the underground palace was extremely tight. Not only were there infected mutated soldiers guarding it, but there were also the original devouring bodies in the deeper parts. How could it be easily invaded by outsiders? Or was there a problem with the original devouring body itself? The commander of the royal guards, Zhao Yun, was also filled with doubt. Who was the invader? He even colluded with the barbarians. Could it be Feng Heng? No, shouldn't he be in the land of plague now? Zhao Yun's face was gloomy as he followed the group. It was also his first time venturing deep into the underground palace. Zhao Yun had heard that there was something terrifying sealed in the depths of the underground palace, and it was something that could not be revealed. Now, that thing might be exposed. Not far away, when Zhao Yun's team passed through the passage, a magic array appeared on the stone wall at the edge of the passage. 1252 The face Feng Heng took the lead and stepped out of the magic array, followed by the others. As he watched the royal guards gradually disappear at the end of the pathway, Wu Shijian's heart was still beating wildly. He looked at Feng Heng beside him and asked in a low voice, "What do we do?" The royal guards are heading toward the original devouring body, and the Empire's sword Saint Rio Tinto is also on the team. Shall we chase after them? No need. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes, took out a bone whistle from his backpack, threw it to Tang Minayu, and said, "Let's split up. I will follow them alone. It's not easy to sneak in with more people. I will find a way to leave after I deal with the chaos caused by the original devouring body. You guys go and meet Tang Mo. After that, contact Wang Nit through the bone whistle and leave first." Tang Minayu took the bone whistle and nodded. "All right, be careful. We will be waiting for you to come back. Let's go." Feng Heng, Tang Minayu, and the others quickly separated and dodged to both sides of the pathway. Kai Kai Kai. Feng Heng's figure quickly turned into a bat in the passage and flew to a higher place, chasing in the direction of the royal guard. Zhao Yun and the others didn't know that Feng Heng had been secretly watching them from behind. They were rushing toward the direction of the original devouring body in the depths of the cave. After entering the dark tunnel, the soldiers of the Empire raised their torches to light up the surroundings. Everyone could already feel the slight vibrations coming from under their feet. Wait a moment. President Ovian of the Alchemy Society suddenly extended his hand to stop everyone. He took out a few bottles of potion from his backpack and said, "Apply this on your forehead." The soldiers were curious. They all looked at Ovian, waiting for him to give an explanation. Ovian, however, remained silent. Zhao Yun said in a deep voice, "Do as President Ovian says." "Yes." The soldiers quickly spread the medicine on their foreheads and then continued to move forward. In the shadow not far away, Feng Heng was hanging upside down on the ceiling of the rock wall. Seeing the soldiers applying the medicine to their foreheads, their eyes revealed a playful look. What a strange potion. Was it used to deal with the original devouring body? Swish. Feng Heng fell from the air and returned to his human form. He took a few steps forward and picked up the glass bottle that the soldiers had abandoned on the ground. Item: empty potion bottle. Description: this potion bottle once contained a potion with unknown effects. Description: there is a small amount of potion residue in the potion bottle. If the player has mastered the relevant academic skills, the effect of this potion can be analyzed through research. Feng Heng tried to put the remaining drops of the potion in his palm and applied it on his forehead like the soldiers of the Empire. Ding! The player has obtained the aura concealing effect, which can reduce the hostility of the original devouring body for 3 hours, so it was like this. Feng Heng seemed to have understood something. The first time he passed through this path, he was attacked by the original devouring body hidden in the wall. Fortunately, his blood had a great restraint against the original devouring body and directly scared it away, allowing him to pass smoothly. The Empire clearly knew the characteristics of the original devouring body and had prepared countermeasures in advance. While thinking, Feng Heng slowly walked to the wall. Upon closer inspection, there was something black flowing in the cracks of the wall. Original devouring body. Feng Heng muttered to himself in a low voice. Then, he took out a bottle of light red potion from his backpack and quickly unscrewed the cap. "Come, I will find some fun for you." "Kai." Feng Heng said as he splashed the red potion on the wall. "Kai. Kai Kai Kai." All of a sudden, the original devouring body was violently stimulated, and dark brown tentacles suddenly emerged from the wall. Success. Feng Heng's eyes lit up and he stretched his hand forward. The black tentacle wrapped around Feng Heng's arm in an instant, and then fine spikes extended from the tentacle. The sharp spikes pierced through Feng Heng's skin and greedily sucked his blood. However, less than half a second after it absorbed the blood, the black tentacle frantically retreated as if it had been electrocuted. Ha! Feng Heng retracted his hand slowly and turned his head to look at the front of the passage. Soon, a shrill cry came from the passage ahead. Fang Heng transformed into his bat form again and activated his stealth mode. He hid in the darkness and pursued the enemy quickly. Be alert. In the middle of the passage, Zhao Yun's team was under the frenzied attack of the original devouring body. Swish. A white light flashed. The sword Saint Ryotendo swung his long sword in the air, cutting one of the tentacles in half. However, more black tentacles extended out of the wall, bypassing the sword saint and attacking the Empire soldiers behind him. Zhao Yun looked at Ovian and asked, "What's going on? What's that thing in the crack in the wall?" "It's the original devouring body. It might have been stimulated." Ovian's face was dark. He didn't know what had happened either. Why did the original devouring body hiding in the rock wall suddenly become so agitated when they were only halfway there? Even the medicine that had been applied with the extract of the original devouring body couldn't stop its attack. The original devouring body modified form was Salvador's secret, and he could not reveal it to anyone. "Think of a way." "There's no other way, we can only force our way out." For a time, the entire team was held back by the original devouring body and fell into great chaos. In the extreme chaos, no one noticed a bat flying across the high ceiling in the shadows. Fang Heng passed by the Empire's soldiers who were fighting with the original devouring body in advance and moved forward along the passage, quickly arriving at the familiar space of the round platform. Kai kai kai. As soon as he stepped into the space, hundreds of tiny tentacles darted toward him. Fang Heng was well prepared. He cut his right palm and threw it forward. Kai. Blood spurted out from the cut in his palm. When the tentacles came into contact with the blood, it was as if they had met their natural enemy. They curled up at an even faster speed. After a few consecutive probes, the original devouring body seemed to have become familiar with Fang Heng's aura and knew that his blood was poisonous. It became quiet and it no longer took the initiative to find trouble with Fang Heng. Fang Heng became extremely vigilant and carefully moved forward step by step, trying to see the situation of the original devouring body. More than a dozen huge tentacles shot out from the ground around the deep hole in the center of the round platform, penetrating the top of the underground palace. Originally, there was a pool of black liquid in the center of the black hole. Unlike when they left, the black fluid had covered a large area of the round platform. It should be the original devouring body modified form without a doubt. Fang Heng observed the original devouring body and walked forward slowly. His pupils suddenly shrank. That was. Fang Heng saw a human face wrapped in black fluid. Fang Heng had just seen that face. Molly Ann Salvador. Fang Heng muttered to himself. Only her head and face were left, there was no body. Its face was mixed with a half-black, viscous liquid. Its eyes were closed, and its face was somewhat distorted. It was completely unclear if it was still alive. Did Salvador's resurrection succeed? And he even became such a monster? The twisted face wriggled a few times as if it heard someone calling her name. 1253 Infuriated Fang Heng frowned. After entering the game, he saw many strange creatures, but Molly Ant still made Fang Heng feel very uncomfortable. He really wanted to go up and help her relieve her pain completely right now. Kai kai. The fluid was still wriggling slightly as if it was still trying to climb out of the hole in the round table. Fang Heng took a deep breath and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He took a few steps forward, took out the sample collector, and stabbed it into the jelly-like black original devouring body. Kai. The original devouring body didn't have much reaction after being pierced by the needles. It twisted slightly and stopped moving. It seemed that its sense of pain had also been weakened. Fang Heng pondered and a channeling bar appeared above his head. Ding. You are collecting a sample of the original devouring body. Ding. The player has obtained a sample of the original devouring body, special creature. Fang Heng quickly drew a few tubes of grayish-brown liquid and looked up at the ceiling again. Most of the ceiling had been destroyed by the tentacles. Originally, the entire seal was divided into two parts. The outer seal on the ceiling had been completely destroyed, and there should be an inner seal below the cave. The mutated original devouring body was blocking the entrance of the cave. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for him to personally go down and undo the seal, and he would not have enough time. Brother, do you want freedom? Fang Heng thought for a while and said in a low voice. Then, he flicked his wrist and took out several bottles of red potion from his backpack. The original devouring body didn't move and continued to wriggle slowly. I know you want to, but you still have to rely on yourself. For safety's sake, Fang Heng took a dozen steps back and threw a few bottles of potion at the original devouring body. Whoosh! He flicked his hand and threw a crystal forward. Bang! The bottle that was still in midair was shattered by the crystal. The dark red potion was sprinkled on the original devouring body. The red potion quickly merged into the body of the original devouring body at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even the original dark brown fluid was stained dark red. Whoosh! Fang Heng's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly sensed a great threat and immediately jumped up on the spot, jumping back at the fastest speed. Thump. Thump thump. The ground shook violently again and again as if something was struggling under the ground trying to break free of its cage. It seems to be effective. Fang Heng's eyes lit up, and he continued to throw bottles of red potion at the original devouring body. In just a short while, more than 20 bottles of red potions were thrown out. The original devouring body's dark brown fluid body also had a dark red color. Traces of dark red flowed along the original devouring body and gradually spread to the entire body, including the part that was still sealed in the cave. Fang Heng could feel that the ground was shaking more and more violently. Thump. Thump thump. The original devouring body kept pounding the ground under his feet. An extremely powerful force was gathering. Fang Heng retreated slowly and simply transformed into a bat, hanging upside down on the wall and ceiling. Boom. There was a loud explosion. A thick tentacle shot out from the ground. It directly pierced into the sky. Thump. Thump thump. The sounds of the attacks continued. Huge cracks appeared on the ground. More than a dozen tentacles reached out from the ground and pierced the ceiling of the underground palace, waving wildly. It was settled. It seemed that the effect of the potion was better than he had imagined. Fang Heng raised his head and looked at the ceiling. The giant tentacle of the original devouring body penetrated a large part of the ceiling, and he could even see the night sky outside the underground palace through the hole. It was time to leave. It would be troublesome if they ran into the royal guards. Just as Fang Heng was about to leave, he vaguely heard a sound coming from the passage above the underground palace. Hurry up. The demons hidden in the underground palace are right ahead. Follow me. Eh? What was going on? Did the people of the Empire come? And from above? Could it be Salvador? It was very possible. Fang Heng's heart sank, and several thoughts flashed through his mind. No, if he went up now, he would just happen to bump into someone. Wait a little longer. Fang Heng flapped his wings again and flew into the dark. He hung upside down in an unremarkable corner and continued to observe. Soon, the group entered the underground palace. Fang Heng sized up the person in the dark. He didn't know any of these people. However, they were dressed like members of the royal family. The people from the Holy Court also followed them. That was strange. When did the Holy Court get so close to the royal family? Moreover, they had easily come over from above, and the original devouring body had ignored them. It seemed like they were completely immune to the original devouring body's attacks. Salvador's research on the original devouring body had already reached this stage. Fang Heng's heart sank. Not good. If Salvador wasn't attacked by the original devouring body, it would be difficult for Tangmo to escape. Therefore, he could only rely on himself to stall them. Fang Heng hid in the dark and continued to observe. Tang Wu and the people from the Holy Court descended from the sky. Seeing that a portion of the original devouring body had already crawled out from the depths of the cave, he couldn't help but reveal a grave expression. The Archbishop of the Holy Court, Karkala, looked up at the destroyed cave and said in a deep voice, "The seal has been greatly damaged, and it doesn't seem to be Salvador's doing." The seal was actually destroyed to this extent? Why did the original devouring body become so crazy? Was it related to Tangmo? Karkala was suspicious. Creak 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 creak. As if sensing his breath, the mutated original devouring body slowly wriggled, and Malian's face, wrapped in fluid, appeared in front of everyone. Tang Wu's guards were all shocked by this disgusting creature and subconsciously drew their swords. Senators, as you can see, these are all evidence of Salvador's crimes. In order to resurrect his sister, who had died hundreds of years ago, Salvador committed all kinds of crimes. He had gone mad. The accompanying council of elders was silent. They were also shocked by the scene before them. One of the old men said, "Yes, it's Salvador's sister, Malian." Tang Wu nodded at the senators respectfully. "The council of elders, please make a decision." In order to smoothly inherit the throne, Tang Wu sent an invitation to the council of elders to cooperate. Even though the authority and power of the Council of Elders had been weakened to the lowest point during the reign of the previous emperor of the empire, the power of the Council of Elders had been greatly weakened. The senators looked at each other and nodded in unison. An old man with a white beard stepped forward and said, "Your Highness Tang Wu, Salvador has disregarded the interests of the empire and the royal family for his own selfish reasons, and has caused a disaster. The Council of Elders has declared him guilty, and he is no longer fit to be the acting monarch." Satisfied, Tang Wu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, senators, for your fair judgment." Before tonight's events, the Council of Elders had communicated with Tang Wu several times. Both sides had reached a tacit understanding. They would stand on Tang Wu's side. Once Tang Wu became the new emperor, he would regain all the rights of the Council of Elders. 1254 Opportunity. Tang Wu clenched his fists, feeling excited. He did not expect this day to come so quickly. "Bishop, it's your turn now. We need purification. Purify it immediately." Yes, just as we agreed. Karkula glanced at Tang Wu, nodded, and reached out his hand. A dark golden book of creation appeared in his palm. Now was the best time to completely destroy the original devouring body. The dozens of knights who had come with him gathered behind Karkula to guard him. The judge of the Holy Court also stepped forward and gathered their mental strength on Karkula, praying silently together. Not far away, Fang Heng could hear the conversation clearly and could not help but be surprised. It was Tang Wu, the successor of the Empire. They were not Salvador's men. But why were they not affected by the original devouring body? Fang Heng frowned and quickly recalled the contents of the information he had read before. The Council of Elders did not have any real power, and its influence was extremely limited. As for its strength, it was also very ordinary. The Holy Court? Fang Heng then shifted his gaze to Karkula and the people from the Holy Court. From what they said, it seemed that they had the ability to completely get rid of the original devouring bodies. Fang Heng couldn't help but be tempted. The Holy Court should not have noticed him. Let's wait and see, maybe he could strike and steal the boss. In the night sky outside the imperial city of the Empire, seeing more and more tentacles emerging from the ground, Wangnut could not help but smile. The alarm within the royal family sounded, and the entire royal family was in complete chaos. A large number of royal guards kept pouring into the city to help. If his guess was right, this was Fang Heng's masterpiece again. This guy was really amazing. Let's go. We will get closer and prepare to receive them. Yes. Leader. The giant falcon approached at a low altitude. At the same time, in the secret prison below the royal family's main palace, everyone could feel the violent shaking from beneath their feet. Wei Tao's eyes were filled with excitement and he couldn't help but clench his fist. It must be Fang Heng. He made his move. Just as he was thinking, a player, who was a vice president, hurriedly came online and looked at everyone with an anxious expression. He said, "Everyone, Lord Fang Heng has settled it. The original devouring body has broken through a part of the seal, and a large number of its giant tentacles are reaching out from the underground palace, continuing to cause damage to the royal family. The imperial city is in chaos now, and most of the guards outside the hall have been deployed. Where are our people?" Ed asked, his spirits lifted. "Have you arranged everything?" "Yes, the people outside are already destroying the alchemy magic ray. In 2 minutes, they will find a way to stop the operation of the royal family's mage tower in the inner city and block the force field of the magic array. Li Zhu told us that they will ensure that the magic array will be blocked for at least 1 minute. We need to use the escape scroll to complete the retreat in this 1 minute. Good. Split into 2 groups. We will leave in 2 minutes." During their imprisonment, the players had already come up with an escape plan. Ed took out an ancient scroll from his bag, and the other guild leader took out the same scroll. As a short-distance random group teleportation scroll, it could teleport 19 players to a random ground area within 501,000 meters. Including Tang Mo, there were a total of 15 people imprisoned here. 2 scrolls were enough for everyone to escape. When the players had surrendered to the royal family, they had already traded 4 scrolls and planned their escape. The prison fell into a moment of silence, with only the heavy breathing of the players. Almost all the players lowered their heads to check the game time. 2 minutes passed. Success. The magic disorder state is gone, hurry. Ka. Losing the effect of the magic seal, a player's muscles swelled, and the veins on his forehead popped out. He held the metal bars of the prison with both hands and forcefully broke a huge hole in the bars, and he peeked out from inside. The magic runes engraved on the alloy bars could trigger the alarm, but now that the central magic array's force field had lost its effect, the runes had lost their effect as well. All the other players also tried their best to break free from prison. They quickly gathered together and split into 2 groups. For safety's sake, Tang Mo's team had 9 people and they were the strongest among the rest. Let's go. Looking around at the crowd one last time, Ed prayed in his heart that the teleportation scroll would be powerful. He crushed the scroll with force. Kai. A faint light enveloped everyone and they quickly disappeared. In almost an instant, the teleportation was completed. When he opened his eyes again, Ed immediately raised his head and saw the night sky outside the hall. They were out. Luck was on their side. They had successfully left the palace and arrived in the outside world. Ed was overjoyed. Wei Tao said in a low voice, "Look, that one." Looking at where Wei Tao was pointing, everyone could not help but reveal a strange expression. Under the night sky, several tentacles shot up into the sky and danced wildly, attacking everything within the imperial city. From time to time, the Empire soldiers would be rolled up by the tentacles and lifted into the air before being crushed alive. Tang Mo looked at the Empire soldiers fighting with the original devouring body and couldn't help clenching his fists. His heart was filled with hatred. Salvador had raised such a monster in the Imperial City. He had killed so many loyal soldiers of the Empire. It was unforgivable. Your Highness, we have to leave quickly. What about Minayu? Why don't I see her? Your Highness, please wait a moment. We will contact each other again. After leaving the Empire's prison, the player's survival radio station was unlocked again. Ed and the other players quickly communicated with each other through the game's in-game communication device and learned about Lord Feng Heng and his team. Your Highness, Her Highness Minayu has just left the underground palace and is now heading to the West Gate. We can meet there and then leave the Imperial family with the help of the barbarians Falcon. Ed looked at Tangmo and said, Your Highness, it's too dangerous here. We will escort you out first. Okay, sure. Tangmo was comforted when he thought about Tang Minayu and immediately turned to leave. He had just taken 2 steps when he found that only the 2 people were following him. He couldn't help looking back. He asked, What about you guys? You're not following us? Your Highness, we have more important matters to attend to. We will be back soon, so don't worry. What is it? Ed's expression was grave as he nodded and explained, We know that Salvador is heading to the underground palace. Tangmo faintly realized something and his pupils shrank. He asked, What do you mean? Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt, but this is a good opportunity for us to deal with Salvador. You don't have to risk your life. Just wait for our good news. Ed was full of confidence in this plan. In fact, their original plan was to let Tangmo see the evidence and then assassinate Salvador to seize the royal power. However, he encountered some trouble in the process of exploring the underground palace. Fortunately, they had a reliable teammate. He had turned the entire situation around with his own strength. This was their best chance to deal with Salvador. 1255 out of control. Tangmo looked at Ed after hesitating for a moment. Tangmo said, I will go with you. Ed was surprised and wanted to stop him. Your Highness. It's too dangerous to deal with Salvador, please be careful. Tangmo wasn't involved in the plan to assassinate Salvador. After all, Tangmo's personal strength wasn't strong. He was more of a symbol that represented the identity of the royal family. It would be even more troublesome if they encountered danger along the way. Tangmo raised his hand to stop him. He said, Ed, you don't have to continue. I have royal family blood in me. This is a responsibility I must shoulder. Ed quickly exchanged glances with Wei Tao and the others. Seeing that time was running out, he did not continue to persuade him. Alright, please be careful, Your Highness. Another player president remarked, Salvador's location has been marked out. He is in the area of the original devouring body. We will go there now. The entire Imperial City area was once again in chaos. A huge tentacle rose from the ground and attacked everything around them. The alarm was triggered, and the royal family guards came in groups to help and began to raise their longbows to fight back. Fire. A dense rain of arrows flew toward the giant tentacles. The captain of the royal guards frowned. Ordinary arrows could not penetrate the hard surface of the original devouring body's tentacle. Only arrows mixed with purple essence could penetrate the surface of the tentacles and cause slight damage. For the huge body of the original devouring body, the damage was minimal. After a round of arrows, the tentacles did not suffer much damage. Instead, the royal guards began to retreat to keep a distance from the giant tentacles. Salvador rushed over with a group of guards, and he clenched his fists when he saw the Empire's defenders fighting the original devouring body. Your Majesty. Retreat. Salvador gestured to the guards behind him to form a line. He walked forward alone and faced the original devouring body. Whoosh! Salvador glowed with a blue light as he tried to control the original devouring body from a distance. But it was ineffective. The original devouring body fell into an unprecedented madness. It was still waving its tentacle around, attacking in all directions, and did not respond to Salvador's mental connection. Salvador's psychic energy was pushed to its limit. 2 streams of blood flowed down from Salvador's eyes. What exactly was going on? Salvador was shocked. He had spent several years of research to calm the original devouring body down. Recently, his research made a major discovery. With the help of potions, he could try to enter a temporary spiritual perception with the original devouring body. However, this time, the original devouring body didn't have any mental energy response. He could feel the madness and anger from the original devouring body. Salvador tried to calm him down, but his mental connection was instantly devoured by the madness of the original devouring body. Salvador's personal advisor, Theo, took 2 steps forward and whispered, Your Majesty, we can't continue like this. You will lose control if we continue. Molly Ann. Salvador muttered to himself. He had given up on controlling the creature with his psychic energy, but his eyes were still filled with anxiety. That bunch of trash from the Alchemy Society. The president of the society, Ovian, had once used his head to guarantee that there would be no problems with the underground palace. But now, where did Ovian go? What had happened below the underground palace? The passage in front was blocked by the frenzied original devouring body. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and tentacles constantly sprang out of the cracks and attacked the surroundings. It was too late to go around the entrance of the Hall of Divine Martial Arts' underground palace to investigate it. Salvador turned around and said, "Erue. Step forward." "Yes." A well-built young man walked out from behind Salvador. "Your Majesty. Open up a path through the crack in front. We need to find the source of the tentacle." "Yes." Erue replied in a muffled voice. He took 2 steps forward and came to a crack in the ground. He raised his fist and punched the ground. Bang! The ground trembled violently under Erue's punch. Crushed stones flew everywhere. Erue's expression did not change as he raised his fist again. Bang! Bang bang bang! The royal guards who came with him were surprised. He had long heard that Salvador's personal guard, Erue, had extraordinary brute force since he was young. He could actually smash a path through the ground. While the royal guards were still in shock, they suddenly saw a team rushing over from the right. Looking carefully, it turned out to be Tangmo's group. They had actually escaped from the prison? Tangmo and the players quickly chased after Salvador. When they saw Salvador, they were like enemies, their eyes turned red. Salvador! Salvador also turned his head and stared at Tangmo's group, his eyes filled with anger. Too many things had happened tonight and all of them were related to Tangmo. Tangmo. Good, very good. You're the one who did this. Salvador. Stop your pretense, the crimes you have committed against the Empire have already been exposed. In order to resurrect your sister, you didn't hesitate to disturb the peace of the ancestors, sneak into the Imperial Mausoleum, steal the corpses of the Empire's ancestors, and study the demonic seed. You even used the lives of the Empire's soldiers to study the demonic seed. Even my grandfather's death from a serious illness was related to you. Tangmo looked at him without fear, his eyes also filled with extreme anger. You are the one who created these mutated tentacle life forms. Do you still want to pretend? In the face of Tangmo's accusation, the surrounding royal guards were shocked and turned to look at Salvador. What was going on? What was Tangmo saying? The remains of the Empire's ancestors. Secret experiments? So this tentacle monster was actually Salvador's doing? Due to the sudden appearance of the devouring tentacle, the Imperial City's inner city was in chaos. A large number of Empire soldiers were resisting and many people heard Tangmo's words. They all looked at Salvador with strange expressions. Oh, so you already know. It seems that you've found my laboratory. The people in the Alchemy Society are a bunch of idiots. I shouldn't have believed them. Salvador sneered but his face remained calm despite his extreme anger. He looked at Tangmo and shook his head. Tangmo. It's a pity that you were a very good experimental subject. Why do you have to force me? You know what? My research was about to succeed, and she could already sense my spirit, but you. Salvador's body was trembling in anger, and he was on the verge of losing control. His bones were making strange sounds. Creak, 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 creak. You've ruined everything. Salvador roared. In front of everyone, Salvador's face began to squirm. 1256 dissolving Salvador's face seemed to be melting, and his skin was falling off his bones. As if he was shedding his skin, pieces of muscle tissue fell off his bones, and even the bones gradually dissolved, until an extremely strange life form was formed in front of everyone. It had no skin, and its body was covered in a layer of gray-brown squirming bacteria. It looked like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Gulp. More and more of the fungus slimy liquid flowed down Salvador's body, leaving a carpet of fungus on the ground that quickly spread to the surrounding area. Salvador had lost his original appearance, only a shadow wrapped in bacteria and 2 eye-catching orange eyes. Your Majesty. Salvador's personal advisor, Theo, saw that he had entered the demonized state in front of him, and his eyes were filled with extreme fear. He could not help but retreat. Just as he took a small step back, he suddenly felt a strange feeling of something sticking to the bottom of his feet. He looked down and saw that his feet had been covered with a layer of fungus. Gulp gulp. The creep began to climb up from the ground. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please spare me. Your Majesty. Theo's face was ashen. He realized that he had completely lost control of his lower body and could not struggle at all. The creep quickly spread from his feet to his body, until it completely enveloped Theo, forming a cylindrical body. Kai. Gulp. In less than 2 seconds, the outer layer of the fungus began to fall off and fall to the ground, forming a carpet that spread out in all directions. Everyone's expression changed. Where's Theo? Upon closer inspection, Theo, who was originally wrapped in the bacteria, had long disappeared. In less than 2 seconds, he was completely absorbed by the bacteria and became the new creep. It was too terrifying. Witnessing Theo's brutal death, the guards that Salvador had brought with him turned pale. They all backed away, afraid that they would be the next Theo if they got close to the creep. However, it was already too late for some of the Empire's soldiers to think about it. Most of the creeps had already spread to their feet and wrapped around the feet of more than 10 guards, trapping them in place. What's going on? His Majesty has been possessed by the demon. Be careful of the creep. Retreat. Quickly retreat. When the soldiers of the Empire saw Salvador, who had been reduced to a monster, as well as the creep under their feet, they shouted in panic and quickly retreated. Seeing this, the player immediately shouted, "Soldiers of the Empire! Be careful! It's the demonic seed." Salvador tried to use the strength of the demonic seed, but he has been devoured by the demonic seed. He has lost his mind and become a monster. Your Highness. Ed was overjoyed at the chaos in front of him. He immediately looked at Tangmo and said anxiously, "Make your move. Make use of your charisma as the successor of the royal family. Now is our best chance." "Yes." Tangmo nodded and looked at Empire soldiers, shouting, "Soldiers of the Empire, listen up. Salvador has committed many crimes and is no longer worthy of being the leader of the Empire. He has become a demon who has killed innocent people. Follow me and kill the demon." "Yes, sir." One side was the official successor of the Empire, Tangmo, while the other side was the crazy monster that Salvador had become. The Empire's soldiers didn't hesitate to make a choice and stand on Tangmo's side. Ed and the rest of the players were relieved to see this, and they even wanted to pop open champagne to celebrate. Success. Lord Feng Hang was too powerful. After completing Salvador's crime collection mission to 200%, he could easily obtain the Empire's recognition and obtain the royal power. He had never thought that Salvador would be reduced to a monster in front of everyone. It was an unexpected surprise. Right now, they only needed to deal with the demonized Salvador. In fact, the player teams had long been prepared for the final boss battle. Salvador had been hiding in the royal family for a long time, and the players had managed to find out some information about him. They had confirmed that Salvador was related to the demon research, and Li Zhu had long since determined that Salvador had the ability to demonize. In addition to the information Feng Hang had obtained from Salvador's book, they were sure that Salvador had used the demonic seed to experiment on himself. The boss battle was already within their expectations. Gale and Wei Tao looked at each other and nodded. "Let's attack together and kill him." At the same time, a line of game notifications appeared on the player's retina. Ding! The player has triggered a special mission punishment. In the underground palace, Feng Hang was hanging upside down in the shadow of the ceiling alone, observing the group of people from the holy court not far away. The Archbishop, Karkala, placed his scepter upright on the ground, emitting a golden light. After the light bloomed, a large, dark gold barrier of light formed in the center of the barrier, enveloping the team. The original devouring body seemed to be wary of the holy light attribute and did not take the initiative to attack. Archbishop Karkala stood in front of the round platform in a praying posture and silently chanted. A golden light gradually bloomed in front of him. The original devouring body on the round platform sensed the threat and began to shrink back slightly. The golden light attacked and slowly spread along the entrance of the deep cave until it entered the deep cave. Z. A sizzling sound that sounded like boiling water evaporating came from the bottom of the cave. The original devouring body felt something. It constantly struggled to crawl out of the deep hole, and its speed of escape became faster and faster. Feng Hang secretly observed the Holy Court's actions from a distance and couldn't help muttering in his heart. The people of the Holy Court are too strange. They were actually controlling the holy light to wear down the seal at the bottom of the deep cave? What were they trying to do? Why did it look like he wanted to help the original devouring body break free from the deep hole? All of a sudden, Feng Hang felt someone looking at him. He looked in the direction of the gaze alertly. Tang Wu and the accompanying guards were guarding behind Karkala and were looking back vigilantly. Among them, an old man from the Council of Elders seemed to have noticed something in his direction and was searching in that area. Not good, I am about to be discovered. Feng Hang's heart skipped a beat. He immediately retracted his gaze and then consumed his physical strength again to activate the hiding skill to reduce his presence. The old man looked at the area where Feng Hang was in the distance and had some doubts in his heart. He was about to take 2 steps forward to investigate again when he heard hurried footsteps coming from the back of the underground palace's passageway, so he stopped. The other guard reported to Tang Wu in a low voice, "Your Highness Tang Wu, they should be here." "Yes." Tang Wu nodded and turned around to welcome the person. At the back of the tunnel, Zhao Yun led the team that was searching for the underground palace. Everyone's attention was drawn to Zhao Yun's group. 1257 Persuade. Zhao Yun looked very miserable at this time. His clothes were stained with a lot of blood, and there were people in the team who were injured. They were barely able to move forward with the help of their teammates. The passage earlier was too dangerous. Zhao Yun had spent a lot of effort to escape from the original devouring body's grasp in the crack in the wall and reach the central region. The entire team had paid a huge price for this. Seeing the people gathered in front of the round platform, Zhao Yun's expression changed and he pointed his sword forward. He found it. The intruders of the underground palace. But when he saw the face of the leader, Zhao Yun was stunned. How could it be him? He was one of the royal family heirs to the Imperial Empire, Tang Wu. Seeing that the man had raised his weapon, the guards and the knights behind Tang Wu immediately got into formation. The two sides raised their weapons and confronted each other. Zhao Yun was shocked. He had been trying to figure out who had invaded the underground palace in secret and caused a great disturbance in the Imperial City, including the attack on the Empire's Imperial City with barbarians. However, he never thought that the person behind all this would be Tang Wu. The president of the Alchemy Society, Ovian, who had come with Zhao Yun, had a dark expression on his face. This was terrible. He saw that more than half of the original devouring body on the round platform had already crawled out of the deep hole. The semi-fluid body of the original devouring body had already covered more than half of the round platform. And those people from the Holy Court? What were they doing? Were they helping the original devouring body break free from the seal? This was crazy. The world had gone crazy. Ovian quickly stopped him and asked loudly, "What are you guys doing? Quickly stop." Tang Wu's gaze swept across Ovian in disdain. He didn't answer and ignored him. He then looked at Zhao Yun and said in a deep voice, "Commander Zhao, you're here just in time. Why don't you kneel down when you see me?" A few thoughts flashed through Zhao Yun's mind, as he gritted his teeth and cupped his fists. "Your Highness. Commander Zhao, do you know about the dirty thing Salvador has done?" Zhao Yun's expression changed. Even if he didn't say everything, he naturally knew a little. "It seems like you don't want to tell me. I will tell you. Salvador murdered the late emperor and secretly raised demons in the royal family." Tang Wu stared at Zhao Yun and continued, "The evidence is right in front of you. This news will spread throughout the empire very quickly. Salvador will no longer be the king. Do you know what you should do now?" Zhao Yun frowned and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, please be careful with your words. Do you have any evidence for what you've said?" "Humphrey. There will be evidence." Tang Wu's expression changed and he snorted, "You're so close to Salvador that you know what he's done. I will give you one last chance. Do you want to die with him or do something for me? I can promise you that as long as you work for me, I will let bygones be bygones, and I will even give you heavy responsibilities." Zhao Yun's expression changed several times. Feng Hang was secretly watching from a distance. When he heard the conversation between the two, he couldn't help but encourage them secretly. "Don't agree with it. Fight. Hurry up and fight." He could only find an opportunity to fish when there was a dispute. Feng Hang was secretly cheering for Zhao Yun in his heart when he suddenly noticed several game prompts flashing on his retina. Ding. The player's current mission, the Empire Rebellion mission, has changed. Ding. The player has collected a large amount of evidence of Salvador's crimes. The mission completion rate is more than 200%. The subsequent mission progress has been changed. Ding. The player team has completed the mission Expose Salvador's True Colors. The player team has gained a large amount of Empire reputation and the player team's friendship with Tangmo has greatly increased. Ding. The player team has triggered the current mission punishment. Mission title, Punishment. Mission description: Salvador has been secretly controlling the royal family and has committed various crimes. He has lost control and entered demonized state. Please help to kill Salvador. Mission requirement: kill mutated Salvador. Mission reward: a large number of reputation points for the Empire, and a large number of reputation points for the Empire's successor, unlocked in the subsequent missions. Seeing the task prompt, Feng Hang raised his eyebrows again. What was this situation? Did Dad trigger a mission? Didn't they already run away? Why was he fighting with Salvador? Wait, Salvador was also in his demonized form? While he was thinking, Feng Hang saw a white-haired old man from the Council of Elders walking out from behind Tang Wu. "Zhao Yun, are you still going to be so stubborn?" Zhao Yun's face changed when he saw the old man. "Seventh Grandpa. Kneel down. I told you to kneel." The old man shouted at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and knelt on one knee. Tang Wu felt relieved. Zhao Yun's seventh grandpa was one of the senators, and using the Council of Elders to control Zhao Yun was part of his plan. Get up. It's a great thing to repent. From now on, listen to His Majesty Tang Wu's orders. His Majesty has already promised the Council of Elders that he will let bygones be bygones. Yes. Seventh Grandpa. Zhao Yun immediately made a decision and bowed to Tang Wu. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Good, good, good. Tang Wu revealed a warm smile. "I will still need Commander Zhao's help in the future. The rest of the royal guards that followed Zhao Yun were led by the commander. The rest of the Empire soldiers hesitated for a moment before they followed suit and chose to submit to Tang Wu. Ovian saw that Zhao Yun had surrendered so easily and was shocked. He took a few steps back and pointed at Zhao Yun. "Zhao Yun, you dare to betray." Along the way, Zhao Yun had been extremely unhappy with Ovian. Frowning, he sternly interrupted, "Capture him." "Yes." The royal guards immediately stepped forward and held Ovian in place. "You." As an alchemist, Ovian wasn't very strong. He wanted to resist, but dozens of auras had locked onto him. He had no choice but to give up and be controlled by several royal guards. "Are you all crazy? Do you know what you are doing? You're all traitors." Ovian looked at the royal guards and the Empire Sword Saint with them. He shouted with his last bit of hope, "Rio Tinto! Do you see them? Hurry up and help." Everyone shifted their gazes to the Empire Sword Saint Rio Tinto with caution. Rio Tinto frowned. When he was young, he received the favor of the Empire royal family and made an oath to protect the royal family. However, it was obvious that the situation before him was beyond his ability. "I've seen it. Back then, I did promise that I would do my best to protect the royal family for a period of time. As for now, it's not convenient for me to intervene if your imperial family is facing some problems." Rio Tinto shook his head and turned to Tang Wu. He said, "When everything is settled, I will keep my promise and continue to be loyal to the royal family." Tang Wu was a little upset when he heard that, but he still cupped his hands respectfully to Rio Tinto. It was not a wise move to have a sword saint as an enemy at this time. "Thank you, Mr. Rio Tinto." 1258 Gathering. Seeing that the dust had settled, one of Tang Wu's personal guards whispered, "Your Highness, we can leave this to the Holy Court. The most important thing now is to find Salvador. Only by taking him down can we take over the royal family." "Yes." Tang Wu nodded heavily. He had stayed here to recruit Zhao Yun and his group. "Let's go. Go find Salvador. It's time to settle this score with him." The Archbishop of the Holy Court, Karkala, was still controlling the magic array. Seeing this, he said in a deep voice, "His Majesty can rest in peace. Leave this to us." "All right." Under the protection of the Holy Light Shield, Tang Wu led everyone up the underground palace through the breach. Fang Heng hid in the dark and witnessed everything that happened. He watched Tang Wu and the others leave the underground palace. It's a pity that they didn't fight. And the president of the Alchemy Society was too weak. He was captured without even putting up a fight. Boring, really boring. Fang Heng felt a little unhappy. He wasn't interested in the rebellion missions of the Empire. Instead, he was more interested in the people of the Holy Court. As the seal hidden in the deep cave was gradually destroyed, more than half of the original devouring body had escaped. More and more giant tentacles broke out from the ground of the round platform and shot up until they broke through the top of the underground palace. The original devouring body also became crazier and crazier. Its giant tentacles began to twist and wave. The Holy Light Shield enveloped everything so that the wildly dancing tentacles outside could not affect the spell. The judge, Gustavo, was a little worried. He looked at the Archbishop and whispered, "Lord Bishop." "It's fine," Archbishop Karkala said in a deep voice, "Seal it. Just release it and act according to plan." "Yes." All the judges replied in unison. "Oh." Fang Heng squinted his eyes slightly. It was very strange. The Holy Court's actions were strange. What were they trying to do? The entire underground palace began to shake uncontrollably. Boom. A violent explosion came from the bottom of the cave. A viscous, liquid-like substance spewed out from the deep hole along with the explosion. At the same time, huge falling rocks kept falling from the ceiling, blocking the entrance of the deep cave. A dark brown fluid-like substance flowed out of the cracks in the rock. The original devouring body had already completely broken free from the deep cave. Karkala's expression was grave as he shouted, "Move out." The golden light bloomed again. The outer layer of the golden shield surrounded the original devouring body that had just escaped. Hulu. A faint golden flame burned on the body of the original devouring body. Fang Heng's pupils shrank. The holy flame. The Holy Court's Archbishop was using a high-level holy elemental spell. The holy flame was said to be able to dispel all evil. The original devouring body was a creature that was afraid of light and fire. It just so happened that the holy flame was the ultimate fusion of the light and fire attributes. The original devouring body was extremely afraid of the holy flame. Its liquidized body was burned, and it immediately contracted and twisted. Its exposed body writhed crazily. Kai kai kai. Fine tentacles sprang out of the original devouring body and bombarded the light screen condensed by the Holy Court. Ripples appeared on the light screen. The attack was ineffective. The burning holy flame continued to wear down the original devouring body. The giant tentacle outside the light curtain felt that its body was injured, and its struggle became more and more intense. It kept waving, trying to attack the outer holy light shield. Thump. Thump thump. The huge tentacles hit the outer shield, making a dull impact sound. Suddenly, the eyes of Malian's face in the middle of the fluid suddenly opened, and a strange shriek came out of her mouth. Buzz. The scepter that Carcula had placed on the ground shone with a dark golden light. The 3 layers of the holy light shield on the inside and outside absorbed the sound waves again. The screech attack was once again nullified. Feng Heng felt the aftermath of the attack and was a little surprised. He lowered his head and looked at the scepter of the holy court. The scepter must be extraordinary to be able to withstand all the attacks of an SSS-level creature. The holy court had come prepared this time. The original devouring body modified form was probably going to be purified. Feng Heng quickly measured the difference in combat power between the 2 sides and pondered when to go down and finish the job. No. The holy court's position was obviously more cautious. They had not reached their limit yet and still had a lot of strength left. Going down now was no different from courting death. Wait a little longer. Within the Imperial City, Tang Minayu and the others were originally rushing to the west side of the city to meet up with Tang Mo. They had just walked halfway when they learned from Wu Shijian that Ed's team was planning to kill Salvador. What? So Wei Tao and the others were also playing this big? They wanted to join forces with the players to take over the entire royal family? Tang Minayu and Mojai Aoi were shocked for a few seconds. They quickly came up with a plan and decided not to run anymore. Instead, they went to meet up with the players and help them seize control of the royal family. They would also meet up with Wei Tao and the others at the same time. Soon, they returned to the central area of the Imperial City and saw a group of players fighting the creep. The entire area in front of him was covered with a layer of gray-brown, squirming creep. The life form continued to gather from the creep and finally turned into a gray-brown human figure. It twisted and turned into the outline of a tall figure in the air. Where's Salvador? That's the monster? Just from its appearance, Tang Minayu could not associate it with Salvador. Mojai Aoi furrowed his brows and covered his right eye with his hand. He used his innate skill to check the monster's information. Yes, that's him. He's the product of a failed experiment. Salvador has lost his mind. Sandy was stunned. You said it failed? Didn't the notebook say that Salvador did the experiment himself and succeeded? Maybe he just thinks he succeeded, or maybe to him, as long as he gets the experimental data, it's a success. Mojai Aoi explained softly. According to the information obtained from his talent skill, Salvador's combat rating was not higher than the original devouring body in the underground palace. Salvador's experiments have yielded valuable data. However, he has also suffered from the backlash of the demonic seed and needs to rely on the purple essence to suppress it. His mind is also extremely unstable, and it is extremely easy for him to lose control and enter this state of neither human nor ghost. Furthermore, he has lost his memory of this period of time. Mojai Aoi quickly communicated with the others about the information he had obtained through his communication skill and reminded them, everyone, be careful of the creep under your feet. Don't get infected by it. It has a very strong infection ability. I see it. Wei Tao is over there. Let's go and meet them. Everyone nodded and followed Wei Tao's direction to join the battle against the mutated Salvador. Not far away, Tang Mo was commanding the Empire's soldiers to fight against Salvador's creep. He kept a distance and released purple essence arrows at the creep to stop it from spreading. Seeing Tang Minayu return safely, he felt a little relieved. He nodded at her from a distance and continued to command the Empire's soldiers. 1259 Ferocious-looking brother, what's the situation? When he finally found Wei Tao and his teammates, Mojai Aoi's mind was filled with question marks. He quickly asked, why did you suddenly get involved with the Empire? Are you going to become the king? That's good. Brother. I didn't expect you to be so greedy. Huh? Wei Tao also opened his mouth and did not know how to answer. Shouldn't he be the one asking this question? Wasn't he the one who tricked the group of players into instigating Tang Mo to rebel against the Empire? They had no other choice but to board the pirate ship. Why did he start to shift the blame? Tang Minayu condensed several ice crystal thorns and attacked mutated Salvador in the distance. She also rushed over to join them. She turned her eyes to the other side and asked with a frown, what's going on? Isn't that the commander of the royal guards, Jian? Why is he also dealing with Salvador? On the other side, another team of the Empire's men was dealing with Salvador. The two sides seemed to be on different sides, and they were still on high alert. Tang Minayu saw Jian in the crowd with a single glance, and her face was filled with doubt. Your Highness Minayu, we've run into a huge problem. When Ed saw Tang Minayu, he explained in a low voice, that's one of the heirs of the Empire, Tang Wu. He's not very capable, and people didn't think highly of him. We didn't expect him to have the support of the Imperial Council of Elders. I think he's here for the throne. Ed's player team was in for yet another tragedy. They were about to pop a bottle of champagne to celebrate, but a strong competitor suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Tang Mo's plan to seize the royal family was a huge variable. The moment Li Zu's team received the news, they immediately began to gather information and model the battle. They measured the strength of both sides and prepared to find the best battle plan. Ed whispered, "We might have to fight them later. Anyway, let's think of a way to deal with Salvador first. We have to save some of our strength." "All right." Tang Minyu nodded as she spoke. She looked around and asked, "Where's Fang Heng? He didn't come out with you?" Ed was also a little surprised. He shook his head and said, "He's not here. I don't see him." In Lincoln City, around the abandoned mining area, several players emerged from the bushes and carefully observed the entrance of the mine that was temporarily sealed off by a wooden fence. "I heard that something has happened in the Empire. General Dengwen has been summoned back urgently and has just left the city with his troops." "Yes." The leader of the Meta mercenary group, Li Qing, nodded and scanned the periphery of the mine entrance. About 10 minutes ago, the bishop of the Holy Court had left with his men, leaving only 4 Holy Court disciples to guard the entrance of the mine. There must be something wrong for them to be so sneaky. "Be careful, let's move." "Roger." In the dark, several players groped toward the entrance of the mine ahead. Suddenly, they revealed themselves from the dark and released control skills from a distance to launch a sneak attack, quickly knocking out the 4 Holy Court disciples at the entrance of the mine. Regiment Commander Li Qing led his men out of the forest and sized up the pitch-black entrance of the mine. Everyone followed suit and lit their torches. "Let's go." Li Qing took the lead and stepped into the mine. Soon, they found the mine tunnel that Fang Heng had broken open. They went deeper into the tunnel and came to an empty room area. The players immediately started searching the mine. "Brother, I found it. Come over and take a look." One of the players quickly discovered the alchemy magic array on the ground. Golden talismans were stuck on the alchemy magic array. It seemed to be the work of the Holy Court. One of the team's players, who had some knowledge of alchemy, stepped forward and squatted down to inspect the alchemy magic array. "Boss, it's an alchemy magic array. It looks like it has been repaired. It seems like something is sealed underground." Li Qing licked his slightly dry lips and walked forward to observe. Previously, they had accidentally overheard the conversation between the Holy Court and the feudal lord and learned that there was a seal hidden in the deep cave. Lord Fang Heng had gone to great lengths to come here for this seal. What good thing was inside the seal? And it even involved the undead and the Holy Court? The rest of the players also caught the scent of a high-level mission and could not help but get excited. They all looked at Li Qing. "What do you mean?" Li Qing nodded and said, "Yes. Let's do it." The Meta mercenary group was originally a small group formed by a few like-minded friends. It was not easy to find a big mission, so how could they be afraid? A rotten life. If he didn't give it his all, when would he be able to stand out? "Be careful, everyone." Li Qing walked forward under everyone's gaze and tried to lift the golden talisman paper. Kai. Kai kai kai. As soon as the talisman paper was lifted, a wisp of black aura spread out through the paper. "There's hope." Li Qing tore off all the talisman paper, revealing the alchemy magical array below. Other than a few wisps of black smoke, there were no game notifications. Still no reaction? Li Qing's brows were tightly furrowed. He simply pulled out his long sword and quickly slashed a few times on the magic array. There was finally a reaction. The seal broke open, revealing a crack that led to the bottom. Kai kai. Black aura was constantly leaking out from the cracks. "Boss. Not good, the infection index is rising very quickly." The player suddenly realized that the infection index in their character attribute panel was soaring. What was that? An undead? Why wasn't there a mission notification? Li Qing looked at an assistant beside him and shouted, "Hurry up." The team assistant immediately took out a black stone from his pocket and threw it under the crack in the seal. The forbidden stone. It was an item that can break normal seals. Although it was only an advanced item, the team had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. This stone was the trump card that allowed them to venture deep into the mine. However, after the forbidden stone fell into the crack, there was no movement at all. The black aura continued to flow out of the hole. What was going on? Why wasn't there any game prompt? Just as Li Qing was feeling puzzled, he suddenly felt a weak vibration coming from under his feet. Suddenly, Li Qing's expression changed greatly. Not good. Run. Just as he turned around, a mission notification appeared on his retina. Ding. The player has triggered a special mission Signs of Destruction. After reading the mission description, Li Qing's face turned even paler. It's over, he made a big mess. In the depths of the underground palace, Fang Heng was watching every move of the Holy Court in the distance. The original devouring body writhed and struggled madly under the burning of the holy flame. Realizing that their lives were in danger, The giant tentacles around them became extremely crazy, waving and trying to attack the Holy Court team. However, the Holy Court once again displayed the power of the turtle shell. The 5 giant barriers blocked the attacks of all the giant tentacles, but the underground palace was almost destroyed. The original devouring body gradually twisted under the burning of the holy flame. Finally, it completely lost its ability to resist and was burned into a pile of ashes. 1260 Fission Kai Kai Kai. The giant-sized tentacles that had been shaking violently in an attempt to attack the holy light barrier also withered quickly as if they had been drained of water. They fell to the ground and cracked into powder. Judge Gustavo walked forward and supported the tottering Carcula. He said with concern, "Archbishop, are you alright?" "Well, it's fine. I've just overused my spiritual power." After continuously using the holy flame to dispel the flames at high intensity, Archbishop Carcula looked weak. His eyes were fixed on the ashes left behind after the death of the original devouring body. "Bishop, it." Gustavo also noticed Ash's strange behavior. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his voice and asked, "You're not taking it away? Are you going to leave it here?" After a few seconds of silence, Carcula said in a deep voice, "Without darkness, light has no meaning to exist. Do you understand?" Gustavo was startled. "You're worried." Carcula shook his head and stopped Gustavo from continuing. He picked up the scepter on the ground and continued, "His Highness Tangwu has been down there for a long time, and he hasn't returned. He must have run into some trouble. Missy, Milton, you two stay here and guard the entrance. The rest of you, follow me. We will help His Highness deal with Salvador." "Yes, Lord Bishop." Gustavo's gaze swept over the burned ruins one last time, and he nodded solemnly. He left 2 holy paladins of the Holy Court to continue guarding the place and led the rest of the Holy Court to follow the bishop to climb up the broken exit of the underground palace. In the distance, Feng Heng still didn't dare to make any movements. He looked in the direction of the round platform from a distance. Damn, what a loss. He had been hiding in the dark all this time, and even when the original devouring body was destroyed, he didn't find a suitable opportunity to attack. The turtle shell of the holy light was too hard, even the giant-sized tentacle could not break it. Feng Heng did not want to make a useless attempt. As he was thinking, a game prompt suddenly appeared. "Ding, your zombie clone liquor has been resurrected, not good." Feng Heng was shocked. The liquors that had been resurrected in the underground palace had either died at the hands of the original devouring body or were hidden in Feng Heng's secret laboratory. He didn't notice that the countdown for the resurrection of the 2 zombie clones had ended and they automatically entered the resurrection state. Whoosh! 2 dark red magic arrays appeared beside him. The magic array was particularly eye-catching in the dark space. "Who's there?" The 2 holy paladins of the Holy Court who were left behind to guard the place sensed something strange and immediately turned back to look in the direction of Feng Heng. Kai. 2 liquors emerged from the magic array one after the other, charging straight at the holy paladins. He had no choice but to do it. Seeing this, Feng Heng immediately returned to his human form from his bat form. He flew down and sprinted toward the Empire's holy paladins. While he was running, the bloodthirst thorn longsword in his hand immediately switched to the heavy hammer that he had picked up from the infected mutated soldier not long ago. The hammer's attributes were average, and it did not have any additional skills. The equipment's attribute requirements were very high, and ordinary players really did not have a use for it. Feng Heng felt that it was quite convenient to use. It was heavy and hard enough. He understood the Holy Court too well. Against the turtle shell of the Holy Court, a weapon like a long sword would be like scratching an itch, and it would be difficult to break through the outer defense. It was better to use a heavy weapon. Ho! Feng Heng lifted his heavy hammer and drew a gust of wind in the air. Then, he teleported and moved forward, appearing in front of the Holy Paladin out of thin air. The huge hammer smashed toward the Holy Paladin. The Holy Paladin's pupils shrank. He was still wondering why the enemy had attacked in advance, but he didn't expect the other party to have the ability to teleport. In an instant, the huge hammer had already appeared in front of him. Thump! An extremely dull sound rang out. The Holy Paladin couldn't dodge in time and let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying. Boom! The Holy Paladin's body slammed into the wall behind him, creating a large hole in the wall. The holy light shield that enveloped his body began to crack. Seeing this, Feng Heng was surprised. The hammer didn't break the turtle shell? Compared to the period during the vampire apocalypse, his various attributes had clearly improved, and he should have been stronger. How troublesome. Feng Heng immediately realized one thing. Compared to the elementary world of the vampires, the holy paladins in the intermediate games were even more turtle-like. Whoosh! Seeing that the holy light shield on the holy paladin's body, which had been broken, began to repair itself, Feng Heng dodged forward again, lifted the heavy hammer again, and began to attack. The 3 lickers that had just been resurrected immediately charged at the other Holy Paladin, tightly entangling him and unable to provide any assistance. Die. Hulu. Feng Heng lifted the heavy hammer and smashed it fiercely again. Boom. The paladin's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he once again raised his holy light shield to resist. He felt like he had encountered a terrifying human-shaped monster that he had never seen before. Thump. Thump thump. Feng Heng's big hammer was so heavy that he couldn't launch an effective counterattack at all. Helplessly, he could only use his holy power to resist it with all his might. But every time he resisted, his internal injuries became more serious. After being hit more than 10 times in a row, his internal injuries had accumulated to the limit. The holy light shield broke and exploded. The holy paladin also spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. It's really hard. Feng Heng waved his right hand, which was sore from the recoil, and focused on the next holy paladin. It was too troublesome. It took him a full minute to deal with the holy paladin. It was a good thing that he had just held back the greed in his heart and did not bite the bullet to snatch the last strike of the original devouring boss and the holy light scepter. Otherwise, he would definitely have failed. Thinking of this, Feng Heng lifted his heavy hammer and rushed to another holy paladin. Demons. Go to hell. The remaining holy paladin was still fighting with the lickers. Seeing his companion's tragic death, his eyes turned red. He swept away the 2 lickers and raised his heavy sword to slash at Feng Heng. Boom. The heavy hammer hit the heavy sword, and the holy paladin was sent flying. Feng Heng's hands were numb for a moment, but they recovered instantly. He chased after the holy paladin who was sent flying again and repeatedly swung his heavy hammer to smash him. After another 10 or so hits, a line of game prompts appeared. Ding, you have killed a high-level holy paladin of the Holy Court. Your friendship with the Holy Court has been greatly reduced. You have obtained a Tier 1 mutation crystal. After dealing with 2 holy paladins in a row, Feng Heng roughly glanced at the prompt and turned around to explore the round platform. The hole in the center of the platform had been completely sealed off by the broken rocks. The original devouring body had completely disappeared, leaving only a little ash left on the ground after the holy flame had burned it. Have they all been cleaned up? It's a pity. Feng Heng was a little disappointed. The original devouring body mutated form had been killed by the game character, so he could not get any rewards. Feng Heng noticed something out of the corner of his eye and raised his eyebrows. There was a small pile of ashes the size of a fingernail on the edge of the round table. At first glance, Feng Heng thought it was just ordinary ashes. However, his high perception attribute made him realize that something was not quite right. 1261 choice. He turned his head and carefully observed the pile of ashes. What was that? Feng Heng realized that the ashes were moving in a strange way. He observed patiently and found that the ashes around him seemed to be slowly gathering towards the pile of ashes. Feng Heng's heart started to beat faster. Not dead yet. That's right. Resurrection. Feng Heng immediately understood. Resurrection was one of the characteristics of the original devouring body. It was specifically because of this characteristic that Salvador chose to use the black stone Neil to fuse with Malian, wanting to completely revive Malian. Therefore, the original devouring body was not completely dead yet. Feng Heng's breathing unconsciously became heavier, and he patiently stopped to observe. The surrounding ashes of the original devouring body gathered towards the center at a very slow speed, forming a pile of black ashes in the center. The charred surface of the pile slowly faded to reveal a dark brown color below. That's right. It was reviving, even though the revival speed was anomaly slow. Feng Heng's pupils contracted. Then, was there any way for him to kill it and get the reward? Whoosh! Feng Heng drew his bloodthirst thorn longsword and stabbed it at the pile of ashes. Ding! You have dealt 823 damage to the reviving mutated original devouring body. Through the effect of the bloodthirst thorn longsword, you have absorbed 0.3 strength and 411 health point from the mutant. The original devouring body was cut in half by the sword. The 2 halves of the jelly-like dark brown original devouring body began to slowly gather and fuse together. Feng Heng frowned. No, it was ineffective. At the very least, ordinary physical attacks could not kill it completely. Then, how about this? Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and had another idea. He slowly lifted the bloodthirst thorn and placed it on his palm. Kai. The longsword left a wound on his palm, and he slowly reached his hand forward and placed it on the dark brown original devouring body. Fresh blood dripped down his palm. Kai. The moment the blood touched the original devouring body started to boil. A greenish-black smoke rose from the original devouring body. Ding! You have dealt 29,123 damage to the resurrected original devouring body. It was effective. The abnormal appearance of the original devouring body and the game hint value were all hinting at this point. Feng Heng was excited. He cut his healed palm again and controlled the blood to drip down. Kai 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 kai. As the blood continued to corrode the original devouring body, Feng Heng watched as the resurrected mutated original devouring body burned rapidly. A few seconds later, the original devouring body stopped burning. It left behind a mass of black colloids on the ground. Suddenly, several lines of game hints appeared on his retina. Ding! You have eliminated the mutated original devouring body. As the damage you dealt to the mutated original devouring body did not exceed 10%, you cannot receive the full reward. Ding! The player's trial score has increased significantly. Ding! You have obtained 2 pieces of Tier 3 mutation crystals. Good. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. 2 Tier 3 mutation crystals. Aside from a large number of Tier 2 mutation crystals, he also needed a total of 10 Tier 3 mutation crystals to level up. Previously, he had killed Sydney, but he hadn't received the full reward for killing the original devouring body, so he only had 2. 5 more. What about the others? What else? Feng Heng's gaze continued to search the colloid left behind by the original devouring body. He found it. After completely killing the resurrecting mutated original devouring body, a thumb-sized pitch-black crystal was left on the colloid. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. He picked up the crystal and observed it. Ding! Player has obtained an item mutated original devouring body crystal. Item, mutated original devouring body crystal. Description: if the player's soul is not controlled after death, a random part of the body will enter an automatic resurrection state after 12 hours. The resurrection state lasts for 30 minutes. Description: one-time consumable, effective in the backpack. Oh. Not bad, not bad. Feng Heng nodded. He was quite satisfied with the treasures dropped by the original devouring body. After all, it was only the last hit, so the reward was greatly reduced. Otherwise, an SSS-level creature could drop better items. As for this crystal, its effect was average. Feng Heng believed that he had a very strong ability to survive. He also had similar resurrection abilities. The Vampire King's coffin had resurrection effects, and the rebirth device that he had found in the zombie apocalypse game could also complete resurrection. In comparison, the resurrection effect of the original devouring body crystal was not very stable, and the conditions for using it were more stringent. Feng Heng incurred a debt of a sum of King of Gods points for upgrading the crystallized zombies, so he was considering selling the crystal to repay the debt. After all, the conditions for resurrection were harsh for Feng Heng. Items like this that could revive and save lives could definitely be sold at a high price in the game. Feng Heng was in a good mood after picking up a free reward. Just as he was about to leave, several lines of game hints flashed by. Ding! The player's current mission, the Divided Empire, has changed. Mission triggered: choosing the heir. Mission title: choosing the heir. Mission description: Salvador's rebellion has caused the Empire's royal family to fall into chaos. Tang Wu and Tang Mo are both interested in fighting for the heir to the Empire's royal family. You can choose to pledge allegiance to one of them. Mission requirement: choose any heir to the royal family and swear allegiance to him. Ding! Your choice has a high probability of leading the game in a different direction. Please choose carefully. Ding! If you betray the Empire again after pledging your loyalty, your Empire reputation will be greatly reduced. Ding! Player, please choose the person you are loyal to among the heirs of the royal family. The heir will receive an additional portion of your Empire reputation. Ding! The player's current reputation has reached the limit. The player can choose to create a new empire. Warning: the difficulty of creating a new regime is set as an impossible mission. After selecting it, the affinity with all Empire's feudal lords will be restored to the lowest value and cannot be increased. Later operations such as cooperating with Empire's feudal lords and persuading them to surrender will not be possible. Please choose carefully. What did that mean? Feng Heng frowned and checked the mission description again. Internal strife in the Empire? To choose a person to rely on, or be independent. There was less than a week left in the trial, and he still had to complete the trial's main storyline. The game still wanted him to be independent in such a short period of time? Independent my ass. Moreover, it was not easy for him to form friendships with the various feudal lords. He was also preparing to build mage towers all over the world to deal with the abyssal demon. If his affinity with the Empire's feudal lords regressed to hatred, how could he continue playing? But the problem was that it was very easy for problems to arise when one randomly chose a person to pledge allegiance to. Feng Heng's gaze quickly swept across the candidates and suddenly saw a familiar name. Tang Minyu? Among all the candidates, Tang Minyu's reputation as the heir of the Empire was the lowest. As a woman, Tang Minyu was not qualified to be the heir according to the Empire's tradition, but the game still tacitly acknowledged her royal bloodline. Who cares? Feng Heng himself was not very interested in the Empire's mission. He only chose Tang Minyu to avoid trouble in the future. 1262 Omen. As soon as he made his choice, The game hint popped up again. Ding. The player has chosen to pledge allegiance to Tang Minayu. Ding. The player has completed an additional mission: kill the mutated original devouring body. The player's empire reputation has increased greatly. Tang Minayu's heir to the empire reputation has increased greatly. Ding. The player party's current ring mission Salvador's secret entry has been completed. Ding. The player has successfully explored the underground palace. The exploration rate of the underground palace has exceeded 300%. The reward score has increased. The player has discovered Salvador's secret research room. The reward score increased. The player has successfully discovered the secret of the original devouring body. The reward score increased. The player successfully partially released the original devouring body and killed it. The reward has increased. Ding. In the trial environment, the player's normal reward has been converted into the trial score and additional trial time. The player's trial score has been greatly increased, and the player has obtained an additional 35 hours of trial time. Ding. The player's current trial score has been raised to SS. Ding. The player's empire reputation has greatly increased. The player's friendliness with the empire's feudal lords has greatly increased. Ding. Tang Minayu's heir to the empire reputation has increased greatly. Ding. The player has received a special mission reward: Malian's wish. The game hint flashed across his retina. Fang Heng deliberately ignored the information about Tang Minayu's heir to the empire reputation and started to check his backpack for rewards. A dark silver necklace appeared in his backpack. Fang Heng took the necklace out of his backpack and checked its attributes. Item: Malian's wish, necklace, level, legacy, unique bind. After equipping the necklace, the player's hidden attribute charm will be increased by 10 points. The success rate of casting elemental type skills will be increased by 5%. An additional 60 points of spirit attribute and 10 points of physique attribute will be added. Additional skill, blessing. Skill description: when wearing this necklace, you can block up to 3 physical lethal attacks, restores once every 72 hours, up to 3 times. Additional skill, chain casting, elemental. Skill description: when casting an elemental spell, there is a 50% chance of casting another elemental spell of the same level. Still requires mental strength. If mental strength is insufficient, it will enter a backlash state. Additional skill, cherish. Skill description: give the necklace to a female character to permanently increase friendliness and the upper limit of friendliness. Fang Heng carefully checked the necklace's attributes and frowned unconsciously. Oh, it was magical elemental equipment. It was pretty good. Just the 60 points of spirit attribute and the 5% success rate of casting elemental skills were enough to drive players crazy. Moreover, being immune to 3 physical lethal attacks was also an extremely rare life-saving attribute. Even a non-elemental player could use it. However, this attribute was the same as his undying body. As for the additional casting effect of the elemental system, it is also very good. Fang Heng made a rough estimate in his heart. Through the pupil of alchemy, he would be able to learn elementalism in the future. He could also use it himself. At most, he would waste a blessing skill. But was this necessary? The necklace was like icing on the cake, but it was not very practical. He might as well sell it for money. Most of the items that dropped in intermediate games could not be traded. A necklace with such comprehensive effects could definitely be sold at a high price. That's right. Sell it for money. A great harvest. Fang Heng made his decision and put the necklace back into his backpack. Other than that, there were also the friendliness and reputation points of the various feudal lords. It was fine to do without Tang Minayu's heir to the empire reputation. He was too lazy to focus on it, nor did he expect Tang Minayu to fight to become the heir of the empire. Fang Heng was in a good mood. He looked around to see if there was anything left behind. Eh? What was that? Fang Heng frowned again. Upon closer inspection, a black aura could be vaguely seen from the cracks in the rocks that covered the deep cave in the middle of the round platform. Aura? The black aura gradually spread out and a game hint appeared. Ding. The player has been affected by an unknown aura. Infection index has increased greatly. Ding. There is a special virus in the player's body, immune to the current concentration of infection. Fang Heng was suspicious and walked forward to continue observing the stone. The black aura kept seeping out from the cracks in the rocks. Strange, the bottom of the stone was originally the abyss where the original devouring body was sealed. Why was there a black aura coming out from it? Could there be something hidden below? Just as he was thinking about it, a line of game hints appeared again. Ding. The player has triggered a special mission: Omen of Destruction. Mission title: Omen of Destruction. Mission description: the abyss buried deep in the empire has been disturbed. The Black Plague has once again swept through the empire. Is this a sign of destruction or enlightenment for the future? Mission requirement: to survive. Fang Heng's pupils contracted. What was going on? The mission requirement was to survive? Buzz. What was that? Fang Heng turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. The sound came from the black sticky substance left behind after the mutated original devouring body was killed. It was squirming slowly. Resurrected again? Fang Heng's pupils contracted. That wasn't right. The game had clearly hinted to him that he had completed the all kill. Even the ring mission to explore the underground palace had entered the settlement state. Would the game give you a bug so that you can farm monsters back and forth? Fang Heng stared at the squirming black gel. The outer layer of the jelly-like substance slowly faded away, revealing a dark brown fluid underneath. The original devouring body was reviving at an extremely fast speed. No. Fang Heng stared at the original devouring body. It was not its own resurrection ability, but the power of the surrounding black fog. Fang Heng realized that the black gel was absorbing the surrounding black aura. The plague aura. It was the aura of the abyssal demon. Damn it. Even though he did not know what had happened, Fang Heng had already sensed it. The abyssal demon was resurrected in advance. Fang Heng looked vigilant. He drew his long sword and cut his wrist, staining the sword with blood. Kai. Kai Kai. Several black tentacles shot out from the black crystal and charged at Fang Heng. In the Imperial City, Salvador had completely lost his mind and was relying on the biological instincts of the original devouring body to fight against the Empire. The player team cooperated with the royal guards to use the purple essence weapons to attack and stop the Salvador bacteria from spreading further. Fire and holy light attribute attacks could effectively deal damage to the bacteria. After a period of trial and error, the Empire's people began to use fire spells and holy light spells to eliminate the remaining traces of the creep on the ground. The area covered by the creep gradually shrank, leaving only a small area. He's about to die. The mages of the Empire also joined the battle. Several legendary mages of the Empire conjured the initial flame at the same time. Boom. The pale blue flames attached themselves to the Salvador bacteria and continued to burn. Under the effect of the initial flame, the Salvador bacteria struggled frantically. 1263 A trap. The mission did not give a kill hint yet, but Salvador was surrounded by the crowd, and it looked like he could no longer resist. No one could get any closer. Tang Mo and Tang Wu continued to use long-range attacks to deal with Salvador, but they couldn't kill him completely. The Empire's soldiers who tried to charge forward and attack in close combat did not succeed. Instead, they were entangled by the creep and became its nourishment again. Tang Mo and Tang Wu were clearly divided by the burning creep in the center and were wary of each other. Ha! Tang Wu looked at Tang Mo from afar and whispered, "Brother, so you've also noticed the schemes of Salvador. With your help, we can successfully get rid of the vermin of the Empire. You must be tired at this time of the night. You should go back to your territory first. Leave the rest to me." The players frowned. Tang Wu's sudden appearance was not part of the plan. Originally, they had wanted to seize the royal family's throne after killing Salvador, but now, Tang Wu had suddenly appeared. Li Zhu's analysis report had also been sent not long ago. According to the conclusion of the team's comprehensive analysis, Tang Mo would encounter many obstacles after successfully taking over the empire, including other feudal lords who were not convinced. Tang Wu was just one of the internal and external troubles. However, they didn't expect Tang Wu to make a move at this critical time and bring great trouble to the team. Li Zhu felt that this was most likely the difficulty given by the game. Tang Mo didn't speak. He looked at Tang Wu and stood there thinking about something. Tang Wu took half a step forward and stared at Tang Mo. He asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to fight with me? I was the first to discover Salvador's scheme, and I was the one who found someone to seal the demon in the underground palace. Now Salvador is under my control, and you want to fight with me? Tell me, what right do you have?" Tang Mo's lips moved and he was speechless. He had spent most of his time in the territory, so he didn't know much about what was happening within the royal family. If it weren't for Ed and his group, he would still be in the dark. Tang Wu looked at the players behind Tang Mo and said, "And all of you, very good. You all have also contributed to debunking Salvador's conspiracy. Now, if you help me, I will give you the same as Tang Mo. In fact, I will give you even more." Tang Wu turned his head and stared at Tang Mo again. "Tang Mo, I am more suitable to control this empire than you." Suddenly, lines of game hints appeared on the players' retinas. Ding! Player's current mission: the divided empire, has changed. Mission triggered: choosing the heir. Mission title: choosing the heir. Mission description: Salvador's rebellion has caused the empire's royal family to fall into chaos. Tang Wu and Tang Mo are both interested in fighting for the heir to the empire's royal family. You can choose to be loyal to one of them. Mission requirement: choose any heir to the royal family and swear allegiance to him. Ding! Your choice has a high probability of leading the game in a different direction. Please choose carefully. Ding! If you betray the empire again after pledging your loyalty, your empire reputation will be greatly reduced. Ding! Player, please choose the person you are loyal to among the heirs of the Empire's royal family. The heir will receive an additional portion of your Empire reputation. Ed and the other players quickly exchanged glances. The game had finally progressed to this point, but Tang Wu had to appear. Now that they had encountered a choice-type mission, how should they choose? In terms of personal ability, Tang Wu isn't as good as Tang Mo in all aspects. However, the players didn't need to choose a wise ruler of the Empire. Instead, they needed to choose the safest way to complete the mission and obtain the reward as soon as possible. Focus on the present. If they choose Tang Mo, they would have to continue fighting Tang Wu. Their enemies include the Empire's Council of Elders, the royal family's mages, the royal guards, and the Holy Court. There was even the Empire's sword saint eyeing them from afar. On Tang Mo's side, there were only the players and the royal guards who had just surrendered and weren't loyal enough. The difference was obvious. Everyone was in deep thought. How about? Why not just give in? They weren't familiar with Tang Mo. If they could go for the simple option, they could complete this mission and still be rewarded, although the reward might be lesser. Compared to the huge risk, surrendering was much easier. It could quickly resolve the internal strife in the royal family. The guild leaders present had the same thought. Ed had the same idea at first. His eyes swept over Tang Mo and his expression changed slightly. He stopped Tang Mo and said, "Everyone, wait. No. No way." They couldn't give in. The seemingly simple option of joining Tang Wu was actually the biggest trap. Tang Mo didn't seem to have any background, but he still had Tang Minayu behind him, and that terrifying Lord Feng Heng of the Land of Plague. The most important person was none other than Feng Heng. All players looked at Ed. Ed said in a deep voice, "Everyone, don't forget that we still have the Abyssal Demon to deal with. Moreover, they are on the same side as the Holy Court. The Holy Court once said that the Land of Plague is the source of this disaster." Everyone's expression changed as they immediately understood Ed's hint, and their hearts skipped a beat. That was close. They almost fell for it. Everyone thought of Lord Feng Heng, the Abyssal Demon, and the legacies of the Empire's saints. Seizing the Empire was only the first step of the mission. Lord Feng Heng had a bigger plan. It seemed like they had chosen a better plan by defecting to Tang Wu, but in reality, once they pledged allegiance to Tang Wu, they would be standing on the side of the Holy Court and would be standing on the opposite side of Lord Feng Heng. A player hurriedly logged in and whispered, "The offline analysis has come to a conclusion. With our current ability to fight Tang Wu, the winning rate is only 10%. The model analysis shows that the best choice is to immediately take His Highness Tang Mo away from the Imperial City. This will lead to the division of the Empire. The Empire's feudal lords will choose their successors to surrender and the Empire will fall into a period of civil strife. Also, Li Zhu asked me to tell everyone that the Holy Court has already allied with Tang Wu, so you must not pledge allegiance to Tang Wu." As soon as he finished speaking, the game hint popped up on the players' retinas again. Ding! In the player team, the feudal lord of the Land of Plague, Feng Heng, has chosen to pledge allegiance to one of the heirs of the Empire, Tang Minayu. Ding! Feng Heng has successfully killed the Abyssal Demon. Tang Minayu's heir to the Empire reputation has increased greatly. Ding! Player's current mission exploring the underground palace has entered a settlement state. Player will be rewarded according to their contribution. For a moment, the players were stunned when they saw several hints suddenly appear. What was going on? Tang Minayu? 1264 loyalty. Why did Feng Heng suddenly pledge his loyalty to Tang Minayu? Everyone looked at Tang Minayu at the same time. Tang Minayu was also stunned when she saw the game hint. What was Feng Heng doing? Wasn't it the custom of the Empire that only men could become successors? Ed frowned. He looked at the game mission options again and found that the game description suggested choosing between Tang Mo and Tang Wu to pledge loyalty to. In fact, he could choose any successor of the Empire in the subsequent options. Lord Feng Heng had already taken the lead, so what was there to hesitate about? Ed immediately opened the mission panel and chose to swear allegiance to Tang Minayu. Ding! In the player team, Ed has chosen to swear allegiance to Tang Minayu. Ding! Tang Minayu's heir to the Empire reputation has increased slightly. When the player team saw Ed's game hint appear, they reacted one by one. They were already tied together with the Saint's Legacy mission. In any case, they were already grasshoppers on the same rope. Since Lord Feng Heng and Ed had chosen to swear allegiance to Tang Minayu, what were they waiting for? They would just choose Tang Minayu. The entire plan to overthrow the Empire was part of Lord Feng Heng's plan. He must have his reasons for choosing Tang Minayu as the successor. At least compared to Tang Mo, Tang Minayu was more obedient. Tang Minayu was completely dumbfounded. Ever since the mission hint of Feng Heng pledging his loyalty to her refreshed, game notifications kept on appearing on her retina. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of notifications appeared. There were players who constantly pledged their loyalty to her, And strangely, there were even Empire soldiers in the mix as well. Good. Very good. Seeing this, Tang Wu was so angry that he laughed and said sternly, "You made a decision that you will regret for the rest of your life. Catch them. Don't let any of them off." Ed said in a deep voice, "Your Highness Minayu, we can't stay here for long. We will escort you out first." Yes. Tang Minayu agreed immediately. If they couldn't beat them, it would be better for them to make a run. Tang Minayu felt that everything was arranged by Feng Heng. Otherwise, why would he leave her the bone whistle in advance and let her run away with her men? Tang Minayu took out her bone whistle and was about to escape when suddenly, the entire ground on the right side of the area in front of her exploded with violent fluctuations again. Boom. Boom boom. Huge cracks appeared on the ground and more than a dozen huge tentacles extended from the ground and darted into the air. What was going on? Everyone turned around and looked at the area on the right. The original devouring body? Seeing the original devouring body that had just been destroyed appear again, Tang Wu's eyes were filled with surprise. He turned to look at the people of the Holy Court and asked, "What happened?" The Archbishop of the Holy Court, Karkala, had a strange expression on his face. Impossible. He had clearly destroyed the original devouring body, leaving behind only a pile of ashes. Although the original devouring body could revive indefinitely, based on his understanding of the original devouring body, it would take at least half a year for it to complete its initial recovery under the condition of a lack of energy supply, but now... Boom. Boom boom. The earth shook violently. Violent black tentacles constantly rose from the cracks in the ground of the ruins, soaring high into the air, crazily attacking everything around them. Tang Wu and his group, who were the closest to the ruins, became the primary targets of the original devouring body. On the other side, Tang Minayu and the others who were preparing to escape were also shocked. The game hint clearly said that the original devouring body had been destroyed by Feng Heng. Why did so many original devouring bodies suddenly appear? Suddenly, one of Ed's players saw something and shouted at a figure in the distance, "Lord Feng Heng." Everyone immediately followed the player's gaze. A human figure jumped out from the ground while being chased by several giant tentacles. It was undoubtedly Feng Heng. It's him. Karkala also noticed Feng Heng, who had emerged from below. His face darkened as he pointed at Feng Heng and shouted, "He is the one who controls the entire underground palace. Everything started because of him. The undead feudal lord of the land of plague. He's the incarnation of disaster. The source of the disaster." Feng Heng was being chased away by the tentacles of the original devouring body. After being corroded and revived by the plague aura, the strength of the original devouring body increased once again. He could only rely on the deterrence of his own blood against the tentacles to forcefully hold on. Hearing the shouts from afar, Feng Heng couldn't help but look over. The Holy Court? He was the incarnation of disaster? Why didn't he know about this? They were already trying to shift the blame on him? Chase after him. Stop him. Tang Wu's 20 soldiers who were closest to him immediately chased after Feng Heng. Feng Heng. Don't go over there. It's dangerous. Hearing the familiar voice, Feng Heng could not help but look at Tang Minayu, who was waving at him from afar. Eh? She still hadn't run? Feng Heng was suspicious and quickly ran toward Tang Minayu. As he dashed toward Tang Minayu and the others, Feng Heng caught sight of the burning creep in front of him. Covered in a dark brown carpet of bacteria, mutated Salvador was burning with blue flames. Disgusting liquid bacteria kept dripping from his body. No facial features or body could be seen on the entire body, only 2 orange-yellow eyes attached to the bacteria. Feng Heng noticed the monster in front of him and subconsciously drew his sword to slash forward. Feng Heng had always been accustomed to aiming his sword at the 2 orange-yellow eyeballs. Kai. The blood-red long sword that was smeared with his own blood swept forward and cut Salvador in half like a knife cutting through tofu. Gulp. The bacteria life form created by Salvador's mutation rapidly rotted under Feng Heng's sword. A large number of bacteria fell to the ground and scattered in all directions, unable to return to their original state. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. They had spent so much effort to kill Salvador, yet the latter was easily killed by Feng Heng's sword. How did he do it? Ding. You have dealt 1024 damage to the mutated Salvador bacteria. You have killed the mutated Salvador bacteria. As the damage you have dealt to the mutated Salvador bacteria has not reached 10% of the total damage, your kill reward has been weakened. You have obtained a Tier 3 mutation crystal. Your trial score has increased and you have obtained an additional 10 hours of trial game time. Ding. Your reputation in the Empire has increased greatly. Your friendship with the various feudal lords of the Empire has increased greatly. Click here to check the details. Ding. Tang Minai's heir to the Empire reputation has increased slightly. The other players also received the hint that Feng Heng had killed Salvador and looked at Feng Heng in disbelief. Feng Heng was also stunned. This thing was actually a new life form formed after Salvador absorbed the demonic seed. It was so weak. After recovering from his shock, Feng Heng immediately reacted. His gaze quickly swept across the bacteria that was continuously scattering. 1265 leaving he found it. Feng Heng stretched out his hand and picked up a thumb-sized black crystal from a mass of muddy bacteria, and placed it into his backpack. Ding! The player has obtained an item, the original devouring body crystal. Good. Another resurrection crystal in his hands. He would bring it back and sell it for money. The other rewards were all quite useless, but this reward that could be sold for money was the real deal. Feng Heng was short of money now. Other than the amount of King of Gods points he had on him, mass-producing crystallized zombies would also require a huge amount of resources. How could he have enough resources if he didn't cheat? Feng Heng's eyes flashed with excitement. He tapped the ground lightly with his toes and rushed toward Tang Minayu and the others. He shouted, "Minayu! Let's go!" Tang Minayu was stunned when she saw Feng Heng kill the Salvador bacteria with one strike. She had 10,000 questions in her heart that she wanted to ask Feng Heng. When she heard Feng Heng's shout, she blew her bone whistle immediately. Chirp. The bone whistle emitted a sharp sound wave that quickly spread out in all directions. Almost at the same time, along with the sound wave, a dense black aura seeped out from the cracked ground in the distance and quickly spread outward. What was that? The players received the game hint at the same time. They were surprised to find that the infection index in their bodies was slowly rising. At the same time, another game hint flashed. Ding! The player has triggered a special mission, the Omen of Destruction. Mission title, Omen of Destruction. Mission description, the abyss buried deep in the Empire has been disturbed. The Black Plague has once again swept through the Empire. Is this a sign of destruction or enlightenment for the future? Mission requirement, survive. The players' hearts skipped a beat when they saw this strange mission. Survive? Does it mean that I only need to survive? Hurry up. Retreat. Tang Wu's soldiers were fighting the tentacles of the original devouring body that were rising from the ground. The troops were still in a mess, and they could not organize an effective attack against Feng Heng's group. Only a few scattered teams chased after Feng Heng's group. Retreat first. Feng Heng hurriedly urged the team to run. The plague aura that seeped out from the depths of the earth could revive the infected original devouring body. The Salvador bacteria could probably be resurrected as well. If he couldn't beat them, he would run. Feng Heng had no intention of stopping. He pulled everyone and wanted to escape. Seeing this, Mikhail and Wei Tao immediately shouted at Ed and the others, "Ed! Retreat!" After saying that, the two of them ran away with Tang Minayu without looking back. Ed and the other players were also confused by the sudden hint. So this strange black fog was also created by Feng Heng? Who cares? If Lord Feng Heng wanted them to run, then they better run. Ed and the other guild leaders immediately ordered their players to evacuate. Kai. Kai. Not far away, a strange sound came from the place where the Salvador bacteria had fallen. Looking closely, the black aura that had just emerged from the crack in the ground gradually enveloped the bacteria. The bacteria absorbed the black plague aura. The Salvador bacteria that had already died were recovering at an extremely fast speed. The creep once again spread rapidly in all directions, and its speed was even faster than before. Be careful. It's the creep. The creep has appeared again. The Empire's soldiers who were about to chase after Feng Heng saw the creep on the ground, and their expressions changed drastically. They retreated one after another, not daring to get close to it. Archbishop Karkala of the Holy Court saw the resurrection process of the bacteria with his own eyes, and his expression changed drastically. The plague aura. It was actually the plague aura. How could this be? The undead feudal lord of the land of plague was just a target for him to shift the blame, a target for everyone to condemn so that the Holy Court could obtain the faith of this world. However, the development of the situation before his eyes completely exceeded his expectations. Karkala knew that disaster would come, but he never thought that it would come so soon. The abyssal monster that was buried underground had appeared again. Tang Wu saw that he had failed to persuade them to surrender, and his subordinates had failed to stop Feng Heng and the others. They were even flustered by the giant tentacles that kept jumping out of the ground. The anger in his heart could not help but rise. He could not help but look at Karkala and ask, "Karkala, what is going on?" Karkala took a deep breath. "Your Highness. The seal of the abyssal demon has been destroyed, and the release of the plague aura has caused the demonic seed to revive. Please allow me to explain the exact situation to you later. This place is too dangerous, we need to evacuate immediately." Tang Wu turned his head and focused his gaze on Feng Heng. Damn it! The feudal lord of the land of plague. Ever since he appeared, the situation that was originally under control was instantly destroyed. Whoosh! Not far away in the sky, Wangnut was riding a giant falcon with the barbarians. Fang Heng saw Wagner coming over to receive him and shouted, "Let's go. Ed, follow me. The plague Gora has been leaked. Have your friends leave the Imperial City immediately and head to Hani City outside the Land of Plague. The faster, the better." Amidst the chaos, Ed's pupils suddenly constricted when he heard this, and his heart trembled violently. It was actually the plague Gora. Thinking of the survival mission that had been triggered, a terrifying thought arose in Ed's heart. Could it be that the abyssal demon had appeared in advance? He stared at Fang Heng and thought, is releasing the plague Gora in advance part of your plan? Fang Heng saw that Ed was still in a daze and shouted, "Hurry up. Follow me." "All right." Ed agreed and immediately jumped onto the back of the giant falcon with a subordinate. At the same time, he sent a message through the game's survival radio. The falcon's back was wide enough to carry 10 people, so it took Tangmo and the others and flew out of the city. Zhao Yun raised his head and looked in the direction Fang Heng had left. He said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, it's already very difficult for us to deal with the original devouring body. With the Salvador bacteria that's about to resurrect, it will only be more troublesome. I am afraid our subordinates won't be able to withstand it. I suggest we retreat." Tang Wu's own ability was limited, and he was even more furious when he encountered such an unexpected situation. He looked at Karkala and questioned, "Karkala, what did you promise me? Why hasn't the original devouring body been dealt with yet?" The Archbishop of the Holy Court, Karkala, had a grave expression on his face as he said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, the spread of the plague Gora is an emergency. The original devouring body has been revived by the power of the plague Gora, and its ability has been greatly enhanced. It is not suitable to face it head-on. Then what do you think we should do? Watch the Imperial City fall? What about the Empire's honor?" An old man from the Council of Elders stepped forward and advised, "Your Highness, this isn't the time to be angry. Tangmo's group has readily evacuated. We have already won by taking over the Imperial City. After the evacuation, we will first control the capital of the Empire. As for Tangmo and the others, we can slowly figure it out." Karkala immediately nodded in agreement and said, "Your Majesty, the spread of the plague is limited. For now, the original devouring body can't spread out of the Imperial City. We still have time to think of a way. It's too dangerous to stay here." Tang Wu was silent for a moment. He also realized that there was some kind of strange power hidden in the black fog. In addition, the bacteria in front of him was spreading rapidly. If this continued, the team that they had gathered together with great difficulty would all be killed. "Retreat first." Everyone finally heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. They said in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." 1266 divided high up in the sky, riding on the backs of the high-level falcons, Ed and the other players were still in shock. This trip to the underground palace was too exciting. Looking from above, the black plague Gora was spreading from the ground, gradually filling up the inner city of the Imperial City. Before he could rest for a moment, several lines of mission hint appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has successfully killed Salvador and successfully triggered the follow-up mission The Divided Empire. Mission title, The Divided Empire. Mission difficulty, SSSSS. Mission requirements, please assist Tang Minayu in controlling the human empire. Mission reward? Additional explanation, you have chosen a female successor. The difficulty of the mission has increased. Several players who were sitting on the back of the giant falcon with Ed saw the game hint. They first looked at Tang Minayu, then at Fang Heng. They had already realized that ever since the barbarians invaded the empire, everything seemed to be under Lord Fang Heng's control. This included the early activation of the abyssal demon and the leakage of the plague aura. Anyone would have thought that Fang Heng was the one behind the scene just now. They wanted to know what Fang Heng's next step was. Also, what was with the plague aura? Why was it released in advance? And why did he choose to be loyal to Tang Minayu? After all, Tangmo was a man and had a high reputation in the empire. He was more suitable to be the leader of the empire. Fang Heng was also being stared at by everyone. He was a little puzzled and could not help but shift his gaze to Wei Tao, his eyes carrying a little inquiry. He wanted to ask Wei Tao what he was doing with this group of players. Didn't they say that everything should be focused on the trial mission and that there shouldn't be any complications? Why did he say one thing and do another? Why did Tangmo suddenly fight for the Empire's imperial power with the players? What was he trying to do? As for that plague aura, why was it released in advance? What were those guys thinking? There were players present, so Fang Heng didn't say it out loud. He only tried to communicate with Warren with his eyes. Unfortunately, Fang Heng did not see the answer in Warren's eyes. Instead, he saw a pair of equally puzzled eyes. Ahem. Sensing the strange silence, Mojai Ai couldn't help but cough and ask, Fang Heng, what's the situation? Mojai Ai's curiosity was piqued. Did he have to create such a grand scene? Did he actually release the abyssal demon sealed underground in advance so as to destroy the entire empire? Feng Heng took a deep breath and said, "The plague gore leaked out ahead of time. It's more terrifying than we expected. Anyway, let's return to the land of plague first. We have to think of a way to deal with the abyssal demon." Hani City was a city surrounded by the vines of the sacred tree. Upon entering Hani City, the players were shocked. In just a short day, the city had completely changed. The city was completely covered in greenery. The buildings on both sides of the street were covered with vines and moss. The entire city was filled with the smell of trees. In the conference hall, Feng Heng finally learned about the players' overall plan from Ed. The room fell silent for a moment. Feng Heng was speechless for a moment. When did he hint to Ed and the others to take control of the empire? He just wanted to cheat the players of their money and resources. Wei Tao was too much. As a dignified world lord and a talent that the Federation had nurtured for many years, he was so easily fooled by the players. The Federation was getting worse by the day. Feng Heng sighed in his heart. He could not help but look at Wei Tao with a hint of helplessness. Seeing that Feng Heng was silent, Ed couldn't help but cough lightly to break the silence. He said seriously, "Lord Feng Heng, we received intelligence from the Empire's capital not long ago. Tang Wu has announced that he has officially succeeded the throne and listed us as traitors. A few feudal lords of the Empire who have a deep friendship with Tang Wu have already sworn allegiance to him. The Holy Court also announced that the Land of Plague was the cause of the plague aura, leading to the unrest in the Empire. Most of the feudal lords in the Empire are still watching the division of the Empire, but they are more inclined to Tang Wu." When Mojai Ai heard this, he was rather displeased. In the past, in the elementary vampire apocalypse game, the Holy Court had never treated humans as humans, and it was about the same now. What do the abyssal demon have to do with us? Are they going to pour dirty water on us? Maybe they leaked it themselves. Damn it. There's no good person in the Holy Court. Mojai Ai couldn't help but curse. He didn't expect that 10 minutes ago. He also thought that the plague aura was Feng Heng's work. Ed was also very surprised when he learned that Feng Heng was not behind the plague. He continued, "The other thing is the spread of plague aura. The plague aura has spread all over the world, including the capital of the Empire. Especially in Lincoln City, where a large-scale spread of plague aura has occurred." Warren frowned and said, "I am afraid there's a problem. I've strengthened the seal of Lincoln City so it won't break naturally in a short period of time. I am afraid someone is behind it." As Warren spoke, he couldn't help but reveal a worried expression. He raised his head to look at Feng Heng and said in a deep voice, "Perhaps someone wants to release the abyssal demon." Ed and the other players were worried. It was so difficult. At this point in the game, they had to deal with Tang Wu, who was fighting with them for control of the Empire, and also find a way to deal with the abyssal demon. The pressure was immense. Everyone looked at Feng Heng. Lord Feng Heng had always been a strategist and had calculated everything clearly. He must have been prepared. "Lord Feng Heng, we need to act as soon as possible. Otherwise, more and more feudal lords of the Empire will pledge their loyalty to Tang Wu. The spread of the plague aura is also increasing. Our situation will only become more and more difficult." "Yes, I understand." Feng Heng agreed. He felt that controlling the Empire did not sound very reliable. However, the players in front of him were clearly fooled. They had already bet on everything, and they had already came to this point. Now they were implying that they had mistaken him and that he never wanted to seize the Empire? Not good. Ed noticed Feng Heng's strange expression and asked carefully, "Lord Feng Heng, then we should." After thinking about it, Feng Heng decided to be an ostrich. He needed to stabilize these players first and focus on dealing with the abyssal demon in secret. The main mission of the trial was to kill the abyssal demon. The benefits of killing the demon were extremely great. Not only could they increase the overall trial score to SSS, but he could also obtain other rewards from killing the abyssal demon. 2 for 1. He had to think of a way to get his hands on this. As for the internal strife of the Empire and a matter of tricking the various feudal lords into swearing their loyalty, it would take time and effort. He did not have that much effort to complete it. He could only stall for time. Anyway, after eliminating the abyssal demon, Ed's player team would also receive a portion of the rewards, which would more or less make up for their losses. 1267 fishing. Initially, Feng Heng wanted to build ghost towers all over the Empire to deal with the abyssal demon. Now that he was in such a bad relationship with Tang Wu, he probably couldn't build that many. He had to change his train of thought. Feng Heng rubbed his chin. With Kaiyu Yao King's research and the sacred tree in the Land of Plague, he could take on the abyssal demon. Yes, the cave-dwelling beasts and barbarians had to help as well. Yes, the plague aura spread too quickly. We will focus all our efforts on the abyssal demon and try to find more information about the demon and scientific research materials to assist Mr. Kaiyu's research. We will also collect the raw materials for the Enlightenment Stone replica. Feng Heng paused as he spoke. Seeing the eager gazes of Ed and the others, he could only say, as for the battle with Tang Wu, His Highness Tang Mo and Her Highness Minayu will try to capitalize on the loyalty of the feudal lords of the empire. I will also find a way. Hearing Feng Heng's words, Ed and the others immediately felt relieved. They felt that they had already won 80% of the battle for the heir of the empire. Ed nodded and said, "All right, Lord Feng Heng. We will go back and make a detailed plan. We must help Her Highness Minayu get the empire throne as soon as possible." Feng Heng was speechless and nodded. Why did this group of people only want to help Tang Minayu take the throne of the royal family? Forget it, he would let Ed and the others do the work. Maybe they could give him a surprise? After sending off Ed's group of players, Feng Heng finally had a chance to communicate with Wei Tao's group of trial players alone. What do you mean? The plan to seize the empire was not arranged by you? Hearing Feng Heng's words, Wei Tao and Mikhail were shocked. Wasn't it his plan? Wasn't he the one who instigated these players to betray their country? Otherwise, how could ordinary players have the guts to do so? For a moment, the two of them began to doubt the world. Or were they wrong? Feng Heng rubbed his swollen temples. It was meaningless to discuss right and wrong in this situation. Feng Heng continued, "Our current situation isn't too bad. Tang Minayu can fight for more power from the empire's feudal lords, and we can also set up more mage towers in the empire to deal with the abyssal demon. In short, we should focus on completing the trial's main storyline. As for the friction with Tang Wu, we should try our best to delay it." Mojai Ai nodded and said, "I understand. You were just fooling those players. We don't have to put too much effort into securing the position of the heir to the royal family for the time being." "Yes, that's what I mean." Feng Heng looked at Wei Tao and Mikhail, who were still a little confused about the situation. He said to them, "There's a very important matter that I need to attend to at the moment. I don't trust other people easily, so I can only ask for your help." "Yes, go ahead." "It's about the barbarians. I remember we read about it in the notebook. When we first eliminated the abyssal demon, we gathered the forces of humans, barbarians, and cave-dwelling beasts. I think the mission to eliminate the abyssal demon, in the end, will probably require the cooperation of these three forces. I've talked to Wangnut before, and I want to persuade the barbarian leader to cooperate with us to deal with the abyssal demon. In exchange, the sacred tree in the land of plague will provide treatment to the barbarians. I think they should have a way to deal with the barbarians. I guess we might trigger a related mission after going there." Hearing Feng Heng's analysis, their eyes lit up. It made sense. In the beginning, the barbarians, humans, and cave-dwelling beasts discovered the first generation of the demonic seed together. It had been so many years. The barbarians should have done some research on the demonic seed. Perhaps they had a way to deal with it. "All right, leave it to us. This time, we will follow." Mikhail immediately agreed. Ever since he entered the trial, Mikhail felt that his brain was not working well enough. In comparison, he preferred to do some fighting and killing. Seeing the two of them agree, Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that Wei Tao and Mikhail were still a little naive and were easily fooled by the players. If he let them continue to interact with the players, there would be some problems. It would be a good idea to let them follow Wangnut to the barbarians. Feng Heng said solemnly, "The barbarian race's mission is very important. I will leave it to you two. Don't worry, we can handle it." Wei Tao and Mikhail had already been stunned by Feng Heng's series of actions. They did not doubt him and agreed immediately. They were prepared to immediately leave to find Wangnut and head to the barbarian camp. After deciding on the next step of the plan, everyone left the hall one after another. "Feng Heng, what about me? What about me?" Tang Minayu waited until everyone else had left before looking at Feng Heng. She had been holding it in for a long time without asking. At this moment, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she asked, "To elect me as the heir of the empire, could it be? Do you have some big plans to make money again?" Cough cough. Feng Heng coughed lightly. Tang Minayu had seen through him. Although it was a casual decision to choose Tang Minayu as the heir of the empire in the beginning, who would have thought that things would develop to this point? He had completed a lot of missions in the underground palace of the empire. In the end, he killed the Salvador bacteria and the mutated original devouring body respectively. He had completed the ring mission and obtained a large amount of the heir to the empire reputation points. Tang Minayu had successfully inherited all of these reputation points. Tang Minayu had some influence in the empire now, and she might be able to trick a few feudal lords to pledge allegiance to her. Therefore, Feng Heng had already begun to set up a backup plan. The main focus was on dealing with the abyssal demon, but he couldn't forego the many years of savings of the empire's feudal lords, right? This was not his style. In the worst-case scenario, If they failed to kill the demon and quit the trial, they could more or less get some benefits from the feudal lords. As for making money, such matters had to be handed over to professionals. Tang Minayu was obviously the most suitable candidate. Not bad, not bad. It's to make money. That's why I thought of you when I was choosing my allegiance. We've been working together for many years and are worthy of trust. However, I haven't thought of a specific plan yet. Think about it. In short, I will leave this to you. You can do it. Oh. Making money. Tang Minayu lowered her head and rubbed her chin. She was deep in thought. Her eyes were filled with excitement as she muttered to herself. Fang Heng saw the look in Tang Minayu's eyes and knew that she was thinking about how to make money. You will be in charge of the specific actions. I will only say one thing. I suggest that we do it slowly. There is still some time before we exit the trial. Try to think of a way to convince some lords to submit. As for the money-making operation, we can make a huge profit when the trial is about to end. Then, we will exit the game and run away. Yes, yes. Tang Minayu immediately felt full of energy. She looked up at Fang Heng with excitement in her eyes and nodded. I understand, I understand. Let's throw a long line to catch a big fish. 1268 Lobbying the next morning, in the Empire's capital, Tang Wu sat on his throne and looked at the people below. He felt an unprecedented satisfaction in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. The throne of the royal family. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Tang Wu turned his gaze to the Holy Courts group and said in a deep voice, Karkala. Karkala looked unusually tired at this moment. He took half a step out of the crowd. Yes, Your Majesty. How is the situation in the inner city of the Imperial City? Your Majesty, I've already led the Holy Courts believers to build a holy light barrier in the Imperial City. It can stop the spread of the plague for a short period of time. As for completely eliminating the plague, it's very difficult. We need to think about it carefully. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, I suggest that we build more holy light barriers outside. Okay, go ahead. Tang Wu was in a good mood today, so he gave a rare compliment. What about the various feudal lords? Tang Wu's first aide, Ding Shixiu, replied, Your Majesty, there are already 7 feudal lords in the northern region of the empire who have sworn their allegiance to you. Most of the other feudal lords are still observing. We are currently in contact with the various feudal lords. I believe that there will be good news soon. Tang Wu nodded. The northern region of the empire had always been his base camp for many years. He had good personal relationships with these feudal lords, and he even promised them generous rewards. It was expected that he would get their loyalty. Alright, continue to pay close attention to the situation. We have to think of a way to win the support of more feudal lords. Gernot, the senator of the Council of Elders, reported, the Council of Elders has some friends with some elders. We are willing to go to the major cities in person to persuade the feudal lords to pledge loyalty to Your Majesty. The smile on Tang Wu's face grew wider. Then I will have to trouble the senators of the Council of Elders to make a trip. Karkala nodded as well and replied, Your Majesty, there are also a few believers of the Holy Court in the eastern part of the empire. I've already asked the regional bishop to contact them. There should be good news soon. Ha ha ha, good. With everyone's help, I believe the empire will soon settle down. At that time, we will take action to deal with the abyssal demon with all our strength. In his joy, Tang Wu didn't forget about his competitor, Tang Minayu. He asked, right, how's Tang Minayu? Ding Shixiu replied, Your Majesty, currently, including Hani City, only 2 feudal lords of the empire have sworn allegiance to Tang Minayu. Tang Wu's eyelids twitched, and his mood instantly improved. Hani City was temporarily under Fang Heng's control, which meant that only 1 feudal lord was loyal to Tang Minayu. Haha. A crushing victory. He had successfully taken control of the capital of the empire, and the Holy Court and the Council of Elders were all on his side. The feudal lords in the north of the empire were also close to him, and everything was going in a good direction. How could she, Tang Minayu, compete with him? Tang Wu was unusually relaxed. He didn't even know how to lose. An elder from the Council of Elders reported, Your Majesty, there's another urgent matter. We recently received a request for help from Lord Chadwick. Lincoln City has been affected by a strange, unknown black aura, and the city has fallen into great chaos. We believe that it should be the spread of the plague. In addition, some of the feudal lords' forests in the empire have also been affected by the plague. The empire is currently in a state of panic, thinking that a natural disaster is about to appear. Lincoln City? Tang Wu frowned. It seemed that Fang Heng had been to Lincoln City before and was defeated by the army led by General Deng Wan. Tang Wu's mood immediately turned sour when he thought of great General Deng Wan. Last night, when he heard that Deng Wan had returned to the Imperial City with the Empire's elite soldiers, he immediately went to welcome him. He didn't expect Deng Wen to be wary and decided to station himself not far away from the imperial city as if he was waiting for the situation to subside. Haha. He did not want to offend both sides. Tang Wu sneered in his heart. His Majesty, the feudal lord of the land of plague, Feng Heng, is vicious. He spread the plague all over Empire, destroying the Empire's stability. Lincoln City is the first to be affected by the plague. It is very dangerous to continue ignoring it. Ding Shixiu pondered for a moment, then glanced at the people of the Holy Court in the hall and suggested, I wonder if we should send the Holy Court to investigate? If they can help us resolve this, we can take the opportunity to gain the loyalty of the feudal lord of Lincoln City and the recognition of the other feudal lords. Karkala nodded and replied, His Majesty, I can personally bring people to check it out and think of a way to set up a holy light barrier at the point where the plague aura spreads. This will temporarily stop the spread of the plague aura. However, the holy light barrier cannot be maintained for too long. No need. Lincoln City is almost destroyed. What use do I have for him? I should think of a way to perfect the inner city's holy barrier first. I want to make sure that nothing happens to the imperial city. Tang Wu could not help but sneered. Moreover, the news that Feng Heng released the plague to destroy Lincoln City will only make more people wary of the land of plague and make more feudal lords loyal to us. We should thank them. Everyone in the hall looked at each other and bowed in unison. Your Majesty is wise. At the same time, in Hani City, Ed and a few other players were blocking the entrance of Kaiyu Yaoking's newly built laboratory and seemed to be flustered. Preparing for the final boss battle of the Abyssal Demon was much easier compared to the Empire's Civil Strife mission, which was truly hellish. Tang Minayu and Tang Mo were now lobbying everywhere in the Empire. They had been doing so for most of the night and only managed to convince 2 feudal lords to be loyal to them. Based on the information provided by Li Zu's team, they had personally came to find them, from easy to difficult. The players also tried all kinds of ways to get in touch with the various feudal lords. There were also a few lucky ones who triggered related missions, but the difficulty of the missions was frighteningly high. At this rate, there would only be fewer and fewer feudal lords who would swear loyalty to Tang Minayu. It couldn't be helped, and the feudal lords couldn't be blamed. The difference in strength between Tang Wu and Tang Minayu was too great. If it were them, they would also choose to wait and see. It seemed that they have already lost half the battle before it even started. The player team urgently needed to think of a way to raise their morale. Li Zu's team stayed up all night and came up with a few feasible plans. Ed had also read the proposal. He felt that the plan was well designed, but even if it was completed, the effect would be mediocre. It was better than doing nothing. Hence, the players were prepared to discuss with Feng Heng. Then, they heard that Feng Heng had came to Kaiyu Yaoking's laboratory after he had discussed it with the others last night, so they came to their doorstep. What? He left? Ed was confused when he saw a mercenary walk out of the laboratory. When did this happen? Where did he go? About a few hours ago. It was already dawn when I left. The mercenaries who stayed behind were the Federation players who had come with Wei Tao. They were very tight-lipped and only said, I think he went to Lincoln City. I heard that Lincoln City encountered some trouble. So Lord Feng Heng brought Mr. Kaiyu and Teacher Warren over. 1269 A request. Ed could not help but open his mouth, unable to say a word. What? Did he leave just like that? Why didn't he say anything? What about them? The higher-ups of the player team looked at each other and felt a headache. Lord Feng Heng seemed to like to act alone. He was indeed very strong and often brought them unexpected surprises, but he was really unfathomable. After a while, Ed said to his subordinate beside him, Inform Li Zu of Lord Feng Heng's current situation. Tell our people in Lincoln City to find a way to contact Lord Feng Heng. Also, we shouldn't just wait and waste time. Let's follow the plan. That's good too. I believe Lord Feng Heng will have his plans. A few higher-ups of the player game guilds agreed and prepared to take action. A line of game hints suddenly appeared on their retina. Ding, Feng Heng's affinity with Lord Chadwick has increased. The player team has triggered Mission Chadwick's request. Mission title, Chadwick's request. Mission difficulty, S. Mission description, the citizens of Lord Chadwick's territory are suffering from a strange plague. Please assist Chadwick in solving this problem. Mission requirements, seal, expel, disperse, and control the plague aura to prevent it from spreading. Mission reward, Chadwick will swear allegiance to Tang Minayu, and Tang Minayu's heir to the Empire reputation will increase greatly. Chadwick, the feudal lord of Lincoln City. Everyone was stunned, and their eyes immediately revealed an excited expression. They had guessed correctly. As expected, Lord Feng Heng had started operating again. In Lincoln City, there was a layer of black mist visible to the naked eye floating on the ground near the mining area. The entire entrance of the mine seemed to have been completely devoured by the black gas. Lord Feng Heng, you've seen it for yourself. It's that strange black fog. It's too terrifying. Once you come into contact with the aura of the black fog, you will be infected with a terrifying plague. Oh right, there are also corpses. The dead infected by the plague will be resurrected into corpses. It's too terrifying. There are many corpses wandering in the mine. I've already evacuated all the residents in the nearby area, but the black fog is still spreading. If this continues, the entire city can't stay. You have to think of a way to help us. Chadwick looked at Feng Heng as if he had seen his savior, and his words were sincere. Those idiots from the Holy Court had promised to ensure that there would be no problems in the mining area, but what about now? There was no response to the request for help he sent to the Empire, and the Holy Court was also pretending to be dead. Originally, Chadwick had been prepared to abandon Lincoln City and flee. His heart was bleeding. He finally had a Tier 2 Mage Tower in his territory, but before the Mage Association could send someone to help the Mage Tower operate, the entire Lincoln City was gone. How unlucky. While complaining and preparing to run away, Chadwick never expected that his subordinates would suddenly send news that Lord Feng Heng had taken the initiative to help them. Yes. Feng Heng poked his head out of the bushes and grunted softly. He sized up the mining area that was shrouded in a black aura in the distance. He had followed Chadwick all the way here, feeling a little confused. Previously, King had spent most of the night studying the samples of the plague aura and the original devouring body, and he seemed to have found something. He then asked for more samples of the plague aura for research. The capital of the empire was too dangerous. He had just escaped from the tiger's mouth, so Feng Heng naturally did not dare to go there again. Hence, he thought of Lincoln City. There was also an abyss seal in the mining area outside of Lincoln City. He could run over there and collect the plague aura. Moreover, it was safer. Therefore, Feng Heng brought King and Warren over at dawn. He had originally wanted to sneak in, but he did not expect to meet Chadwick and his party who were out of the city. When both enemies met, Feng Heng was about to start a fight when he saw the other party come over to hug his thigh with a face full of surprise. He even looked as if he had finally found a savior, crying and begging Feng Heng to save their Lincoln City. Only then did Feng Heng realize that the friendship between him and Lord Chadwick had been raised to friendly due to the establishment of the Tier 2 Mage Tower. Thus, everyone was warmly invited by Chadwick. Chadwick had placed all his hopes on Feng Heng. As for the Holy Court's nonsense, he didn't believe it at all. Seeing that Feng Heng did not speak for a long time, he felt a little uneasy and could not help but ask, "How is it? Lord Feng Heng, did you discover anything?" Feng Heng stared at the entrance of the mine in the distance and said in a deep voice, "It seems like the plague aura has indeed leaked out, and the degree of leakage is even higher than in the royal family." Chadwick could not help but be secretly alarmed at this. Even though the plague aura that had appeared in his territory last night had already left him in a terrible state, the sensational news from the Empire still reached his ears. The demonic creatures raised by Salvador in the royal family caused a huge commotion. There was a connection between the two? I strengthened the seal before I left. It shouldn't have caused such a large-scale leakage of aura. Warren looked puzzled. He looked at Chadwick and asked, "Lord Chadwick, did anyone touch the seal after we left?" Chadwick's face changed, and he looked angry at once. He said angrily, "It was the Holy Court. After you left, only the people from the Holy Court went in. They even said that they wanted to strengthen the seal. Damn it. I am really an idiot. I already knew that these people from the Holy Court had ill intentions." With Warren's reminder, Chadwick suddenly understood. If anyone had approached the seal, it would undoubtedly be the people of the Holy Court. Late yesterday, the Holy Court had sneaked into the mine cave, not allowing anyone to approach and completely sealing the cave. It turned out that all the problems were caused by them. A thief crying "Stop thief." Everything was caused by the people of the Holy Court, and they even slandered Lord Feng Heng. Chadwick felt that he had been blinded by greed. How could he have listened to the Holy Court's nonsense? Feng Heng frowned when he heard that. So it was the people of the Holy Court who released the seal of the demon? But why? What were they after? Seeing Feng Heng's solemn expression, Chadwick was even more uncertain. He hurriedly asked, "Lord Feng Heng, do you think we can still be saved? Please save Lincoln City and save the displaced citizens in the city." Warren couldn't bear to see the citizens of the Empire die tragically under the plague. He said, "Lord Chadwick, it's not time to give up yet. Please step back a little with your men. We will personally enter the cave to investigate and try to repair a seal." Chadwick's eyes lit up and he quickly thanked him. Thank you so much. There are still revived corpses in the mine. Be careful when you go in to investigate. 1270 virus. I will go in with you guys to take a look. Also, the infection level in the cave is an anomaly. Drink the potion first." King was also very curious about the leak of the plague aura. As he spoke, He took out a bottle of purple potion from his backpack and poured it into his mouth. He also gave a bottle to Warren. Feng Heng also wanted to take the potion, but Kaiyu Yokeng stopped him with a look. I don't need it. At the moment, he could still rely on his special physique to be immune to the plague aura outside. However, it was not necessarily the case after entering the cave. Kaiyu Yokeng shook his head and said, there's no need. The potion was developed with your blood. It's useless for you. It's a waste to use it. Feng Heng was speechless. He then reached out and took out the Book of Creation, summoning 3 light balls in front of everyone. The ball of light floated in the air and illuminated the surroundings. Let's go. Feng Heng walked out of the bushes and led the way into the depths of the mine. Lord Chadwick was stunned when he saw Feng Heng use the sacred study skill. Strange, why did this move seem like a move from the Holy Court? Looking at the entrance of the mine illuminated by Feng Heng's holy light, Chadwick prayed in his heart. Good luck. It's up to you all to protect the Mage Tower in my territory. Stepping into the cave, the concentration of the plague aura was clearly higher. 3 balls of holy light spun above everyone's heads, providing a weak light to illuminate the surroundings. Kaiyu Yokeng scanned the surroundings with a detector in his hand. The virus here is different from the ones we've encountered before. Its ability to mutate and infect is limited. Following that, a line of game notifications appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Ding! The player has entered a special area. Due to the player's special physique, the player's current infection index has increased slightly. Please be careful, okay, let's speed up. Feng Heng looked at the slowly increasing infection index. He had just taken 2 steps forward when he suddenly narrowed his eyes and stared at the darkness in the distance. Ka, ka. The sound of footsteps came from the darkness. Zombies. Feng Heng raised his guard. The creatures that stumbled out of the plague were very similar to zombies. They had empty eyes and moved slowly. Be careful, it's a corpse. I've read about the plague aura in some books, Warren explained. It can revive infected creatures. Kaiyu Yokeng looked at the corpse from afar and whispered, I am afraid it's also the effect of the mutated virus body. More than a dozen corpses gradually revealed themselves from the darkness shrouded by the plague aura in front of them, gathering toward Feng Heng and the others. Let me test it. Feng Heng nodded and controlled the 2 lickers that had just revived to go up. Whoosh! The 2 lickers flew toward the corpse one after the other. Cut! Its sharp claws streaked across the air, easily cutting a huge gash on the corpse at the front and sending it flying backward. Ding! Player's zombie clone licker has successfully killed the corpse. The licker pounced on the next corpse. Feng Heng stood in the distance and observed carefully. The combat ability of the corpse didn't seem to be high, about the same level as ordinary zombies. The 2 lickers took less than a minute to clean up the corpses nearby. Kaiyu Yokeng walked forward and squatted down to carefully examine the dismembered body. He took out a sample collector to extract some samples and muttered to himself, interesting. Kaiyu Yokeng stood up and put the sample into his backpack. He said to Feng Heng, what's interesting is that the cell body of the corpse is not dead. It is still in the process of reviving and will be completed in 1 minute at most. Resurrection. Feng Heng frowned. Don't worry about them, Warren said in a deep voice. I've read in the notebook that the corpse is the same as the original devouring body we encountered before. It can absorb the plague aura and revive indefinitely. Let's hurry up and check the seal internally. Yes, alright. Feng Heng nodded and continued to control the lickers to lead the way, heading deeper into the tunnel. Soon, after clearing the corpses along the way, Feng Heng was the first to step into the room at the end of the passage. The concentration of the black plague aura in the room was extremely high. A large amount of plague aura leaked out from the alchemy array seal in the center of the room. After confirming that the room was safe, Warren quickly walked forward and squatted beside the alchemy array to check for a moment. Then, he frowned. How is it? Warren's expression was a little ugly as he said in a deep voice, very bad. The outer seal was deliberately destroyed by someone. From the degree of aura leakage, I am afraid that even the inner seal of the abyss has suffered a great impact. I suspect that the damage to the sealing magic array in the depths of the abyss has caused a large amount of plague aura to leak out, which in turn has accelerated the erosion of the outer seal. The plague aura leaking incidence across the empire is most likely related to the damage to the sealing magic array in the depths of the abyss. Feng Heng frowned and analyzed. We also encountered the plague aura in the royal family's underground palace last night, so that passage is also one of the entrances to the abyss. Well, at least it's connected to an entrance to the underground abyss. While the 2 of them were checking, Kaiyu Yokeng collected some of the plague aura and followed them to check the entrance of the sealed abyss. He also collected some remnants outside the cave. Is there a way to suppress the plague? Asked Feng Heng. The damage to the inner magic array needs to be investigated further to confirm. It's very dangerous for us to rashly explore it in our current situation. We can only think of a way to slightly repair the outer magic array and control the spread of the plague aura. Warren thought for a moment, then nodded and added, in addition, we can also cooperate with the mage tower outside to purify the plague aura. I've partially modified the magic runes embedded in the mage tower during the decades I was locked underground. The effect should be greatly improved. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Oh right, there was also the mage tower. I will stay here to repair the magic array. I will leave the operation of the mage tower to you. Alright, the lickers will stay here to protect you. Be careful. Yes, it's just an ordinary corpse. It's a little troublesome when it's revived, but it's not a big threat. Fang Heng nodded and looked at Kaiyu Yaokang. I've almost collected all the information here. Kaiyu Yaokang saw Fang Heng's gaze and nodded. Generally speaking, the plague aura is not highly toxic. It has two specific abilities. One is to infect a person to death, and the other is to resurrect dead corpses. These 2 points are somewhat similar to the zombie virus in our world. In terms of combatability, the corpses are similar to ordinary zombies. In terms of differences, the plague virus has an obvious black aura that is easier to identify. Moreover, the corpses do not have a secondary infection. However, the corpses can be resurrected indefinitely, which is something that zombies can't do. I believe that the plague aura is a product of the abyssal demon's mutation. I am afraid that we will also be affected by the plague aura when we fight against the abyssal demon in the future. Purifying the plague aura is especially important. I will think of a way to concoct the corresponding antidote as soon as I get back. Also, regarding the resurrection ability of the corpses, I believe that the abyssal demon most likely has similar abilities. 1271 Big Pai Kaiyu Yaokang started talking to himself. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked up at Fang Heng. I have an idea. I need to immediately return to the land of plague for research. Oh right, I also need to bring some corpses back. I am very interested in the principle of the plague aura's resurrection. Okay, I will take you out first. Fang Heng nodded and returned with Kaiyu Yaokang. At the entrance of the iron mine, Lord Chadwick waited anxiously. They were coming. Seeing Fang Heng and Kaiyu Yaokang walk out of the iron mine, Chadwick's heart skipped a beat. Why were there only 2 of them? There were 3 of them when they entered. Did they encounter danger? Lord Fang Heng, how is the situation? Chadwick anxiously took 2 steps forward and looked at the entrance to the iron mine behind Fang Heng. Where's Mr. Warren? Why didn't he come out? Don't worry. Warren is repairing the ceiling magic array. Really? Chadwick felt as if he had returned to heaven from hell. His eyes lit up with hope and he asked, Lord Fang Heng, will Lincoln City return to its original state after the seal is repaired? Fang Heng shook his head. It's not that simple. There's an extremely evil power hidden in the cave. The original power was sealed deep in the iron mine, but someone destroyed the seal, causing the plague aura to leak. Because the seal is divided into 2 layers, even if the outer layer's seal is completely repaired, it will only slow down the leakage of the plague aura. Damned holy court. Chadwick could not help but curse again. Lord Fang Heng, you must have a way, right? Please save the people of Lincoln City. I will try my best. Your luck is pretty good. Don't you still have a newly built ghost tower? Ghost tower? Chadwick couldn't help but look back at the ghost tower that he had signed an agreement with Fang Heng to build. What did he mean? Chadwick couldn't connect the ghost tower to the plague aura. Don't you know? The Tier 2 ghost tower has the effect of dispelling and purifying plague aura. Fang Heng said half-truthfully, you will see. With the power of the ghost tower and Mr. Warren repairing the outer alchemy seal, theoretically, we can temporarily resolve the leakage of the plague aura. That's great. Chadwick didn't quite understand. He only knew that the ghost tower could clean up the plague aura. He asked, is there anything else Lord Fang Heng needs me to do? Yes, I do. I need people to control the operation of the mage tower. The more mage scholars above the apprentice level, the better. Chadwick agreed immediately. Of course, no problem. I will immediately go to the Mage Association to invite someone over. I will go and get them myself. Yes. Fang Heng once again focused his gaze on the entrance of the iron mine. Since this was one of the official entrances to the underground abyss where the abyssal demon resided, it would be best to build a few more mage towers. With that thought, Fang Heng called out to Chadwick, wait a moment, Lord Chadwick. I am afraid it will be difficult to quickly clear the remaining plague aura with just a ghost tower. I'd like to discuss with you whether we can build a few more mage towers nearby. What? Chadwick was halfway there when he suddenly froze. He turned his head and stared into Fang Heng's eyes. His heart could not help but beat violently. Build a few more mage towers. There was such a good thing? For a moment, Chadwick wondered if there was something wrong with his hearing as he asked, Lord Fang Heng, did you just say that you want to build a few more mage towers? Yes, that's right. For safety reasons, I hope to build more mage towers around the iron mine. I will assist in the construction, and I will try my best to provide the materials. As for the site, Lord Feng Heng, don't worry, leave everything to me. Chadwick's face was flushed with excitement as he agreed. You can build as many mage towers as you want here. If you need anything, just tell me. As long as it's within my means, I will do my best to satisfy you. Seeing Chadwick suddenly so agitated, Feng Heng was a little baffled for a moment. He even felt guilty for lying to an honest man. It didn't seem like he would go so far as to sell everything. After all, building a mage tower required some special resources. Even if he sold everything, he would not be able to get them. We will need some more resources for the time being. We will also need some manpower to transport the resources. There are still some resources left in the Land of Plague. In short, we will first find the Mage Association to help open the Ghost Tower's teleportation channel. There are many ore resources in the iron mine that can be used as energy for the teleportation channel. Alright. Everything will be done as you say. Chadwick was so excited that he felt like he was about to be hit by a pie from the sky that he could not even speak properly. Don't worry, I will get someone to do it immediately. Even if I have to kidnap those mages from the Empire. Yes. Also, I don't like to be seen by too many people during construction. I understand. Don't worry, leave it to me. You can rest assured. Ding. The player has completed the mission Chadwick's request. Lord Chadwick has sworn allegiance to Tang Minayu. Tang Minayu's heir to the Empire reputation has increased. Player's Empire reputation has increased. Feng Heng raised his head and looked at the ghost tower in front of him. Under the control of several mages from the Mage Association, the ghost tower emitted a faint dark light. The plague aura gradually spread. The ghost tower designed by the saints had the ability to disperse the plague. During the period of time that Warren was imprisoned in the Imperial Mausoleum, he further improved the abilities of the ghost tower. The black plague outside the mining area was gradually dispersed. It was unknown who took the lead, but the crowd in the distance cheered. Other than the feudal lord's private soldiers, a large portion of the onlookers were feudal lords. They whispered to each other, their eyes filled with surprise. 2 hours ago, Chadwick had been excited when he found out that Lord Feng Heng wanted to build more mage towers in the city. However, the territory still lacked a small portion of rare resources, so they could not build a mage tower. What should he do? It's okay, I will lend it to you. Lord Chadwick had quite a reputation in the feudal lord world and had good relationships with many feudal lords. He immediately spread the news to borrow some rare ores. Hence, the new news quickly spread. The feudal lords all learned that Feng Heng was going to build a large number of mage towers in Lincoln City. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. At first, the feudal lords were puzzled. Why were they building so many mage towers all of a sudden? Could it be that he wanted to turn Lincoln City into a holy land for mages? It was only later that they heard that the mage tower was built to deal with the spreading plague. The discussion grew louder. The mage tower could actually deal with the plague? Was this for real? The feudal lords of the empire were in an uproar. 1,272 disperse. According to the information he received from the empire's holy court, Feng Heng was the instigator of the plague. Did the plague spread from the land of plague? Tang Minayu and Tang Mo denied this. However, just hearing about the plague aura and the land of plague made him feel that the two were related. No matter what, the recent leak of the plague had caused the entire empire to panic. Now, there was news that the ghost tower could resist the plague. Regardless of whether or not they had signed a contract with Feng Heng to build a mage tower, they all expressed their concern after receiving the news. More than a dozen Empire feudal lords who were close to Feng Heng immediately rushed over on their griffins to investigate. Sure enough, everything was just as Chadwick had said. The mage tower had the effect of dispelling the plague aura in the surroundings. No one in the crowd was more excited than Chadwick. A bad thing turned into a good thing. If he could build more ghost towers in his territory, he would undoubtedly gain the greatest advantage. After all, the Mage Association, which had always looked down on others, had just taken the initiative to approach him and discuss with him about working together to build Lincoln City into a new holy land for mages. There were also quite a few feudal lords who had secretly approached him, offering to provide him with some construction resources for free, hoping that he could help talk to Feng Heng and consider building a mage tower in their territory as soon as possible. Chadwick looked pleased. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by people. Not to mention that he was surrounded by so many Empire feudal lords. Chadwick led a few feudal lords of the Empire to Feng Heng's side and whispered, "Lord Feng Heng, I just borrowed some supplies from some old friends. They are all on the way here, and I am sure we can make it in time to start construction. Do you think we can use the ghost tower to teleport?" "Yes, of course. The sooner the better." The the Land of Plague, will also provide assistance. Feng Heng nodded happily and shifted his gaze to the people beside Lord Chadwick. Ha ha, Lord Feng Heng, we meet again. Lord Boar was slightly older than the other feudal lords. He had a face full of white stubble and a smile on his face. He patted Feng Heng's shoulder warmly and asked, "Remember our agreement to build a mage tower? When will you come to our territory to take a look?" Feng Heng looked at Lord Boar and said hesitantly, "Aren't you afraid of trouble regarding His Highness Tang Wu?" Lord Boar had a look of disdain and retorted, "Afraid? Ha, who didn't know that Tang Wu was fooled by the people of the Holy Court? He even shamelessly boasted that the source of the Plague Gora is a land of plague. I will help you bombard him the next time I see him." Beside him, a pretty female player revealed a surprised look on her face. Zhao Lingfeng was a newcomer who had just joined Li Zhu's company. Coincidentally, she had just arrived in Lincoln City. After receiving news from Li Zhu, she spent a lot of effort to find Feng Heng. Zhao Lingfeng was shocked when she saw Feng Heng chatting happily with the various feudal lords. She had heard from Li Zhu that the team's in-game plan was not progressing well. Tang Minayu and Tang Mo started to persuade the feudal lords to pledge their loyalty to them last night. The effect was very poor. It was only now that they successfully convinced 2 feudal lords of the empire to be loyal. They were all feudal lords who had good personal relationships with Tang Mo. The remaining feudal lords were even more difficult to convince. Why did Lord Feng Heng seem to be very familiar with these feudal lords? Furthermore, the feudal lord had a favor to ask Feng Heng. Hearing Lord Boar's words, Zhao Lingfeng's heart thumped wildly. She couldn't help but say, "Lord Boar, so you will choose to stand on Her Highness Minayu's side, right? And this is?" Lord Boar felt threatened. He looked at Zhao Lingfeng with displeasure. Zhao Lingfeng noticed that Lord Boar's expression was unfriendly and immediately realized that she had said something wrong. She shrunk her neck and looked at Feng Heng with a pleading gaze. Feng Heng had already seen the expressions of the feudal lords and their whispers. It seemed like these feudal lords cared a lot about the ghost tower. Could he trick them into pledging their loyalty to Tang Minayu? When the time came, he would think of a way to make a fortune. Thinking about it, Feng Heng laughed and probed, "Ha ha ha, this is Her Highness Minayu's retinue." A portion of the resources for the construction of the Mage Tower was provided by Her Highness Minayu, and she was also here to escort the resources. The guard was concerned about Her Highness Minayu, and in a moment of desperation, she said something inappropriate. "I hope that the feudal lords will not take offense." Boar immediately put on a kind smile and replied, "So you're Her Highness Minayu's retinue?" No, not in the least. Lord Boar, and all the feudal lords, I am afraid everyone knows that I've already sworn my allegiance to Her Highness Minayu. Everyone knows about the Empire's situation. The Tier 2 Ghost Tower has the ability to teleport and all the teleportation arrays are interconnected. In order to prevent people from using the Ghost Tower's teleportation ability to carry out long-distance military operations, the construction of the Mage Tower in His Highness Tang Mo's territory will be suspended. We will first start planning the construction of the Mage Tower in Her Highness Minayu's territory. Please understand. Feng Heng looked apologetic and nodded to everyone. Of course, after the disputes in the Empire are over, I will still complete the contract with you and assist you in building your Mage Tower. The feudal lords understood immediately. It meant the same thing, but it sounded a little too good. He would think of a way to build a Mage Tower after this matter was over, but how long would that take? Lord Feng Heng is truly thoughtful. Lord Boar was already mentally prepared to pledge allegiance to Tang Minayu when he came. His territory had also encountered the leakage of the plague. Although the degree of leakage was not as terrifying as that of Lincoln City, and he had already temporarily hired people to completely clear out the surrounding area, he still felt uneasy and worried that things would get worse. Lord Boar looked at Feng Heng and said seriously, "Lord Feng Heng, I understand what you want to say. I will be straightforward. When you come to our territory to build a Mage Tower, I will immediately swear my loyalty to Her Highness Minayu. Yes, there's also us. We will also swear our loyalty to Her Highness Minayu." The feudal lords present had witnessed the tragic state of Lincoln City when the plague spread. The current situation of the empire was unclear, and there was a plague that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The situation was still under control, but what if the plague suddenly appeared in their territory? Should they go find Tang Wu? Didn't Chadwick go to Tang Wu first, and what was the result? Tang Wu did not even give a damn. Lord Feng Heng was more reliable. Although some feudal lords still felt that the plague was too coincidental, it was even possible that Lord Feng Heng had directed and acted on his own. Unfortunately, all of this was only at the stage of suspicion. Now that things had developed to this point, no one wanted to fall out with Feng Heng because of some groundless suspicion. What if they still had to rely on Feng Heng in the future? Building a ghost tower in the territory was the right way to save their lives. 1273 disposition. Many feudal lords had inquired about it from the Mage Association. After the Ghost Tower was completed, it only needed the cooperation of the Mage Association's elementary mages to activate the teleportation function and purify the plague. At that time, the Ghost Tower would not fall into Feng Heng's control. After thinking this through, the feudal lords surrounded him. As for being loyal to Tang Minayu, many of the smaller feudal lords didn't care too much about it. How big was their territory? They would not really join the war. Ding! The player team has reached an agreement with Lord Boar, triggering the mission Boar's condition. Mission title, Boar's condition. Mission requirement, complete the construction of the Tier 2 Ghost Tower in Boar's territory. Mission reward, Lord Boar swears allegiance. Special description, this mission may be cancelled or changed at any time due to the progress of the game. Ding! The player team has reached an agreement with Lords Oida. Mission triggered Zui's condition. Ding! The player party has reached an agreement with Lord Garrido. For a moment, a series of game hints were triggered. Zhao Lingfeng was even more excited when she saw the game hints. Her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Feng Heng. Lord Feng Heng was too powerful. Just a single trip to Lincoln City had changed something rotten into a miracle, and the various feudal lords of the empire had taken the initiative to cooperate with him. There were at least a dozen feudal lords present. If they all chose to cooperate with Feng Heng. Because she was too excited, Zhao Lingfeng felt her face burning up. She really wanted to go offline immediately and report this great news to the players. On the side, Warren was the same as her. He looked at Feng Heng with admiration. With just a few words, he was able to convince the various empire feudal lords to build mage towers together. This was something that he had not been able to achieve for decades. The heir of the Empire Saint was indeed chosen correctly. He would definitely be able to lead everyone to completely eliminate the Abyssal Demon. Feng Heng exchanged a few more pleasantries with the Empire's feudal lords before walking to Zhao Lingfeng's side and saying, I will go offline and communicate with your team later. Some of the rare construction materials needed to build the Mage Tower are missing. Ed said before that he would think of a way. Zhao Lingfeng quivered and carefully memorized every word Feng Heng said. Yes, okay. I will go and communicate with them immediately. Also, these feudal lords have requested cooperation from me. They are willing to pay the price of constructing a Tier 2 Mage Tower to pledge their loyalty to Her Highness. Remember their names and appearances. Make a list for me. I want to ensure that the construction goes smoothly. Alright. Offline, Li Zhu took a cup of coffee from her secretary. Ever since they started preparing for the Underground Palace operation 2 nights ago, their entire team had stayed up for 2 consecutive nights without a good rest. As the overall commander of the project, Li Zhu was constantly watching. The preparation of the Enlightenment Stone replica was progressing smoothly. Information on the Abyssal Demon was extremely scarce, and the team was currently collecting them in an orderly manner. Only the current situation of the Empire's war mission was very bad. The original plan was that Tangmo could persuade at least 5 feudal lords to be loyal to him. However, Lord Feng Heng chose Tang Minayu to be the new heir to the royal family. Even though the first founder of the empire was an empress, it was a consensus among the feudal lords that women could not become the heir of the empire. Why did Feng Heng choose Tang Minayu? Li Zhu was puzzled. She felt that Feng Heng's actions must have a deeper meaning. Feng Heng must have been thinking from a perspective that they could not envision, which was why he made the following choice. Now, she could only choose to leave everything to Feng Heng, believing that he could create another miracle. Li Zhu took a sip of her coffee and prayed for a miracle to come sooner. Suddenly, one of her players received a message from a player. After seeing the message, he rubbed his eyes and could not help but shout excitedly. Li Zhu. Captain. Great news. Li Zhu's spirits were lifted. She put down her coffee cup and asked, what news? Tell me. Lord Feng Heng has triggered a mission. He had made a deal with the various feudal lords. So Lord Feng Heng was already prepared. The player directly displayed the mission hint that was triggered in the game on the projection screen. Everyone's attention was drawn to the big screen. Cooperation? Building a mage tower? Looking at the mission hint, everyone could not help but swallow their saliva. Building a Tier 2 Mage Tower in exchange for Tang Minayu's loyalty? Was this for real? There was such a move? It was no wonder why Ed had been searching for construction materials to construct a Tier 2 Mage Tower. So it was a foreshadowing here? Li Zhu looked at the detailed description of the mission on the screen and a thought flashed through her mind. Right, there was news that Feng Heng had the ability to borrow the power of the undead to build a Tier 2 Mage Tower in a very short time. Back then, Ed suffered a huge loss because of this. That's right. The Tier 2 Mage Tower was Feng Heng's trump card. So what exactly happened? Li Zhu had studied the Barbarian Realm game for many years and had a deep understanding of the game. She knew that the Mage Tower was very important to the feudal lord, but it was not that important to this extent. Why did Fang Heng cause such a huge change in the feudal lord? Where's Zhao Lingfang? Didn't you tell her to go offline and get in touch with Fang Heng? Yes, she just said that she has already contacted Fang Heng and has been following him. Why hasn't she reported back yet? Have you tried sending her a message? Yes, I've already asked her to go offline and report as soon as possible. Li Zhu frowned, feeling extremely anxious. Zhao Lingfang was a newcomer who had just joined the company and was still in her internship period. Originally, such a large-scale mission would not have been her turn at all. The company also kept such high-level missions a secret. However, Zhao Lingfang was the only one staying in Lincoln City. Just as she was thinking, the screen changed. The scene of Zhao Lingfang climbing out of the game cabin was displayed in front of everyone. Captain, Lord Fang Heng. He activated the Mage Tower to dispel the plague. Because she was too excited, Zhao Lingfang stuttered as she recounted everything she had seen and heard in the Mage Tower. When they heard that the various feudal lords were asking Fang Heng to help them build the Mage Tower, the players' heavy breathing could be heard in the entire work hall. So Lord Fang Heng had already arranged for this. Seeing Tang Minayu fall into a disadvantage bit by bit in Tang Wu's fight, the team was also gradually dragged into a quagmire. Fang Heng's arrival gave them a booster shot. The entire team burst into great enthusiasm again. They could win. After Zhao Lingfang finished speaking, Li Zhu immediately looked at everyone. All the cameras were aimed at Li Zhu. Everyone, you heard it. This is the most critical period for us. Immediately pulling out the resource report provided by Ed, I want to know the current amount of resources for the construction of the Mage Tower, as well as the various resource storage points. Immediately take action and send the resources to the Land of Plague. I want a timeline for the construction of the Mage Tower, with emphasis on the convenience of material transportation and the influence of the territory feudal lord. Everyone became excited and immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. 1274 missing. Also, the game staff must immediately take action and spread the news that the Ghost Tower can resist the plague. I want all the feudal lords in the empire to know about this. I want all the feudal lords to know that Lord Fang Heng can build a Mage Tower for them for free. The sooner the better. Yes. The team seemed to have been reborn. They were once again injected with vitality and moved quickly. Next was Lord Fang Heng. Li Zhu looked at the big screen. The information on materials required to construct a Tier 2 Mage Tower, as well as the current player teams and Land of Plague's material reserves, appeared on the screen. Looking at the materials on the screen, Li Zhu frowned. Based on the current numbers, there would not be a shortage of materials for the construction of the Ghost Tower in a short period of time. The gap was in the magic core. In the Empire, the Ghost Tower required a large number of magic cores, but the Land of Plague did not have enough. It was far from enough if it was spread out in large numbers. Previously, Ed was halfway through the collection of supplies. They did not expect Fang Heng to build the Ghost Tower throughout the entire empire, so they did not prepare many magic cores. Li Zhu remembered that the production method of magic cores had always been in the hands of the royal family, and the annual production was extremely limited. Gather detailed information about the magic core. Yes. In a short afternoon, 6 brand new Tier 2 Mage Towers were successfully built around the mining area, emitting a dim light. The plague was completely dispelled. Lord Chadwick was unusually excited. Success. It really worked. He gently pinched the back of his hand, wondering if he was dreaming. Lord Fang Heng, the next Mage Tower will be built in Lord Boar's territory. The first batch of construction materials has already been sent over. We've already informed the feudal lords near the city that we will be borrowing their city's teleportation channel to go over. Yeah, sure. Zhao Lingfang said respectfully, Lord Fang Heng, Mr. Ed has an urgent matter to discuss with you. Her Highness Minayu also hopes that you can return to the Land of Plague when you have time. Alright. Let's go back first. Fang Heng nodded. Now that there was a slight change in his plan, he was going to go back and communicate with Ed's team of players. He also wanted to see Caillou Yaoking's research progress. Then, he would personally watch the zombie clones build the Ghost Tower. Although he could build it by controlling zombies remotely, doing so required a lot of extra time and energy to operate. It was far from being as convenient and fast as directly controlling it mentally at close range. Lord Boar followed Fang Heng, afraid that something might happen during the construction of the Ghost Tower. He suggested, Lord Fang Heng, I will go with you. It's been a while since I've seen Her Highness Minayu. The other feudal lord also chimed in, yes, yes, yes. Lord Fang Heng, we haven't seen Her Highness Minayu in a long time. We can go and take a look together. Fang Heng didn't have to reject something that would affect the feudal lord's friendliness. He nodded and said, alright. Following the teleportation channel, Feng Heng brought everyone back to the Land of Plague. In the hall of the Land of Plague, Tang Minayu sat at the top and yawned from time to time. Ed and several player leaders had been waiting for Feng Heng for a while. His tense nerves gradually relaxed. They had been observing Feng Heng's every move remotely through Zhao Lingfeng's reports. Hearing that the Mage Tower had been successfully built and that Tang Minayu's reputation had increased significantly, everyone was naturally overjoyed. Seeing Feng Heng return, everyone stood up to welcome him. Lord Feng Heng. Tang Minayu looked at Feng Heng with a hint of resentment in her eyes. She stayed up all night last night and followed the players and Tang Mo to visit the feudal lords. It took her a long time to talk to two feudal lords, yet Feng Heng had made a huge harvest so easily. Why didn't he say so earlier? If she had known that Feng Heng had a plan, why would she have worked so hard? Wasn't it good to just sleep in the royal family? Sometimes, when she thought about it, Tang Minayu wondered if she had been fooled by Feng Heng. Everything seemed to be within Feng Heng's plan. It was clearly agreed that everyone would sneak into the royal treasury together and split the profits 50-50. Why did it seem like everything was arranged by Feng Heng now? Was he deliberately stealing the Enlightenment Stone and the magic core from the royal treasury to build a mage tower? Greetings, Your Highness Minayu. Uncles, there's no need to be so polite. Please sit down. Tang Minayu personally stood up to welcome them, putting on a show to earn money. Then, she turned her gaze to Feng Heng and nodded. I've encountered some problems with the materials for the construction of the Mage Tower. I've invited you over to discuss it. Hearing that there was trouble with the construction of the Ghost Tower, the expressions of the feudal lords changed slightly, especially Lord Boar. His expression was particularly ugly. No way. It just so happened that it was his turn and he was already in trouble. Tang Minayu noticed the feudal lord's expressions and asked Feng Heng with her eyes. Your Highness, the feudal lords of the empire are loyal to the royal family. There's no need to shy away. Yes, I naturally trust you uncles. What we are going to discuss next is all the internal secrets of the royal family. Please keep it a secret for me. Boar was concerned about the Mage Tower, so he nodded repeatedly. Of course, of course. What's wrong with the Ghost Tower? Tang Minayu nodded and gestured to Ed. Please explain the details, Mr. Ed. Yes, Your Highness. Ed took half a step forward and nodded. Lord Feng Heng, I will explain what happens next. As everyone knows, building a mage tower requires a large number of construction materials. We've just checked the royal family and various local materials warehouses. We can only build about 27 Tier 2 ghost towers. If we include the resources provided by the various feudal lords, we can build a maximum of 54 Tier 2 ghost towers. Of course, 54 mage towers are far from enough to meet the needs of the various feudal lords. Many feudal lords are willing to provide additional resources to build mage towers, but we can't do that. The biggest gap we're facing now is the magic cores. Gulp. Chadwick gulped at the number. Was this even human? 54 mage towers. Wasn't that enough? How many mage towers were there in the entire empire? Lord Boar had the same thought when he heard this, but he felt that it was not right after thinking about it carefully. Too many monks, too little porridge. The empire was vast, and there were so many feudal lords. 54 mage towers were really not enough. Not to mention that despicable Chadwick had swallowed 7 mage towers with his entire territory. As he thought about it, Lord Boar glared at Chadwick. Why does your territory need so many mage towers? Is this some kind of 7 stars alignment? Ahem. Lord Boar was a little anxious. He couldn't help but cough lightly. He said, Lord Feng Heng, we agreed to build 2 mage towers in my territory. Of course. We've already agreed that the construction materials have been shipped to your territory. After the discussion is over, I will go with you to build the mage tower. 1275. Joining Lord Boar's face instantly changed into a smile. Thank you for your hard work, Lord Feng Heng. You're welcome. Feng Heng called out, frowning slightly. He had stolen more than 50 magic cores from the royal treasury. The numbers were right. It would be barely enough to build a mage tower in the next 3 to 4 days. It would be a little troublesome to continue building it on a large scale. Feng Heng looked at Ed again and said, Mr. Ed, please continue. Well, we wanted to try to make our own magic cores, so we found His Highness Tangmo to ask about the situation. According to His Highness Tangmo, there is only a small amount of magic cores left in the royal family. He can find a way to refine them himself. The formula has always been in the hands of the royal family and he has never touched it. However, the manufacturing of the magic cores required the cooperation of the Empire's Mage Association. The president of the Mage Association should have the formula. We will continue to investigate this clue. After the Empire split last night, the Royal Mage Group was incorporated by Tang Wu and the Empire's Mage Association is still unclear. His Highness Tangmo went to find his uncle not long ago to contact the president of the Mage Association. However, based on the past attitude of the Mage Association, our hope of obtaining the formula from them is very slim. The team was in trouble again. Lizu realized the difficulty of collecting the magic cores was too great, and she was afraid that it would delay Fang Heng's big plan, so she hurriedly told Ed to discuss it with Fang Heng. Fang Heng nodded, but he felt a little strange. Randolph, the vice president of the Mage Association, was a good person. They had worked closely together before. He wasn't as difficult to get close to as Ed had said. Is the Mage Association really that hard to get in touch with? It can't be, right? Surely not? Ed thought to himself, no way. People from the Mage Association were known to be difficult to get in touch with. Ed sighed silently in his heart. After all, Lord Fang Heng had been training in necromancy in seclusion and was not aware of the situation in the Empire. Fang Heng looked at Chadwick, Lord Boar, and the rest with some doubt. It's indeed not easy to get in touch with. The other feudal lords also nodded in agreement. Lord Fang Heng doesn't know. Ordinary mages are fine, but the association's higher-ups have always been arrogant. It's difficult for us lords to say a few words to them. Only His Highness Tangmo has a blood relationship with the vice president of the Mage Association. Otherwise, they wouldn't even want to see us. As they were talking, a royal guard rushed forward to report, Your Highness Minayu, His Highness Tangmo has returned. He is accompanied by the president of the Mage Association, Price, and the vice president of the association. What? Except for Tang Minayu, everyone stood up from their chairs and looked out of the hall. The president of the Mage Association, Price? That mysterious big shot also came personally. Did Her Highness Minayu really have such a great reputation? Shocked, everyone turned to look at Fang Heng and Tang Minayu. In the hall, only the two of them had indifferent expressions, as if this situation was normal. Tang Minayu was a little confused. Did these people have to be so surprised? She had read some information about the Mage Association, but the records on paper were not as personal as seeing it with her own eyes. She only knew that the Mage Association was a little arrogant. Tang Minayu nodded and said, Invite them in. Soon, the guards brought Tangmo and the group from the Mage Association into the hall. The president of the Mage Association, Price, walked at the front. Behind him, Randolph had a gentle expression on his face as he nodded at Fang Heng from afar. He said, Lord Fang Heng, I know that you are very busy right now, so I took the liberty to disturb you. Price and the mage behind him did not pay much attention to Tang Minayu and the feudal lords. They all focused their gazes on Fang Heng, revealing a probing gaze. Was it him? A great legendary mage who built a Tier 2 mage tower in the Empire in just 2 days? So young? Before the mage tower, the members of the Mages Association had already heard of Fang Heng's name. It was Fang Heng who discovered the teleportation magic array in the underground world and established a good relationship with the cave-dwelling beasts. Apart from that, Fang Heng had also used long-lasting large-scale field magic to summon the sacred tree to defeat the entire barbarian army in the Land of Plague. There were a few mages among the entourage. They all wanted to see Fang Heng with their own eyes. After all, in the outside world, the sacred tree in the Land of Plague was rumored to be divine. Rumor had it that Fang Heng was not only proficient in the study of necromancy, but also dabbled in the study of nature, elementalism, and even the sacred study. I won't disturb you. Fang Heng also stood up to welcome him. President Price sized Fang Heng up, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. He asked, Lord Fang Heng, we heard some rumors that you will be building a large number of ghost towers on the Empire continent. Is this true? Of course, you came at the right time. We were just discussing this matter. Hearing this, the mage behind Price couldn't help but whisper. Price nodded and said, Thank you very much for your support of the Mage Association. I came here to personally thank you, and also to invite you to join the Mage Association as the Vice President. The Vice President of the Mage Association. All the feudal lords looked at Fang Heng, their eyes full of envy. Over the years, every Vice President of the Mage Association was either highly respected senior scholar with outstanding academic research or a talented legendary mage. No matter what, every single one of them was a target that the royal family was trying their best to rope in. Thinking about it carefully, Lord Fang Heng really did have the ability. Ding! President Price invites you to join the Mage Association and become the Vice President of the Association. Ding! Rejecting the invitation will reduce the favorability of the Mage Association by a small amount. Accepting the invitation will increase your empire reputation. Of course, thank you. I'd love to. Fang Heng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Could the Mage Association have some ulterior motive for offering such a huge benefit? But it didn't matter. Joining the Mage Association would be of great help to his plan to eliminate the Abyssal Demon in the future. At this stage, he had to unite all the forces that could be united. Welcome to the Mage Association. I know Lord Fang Heng is very busy right now. We will simplify the appointment ceremony and just sign your magic imprint. An advanced mage beside Price handed over a scroll that he had prepared. The contents of the scroll were very simple. There were only a few lines of small words. The gist of it was that he had volunteered to join the Mage Association and become the vice president of the Mage Association. There were no rights or obligations. Feng Hang glanced at it and left a spiritual imprint on the scroll. Ding. Player has joined the Mage Association and will be the vice president of the Mage Association. Ding. The player's Mage Association reputation has increased greatly, and the player's Empire reputation has increased greatly. Ding. Tang Minaiu's heir to the Empire reputation has increased slightly. 1276 promotion. Price smiled and nodded at Feng Hang before continuing. After the Mage Tower is built, the Mage Association will send people to the Mage Tower to learn. I will have to trouble Lord Feng Hang by then. Definitely. Feng Hang cupped his hands. It turned out that the Mage Association was also here for the Ghost Tower. In addition, according to our discussion with President Randolph, we will promote necromancy on the continent and establish the necromancy discipline. The relevant academic promotion has already begun. We need a mentor for the study of necromancy. Lord Feng Hang, after our discussion, we feel that you are the most suitable person to do this. To promote necromancy? Feng Hang could not help but glance at Randolph. He seemed to have heard Randolph mention it before. At that time, he said that necromancy was more suitable for controlling the Ghost Tower, and necromancy had always been extremely rare on the main road. He thought about it carefully. This was a good thing. Previously, the actions of the Holy Court, such as throwing dirty water on him and accusing him that the leak of the Plague Gora was related to him, had disgusted him. The implementation of necromancy could disgust the Holy Court. At the same time, it could also increase the operating efficiency of the Ghost Tower. Kill two birds with one stone. It wasn't too difficult to learn the basics of necromancy. There were a few books in Sydney's book collection that were the basics of the study of necromancy. When the time came, he would let the players find a way to get some books to make up the numbers and then use the undead ghost fog to create vengeful spirits. Whether or not they could learn necromancy would depend on their own luck. A white-bearded old man behind Price nodded and said, Lord Feng Hang, don't worry. The entry-level in necromancy has been listed as a key assessment for the Mage Association. Yes, of course. I am very willing to help young mages learn about necromancy, and I will also provide them with convenience. Feng Hang nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he changed the topic to the magic core. Speaking of which, we encountered quite a few problems during the construction of the Ghost Tower. I heard that the Mage Association has the recipe for the magic core. Can you lend it to us? Well, I have heard from His Highness Tangmo. The original method of making the magic core was handed over to the Mage Association by the royal family. Now that Her Highness Minayu has inherited the throne, it should be handed over to Her Highness Minayu. Tangmo looked at Feng Hang talking to the president of the Mage Association and couldn't help smiling bitterly. He thought to himself, finally, I am mentioned. When he was young, he and his father visited the president of the Mage Association. They had waited in the city for several days before finally meeting. He had never seen anyone from the Mage Association so easy to talk to. The magic core requires a large number of elemental crystals as raw materials, and the success rate of refining it is relatively low. If Her Highness Minayu can find the raw materials, the Mage Association is willing to cooperate in the production of the magic core. Ed frowned and explained, Your Highness Minayu, elemental crystals are very rare. In the past, the magic cores produced in various regions were taken away by the royal family of the Empire. It's a product that the Empire forbids trading. I heard that some chambers of commerce would take the risk of secretly selling a small portion of it. It's something that can't be seen in the light. Yes. Feng Hang nodded and looked at President Price. He said, we will think of a way to obtain the elemental crystals. There is one more thing that I will get straight to the point. President Price, the Empire is in constant conflict right now, and there is the crisis of the Abyssal Demon. Her Highness Minayu urgently needs the help of the Mage Association. I wonder if the Mage Association is willing to assist Her Highness Minayu in inheriting the throne of the Empire? The entire hall suddenly became extremely quiet. The players did not expect Feng Hang to be so straightforward. They all looked at Price nervously. The Mage Association had a lot of influence in the Empire. If they could persuade them to join Tang Minaiu's camp, their disadvantage in the Empire's rebellion mission would be reversed. Price smiled and said, of course. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the hall instantly relaxed. In fact, the entire Mage Association had branches in various regions of the Empire. Most of the high-level mages were arrogant. This time, the Empire was in civil strife, and the Mage Association also had its own feudal lords that they wanted to be loyal. It was difficult to unify. That was indeed the case. However, after the news of Lord Feng Hang building a large number of ghost towers was leaked, The atmosphere within the Mage Association changed. The voices quickly became unified. As long as Lord Feng Heng was willing to join the Mage Association, then they would pledge their loyalty to Her Highness Minayu. The influence of a mage tower on mages was undoubtedly huge. The Mage Association rarely had such a unified opinion. Tang Mo was really shocked. That was it? Just one word from Feng Heng and the entire Mage Association was willing to cooperate with Tang Minayu? Even when the royal family was in control of the empire, the Mage Association had never been so cooperative. It was also because of this that the royal family had set up the Royal Mage Group out of their own pockets, spending a huge amount of money on the mages every year. Ed and the other players were overjoyed. Alright. There was no need to mention the combat ability of the Mage Association. According to the analysis of the players, based on the Mage Association's usual style, it was impossible for them to participate in the internal strife of the empire. At most, some branches would follow the local feudal lord. Who would have thought that the entire Mage Association would stand on the same side? This was something that they did not even dare to think about. The Mage Association's decision would greatly affect the feudal lord's judgment of the situation. Sure enough, after Price finished speaking, the game notification popped up. Ding! The Empire Mage Association has cooperated with Tang Minayu. Tang Minayu's heir to the Empire reputation has increased greatly. I wish us a happy cooperation in the future. Happy working with you. I know that President Feng Heng has been very busy recently. You still need to put more effort into the training of the mages and the promotion of necromancy. No problem. Feng Heng shifted his gaze to Ed and the others, nodding at them. When Ed heard about the raw materials for the magic core, he immediately sent his subordinates to go offline and inform Li Zu's team to look for relevant information. When the offline teams heard the news that the Mage Association had joined, they were also in jubilation. The entire team erupted with incomparable enthusiasm and quickly mobilized the people. Everything was developing well. Ed explained as he flipped through the news he had just received from the survival radio station. Elemental crystals are a rare type of elemental ore. They need to be formed in a specific environment and are extremely rare. The royal family of the empire has a small amount of them in storage. In recent years, most of them have been gathered in the hands of the royal family. The royal family. Feng Heng could not help but mutter softly, feeling a headache. Now that the royal family was occupied by Tang Wu, why would he go back to steal from someone else's headquarters? It was a little difficult. Ed nodded and said, it's very difficult to obtain it from the royal family now. We will make a feasibility report first. Yes. Feng Heng nodded and pondered for a moment. At the moment, all of his main skills were on cool down, so he took advantage of this gap to build a portion of the ghost tower. 50 ghost towers would also require some time. When the construction of the ghost tower was almost complete and the skill cool down time was over, he would go to the royal family to snatch a wave of resources. The feudal lords and the various chambers of commerce might have some stock on hand. We can also purchase them. Also, be careful. Understood, Lord Feng Heng. 1277 A dark move. In the Imperial City, the Empire Royal Guard had just escorted Tang Wu back to the palace on his griffins. This time, he personally convinced 2 Empire feudal lords to pledge their loyalty. Several lords around the Imperial City also surrendered. Tang Wu was in a very good mood. What's wrong? He had just sat on the throne and had yet to enjoy it when Tang Wu noticed that Ding Shixiu's expression was not too good. Your Majesty, this is the report that the Tanshu Academy just provided. Hand it over. Tang Wu received the report from the guard. After opening it and reading it line by line, his expression became worse and worse. Bang. Tang Wu's eyes reddened as he slammed the report on the table. What happened? He had gone through a lot of trouble to convince 2 feudal lords to surrender, but before he could celebrate, 5 feudal lords had already surrendered to Tang Minayu. His Majesty, please calm down. We've found out that the cause of the incident was Lord Chadwick of Lincoln City. The Tanshu Academy had always been the department responsible for collecting intelligence for the royal family. The commander of the Tanshu Academy, Padilia, immediately stepped forward and reported the information he had gathered to Tang Wu. Ghost Tower? Can it dispel the plague? In the hall, everyone could not help but whisper when they heard this. Are you saying that Lord Feng Heng helped solve the crisis in Lincoln City and dispel the plague, so Lord Chadwick swore allegiance to Tang Minayu? Yes, Your Majesty. Tang Wu frowned. He had indeed personally ordered them to ignore Lincoln City's life and death, but Feng Heng and the others had taken advantage of the situation. But even if Feng Heng really spent a lot of effort to deal with the plague aura, what about the other feudal lords? What about the others? Even if Lord Chadwick was excusable, why did so many feudal lords swear allegiance to Tang Minayu? Your Majesty, there are rumors that Lord Feng Heng can help build a Tier 2 Mage Tower in a very short time. Moreover, the Mage Tower can dispel the plague. Ding Shixiu reported, currently, due to the outbreak of the plague in various parts of the world, in order to prevent the spread of the plague, all the feudal lords are in danger. In addition, building the ghost tower for free is already extremely attractive. As a result, the various feudal lords are trying to befriend Lord Feng Heng, hoping to use this opportunity to obtain the qualifications to build a mage tower. Fidelia added, in addition, Tanshu Academy has investigated and Tang Minayu has spread the news that the number of ghost towers built is limited. The feudal lords are on a first-come, first-served basis. As Tang Wu listened, he clenched his fists tighter and tighter. His body could not help but tremble in anger. Using the ghost tower to tempt the various feudal lords to surrender? It seemed that most of the feudal lords of the empire were ready to join Tang Minayu. Just to build a few mage towers. What about the Mage Association? Why would they cooperate with Tang Minayu? Tang Wu really couldn't figure it out. The Mage Association was so arrogant. They didn't even listen to the royal family's orders in the past. What medicine have they taken this time? Why did they choose to pledge loyalty to Feng Heng so easily? Why did they have to go against him? The hall fell into a brief silence. Not to mention Tang Wu, the others couldn't figure it out either. Seeing everyone's reaction, Tang Wu became even angrier and shouted, "Say something. Why isn't anyone talking now? Fidelia. Tell me. What did your Tanshu Academy find out?" Fidelia's face stiffened when he was called out. He braced himself and took half a step forward, explaining, "Your Majesty, we are also investigating this matter. We suspect that Lord Feng Heng might be involved. In addition, we believe that Lord Feng Heng has already taken up the position of Vice President of the Mage Association. The Mage Association will be vigorously promoting the study of necromancy." Tang Wu gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, "Feng Heng." Feng Heng again. He was the one who created the Land of Plague and the Ghost Tower. Now, he was even trying to interfere in the Mage Association. Tang Wu never expected that everything would collapse so quickly because of Feng Heng. With Feng Heng around, how could he fight for the throne of the royal family? Just surrender quickly. In the silence, Archbishop Karkala stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, please calm down. In my opinion, I am afraid that all of this is Lord Feng Heng's plan." Tang Wu's chest heaved up and down as he suppressed the anger in his heart. Everyone turned to look at Karkala. Karkala had been reinforcing the holy barrier, and he looked a little tired. He felt even more mentally exhausted. The Holy Court had always regarded necromancy as evil, and for thousands of years, they had been spreading the threat of necromancy. He didn't expect the Mage Association to publicly promote the study of necromancy. This undoubtedly made the entire Holy Court feel great danger. "Your Majesty, as far as I know, the Ghost Tower is ineffective against the plague aura. I am afraid that Lord Feng Heng spread this rumor to gain the loyalty of more Empire feudal lords. Such a strategy may be effective for a short period of time, but it won't be able to deceive him for a long time. As long as we wait a little longer, we will naturally be able to find his weakness and give him a fatal blow." Tang Wu also calmed down after hearing this. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. These words did not have any practical effect, but they could slightly stabilize his mentality. That makes sense. I will send someone to clarify the rumors first. Your Majesty, with all due respect, we're already a step too late. I am afraid we won't be able to win the trust of more feudal lords if we continue to clarify the rumors now. Tang Wu was already unhappy and asked, "Then what do you think we should do?" "To share your Majesty's worries, I previously discussed with Mr. Ding Shixiu and formulated 3 strategies for your Majesty. I hope your Majesty can make a decision." "Oh?" Tang Wu asked in surprise, "What are the 3 strategies? Tell me quickly." Karkala took half a step back and gestured for Ding Shixiu to step forward. Ding Shixiu said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, Tanshu Academy has heard that there is a shortage of materials for the construction of the Ghost Tower. According to Tang Minayu, it is due to the lack of magic cores. For this reason, Tang Minayu has even offered a large sum of money to purchase the raw materials for the production of magic cores. The Mage Association actually gave Tang Minayu the formula to create a magic core. I will remember this first, and I will slowly settle the score with them in the future." Tang Wu temporarily held back his anger and tapped his fingers on the armrest. He pondered and asked, "Are you saying that we can stop them from using raw materials? The feudal lords of the empire might have hidden a small portion of the elemental crystals, but they might not listen to us." "No, it's not like that, Your Majesty. As far as I know, there are still many elemental crystals in the Empire's inventory. We can use this opportunity to trade the useless elemental crystals in the Empire's inventory with them. Of course, we need to do things in secret and trade with Feng Heng in the name of an Empire's feudal lord." "What did you say? Are you guys crazy?" Tang Wu was stunned when he heard that. He wondered if Ding Shixiu was crazy. What would you give the enemy what they lacked? Was he out of his mind? 1278 Do it again, Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation. After our analysis, we unanimously agreed that the so-called shortage of elemental crystals was just Feng Heng's delaying tactic. He was unable to build a large number of mage towers in a short period of time, so he used the excuse of lacking raw materials and offered a large price to buy them from outsiders. Feng Heng was sure that no one else had such resources other than the royal family. We can find someone to make a deal with Feng Heng. On one hand, we can use useless resources to obtain a large number of military resources from Feng Heng to prepare for the war with Tang Minayu. On the other hand, Feng Heng has sufficient construction materials and no reason to delay the construction of the Mage Tower. Once the feudal lord finds out that the Ghost Tower is ineffective against the Plague Aura, they will naturally not let Feng Heng off. Tang Wu frowned. Thinking about it carefully, this plan did not sound like a problem. However, he had concerns about the Holy Court. The Holy Court had made consecutive mistakes in their judgment of the Land of Plague and Feng Heng. Tang Wu already didn't trust them. What you said makes sense, but it's still inappropriate. I heard that Feng Heng can borrow the power of the undead creatures to build a tower. In just half a day, he built a Tier 2 ghost tower in the city. He does have the ability to build a mage tower. What if the ghost tower really has the ability to dispel the plague? Wouldn't we be giving the enemy a great gift? Your Majesty, don't worry. I guarantee with my life that the ghost tower doesn't have such an ability. Karkula was very confident. Even the Holy Tower of Light of the Holy Court could only release a defensive barrier to slightly resist the corrosion of the plague aura. How could the ghost tower of the necromancy element dispel the plague aura? That was impossible. Tang Wu stared at Karkula and didn't dare to say anything. He was already scared of Karkula. Several times, the things he said that seemed impossible came true. When Karkula saw Tang Wu's untrusting look, he also thought of what he had said before. He could only change his words and say sincerely, Your Majesty, making a magic core is extremely time-consuming. Even if he was given a large number of resources, he wouldn't be able to complete it in a short period of time. Tang Wu nodded. This explanation was obviously more reliable. He turned around and looked at Ashton, the president of the Empire Mage Association. Ashton nodded and said, Indeed. In fact, every year, the Empire would secretly deduct a portion of the collected elemental crystal materials, produce a portion of the magic cores, destroy a portion of the materials, and then announce the rest to the public. They had always claimed that they lacked materials and could not mass-produce them. In fact, part of it was to balance the development of the Mage Association within the Empire. In this situation, the Mage Association had already broken away from the Empire's control. If the Mage Association's power grew, who would have the final say in the Empire? Over the years, a portion of the magic materials had been accumulated in the warehouse every year. After that, more and more of them had been accumulated, and even a lot of magic cores had been accumulated. It could not be used, so it was simply thrown into the Empire's treasury by the previous royal family to collect dust. It was naturally not bad to use them to exchange for some strategic materials. Tang Wu remembered that the president of the Alchemy Society, Ovian, had mentioned to him last night that he wanted some rare materials. He said that they had the ability to deal with Feng Heng's sacred tree and the Land of Plague. Perhaps he could give the materials he traded to the Alchemy Society to try. Using the materials provided by Feng Heng to deal with the Land of Plague? It seemed pretty good. Tang Wu narrowed his eyes and asked, What about the middle and worst plan? Your Majesty, the Ghost Tower is unable to expel the plague. According to the information we received from the Tanshu Academy, the plague in the mining area of Lincoln City has indeed disappeared. We have discussed it with the Alchemy Society before, and we all agree that Lord Feng Heng has used some methods to strengthen the original seal in the iron mine. We just need to send someone to investigate Lincoln City and find out what Feng Heng did in the mine. After we find out everything, we will announce it to the public. When Feng Heng's scheme is exposed, Her Highness Minayu's reputation will naturally plummet. Tang Wu naturally understood what he meant by investigate everything. He frowned and said, Lincoln City is now under Feng Heng's control. It's very dangerous to infiltrate and investigate personally. Your Majesty, thanks for your trust. I am willing to personally lead people to expose Feng Heng's scheme. Tang Wu thought for a moment but did not agree. He continued, No hurry, let's talk about the worst plan first. Yes. Karkula nodded confidently and said, As for the worst plan, it's extremely dangerous. It's the last resort after the best plan fails. Once it gets out, it won't be good for us. I suggest not using it unless it's a critical period. Tang Wu nodded and said, Yes. Everyone here can be trusted. You go first. We can think of a way to completely release the plague aura. Tang Wu's pupil shrank. The plague aura was released by the abyssal demon hidden deep in the underground world. Now that its aura has leaked, It means that the lower seal has loosened. Once the seal is opened a little more, the plague aura will leak even more violently. The alchemy magic seal left behind by Feng Heng will definitely not be able to withstand it. Killing intent appeared in Karkala's eyes as he said in a deep voice, "At that time, we can announce to the public that Feng Heng's ghost tower not only failed to eliminate the plague but was also the culprit that caused it." The entire hall fell silent. Everyone immediately felt a chill in their hearts. The Holy Court was actually so ruthless? So unscrupulous? If the plague spread again, the entire continent would fall into greater chaos. At that time, let alone Feng Heng, could the royal family hold on? Could the empire hold on? If this move was used, the outcome was very likely to be mutual destruction. Karkala also knew how risky the last plan was. After saying that, he took half a step back and stood in the crowd. "Your Majesty, please make a decision." Tang Wu glanced at Karkala. "The best plan will be carried out together with the middle plan. The best plan will be left to Ding Shixiu. Karkala, you will personally lead people to investigate Lincoln City. As for the worst plan, there is no need to mention it in the future. I want to know everything about Feng Heng. Is that clear?" "Yes. That's all for now. Don't leak a word of today's discussion to the outside world. Everyone, disperse first." "Yes, Your Majesty." Seeing that everyone had left, Tang Wu signaled with his eyes to Karkala to stay. After everyone left, Tang Wu looked at Karkala and said in a deep voice, "Prepare the worst plan you mentioned. I will allow you to release a small amount of the plague aura within a controllable range. Be careful and don't leak it." Karkala narrowed his eyes, and his face revealed an expression of as expected as he nodded and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I understand. Leave everything to me." 1279 A win-win situation. Ding, your zombie clone completed the construction of the Tier 2 Mage Tower. The player's empire reputation has increased. Tang Minaiu's heir to the empire reputation has increased slightly. Ding, Lord Boar has sworn allegiance to Tang Minaiu. Tang Minaiu's heir to the empire reputation has increased slightly. The game hint quickly refreshed his retina. Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief. While there was no one around, he quickly gulped down a bottle of coffee. Ever since they parted ways, he had been focusing on controlling zombie clones to build the Mage Tower. The results were gratifying. After his continuous improvements, the construction speed increased significantly. After arranging the instructions for zombie clones to carry out the construction, he could still take a nap for a while. After receiving the news that the construction of the Mage Tower was completed, Lord Boar rushed over with the Mage Association in his territory. Looking at the two Mage Towers that stood tall in his territory, Lord Boar was in a great mood. He looked excited as he exclaimed, "Thank you so much, Lord Feng Heng. From now on, you are my good brother." "You're welcome." Feng Heng nodded. As the teleportation passages were opened up, the movement and transfer of resources within the Empire's territory would become smoother, and the construction of the Ghost Tower would also be faster. Zhao Lingfeng had also trotted over with Lord Boar's team. She poked her head out from behind a guard and hurriedly said to Feng Heng, "Lord Feng Heng, the territory has encountered a thorny problem. Her Highness Minaiu needs your decision." Li Zhu's offline team was extremely anxious. However, Feng Heng repeatedly stressed that he did not want to be disturbed while he was building the towers. Thus, Zhao Lingfeng could only wait until the construction was completed before she rushed over to look for Feng Heng. "What is it?" "Previously, we announced that we were purchasing elemental crystals. A feudal lord of the empire contacted us and told us that they had a large number of magic crystals stored in their territory and were willing to sell them to us." Feng Heng was delighted. "That would be great. Buy it." With the problem of raw materials solved, the plan to set up mage towers around the world could proceed smoothly. The more mage towers he had, the more confident he would be in dealing with the final boss, the abyssal demon. But why did Li Zhu hesitate? Was there a problem with this transaction? Feng Heng frowned and asked, "It's a good thing that they're willing to trade, but is there a problem?" "So you've also sensed it, Lord Feng Heng. The other feudal lord doesn't need to exchange money or ordinary materials. Instead, he needs some rare materials and military materials, and the quantity is very large." Feng Heng frowned as if he had smelled a conspiracy. In the past, he had always been the one scheming against others. This time, he was busy building the Mage Tower and had no time. Now, his opponent had started to cause trouble. Sister Zhu felt that it was a little strange, so she did some background research on Lord Gasoni and found that he had some relationship with His Highness Tang Wu. When Lord Boar heard this, he interrupted, "You're talking about Gasoni, right?" "Yes, I know him, and I am quite familiar with him. Tang Wu trained in his territory when he was young, and the two of them do have a close relationship." Feng Heng hesitated for a moment. He clearly knew that there was a problem with this transaction. However, the elemental crystals provided by the other party were too tempting. What about the elemental crystals they provided? Have you checked everything? Yes, the sample provided has been checked. There's no problem. Feng Heng rubbed his chin and fell silent for a moment. So the people of the Empire wanted to sell fake goods to cheat them of military supplies? Such a simple trick? Was it necessary? Lord Boar saw that Lord Feng Heng was hesitating. He laughed loudly and patted Feng Heng's shoulder. Brother Feng Heng, you might not know what's going on outside, but you're in high demand right now. The feudal lords outside are all in need of your tier 2 mage tower, and many of them are trying to find a way to meet you. If Kasumi dares to sell you a counterfeit, you don't even need to do anything. The feudal lords outside can drown them. Feng Heng opened his mouth and thought, am I that awesome? If you're still worried, you can go to the Mage Association as a third party to conduct the transaction. They will inspect the goods first. The people of the Mage Association have always been arrogant. They don't care about such scams. Thanks for the reminder. Feng Heng nodded at Boar kindly. As long as the elemental crystals were real, the risk was acceptable. Feng Heng thought about it and couldn't find any loopholes. Worst come to worst, he would at most lose a large number of military supplies. Anyway, he never thought of starting a war with Tang Wu. Even if he gave the military supplies to Tang Wu, the losses were completely within the acceptable range. There was still a little time left for the trial, so he could just drag it out. Feng Heng's thoughts were simple. The current game trial was still in progress, so he would most likely have to fight the Abyssal Demon in the end. By the time the Abyssal Demon appeared, the people would be so busy dealing with it that the Empire would not have the chance to fight among themselves. If Tang Wu made the first move, then they would not be afraid. They would directly tear the underground seal and flip the table. Therefore, armaments were not important to him. The reason why he was still in the game was because of the Saint mission and the final trial mission. The current trial score was SS. If he wanted to farm the highest level SSS, he had to kill the final boss, the Abyssal Demon. The difficulty level was obvious. Usually, the higher the difficulty, the better the reward. Right now, they could not say that they had everything. At least, they still had many advantages. For example, Tang Minayu's identity and Ed's group of players who were still kept in the dark. If he exited the trial and thought of a way to enter the game again, there might be some changes. It would be best if they could safely complete the mission of killing the demon in the trial environment. In this way, he would be able to get the double reward of killing and an SSS level trial score. Feng Heng nodded and said, tell Ed to let them do the trade. The materials used to create the magic core are very important to us. The sooner, the better. Also, we can consider letting the Mage Association conduct a third-party appraisal. You guys can decide on the specifics. Okay. I will do it immediately. Zhao Lingfeng immediately nodded and agreed. She forcefully logged off on the spot, and her face gradually stiffened. Feng Heng looked at the game log again. There were less than 7 days left in the trial. He had to hurry up. Late at night the next day, the moonlight shone on the road leading to Lincoln City. In the past 2 days, a large number of mage apprentices had gone to Lincoln City. The city was in short supply of various resources, and the Canard Chamber of Commerce was transporting mage resources to the city overnight. Archbishop Karkala and the 6 members of the Holy Court were also on the team. Karkala poked his head out of the carriage to observe. From afar, Lincoln City was shrouded in a mist of undead. Undead. Such a thick mist of the undead. Sneaking into Lincoln City required some preparation work, so Karkala took some time. Yesterday afternoon, he decided to came to Lincoln City personally to investigate the situation after making a plan of action with His Majesty. Last night, he had re-strengthened the sealing magic array within the royal family. The next day, he had only obtained the sacred sword of breaking seal from the headquarters of the Holy Court at dawn. He had made all the preparations. It was not until noon that the team had secretly set off from the royal family. It was already late at night when they arrived. 1,280 night scouting. Karkala's expression was solemn. In less than 2 days, what had happened in Lincoln City? He had arrived in a hurry, so he had only skimmed through the latest information regarding Lincoln City at noon. Rumor had it that many apprentices of the Mage Association had gathered in Lincoln City to further their studies. At that time Karkala had thought that it was a little strange. Why did they have to go to Lincoln City? Only now did he realize the seriousness of the problem. Given the thickness of the undead ghost fog, it was obvious that they were practicing necromancy. While he was thinking, the merchant carriage slowed down. The entrance of the city could be seen in front of them. The Chamber of Commerce was preparing to go forward to inspect. Karkala stuck his head out of the window and looked out. His heart sank even more. It was already late at night, and the gates of Lincoln City were wide open. The entire city was shrouded in a thin layer of undead ghost fog. The fog even affected his vision, making it difficult for him to see the city clearly. The guards at the city gate were extremely lax. They looked at the Chamber of Commerce's qualification certificate and reached out to let them in. They were too lazy to even open the accompanying materials to check. The convoy stopped for less than half a minute before continuing to move. Under the urging of the guards, they quickly entered the city. The members of the Holy Court team in the carriage couldn't help but find it strange. They exchanged glances with each other. According to the information he had received, the city gates were sealed at night, and the guards were usually very tight. Why were they so relaxed today? The group continued to move forward for a few minutes. A young man from the Chamber of Commerce jumped onto the carriage and said respectfully, "Gentlemen, we have successfully passed the inspection outside the city. We will immediately send you to the hotel area and drop you off at the entrance of the Sunset Hotel. Please be prepared." "Yes." An elderly holy paladin from the team asked, "Little brother, what happened in the city? Why are the guards at the entrance so lax?" "Oh, I am afraid you don't know since you've just arrived from the outside. The entire city is now open to the public. The Mage Association and Lord Chadwick have already reached an agreement to build Lincoln City into a sacred place for the study of necromancy. There are so many people coming and going outside now, most of them are merchants and mage apprentices from the Chamber of Commerce. Ordinary people won't come to the city at all. There's a large number of supplies delivered every day, so there's no need for the guards to check." One of the judges of the Holy Court, Mary Feel, frowned and said, "Aren't you worried that spies will sneak in? So be it. If a powerful character really wants to sneak into the city's entrance inspection won't be enough to stop them. As for ordinary thieves, there's even less to worry about. Everyone knows that this is the territory of Lord Feng Heng, the owner of the Land of Plague. It's a holy land for necromancy. With so many mages here, who would dare to come here and seek death? We're about to reach the hotel area. Please get ready." As the young man spoke, he lifted the great sword on his back and jumped off the carriage again. The holy land for necromancy. Karkala looked out of the window at the situation outside the carriage. He felt increasingly uneasy and muttered to himself. A moment later, the carriage stopped outside a hotel. There were many hotels along the street that was open for business. The lights were bright, and one could hear the noise from the hotels at the door. A clear voice called out from outside the carriage, "Friends, we've arrived." Karkala led everyone down from the carriage. The manager of the Chamber of Commerce cocked his fists at Karkala and the others. "I still have a batch of emergency supplies for the mages that I need to send to the city lord's fortress. As you can see, the city isn't very safe right now. Magic arrays have been set up in the hotel area, so it won't be affected by the undead ghost fog. Take care, everyone." "Thank you. Let's go. Remember, be careful." The supervisor reminded him again and waved his hand to signal the Chamber of Commerce team to continue transporting the supplies. The 7 members of the Holy Court looked at Karkala. "Yes, we need to be extra careful this time. Let's go." Karkala led the way into the hotel. Ding dong, ding dong. The door of the Sunset Hotel was pushed open by Karkala, causing the crisp sound of wind chimes. "The hotel is full. You can go to other places to take a look." The young man in front of the counter had a pair of thick dark circles under his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the person at the door in a daze. After saying that, he continued to lie on the table to catch up on his sleep. Karkala looked around. Even though it was already late at night, there were still many young people gathered in the hall. Most of them were wearing the accessories of a mage apprentice. Judging from their auras, most of the mages had the scent of the undead. More than 80% of them were apprentices who practiced necromancy. Karkala subconsciously clenched his fists. Feng Heng. What was he trying to do? A young man in the corner of the hall noticed the person who had just arrived. His lively eyes lit up as he walked up quickly and whispered, "Is this the Archbishop?" "I am Gert. I've contacted you before." "Yes." Karkala nodded at Gert and gestured at the holy court rune on his wrist. He asked, "Are there always so many guests in the hotel?" "Archbishop, these apprentice mages have just arrived today. The nearby hotels are all full. They have no place to stay, so many of them are resting in the hall for the night." It had already reached this level? Just how mages were there in Lincoln City practicing necromancy? Karkala's heart sank. The Holy Court had always viewed necromancy as its foe. Seeing that necromancy was gradually becoming the mainstream of the academic field, the faces of the people from the Holy Court who were accompanying them turned ugly. Mary Feel asked, "Are they all here to learn about necromancy?" "Yes, the Mage Association has already set the necromancy as an advanced assessment. Mages who study necromancy can also have priority in entering the Ghost Tower for further studies. The various feudal lords are also competing to recruit necromancy scholars, so the scholars can enjoy higher subsidies. Many factors have made most of the mages who have entered the school choose the study of necromancy. I heard that many mages who have studied for a few years or even more than 10 years are also preparing to transfer over to necromancy. Gert told him everything he knew and continued to explain, it's not just this hotel. Several hotels in the city are already full. The news about the undead Holy Land was released yesterday afternoon. I am afraid there will be more people coming here these 2 days. Karkala, the few holy paladins, and the 2 judges who came all had ugly expressions on their faces. Feng Heng. For hundreds of years, the Holy Court had worked hard to instill the idea that the study of necromancy was a disaster in the world. As a result, necromancy was one of the most unpopular studies on the continent. However, ever since the appearance of the necromancer Feng Heng. Damn it. Feng Heng's actions were digging up the foundation of their holy court. Karkala's expression became increasingly unfriendly. He even felt that Feng Heng had been targeting the holy court all along. 1281 Fear Lord Bishop, we have to take action. Feng Heng cannot stay here any longer. Yes. Karkala's eyes flickered. He could already feel a great danger. It was no longer just the land of plague and Tang Wu fighting for the empire. This was related to the development of the holy court. He had to get rid of Feng Heng as soon as possible. There was simply no time to waste. The accompanying guide, Gert, was a believer and follower of the holy court. Seeing that their expressions were a little ugly, he was still ignorant of what the problem was. He could only whisper, Archbishop, you've worked hard coming all the way here. We're very short on hotels now, but I've found a few for you. Karkala raised his hand and interrupted him, no need, thank you. Time is of the essence. How's the situation in the mining area? The mining area is where the ghost fog is the thickest. Many necromancers are staying there, saying that they're cultivating. I don't know anything about necromancy, so I can't go near to investigate. Well, it's not your fault. Lead the way. Take us to the mining area to have a look. Alright. After leaving the hotel, Gert led the group along a secluded path toward the mining area. From afar, Karkala saw 7 ghost towers built around the mining area, enveloping it in the center. The ghost fog continued to overflow from the top of the ghost tower, enveloping the entire mining area. The dense ghost fog triggered the birth of vengeful spirits. Many young mages gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, using a burning soul candle to see the surrounding vengeful spirits, and then using the Book of the Dead to capture their souls. As they went deeper into the mining area, the number of necromancers around them decreased, but their levels were higher. Karkala and the others had already kept a low profile, but they still attracted the attention of many people. It was late at night, and the mage apprentices were grinding for vengeful spirits to train. Most of them were here to be selected as the latest batch of trainees in the ghost tower. But what was with this group of people? They seemed strange. Although the mages had their doubts, they did not waste time thinking about it and continued to gather their mental strength to capture souls. Karkala and the others did not say a word, but the uneasiness in their hearts grew stronger. Lord Bishop. Merryfield couldn't help but say again, the ghost tower is harder to deal with than we expected. A large number of mage apprentices practicing necromancy is a disaster for us. The longer Feng Heng lives, the more the disaster will spread. The destruction of the world is also close at hand. Yes. At present, it was still uncertain whether the ghost tower would be effective against the plague aura, but what they saw and heard after entering Lincoln City had already made the people of the Holy Court feel a great threat. As long as Feng Heng was alive, the Holy Court wouldn't have peace. I know. Karkala's voice was a little dry. He had already placed Feng Heng on the same level as the Abyssal Demon. They had to be eradicated. The Holy Court's group felt particularly uncomfortable amid the ghost fog. Along the way, the team still needed to avoid the newly born vengeful spirits. In order not to be discovered, everyone could not use the Holy Light Shield. After stumbling for half an hour, the group finally entered the periphery of the mining area. Gert brought the Holy Court and the others to hide in the bushes and carefully spy. Lord Bishop, the entrance to the mine is right in front of us. Alright. The entrance to the mine had been carefully sealed. More than 10 Empire guards and a few mages were guarding the door. Ever since the ghost tower had been operating at full capacity 24 hours a day, there were also mage apprentices from the Mage Association guarding the entrance of the cave. Gert swallowed his saliva carefully and said, Lord Bishop, please be careful. There are necromancers from the Mage Association nearby. They are hostile to the Holy Court. If we are discovered, it will be very troublesome. Yes, they can't stop us just by themselves. Karkala nodded and said, Alright, go back first. Don't be affected by us. In the darkness, Karkala walked out of the bushes and headed straight for the entrance of the mine. Stop. Who is it? At the entrance of the mine, a guard of the Empire saw a figure appear from afar and immediately stopped him. He shouted, Who are you? This is the sealed area. Outsiders are forbidden from entering. Leave quickly. Karkala did not slow down. As he took a step forward, he raised the scepter in his hand and gently knocked it to the ground. Buzz. The golden holy light shield spread out. Huh? That's... Among the guards of the Empire at the mine entrance, one of the middle-aged men's pupils suddenly tightened, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. It was the Holy Court. Deng Hedong was a player. To ensure the safety of the seal, Li Zu's team made the corresponding adjustments. Every day, 3 people would take turns guarding the cave. If anything happened to the seal's entrance, the player team would be the first to receive news. Deng Hedong had already memorized all the information about the appearance of the people involved in the mission before he started the mission. He had never thought that the Archbishop of the Holy Court would appear in person. Ka. Deng Hedong gulped and was about to shout when he saw fine golden chains of holy light seeping out of the armor, binding him firmly in place. The golden holy light chains also bound the royal guards beside him. They stood rooted to the ground in a daze, and a wooden expression gradually appeared on their faces. A few holy paladins behind Karkala charged at them. Deng Hedong gritted his teeth. There was no time to go offline. Under such circumstances, forcefully logging off would even be judged by the game to have encountered a special situation and be forcefully pulled back into the game. Use that. An emergency signal transmission tool that cost 300 King of Gods points. Twilight Lover's Tears. With a thought, Deng Hedong took out a drop of water from his backpack and dropped it on the ground. Late at night, in Hani City, Kaiyu Yaokang's exclusive laboratory was brightly lit. Kaiyu Yaokang had always had a morbid desire to study viruses. Before the zombie virus broke out, he often led his research team to stay up late. For this reason, the complaints received by the research institute could fill a bookshelf in a month. After the zombie apocalypse, Kaiyu Yaokang developed a virus medicine to improve his physique. Once his body's endurance had caught up, working overtime through the night had gradually become the norm. You're here. In the laboratory, Kaiyu Yaokang put down the medicine he had just concocted and looked at Feng Heng, who was wearing a white protective suit at the door. Yes, I heard that you have something urgent to talk to me about? Yes, come and take a look. Kaiyu Yaokang led Feng Heng to the experiment table and gestured for him to observe through the microscope. This is... Feng Heng leaned over to take a look and his heart skipped a beat. Through the microscope, he saw that the infected black cells in the petri dish had swallowed the originally necrotic white cells, causing the entire primary cells to gradually undergo mutation. Kaiyu Yaokang shrugged and tried to explain in layman's terms that Feng Heng could understand. As you can see, this is the truth behind the resurrection of the plague aura. After the cell body was devoured, it changed. The continuous mutation led to the resurrection effect we saw. Yes, this is the experimental report I compiled. There are detailed data in it. 1282 mutated Gesso. Feng Heng listened for a long time, but he still could not understand. He roughly understood that the resurrection effect of the plague aura was also a type of virus. He didn't reach out to take the lab report. He just continued to look at Kaiyu Yaokang. Kaiyu Yaokang definitely wouldn't come looking for him for such a simple matter at night. After all, this was a waste of time and would disturb his research progress. Kaiyu Yaokang adjusted his glasses and looked at Feng Heng. He said, in summary, I have an idea that I want you to verify. Yes. Feng Heng knew that the main event was coming, so he put on a serious expression and said, please speak, I am listening carefully. Since the plague aura can corrupt creatures infected by the demonic seed virus and allow them to gain the ability to revive, what about you? When I was researching, I suddenly realized that the virus in your body is also a special branch of the demonic seed virus. Or to be more precise, it's a virus that is the primogenitor of the demonic seed virus. In theory, the effects of each particular virus after mutation may be different. Kaiyu Yaokang looked at Feng Heng with a burning gaze, as if he was looking at a rare test subject. I am inquisitive about what will happen if you absorb the plague aura. Yes, the Hyla virus in your body is extremely special. It has a high-intensity recovery ability, and the level of the virus is higher than that of the demonic seed. As Feng Heng listened, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What did he mean by calling him here in the middle of the night? Was Kaiyu Yaokang trying to target him for his research? And then? Kaiyu Yaokang's tone became a little excited as he continued. Then I used your blood sample to do some tests and found a very interesting conclusion. Feng Heng asked, what conclusion? Instability, and mutation. Since the Hyla virus has modified your body is already in a perfect state of balance, so you are not easily affected by the plague aura. However, long-term exposure to a high concentration of the plague aura will still cause cell death. Kaiyu Yaokang narrowed his eyes and added, but we can break this solidified state. Feng Heng felt a little uneasy as he listened. What do you mean? Explain in a way that I can understand. It's probably similar to a kind of reconstruction. After entering the reconstruction state and absorbing the plague aura again, you might awaken and obtain new abilities. Of course, there's a high chance that you will lose the original effect of the Hylovirus, or the effect will be weakened, or you can change to a similar ability. For example, Tang Minayu has a powerful mental strength, and the barbarians have black thorns spreading out of their bodies. The original devouring body I saw in the underground palace is also a kind of mutation. Caillou Yokang said excitedly, his eyes shining with the desire to learn. Of course, there is a high possibility that your body will directly disintegrate. As for what will happen, I can't give an assessment yet. Fang Heng frowned as he listened, but he finally understood. In other words, Caillou Yokang had found a way to let him absorb the plague aura. The key point was what will happen after the absorption was still uncertain. Perhaps he could obtain a new ability at random. But there was still a risk of death. Wasn't this nonsense? Fang Heng could not help but smile bitterly. The undead effect of the Hylovirus was simply outstanding. Coupled with the strength of the zombie clone, its awesomeness was simply maxed out. What if he accidentally ruined the undying body skill? The risk was too great. Fang Heng resolutely rejected it in his heart. I know the risk is high, but I suggest you give it a try. Caillou Yokang handed Fang Heng a syringe filled with a light purple potion, and said, this is an injection I developed. It's meant to be injected under the skin. After using it, you need to inhale a large amount of plague aura in a short period to take effect. After the virus changes, it will produce a mutation effect. In short, you need to be prepared before the injection. Fang Heng was a little speechless. He protested, hey, I haven't promised you yet, have I? This experiment is too risky. That's true, but the experimental data will allow us to have a deeper understanding of the Hylovirus in your body. It can also lay the foundation for the next step of research. Caillou Yokang nodded seriously and said, just put it away and be prepared. I heard from Tang Minayu that our world has a special protection mechanism. Even if the experiment fails, you won't die. When you leave the world, everything will recover, including the Hylovirus in your body, so this is an excellent opportunity to experiment. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. So that was what he meant. An experiment with the help of the trial environment? There was indeed the description he heard when he entered the trial game. After exiting the trial, the effects on the body during the game could be restored or automatically restored by spending King of Gods points, unless it was a small number of soul-related skill effects. In that case, he could give it a try. When he logged out of the game, he would take the initiative to conduct a human experiment. Fang Heng also wanted to know how the Hylovirus in his body would change after coming into contact with the plague aura. What if he could level up? Okay, I understand. Fang Heng took the syringe from Caillou Yokang and put it in his backpack. He then raised his head and asked, by the way, is there any result from the research on the plague aura? The potion is already being developed. There will be a simulated test product tomorrow. It can greatly increase the resistance to the plague aura for 2 hours. If everything goes well, it can be mass-produced in 2 days. Caillou Yokang nodded and added, yes, remember to prepare a sample collector before the experiment. Collect more living samples for subsequent research. Alright, I will remember it. In Lincoln City, outside the mine, the golden holy light bloomed for a few breaths before slowly dissipating. The surroundings returned to silence once again. The holy paladin walked to Karkala's side and whispered, Bishop, the guards have been knocked unconscious. They won't wake up for a while. Okay, let's go. Karkala summoned a ball of holy light and led the way into the mine. Brilliant light lit up the entire mine. One could see wisps of black aura seeping out from the depths of the mine. Karkala stood where he was and watched the black aura gradually dissolve into the ghost fog. His heart sank again. Merrifield also noticed something strange and whispered, Archbishop, the plague aura is still leaking out. Maybe the ghost fog has a small effect on clearing the plague aura. Yes, the rumors outside are not completely fabricated. I didn't expect the ghost fog to be related to the plague aura. I don't know what method Fang Heng used. Let's go in and take a look, and see if we can find some clues. The group walked through the passage dug by the zombie clones and soon arrived at the sealed room in the underground passage. 1283 Destruction. The magic array in the center of the room was still in operation. The seal was not complete. A small amount of plague breath was leaking out from the seal. Karkala walked forward and squatted down to observe the seal. His eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. Merrifield had a bad premonition and whispered, Archbishop, did you find anything? Karkala shook his head and replied, it's not a seal from necromancy. Bishop, Fang Heng's existence will make more and more mage apprentices choose necromancy. If this continues, we will be in a very passive position. Yes. Karkala nodded and said, let's do it. Please take out the unsealed holy sword. Yes, Archbishop. The 4 holy paladins' expressions turned solemn when they heard this. They stood together in a square, stretched out their left hands, and pressed them on the cross pendant in front of their chests. They lowered their heads and chanted a prayer. Buzz. A dark golden magic ray condensed in the center of the four holy paladins. Karkala's expression was solemn. Previously, he hadn't made up his mind to break the seal of the abyssal demon, and if he were to break it, to what extent? It was until they arrived at Lincoln City, everything he saw and heard made Karkala's fear of Fang Heng reached its peak. He could not allow Fang Heng to continue with his actions. Even if he had to completely release the abyssal demon, he had to stop the development of necromancy. Moreover, the abyssal demon was already restless deep underground. They were only helping to release the abyssal demon in advance. The holy sword, shrouded in golden light, slowly floated from the magic ray and stood before Karkala. A blinding light enveloped the entire cave. Karkala grabbed the holy sword and walked to the seal. Kai. The sword shrouded in golden holy light went straight through the outer seal, as if it had melted, and slowly sank into the abyss. A few seconds later, the entire sword sank into the abyss seal. Phew. Karkala took a deep breath, and the fatigue on his face became even more apparent. Mary Feel was worried and asked, Archbishop, has the seal been broken? Yes, the power of the Holy Light Arbitrator has already entered the abyss. The power will be released slowly, and it is estimated that it will affect the seal in a day. When a plague aura spreads, it will be in 2 days. By then, we will have already returned to the capital of the empire. Everything started because of the land of plague. Karkala retracted his gaze and said, anyway, let's leave this place first and try not to be discovered. All right. After the matter was settled, Mary Feel heaved a sigh of relief and nodded in unison to return with the team. Karkala was troubled. Most of the abyss seal had been broken, and Fang Heng would be affected by it, hindering the spread of necromancy. However, they would also be corroded by the plague aura. He would take it one step at a time. As he thought about it, Karkala raised his head and looked at the exit of the mine not far away. Suddenly, his expression changed. He saw the fire. Outside the door, the royal guards raised their torches and sealed the entrance. Other than that, there were also the necromancy mages of the empire who had gathered around. Yes, Fang Heng. That's right. They're all high-quality elemental crystals. I've just asked Ted's men to check them all. In the land of Plague's warehouse, Tang Minayu and Fang Heng were taking stock. The first batch of goods to be traded with Lord Gasani had arrived and was temporarily stored in the warehouse of Hani City. It was worth mentioning that Fang Heng had also built a ghost tower in Hani City earlier. Fang Heng was in a good mood. After spending nearly 2 days, he built another 18 mage towers in the central region of the empire. The elemental crystals were also in place. Once the raw materials were gathered, he would hand them over to the Mage Association and let them spend a few days completing the refinement of the magic cores. By then, they would be able to make it in time for the construction of the next batch of mage towers. Everything was in place. Suddenly, several lines of game notifications appeared on his retina. Ding. Because you have established and promoted the study of necromancy in the empire, the hostility of the Holy Court towards you has increased. Your friendship with the Holy Court has greatly decreased. Ding. Due to your establishment of necromancy in the empire and widespread publicity, your reputation is gradually spreading. Ding. Necromancy is spreading rapidly on the continent. Your friendship with some feudal lords has changed. Lord Fang Heng, are you satisfied with the elemental crystals? Lord Gasani was very concerned about this transaction, so he came personally to participate. Of course, he also had the idea of observing Hani City to collect information. Fang Heng shifted his attention away from the game notification and nodded. He replied, of course, I've always trusted Lord Gasani. Our military supplies should have arrived, right? Yes, it's about time. Even though Fang Heng knew in his heart that Gasani was sent by Tang Wu, he pretended not to know on the surface. He completed the transaction with Gasani very quickly and generously offered a high price. He wrote a huge IOU to exchange for elemental crystals from Lord Gasani in advance. Both parties were very satisfied with this deal. Gasani had also planted 2 people in Hani City. He knew that Tang Minayu had surplus military supplies in her warehouse. Not only did they empty the weapons and armaments warehouse that Tang Minayu and Tang Wu had accumulated over the years, but they also wrote a large amount of IOU, which was a pleasant surprise. Happy cooperation. The two of them shook hands with a smile on their faces. While they were chatting happily, a guard walked up and whispered something into Tang Minayu's ear. Tang Minayu's expression changed slightly when she heard this and she gave Fang Heng a look. It seems like Your Highness Minayu still has some matters to attend to. I will take my leave first. Gasani noticed their eye contact and nodded at Tang Minayu before leaving with his 2 guards. After Gasani and the others left, Fang Heng turned his head and asked, what is it? It seems urgent? Yes, something happened in Lincoln City. Just now, The Archbishop of the Holy Court personally entered the mine and was discovered by the players that Li Zhu arranged to guard. Ed's team has already gone to block them, and the players are also rushing over. The Holy Court? So it had something to do with the game notification that had just popped up? Fang Hang pondered for a moment and fell silent. Previously, they speculated that the aura of the Abyssal Demon was very likely released by the Holy Court. But why was the Holy Court going to Lincoln City this time? Was he preparing to spread the seal? So ruthless? Or did the Holy Court have a way to deal with the Abyssal Demon? Tang Minayu's thoughts were different from Fang Heng's. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, Ed and his group of players are quite reliable. The Holy Court has already cooperated with Tang Wu. This time, they still dare to sneak into our territory. We have to make them pay for it. Oh? Fang Heng's eyelids twitched as he met Tang Minayu's excited gaze. Destroy the Archbishop of the Holy Court? He had an idea. It coincided with what he had thought at the beginning. I also want to go, but... Fang Heng glanced at the skill bar. Mojai Oi had previously helped to build a large number of vampire altars in the underground world. With the help of the cave-dwelling beasts, they hunted the prey in the underground world to earn blood. The cool-down time for the summoning of the Vampire King's coffin had already ended yesterday. As for the ultimate skill, Everlasting Moon, there were still 4 days left before it was completed. He had to trap the other party for 4 days and then finish them off with a wave of big moves. Sure that you're not joking? 1284 interception. Fang Heng had personally witnessed the Archbishop of the Holy Court using part of his strength. Moreover, since the other party had the guts to personally investigate, he must have the confidence to leave. The mid-tier game world's Holy Court's big boss was much stronger than the world of the vampires. Even if he could trap the other party, he might not be able to defeat him with the ultimate move of the Everlasting Moon. Fang Heng calculated for a long time, but he still felt that he could not win. Okay, I got it. I will go over and take a look. Fang Heng nodded. Since the other party had already come knocking on their door, he had to go over and take a look even if he couldn't beat them. He wanted to leave an unforgettable impression on the Holy Court. I will go with you. No need. Fang Heng shook his head and said, you should stay. A batch of enlightenment stone materials will be sent over soon. You still need to refine it. Also, you might not be able to kill the Archbishop this time. If you fail, your reputation will be affected. Huh? Tang Minayu blinked her eyes in confusion. Wait a minute, kill the Archbishop of the Holy Court? Who said anything about killing the Archbishop? She just wanted to stand on the moral high ground and criticize the other party. At the same time, she wanted to increase her reputation and cause some trouble for the Holy Court. It would be best if she could extort a sum of money from the Holy Court. I am going. Tang Minayu raised her head again and saw that Fang Heng had already waved his hand and walked out of the hall. Wait a moment. Tang Minayu quickly caught up and traded more than 20 spell scrolls. I cheated these from those feudal lords. Be careful. Yes. In Lincoln City, the group of people from the Holy Court was surrounded by the Necromancers. Archbishop Carcillo looked at the increasing number of people and thought to himself that things were not good. He had been discovered. Before he came here, he had considered being discovered, but he did not expect that there would be so many Necromancers from the Mage Association in Lincoln City. Among the crowd, Li Zhu's party members came to support them one after another. The players knew that they couldn't win a fight, so they started to provoke the mages, damage the reputation of the Holy Court, and encourage the NPCs to take action. It's them. Sneaking into the sealed land. Don't let them escape. That's right. Why is it always someone from the Holy Court? Carcilla took half a step forward, looked around at the crowd, and said in a deep voice, everyone, the Holy Court has no intention of becoming enemies with the Mage Association, nor does it intend to start a war. Currently, the seal of the Abyss is broken, and the plague aura is leaking. We're here to investigate the reason for the leakage of the Abyssal aura. Humphrey, investigate. You said that you wanted to investigate? Where's the evidence? What did you find out? Tell me. You make it sound so easy. Investigate. Who knows what you guys went in for? The players started to create a ruckus. Since it's an investigation, then let's do it openly. Is there a need to be so sneaky? Some of the mage apprentices who didn't know the truth were also led astray, and they all looked at the Holy Court's group with suspicion. When they found out that something had happened in the sealed land, the nearby feudal lords kept coming over through the teleportation passage to join in the fun. Among them were Lord Brent and the accompanying Sword Saint of the Empire, Cheapo. TSK, the Holy Court again. They want the world to be in chaos. Lord Brent curled his lips and ridiculed in disdain. He was in a bad mood today. 2 days ago, there were several places in his territory where the plague aura leaked, and the people from the Holy Court preached to him about the dangers of the plague aura, fooling him that Fang Heng from the land of plague was the culprit behind the leakage and that only the Holy Light could save the continent. As there were a large number of believers of the Holy Court in Lord Brandt's territory, and the believers had formed a group to cause trouble, he was strict to ask the Holy Court for help in a hurry. To solve the issue of the plague aura, Lord Brandt even provided a lot of convenience to the Holy Court. In the end, when the problem of the plague aura was almost solved, he came back to his senses, and only then did he realize that Fang Heng's ghost tower could also eliminate the plague aura. After asking around, he heard that 7 mage towers had been built in Lincoln City to resist the plague. Lord Brandt's eyes immediately turned red. These people from the Holy Court were all dogs. If he had known earlier, would he have begged them? Wouldn't it be better to have these 7 mage towers? Therefore, Lord Brandt immediately brought his guards to Lincoln City overnight to look for Fang Heng. However, he was too late. When he arrived, he could not even see Fang Heng, so he could only queue up. Seeing the people from the Holy Court again, Lord Brandt's expression turned even uglier. In the crowd, Ed was unusually excited. After he received the news that the mine was ambushed, he immediately brought his men to surround it. Li Zhu had guessed that there was a small chance that the Empire would attack the seal again. He did not expect that she had guessed correctly. Furthermore, the Archbishop of the Holy Court had personally come. But what should he do now? Ed knew that they definitely wouldn't be able to defeat the Holy Court. The Mage Association had agreed to cooperate with Tang Minayu, but it was obvious that they would not easily fight the people of the Holy Court to death. The commotion was already so big, and the people who came from the Mage Association were all small fries. Not even the vice president of the Mage Association showed up. It was obvious that this was intentional. The other feudal lords were also watching from the side. Lord Brandt was a little hesitant about whether he should speak up for Lord Fang Heng and strive to build a mage tower in his territory as soon as possible, so he asked softly, "Chipo, can you stop them?" Sword Saint Chipo stared at the Archbishop of the Holy Court and shook his head. "If he wants to leave, we can't stop him." Lord Brandt frowned and continued to stand at the side to watch. He wanted to help Fang Heng and gain some favorability from Fang Heng so that his territory could have a mage tower built ahead of time. But he had his concerns. The believers of the Holy Court in the territory were very troublesome. Moreover, according to Archbishop Karkala, they were only investigating the leakage of the plague aura. The guards at the entrance of the mine had only been knocked out and were not even injured. It was not enough to forcefully go up and detain the Holy Court. "Everyone, we've found out that the seal in the mine has been broken. We suspect that someone did it on purpose. Now that things have come to this, the Holy Court hopes that everyone can recognize the truth. Soon, the plague aura will leak out again, and Fang Heng's true identity will be revealed." Karkala shook his head and knocked the scepter on the ground again. Buzz. The holy light barrier opened up again, dispersing the surrounding ghost fog. "Now, I am leaving," Karkala said as he led the group of people from the Holy Court toward the city gate. The players blocking the path ahead suddenly realized that the barrier formed by the holy light had forcefully pushed them aside. They were unable to continue blocking the Holy Court's retreat. Ed was anxious. They had caught Tang Wu's mistake, but the Holy Court had an extraordinary status on the continent. They really couldn't stop them with their strength. Where was Lord Fang Heng? Why was there no news from his side? 1285 exploded. No, he could not rely on Lord Fang Heng for everything. He had to think of a way to stall for time first. Li Zu's team would definitely think of a way offline. This was a great opportunity. No matter what, he had to bite off a piece of meat from the Holy Court. Not far away, Fang Heng and Mojai Aoi hid in the dark and observed carefully. "What should we do?" Mojai Aoi asked softly, feeling rather helpless. He had just used his talent skill investigation techniques to scan Karkala. Other than his name, a simple background introduction, and the names of a few skills that seemed very powerful, there were many question marks. Archbishop Karkala's level was much higher than his. "There's too much of a difference in levels. I can't find any weaknesses with my scouting talent. Ed and the others brought quite a lot of people, but they're not very useful. We can't stop the Holy Court if they really want to leave." Fang Heng pondered for a moment, then looked at the entrance of the mine and asked, "There are no signs of the plague aura leaking out. What are the people of the Holy Court doing inside? Could it be that they went in to take a look at the seal?" Mojai Aoi pursed his lips and said with disdain, "I don't think so. The people from the Holy Court aren't good. They're not that kind-hearted." "That makes sense. Let's go in and take a look." "Yes." Taking advantage of the fact that most people's attention was focused on the Holy Court's group, Fang Heng and the other two sneaked into the mine at the back. Following the tunnel dug by the zombies, Fang Heng returned to the deepest part of the sealed land. He squatted down to check the central seal. Mojai Aoi stood at the side and waited. 2 minutes passed. Mojai Aoi couldn't help but ask, How is it? The seal has been touched. Mojai Oi swallowed his saliva carefully and asked, and then? No more. Huh? My sealing skill level is not high. I can only determine that the seal has been touched by the people of the Holy Court. I don't know what they did inside. Mojai Oi stroked his chin and continued doubtfully, the people of the Holy Court shouldn't have such a high level of thought. They didn't come here in the middle of the night in such a secretive manner just to strengthen the seal, right? Feng Heng nodded in agreement. I agree. Mojai Oi was stumped. He hesitated and said, but we can't find any evidence of the Holy Court's wrongdoings. We don't have enough reason to convince the people outside to deal with the Holy Court. It's too easy for them to just go off like that. Let them go? That might not be the case. Feng Heng squatted down and touched the yellow seal. Kai. With a soft sound, the tattered seal was easily torn off by Feng Heng. Mojai Oi was shocked by Feng Heng's actions and looked up at him. Ah, you. Feng Heng shrugged. I didn't do it on purpose. My hand slipped. Boss, are you kidding me? Hurry up and run. Remember not to let anyone see you. Feng Heng quickly reached out as he spoke and tore off the remaining sealing rune from the alchemy magic ray. Kai kai kai. In the next second, a black plague gore visible to the naked eye seeped out from the broken seal. Let's go. The two of them quickly rushed toward the entrance of the cave. Outside the cave, Zhao Lingfeng brought two players and rushed to the mine. They had just received orders from Li Zu's team to come and check on the seal in the depths of the mine. Unexpectedly, before they could enter the mine, the team bumped into Feng Heng and Mojai Oi who were walking out of the cave. Zhao Lingfeng could not see Feng Heng's face clearly at first, so she subconsciously shouted, "You are." Feng Heng suddenly disappeared from where he was and teleported to Zhao Lingfeng's side, reaching out to cover her mouth. SHH. It was Feng Heng. Zhao Lingfeng did not expect Feng Heng to appear in the mine. She hurriedly waved her hand to indicate that she would not shout. Feng Heng slowly let go of his hand and said, "Listen to me. There's a small matter that I need your help with. Next, I will have to test your acting skills. Wait, do as I say, remember?" Zhao Lingfeng listened to Feng Heng's plan and her eyes flashed with surprise. She did not dare to speak loudly and only nodded repeatedly to show that she understood. Not far away from the mine, Karkula led the Holy Court's group out of the city. Everyone followed the Holy Court and formed a circle, but no one dared to stop them. Seeing that Karkula was about to leave the mine area, Ed was anxious. Li Zu's team's evaluation report had already been sent out. If they fought, some of the feudal lord's entourage and the Empire's mages might join in the battle to help. However, Feng Heng was not around, so the chances of stopping the Holy Court's team were almost zero. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. The Holy Court was a type of faith inheritance, and there were still many loyal followers on the continent. Many feudal lords did not like the Holy Court, but they had their considerations and were not willing to fall out with them. What should he do? It was not easy to catch a flaw in the enemy. Just let them escape? Ed was extremely unwilling. Suddenly, Ed's eyelids twitched as he looked behind him. What was that? A thick black fog surged from the mine entrance behind them. Not good. It's the plague aura. Seeing this, someone immediately shouted. Everyone looked behind them, and their expressions changed drastically. Black plague aura that was visible to the naked eye spewed out from the entrance of the mine. The abyssal demon? Ed's heart skipped a beat. The seal was broken again? Oh no. Ed turned around and stared at the Holy Court group. You dare to release the abyssal demon? The people from the Holy Court were also surprised to see the sudden appearance of the plague aura. They could not help but look at Karkula. What was going on? Didn't he say that the effects of the seal-breaking sword would be triggered slowly and that the plague aura wouldn't erupt in a short time? Why did it suddenly explode? Karkula's expression also changed. What? No way. It didn't make sense. Why did the plague aura suddenly erupt? The eyes and expressions of the people from the Holy Court were seen by everyone present. Everyone had the same thought at the same time. Karkula. He was the crux of the problem. The 7 ghost towers gathered around the entrance of the mine activated at the same time, releasing a dim purple light. The plague aura that overflowed from the mine was quickly dissolved by the purple light. Karkula felt the change in everyone's expressions, and his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt as if he had been set up. He immediately whispered to his companions, "Ignore them. Let's go. Let's leave quickly." Stop. A high-tier mage walked out of the crowd. Dunant's face was ashen, and the muscles on his face trembled slightly. He was extremely angry. Everyone's eyes were focused on Dunant. Ed's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the first one to stand out and stop the Holy Court would be a high-tier mage. The Archbishop is in such a hurry to leave? Aren't you going to explain this to us? Dunant stared at Karkula. He was originally an ordinary high-tier mage who cultivated the study of necromancy, and he was one of the few necromancers on the continent. 1286 interception. All this while, necromancy had been suppressed by the Holy Court, making it difficult to develop. It was hard to find a book on the study of necromancy. Dunant had thought of giving up on necromancy several times. He felt that his future was bleak, but he did not expect that one day, Feng Heng would come, and he even built the ghost tower. In just a few days, necromancy had become a trend. Dunant felt like he was dreaming these past few days. He felt like he was being embraced by death again, and he felt like he was about to turn over a new leaf. But now, the people from the Holy Court were here again. The Holy Court had destroyed the holy land of necromancy that they had built with great difficulty. Dunant glared at Karkala fiercely, wanting to fight him to the death. Karkala's expression was solemn, and his heart was a little chaotic. He did not know what was going on. The seal-breaking sword was clearly a special tool that he had specially utilized to slowly break the seal. In theory, the seal would only slowly react at least a day after he left. At that time, he would also cooperate with the Royal Guard's plan to attack the Land of Plague and catch Feng Heng off guard. Why did it suddenly explode? Karkala put away the doubts in his heart and looked at Dunant, asking, "What do you want me to explain?" Dunant was provoked by Karkala's arrogance. "Ha ha 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 ha, you're still asking me? I've always found it strange. The Plague War has been dormant and things have been peaceful for hundreds of years, but the moment the Holy Court arrived, the Plague War was leaked. You went to the capital of the Empire, and the Plague War broke out in the entire capital. Now, with the help of Lord Feng Heng, the Plague War was finally controlled. In less than 10 minutes after you arrived, the Plague War broke out again. I am already puzzled. Why is the Plague War breaking out wherever you go?" Karkala's expression turned cold. "I don't know. The outbreak of the Plague War has nothing to do with me." "Hey, nothing to do with you? Do you think that you can end it with just a simple sentence? Today, you must stay and explain clearly." When Ed saw that someone was taking the lead in stirring up trouble, he immediately gave his players a look. "Don't let them escape. They were the ones who broke the seal. I saw it. It's them. Trash. The Holy Court has been suppressing our necromancy. They know that we're building a holy land here, so they have come to destroy it." More and more members of the Mage Association were stirred up and gathered around the Holy Court group. On the side, the Sword Saint of the Empire, Chipo, frowned. He was disdainful of the Holy Court's actions and could not help but whisper, "The Holy Court is a little dirty." Lord Brant looked suspicious and frowned. "Something's not right. There's something suspicious about this." "Suspicious?" Lord Brant analyzed. "If I were the Holy Court, why didn't I run away when I was discovered? Why are they still staying here and taking their turn, and waiting for the Plague War to break out? It's strange." Chipo glanced at the entrance of the cave and said, "Maybe they misjudge the strength of the Plague Aura." Lord Brant also turned his head to look at the entrance. He said, "There's also a..." Before he could finish his sentence, there was an explosion. Boom. At the entrance of the mine, a golden holy light aura exploded, dispersing the surrounding ghost fog. In the area covered by the black plague aura and ghost fog, the golden holy light that exploded was especially eye-catching. What was going on? Everyone turned to look in the direction of the explosion. Boom. Boom boom. Due to the influence of the plague aura and the ghost fog, the surrounding was shrouded in a layer of fog and making it hard to see clearly. However, everyone could still see the golden holy light exploding one after another. Immediately after, a player appeared from the ghost fog in the distance and ran over. He shouted, "It's the Holy Court. People from the Holy Court. They want to destroy the entire seal." All of a sudden, everyone became nervous. They raised their weapons and stared at Karkala's group with rapt attention. "Karkala, what else do you have to say?" On the continent, the sacred study was very special. It had a relatively special attribute that ordinary people could not imitate at all. Even the sacred scroll could only be triggered through the sacred study. The alchemy genius Sydney's pupil of alchemy could not recognize the sacred study. Only the Holy Court could control it. Other than the Holy Court, who else could cause the eruption of the holy light attribute? Even the companions of the Holy Court who had come with Karkala were suspicious. They all looked at Karkira with a hint of doubt in their eyes. It was one thing for the plague war to have just erupted, but why was there a holy light attribute explosion now? Could it be that Karkala had some other trump card that even they were unaware of? Karkala felt the gazes of his companions, and his expression instantly became extremely stiff. Eruption of the holy light aura? What was going on? He did not know either. How should he explain to them? Dunant saw that everyone from the Holy Court had different expressions and did not say a word. He felt that they were guilty and that there was something wrong with them. He shouted, "Don't even think about leaving. Today, you must stay behind and explain clearly." Cold sweat broke out on Ed's forehead. He didn't know what had happened in the mine, but he was even more panicked now. The holy light aura that erupted was extraordinary. Could it be that the people of the Holy Court had really gone crazy and released the abyssal demon to fight them to the death? What about the final mission? What about the inheritance of the saints? Make them pay the price. The crowd was furious. More and more people crowded up and shouted, but no one dared to be the first to attack. Just as they were in a stalemate, Zhao Lingfeng rushed over with a few injured players and royal guards. She shouted, "My lord, we went to investigate after we discovered the spread of the plague aura. We found suspicious people at the entrance and tried to stop them, but we were injured." Suddenly, everyone looked at Lord Chadwick in the crowd. Chadwick had a headache. He was just a small lord, how could he encounter so many things in his territory? When Ed saw Zhao Lingfeng, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the holy light earlier was set up by Li Zhu? Ed's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, "Who are the suspicious people?" "It's the people of the Holy Court." Zhao Lingfeng pointed at Karkala and the others and said sternly, "It's them. They use the power of the sacred study." "I am definitely not wrong." "You're lying." Karkala turned his head abruptly, and his scepter tapped lightly on the ground once again, staring fixedly at Zhao Lingfeng. Buzz. The golden light spread out once again. In the next moment, under the influence of the golden light, Zhao Lingfeng's vision gradually blurred. Suddenly, a strong sense of guilt rose from the bottom of her heart. She felt that she had done something wrong and had the urge to kneel down and repent immediately. She wanted to tell the truth. Plop. Zhao Lingfeng could no longer suppress the guilt in her heart. Her legs went soft, and she knelt on both knees, opening her mouth to say something. 1287 Repentance. In the crowd not far away, Mojai Oi frowned and whispered, "Boss, this is bad. It's the Great Repentance spell and it has partial spirit control effects. The Holy Court has quite a few tricks up their sleeves." Fang Hang licked his dry lips as he spoke. He took out a scroll from his backpack and aimed it at Zhao Lingfeng. Fortunately, Tang Minayu had given him a lot of magic scrolls before he came, and most of them were sacred scrolls. After all, the holy elemental scrolls could only be triggered through sacred studies, and their popularity was very low. Holy word. Boom. Zhao Lingfeng, who was half kneeling on the ground, was about to say something when a golden holy light suddenly exploded in front of her, sending her flying back while spitting out blood. Ed was stunned for a moment and looked up at Karkala. The people of the Holy Court were crazy. Did they dare to attack in front of so many people? Ed saw a moment of confusion on Karkala's face, followed by incomparable fury. No. Ed instantly understood. He understood. This attack was not done by Karkala. Someone was behind this. That person was most likely Li Zhu. Ed's brain worked quickly and he immediately shouted, "Not good. They want to murder her. Stop him." Karkala turned to look at Ed, his eyes almost spitting blood. "Murder? Have you ever seen such a murderer before?" The other players also came back to their senses. They did not give Karkala a chance to catch his breath and shouted, "Murdering her in front of so many of us, do they think that our Mage Association is so easily bullied?" Under the signal of the team, one of the players sent an icicle spell toward the Holy Court's group. PFFT. It was ineffective. The low-level icicle spell was easily blocked by the holy light shield that enveloped the Holy Court's group, and the defensive barrier did not even have a ripple. However, this move had sounded the horn of attack. With someone taking the lead, more and more low-level spells were thrown at the group from the Holy Court. The holy light barrier absorbed a large number of spell attacks, and ripples gradually appeared on it. "Stop. Leave it to me." Seeing that things were about to get out of control, Lord Chadwick's face turned green. He shouted for everyone to calm down and stop attacking. He indeed didn't want to get into a deadlock with the Holy Court. Moreover, the other party was an archbishop of the Holy Court. He was so powerful that even the Empire had to show some respect to him. Even if all of Lincoln City's forces were mobilized, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, the Holy Court was too much of a bully. Did they think that he, a feudal lord, could be taken advantage of? Since things had come to this, he had to fight even if he could not win. Otherwise, he would become the topic of conversation for the other feudal lords. From another perspective, he still had Tang Minayu and Lord Fang Hang as his backing. So be it. Chadwick made up his mind and looked at Karkala. He said, "To aid in the investigation of this matter, please stay in the city." Karkala looked over, his face was cold. "You want me to stay here? You?" Karkala could finally tell that this group of people was plotting against him. They wanted to keep him here. Chadwick, who pledged his loyalty to Tang Minayu, was obviously not a good person. Then try it. The Empire's guards and mage apprentices, who had been provoked to the extreme, felt that the Holy Court had gone too far. Boom. Boom boom. Without waiting for Chadwick's order, a large number of spells once again smashed toward Karkala's shield. Unfortunately, Most of the attacks came from low-level mages' small spells, and they would disappear as soon as they came into contact with the holy light barrier. Many of the feudal lords who had come along also joined the battle. The Holy Court's side lacked flying skills, so it would be a little troublesome for them to retreat quickly. Hence, they decided to stay where they were. Carcula nodded at a few of them, and the two judges began to cast holy teleportation, so as to teleport several people to a distance through teleportation spells. Not good, they want to escape. Stop their spellcasting. Don't let them escape. Seeing the Holy Court's actions, several players shouted. Everyone from the Mage Association hastened their spellcasting speed to bombard the Holy Court's group. However, the fine spells landed on the holy light barrier like droplets in the sea, unable to cause any substantial damage. Mojai I watched anxiously from afar and whispered, Fang Heng, what should we do? This group of people can't stop them. Yes. Fang Heng hummed in acknowledgement, but his eyes were fixed on the golden scepter in Carcula's hand. It was a very familiar scepter. He had seen it once when he sealed the original devouring body in the underground palace. There was no doubt that this scepter possessed great power. Moreover, it was very likely that it could deal with the abyssal demon. Fang Heng measured the combat strength of both sides. It was almost impossible to kill the archbishop in his current state. He had to take advantage of the other party's weakness to use the power of the vampires and the ultimate move, the everlasting moon, to kill him. Since he couldn't win, he would settle for the next best thing. He could think of a way to snatch that scepter. If he succeeded. Greed flashed in Fang Heng's eyes and an action plan of greed quickly formed in Fang Heng's mind. The plan was very shallow, and there would most likely be hiccups. However, time was tight and Fang Heng could not think about it any further. Old Mo, I will think of a way to seize that scepter in the chaos. I will retreat immediately after that. You think of a way to meet up with Ed and the others and tell them my intentions. Don't worry about me. Yes, alright. Mojai I responded and quickly hid behind the crowd. Not far away, Lord Brent, who was watching from afar, saw that the Mage Association had already made their move. He could not help but whisper, now that the Holy Court has invaded our territory, we can't even stop them. If this gets out, we will be laughed at. Let's help them and teach the Holy Court a lesson. Yes. Chipo nodded, understanding what Lord Brent meant. Swoosh. A few seconds later, a cold light flashed from the crowd. Crack. The long sword gently landed on the holy light barrier, emitting a clear sword hum. Carcula's expression changed slightly as he stared at the person who had just arrived. The Empire's sword Saint Chipo. Kakaka. With the tip of the sword as a point, fine cracks spread rapidly in all directions. Boom. The golden barrier exploded with a loud bang, turning into golden fragments that flew in all directions. Chipo immediately retreated into the distance. Damn it. Carcula looked at the shadow that was quickly leaving. He could no longer care about him. The holy light shield shattered, and numerous small spells were launched at the Holy Court's group. A dark look flashed across Carcula's eyes. Archbishop? Merryfield shouted anxiously. The holy teleportation spell required a period to prepare and cast continuously. Once it was interrupted, it would take more time to recondense. Leave it to me. Domain spell, the holy word judgment. Carcula slammed the scepter in his hand on the ground and cast another spell. A dark golden light quickly enveloped the surroundings. 1288 delaying the spatial domain that was filled with golden light seemed to freeze, and a large number of spells that was attacking Carcula stopped in midair. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. This move. It seemed to be quite powerful. Boom. Time froze for half a second before the spell and golden light exploded at the same time. All the Empire guards within the Judgment Domain were blown away by the exploding holy light. Seeing that the Holy Court still dared to resist, the surrounding people became even angrier. More and more feudal lords' teams and members of the Mage Association joined the battlefield. Carcula's counterattack bought him quite some time. The golden teleportation spell incantation that the two Holy Court judges had condensed gradually became clearer under his feet. The teleportation magic array was about to be completed. Zhao Lingfang gulped down a few bottles of potions to recover. She quickly ran to Ed's side and whispered, Captain Ed, Lord Fang Heng told us to stall for time. He will think of a way to cooperate with us and seize the scepter from Carcula. He also told me to ask Lord Brent for help. Ed was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. He looked around and asked, You mean Lord Fang Heng? He is here too? Yes, Lord Fang Heng is still hiding in the dark for the time being. Ed gave up on the search and looked at Carcula. The scepter in the Archbishop's hand? What was Lord Fang Heng doing? Tell the offline teams to think of a way to stall for more time. Lord Fang Heng is already preparing to make his move. Understood. The players nearby immediately reported the analysis of Li Zu's team to everyone. President, the two judges of the Holy Court are currently casting a special skill, The Holy Teleportation. Upon successful casting, they can teleport up to 10 people within the range of the spell to an area 10 kilometers away. The casting time is 8 minutes. With 2 judges casting the skill at the same time, the casting time is expected to be shortened to 4 to 6 minutes. Not good. Quickly interrupt their spell casting. Ed immediately came to his senses. The Holy Court wanted to escape. Quickly use the magic torrent to conjure the mana resonance. To counter the long casting time of the spatial spell, the player team could use mana resonance to affect the surrounding spatial fluctuations, delaying or even destroying the enemy's spatial spell formation. More than a dozen elite players cast spells at the same time, condensing a rapidly spinning magic torrent on the spot. The dark green magic torrent looked like a ball that was spinning rapidly, and the surrounding space was distorted by the torrent. On the other side, the 2 judges who were controlling spells frowned. Under the influence of mana resonance, their spell casting speed was greatly reduced. The magic array that had gathered under his feet slowly dimmed. Karkala's sharp gaze swept over Ed and the others, apparently having noticed their little tricks. You all. As soon as he said that, Karkala suddenly felt a slight vibration under his feet. What was that? At the same time, Karkala felt a strange energy wave explode from the direction of the mine and immediately turned around. Boom. In the distance, a blood-red pillar of light shot into the sky and lifeblood instantly pierced through the ghost fog that enveloped the surroundings. Immediately after, a blood-red aura fluctuation spread out from the pillar of light. The thick ghost fog spread again, neutralizing the lifeblood impact that had been triggered, and quickly forming a red fog in front of everyone. Everyone's vision was blocked by the red fog. With a glance, everyone felt as if they had vaguely seen a blood-red coffin in the deepest part of the fog. Ka. A dry sound like an old wooden door being opened came from the depths of the dark red ghost fog. Whoosh. Swoosh. What was that? Karkala's expression changed. The 3 princes of the vampires dashed out of the fog almost at the same time. Boom. Boom boom boom. A dense number of bloody bombs boomed toward the Holy Court. Be careful. Everyone from the Holy Court immediately activated their holy light shields and scattered in all directions to dodge. Karkala also quickly dodged to the side. He looked at the creatures that jumped out of the ghost fog, and his eyes revealed an extremely shocked expression. Vampires? They were actually vampires. He had read about the vampires in the Book of Oaths. They were filth created by the divine realm. A creature that shouldn't exist in this world. Why did the vampires appear? Was it also a product of a natural disaster? Was it related to the abyssal demon? Countless thoughts appeared in Karkala's mind, and the shock in his heart could not be any greater. Boom. Boom. The 3 princes of the vampires joined forces and charged at Karkala. The other dukes of the vampires who had emerged from the ghost fog charged at the holy paladins and holy court judges who were following them. The surrounding mages who were originally going to deal with the holy court were also shocked. Who was this group of people who suddenly appeared? And why were they so powerful? Lord Chadwick could not help but look at Lord Brent. Both parties looked at each other with confusion on their faces. That was strange. Who was this group of people who suddenly appeared? Sword Saint Chipo quickly retreated and stood behind Lord Brent. He said in a deep voice, Brent, these people are not weak, and their auras are very strange. I've never seen them before. Chadwick could not help but narrow his eyes and size up the group of vampires. A team that he had never heard of before. Could it be Lord Feng Heng's trump card? Lord Brent was stunned. He suddenly felt that Chadwick's speculation was very likely. Just as he was about to watch from the sidelines, Zhao Lingfeng hurriedly ran over again and cupped her fists. She said, My lord, Lord Feng Heng asked me to pass a message to Lord Brent. He hopes that you can help him deal with the Holy Court for 3 minutes. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, Lord Feng Heng is willing to build 10 ghost towers for free as compensation. You can choose the location of the construction and start work tonight. Chadwick was stunned and immediately asked, These people are Lord Feng Heng's subordinates? Zhao Lingfeng opened her mouth and glanced at the vampires who were fighting fiercely with the Holy Court. I am not too sure either. Zhao Lingfeng continued to ask, Lord Brent, do you think this proposal is acceptable? Lord Brent stood at the side, his eyes turning red when he heard this. What was he doing here at night? Wasn't it to get Feng Heng's help to build the ghost tower in his territory as soon as possible? Today's trip was not in vain. As for who sent these people, was it important? It was not important. The smile on Lord Brent's face could no longer be hidden. He even felt Lord Chadwick's jealous gaze. Yes. I agree. Lord Brent agreed and looked at Chipo. Let's do it, Chipo. 3 minutes. Just do your best. Yes. Chipo nodded in agreement, and once again dashed toward the Archbishop of the Holy Court who was surrounded by 3 princes of the vampires. 1289 snatched. If the ordinary members of the Necromancer Association and the Empire's feudal lords were just a little confused, then the players who were anxiously waiting on the side were completely stunned. Each of them opened their mouth wide enough to stuff a few eggs in. If the native game natives couldn't recognize it, how could they not? Vampires? This group of people was clearly vampires. But why? Why would the vampires intrude? One of the players who had been in the elementary game could immediately recognize Carl, the prince of the vampires. Carl. It's him. Carl, the prince of the vampires. That's the prince of the vampires, Loeb. More than 99% of the players had experienced the elementary game world, and a large portion of them had been in the vampire apocalypse. The players quickly recognized the three prince of the vampires, as well as most of the dukes and marquises. The leaders of the large guilds were instantly confused. Why did the final boss of the elementary game world suddenly enter an advanced game? What did this mean? Ed was also stunned for a moment. Captain Ed, this. I know. After the initial shock, Ed thought for a moment and came up with an answer. He immediately said, it must be Lord Feng Heng. The Federation behind Lord Feng Heng has made a move. It seems that the Federation has broken through the barrier between the elementary and intermediate games. Hearing this, everyone revealed a look of surprise and then came to a realization. So that was the case, it was the Federation. It was no wonder he could cause such a huge commotion in the virtual world. That's right. Ed instructed his subordinates in a deep voice, you can't leak anything related to the vampires that you saw today. This is the Federation's top secret. Do you all understand? Yes. Understood. We guarantee that we won't leak a single word. The other guild leader told his subordinates the same thing and asked, Ed, what should we do? Do you want to go up and help now? Ed stared at the battlefield and said, there's no need. This kind of battle is not something we can participate in. Just continue to control the magic torrent and prevent the Holy Court from teleporting away. Roger. In the depths of the ghost fog and at the place where the blood-red pillar of light rose, Feng Heng stood under the pillar of light and focused on controlling the coffin of the Vampire King. Seeing that it was about time, he quickly rushed forward. His goal was clear. The scepter in Karkala's hand. He had been observing him all along. The scepter was extremely heavy, and it took some effort for Karkala to use it. As a result, his movement speed was abnormally slow when he held the scepter. This heaviness even affected Karkala's battle skills. This was definitely a chance. The distance between Feng Heng and Karkala was rapidly shrinking. In front of him, the three princes of the vampires surrounded the turtle shell that Karkala had cast and attacked it continuously. Boom. The sword Saint Chipo's figure flashed by. Another sword thrust forward. The ice-cold sword seemed ordinary, but it caused the entire holy light barrier to shake violently. Karkala frowned. It was him again. The Empire Sword Saint. Bang. The holy light barrier exploded once again. The shattered fragments of the holy light barrier shot forward. Huh? A hint of surprise flashed across Karkala's eyes. Sword Saint Chipo knew how powerful the holy light fragments were. He retreated quickly after a single attack, but the three princes of the vampires continued to charge at Karkala at the expense of serious injuries. This was a problem. Karkala realized that something was wrong and immediately made the best choice. He quickly took 2 steps back and stood his scepter 2 steps in front of him. He put his hands together again and prepared to release the sacred domain skill. What? Just as the skill was about to be released, he suddenly saw a figure flying towards him from his right. It was actually Feng Heng. Karkala's pupils constricted. Feng Heng's figure quickly closed in using his teleportation skill. He didn't charge at him directly, but instead, he flashed past him and reached out to snatch the scepter that was stuck in the ground. He was courting death. Karkala stared at Feng Heng and sneered in his heart. Was the holy scepter something that normal people could touch? Not to mention, he was someone who had mastered the study of necromancy. Kai kai kai. Feng Heng gripped the holy scepter tightly. His right hand immediately emitted white steam. Karkala had a mocking expression on his face. He had already expected Feng Heng to be sent flying by the holy power. Eh? What was going on? The mockery on Karkala's face gradually froze, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. The color-changing smoke stopped after half a second. Feng Heng was still holding the scepter tightly, and the game prompt appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has switched to the current status Sacred Study, so heavy. As soon as the scepter was in his hand, Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. The scepter was much heavier than he had expected. No wonder the Archbishop of the Holy Court looked so exhausted when he used the scepter. However, his strength attribute far exceeded that of a normal player. Feng Heng's arm exerted force and lifted the scepter from the ground. Ding! You are attempting to snatch a special weapon that does not belong to you. The person who has been snatched will sense and lock onto the exact location of you and the weapon that has been snatched within 5 hours. The person will lock onto your approximate location within 72 hours. Ding. You will not be able to use the various skills and attributes attached to the weapon for 12 hours. Some special attributes and skills will still take effect, but you can still use it as a normal weapon to attack. Ding. As you have stolen a special person's weapon, the weapon cannot be stored in your backpack and cannot be transported through the teleportation channel for 72 hours. Ding. You have been affected by the special effect of this weapon. While holding this weapon, your movement speed will be reduced by 30%. His location would be detected and locked on, and there was an additional speed reduction? 2 pieces of bad news. This was not the first time Feng Heng had stolen an item from a high-level boss. When he saw the game notification, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately changed his plan and flew into the distance. Stop. Feng Heng's actions greatly exceeded Carcula's expectations. He was shocked. The Holy Scepter had been seized by Feng Heng? Why? How could a Necromancer easily touch the Holy Scepter without suffering any backlash? Moreover, the scepter was extremely heavy. Even he needed the support of holy skills to barely lift it. To not be affected too much when holding the scepter, Carcula had left a permanent stigmata brand on his right arm. Why was Feng Heng able to pick up the scepter so easily? Now was not the time to think about this. The scepter was of great significance and possessed great power. He definitely couldn't let it fall into the hands of a Necromancer. The surprise in Carcula's eyes was immediately replaced by anger as he shouted. Explode. Boom. The holy barrier that had just been condensed around them exploded again, forcing the surrounding princes of the vampires to retreat. 1290 temporary plan Cheapo had already dodged far away. He looked at Carcula, then turned back to look at the direction Feng Heng ran off to, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The attacker was Lord Feng Heng. He had been wondering how Lord Feng Heng was going to deal with Carcula, but he never expected him to snatch the scepter from his enemy. Good. Lord Feng Heng, well done. When the players saw Feng Heng snatching the Holy Court's weapon, they immediately shouted excitedly to cheer for him. They could no longer interfere in a battle of this intensity, so they could only cast some spells to harass the opponent and boost their own momentum. Don't let the people of the Holy Court escape. They are already at the end of their rope. Ed saw that Feng Heng's attack was effective and was extremely excited. Lord Feng Heng. He did it again. He had dealt a fatal blow to the Holy Court at a critical moment. Not far away, Carcula had already lost his cool due to anger. He wanted to chase after them, but the 3 princes of the vampires, who had been knocked back, once again stuck close to him. Damn it. There were even necromancy mages. They were so persistent and were constantly using spells to bring trouble to him. The effects of the basic spells were extremely limited, but the continuous rain of spells annoyed him. Help me stop them. Carcula gritted his teeth and shouted. Starry spots of holy light condensed around his body. Previously, he had not killed anyone for the sake of the Holy Court's reputation. However, he could not care less now. The pendant hanging on his chest emitted a dark golden light. Star God's punishment domain. Kakaka. All the spells that were attacking Carcula in the air paused at the same time. Even the 3 princes of the vampires who were charging at him slowed down. Carl's eyes turned serious. Domain power? Boom. Boom. The spell in the air exploded. Following that, specks of holy light erupted once again. Every single star burst out with a scorching light. A powerful holy light pushed the 3 princes of the vampires back once again. The faces of the mages of the Mage Association who were casting spells turned pale. They were all hit by the backlash of the spell attack, and they spat out a mouthful of blood as they flew backward. Holy Court. A few high-tier mages from the Mage Association who had not made a move all this while were enraged when they saw the casualties in their team. Carcula couldn't care less about that now. If he accidentally lost the Holy Scepter, he would be the center of the entire Holy Court. Taking advantage of the opening in the crowd, Carcula chased in the direction of the Holy Scepter. The remaining 2 judges and holy paladins immediately stepped forward and stopped the vampires and humans who were chasing after Carcula. On the other side, Feng Heng was sprinting forward after snatching the Holy Scepter. Escape? No, just escaping was definitely not enough. Feng Heng was not just after the scepter. He was also after Carcula. His original plan was to take the scepter and hide in the land of plague through the teleportation passage, relying on the sacred tree to stop Carcula. In an ideal situation, the scepter would be extremely important to Carcula. The other party could rush to the land of plague to send himself to death. He might even be able to use the power of the sacred tree to kill Carcula. It was a huge profit. However, the stolen weapons could not pass through the teleportation passage, so this method would not work. Carcula was not far from going crazy, but the land of plague was far away. With the 30% speed reduction debuff from the scepter, Karkula would definitely be able to catch up to him quickly. Therefore, he had to change his plan. In the face of danger, Feng Heng was exceptionally calm, dashing toward the direction of the mine. That's right. The iron mine. As more than half of the seals in the iron mine cave were broken, the entire mine cave was filled with a large amount of plague aura. He had a special virus body that could slightly resist the corrosion of the plague aura. But Karkula didn't. It was very likely that Karkula would chase after him. This was his chance. If everything went smoothly, he could even kill Karkula in the mine. The success rate was less than 30%. Riches are sought in danger. He would take a gamble. He quickly flashed into the mine, and the game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding! The player entered a special area. The player's infection index has increased. Ding! The player has a special virus detected. The player's infection has been greatly reduced. Feng Heng stood in the tunnel and quickly glanced outside. He saw that Karkula was still being pestered by the vampires and could not help but narrow his eyes. There is still some time. I can make some arrangements. At the same time, outside the mine, once the skill's duration was up, the vampires who were originally chasing after Karkula also retreated into the coffin of the Vampire King, sinking into the ground along with the coffin. Chipo glanced at the retreating figure of Karkula who was entering the depths of the mine and shook his head. 3 minutes had passed. He had completed his mission, so he retreated. Lord Brandt asked, "How's the situation?" Chipo shook his head and said, "No. Karkula is very strong. I can't do anything to him. The Holy Court has been passed down for so many years, but it can persist until now under the suppression of the Empire. It's obvious how strong it is. If we talk about it, no one in the entire Empire is confident that they can stop him in a one-on-one battle." Lord Brandt consoled her and looked at Zhao Lingfeng, saying, "The agreement has been reached. Mr. Feng Heng won't go back on his word, right?" "Definitely. Lord Feng Heng will build a mage tower for you as soon as possible as promised." Zhao Lingxin was concerned about the situation on Feng Heng's side and answered casually. Her gaze anxiously swept across the place where Feng Heng had disappeared. On the main battlefield, as Karkula chased after Feng Heng, the Mage Association and the Royal Guards gradually took control of the situation, surrounding the remaining 2 Holy Court judges and the Holy Paladins. Seeing that the situation was under control, Ed also brought his team player to surround and check on the situation. "How is Lord Feng Heng?" Everyone was silent. Sword Saint Chipu said, "He entered the mine." Ed asked, "Mine? Why do we have to enter the mine? Isn't it a dead end in the depths of the mine?" Chipo shook his head and said, "I don't know. I can't see through him." Feng Heng's aura wasn't as strong and dazzling as Karkula's, but every time Chipo saw him, he would be surprised. Ed frowned. He wanted to follow the mine to see what was going on, but the area in front of him was enveloped by a large amount of plague aura. Before he could get close, he received a game notification that the infection level had increased greatly. Several Empire soldiers and mages teamed up to explore the area further before they immediately retreated and reported, "My lord, the plague aura has been greatly leaked. This place is too dangerous, please evacuate immediately. We've already communicated with the Mage Association. The ghost tower is ready to activate at its maximum capacity and will purify and disperse it as soon as possible." 1291 Realization. Lord Chadwick looked nervously at the black patch of land shrouded by the plague and nodded. "Okay, let's retreat first. Don't worry." Lord Brent looked ahead and said confidently, "Don't forget that Lord Feng Heng is a mage who can summon a sacred tree. He will definitely have a way to solve such a small problem." Lord Chadwick nodded and said, "I hope so." The members of the Mage Association adjusted the output of the ghost tower once again, and a large amount of the undead ghost fog seeped out from the top of the tower. The 7 ghost towers formed a cage, locking the spreading plague aura within the mining area. Just as everyone retreated and left the area of the ghost tower, a player hurriedly logged on and walked to Ed's side with an anxious expression. He whispered a few words into Ed's ear. "Commander Ed, there's an emergency offline. Lizu is hosting an emergency video conference. The guild leaders of the major guilds are all present. They hope that you can go down and take a look." "Emergency? Offline?" Ed's heart skipped a beat. As the commander, Lizu had been involved in the invasion of the Holy Court. She was very clear about the urgency of the situation. Why did she have to call an emergency meeting at this time? Did something big happen? "Okay, let's prepare the venue. I will rush over now." After Ed went offline, he immediately went to the projection hall on the 6th floor of the company headquarters. As soon as he stepped into the hall, he saw the projection of Lizu and the others in the middle of the hall. Other than Lizu, there were also the higher-ups of the major gaming teams and guilds that worked with him standing on both sides. What was going on? So many people came to attend the meeting? They seemed to be waiting for him. Ed was even more confused as he shifted his gaze to Li Zhu. Everyone is here. Let's continue. Li Zhu nodded at the crowd and looked at Ed like everyone else. Her eyes were more or less probing. President Ed, our cooperation has always been very smooth. You and I both know the difficulty of the main mission regarding the Abyssal Demon. If we can't cooperate sincerely and still have some hidden thoughts, I am afraid that the subsequent mission progress will only be even more difficult. It's almost impossible to win the final victory. Ed could hear the hidden meaning in Li Zhu's words and could not help but interrupt. Li Zhu, there's no need to beat around the bush. You should know that the situation in the game is urgent. If there's anything you want to ask, just say it. I can very responsibly guarantee that I have not hidden anything from you during this period. The expressions of the other upper echelons of the various large guilds improved slightly. Well, alright, let's get straight to the point. It's about Feng Heng. Li Zhu looked at Ed with a serious expression. She reached out and tapped the wall lightly. 2 photos were projected on the right wall. Ed's expression changed when he saw the 2 photos. That was Lord Feng Heng. On the left was Lord Feng Heng with a mask on his face, while on the right was Feng Heng without a mask. When I first heard the name Feng Heng, I felt that it was very familiar. Coincidentally, it was the same name as the player who recently unified the world of the vampires in the elementary game world. Ed stared at the photos on the wall. Feng Heng. The dual world lords of the vampire apocalypse and the zombie apocalypse. These 2 photos looked like the same person. Some time ago, the news that Feng Heng had unified the entire elementary game, the vampire apocalypse, caused a huge uproar among the players. It lasted for a long time and almost everyone knew about it. Other than those players who were focused on cultivating in the game, everyone else had more or less heard of it. Vampire apocalypse? That's right. Could it be that Feng Heng created the low-tier game world's princes of the vampires he just saw in the game? For a moment, Ed also had great doubts in his heart. Very suspicious. Lord Feng Heng had always been unwilling to show his true face. Could this be the reason? Looking up again, Ed had already figured out the purpose of so many partners gathering here. Are you suspecting that the dual-world Lord Feng Heng of the elementary game is the same person as Lord Feng Heng in our game? Yeah, I thought it was just a coincidence too. Why would a world lord from an elementary game come to our intermediate game? It was only when I saw the appearance of the vampires that I became more suspicious. I found a professional to do a special comparison and confirmed that from the height and appearance, there was an 80% chance that they are the same person. Ed frowned and denied, that's not right. I've checked Feng Heng's information before. I am sure that Feng Heng should still be in the real world cooperating with the Eastern Federation to solve the problem of the spread of the aura of the Death Realm. He won't appear in Aura of the Death Realm? Undead? Ed suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He realized something. What a coincidence. World Lord Feng Heng was proficient in the study of necromancy. He could freely control the undead creatures to build buildings, and he could also target the aura of the Death Realm. This was so similar to Lord Feng Heng in the game. Everyone, I've just verified this through my relationship with the Eastern Federation. Among the many projections present, an old man interrupted their discussion. His voice was a little dry as he spoke. I've confirmed that Feng Heng was invited by the Eastern Federation to assist in a special mission not long ago. He's still in the game. The other party told me that the mission is confidential and that it's not convenient to disclose the details of the mission to the public. This. Ed felt a layer of cold sweat on his back. The mission is confidential and cannot be disclosed to the public was a huge hint. What kind of mission required extreme secrecy? And even the Federation needed Feng Heng's help? The answer was already apparent. There was a 99% chance that it was the realm-level advancement trial mission. This also explained why they would appear in the intermediate game world. Fuck. Were Lord Feng Heng and the World Lord of the elementary world of the vampires the same person? Were they deceived? The hall fell silent. The higher-ups of the gaming guilds were filled with admiration. Feng Heng was the first person to be able to fool so many big guild players. Moreover, he could turn the entire barbarian race game world upside down with his strength. Feng Heng's strength was apparent. Ed took a deep breath and could not help but recall every time he met Feng Heng. Feng Heng's identity as a player was not without flaws. He should be able to discover it faster. The main thing was that it was too fast. It had only been a few days since he had officially met Feng Heng. The progress of the game was too fast. First, there was the invasion of the barbarians, then the inheritance of the saints, the abyssal demon, the crisis of the underground palace, the internal strife of the empire, the struggle for the royal power, and then the leak of the plague. Feng Heng had to build a large number of mage towers, and finally, he fell out with the Holy Court. 1292 Blasphemy. Thinking about it carefully, ever since Feng Heng appeared, more things had happened than they had experienced in the game in the past few years. Fang Heng's actions were so fast that they had no time to worry about some of the obvious doubts. Ed's expression was solemn as he spoke. Li Zhu, and all the other commanders, I can assure you that I didn't know about this beforehand. The higher-ups of the player guilds could not help but whisper to each other again. A female player said, Lord Ed, we're all in the same boat now. We're not here to denounce you. That's not the problem. The Northern Federation is very concerned about what's happening in the game. We now know that Fang Heng has nothing to do with the Northern Federation. Then, our attitude towards the Federation needs to change. Among the many projections, another middle-aged man also sneered, I was wondering when the Northern Federation would have such a big plan since they had never paid any attention to our barbarian virtual world. It turns out that it has nothing to do with them. Ed also smiled bitterly and nodded. He said, thank you for your trust, everyone. My intelligence was wrong and I mistakenly thought that it was related to the Central Federation's special plan. I didn't expect to make a mistake. I am really ashamed. Seeing that the discussion was open, Li Zhu nodded and said, everyone, it's impossible to stop now that things have come to this. According to the information we've obtained, Fang Heng's concealment of his identity is very likely a special requirement of the trial. In short, whether Fang Heng is a game player or not, as long as he doesn't say it out loud, we will pretend not to know. Everyone looked at each other. That's right, they had already invested too much into the Saint mission. Stop now. No way. Yes, everything will proceed as usual. I am more familiar with the Federation, so I will handle it. It will be easy to delay them for a few days. In addition, only the higher-ups of the guild like us know about Fang Heng's identity. We still have to hide Fang Heng's true identity from the public. Alright, that's for the best. As the guild commanders discussed the details, a player hurriedly knocked on the door and entered the meeting room. Commander Ed, something happened in the mining area in the game. Please go online and investigate immediately. The situation in the game has changed. I will go first. Ed's expression changed slightly. He nodded at the virtual projections on the screen and quickly left the meeting room. Inside the mine, Karkula followed Fang Heng's aura and chased after him. Walking through the depths of the tunnel, Karkula frowned. Buzz. Several holy light balls floated up and flew to a higher place, spinning faster. The concentration of the plague aura was too high. Even the brilliance spell was affected by the strong plague aura, so its effect was very limited. The visual distance was greatly reduced. Holy word blessing. Whoosh. A dark golden holy light barrier rose around Karkula, isolating him from the plague aura. Kai kai kai. The holy light shield kept sizzling. Karkula gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, Fang Heng. The plague aura in the mine had reached a certain level. Even the holy light shield was affected by the corrosive effect of the aura, and the golden aura continued to dissolve. Do you think you can stop me with this? An unstoppable killing intent rose from the bottom of Karkula's heart. The threat Fang Heng brought to the holy court was too great. He had to die today. In front of them, through the black plague aura, he could vaguely see the entrance to the cave where the seal was located. Karkula was vigilant and slowed down his pace. The ball of holy light gradually dispelled the darkness. In the middle of the room, the reinforced rune paper that had sealed the magic array was gone. A black hole that led to the abyss had appeared in the middle of the magic array. Large patches of black gas kept seeping out of the hole. Karkula looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Fang Heng, who was beside the entrance of the abyss. Fang Heng. Hey, Archbishop Karkula. Nice to meet you. Fang Heng held his scepter and looked at Karkula with a mocking smile. Your actions have already blasphemed the holy light. Your crimes are unforgivable. Hand over the holy scepter immediately and accept your judgment. Holy scepter? Fang Heng shrugged his shoulders in disdain. He lifted the scepter in his hand and held it forward. You mean this? Karkula raised his eyebrows and moved his shoulders slightly. Fang Heng shouted sternly, stop. Don't move. If you take another step, I will throw the scepter into the abyss. Do you believe me? Karkula stared at Fang Heng. How dare you? Fang Heng placed the scepter in front of the hole in the abyss, looking as if he wanted to give it a try. Karkula hesitated. He was really worried that Fang Heng would throw the scepter into the abyss. Fang Heng had been watching Karkula's every move. On the surface, victory was in his grasp, but in fact, he was already cursing in his heart. The turtle shell of the Holy Court was actually so hard? It could even isolate a portion of the plague aura? With such a high concentration of plague aura, anyone else would have long been infected and corroded. However, the holy light barrier blocked most of the plague aura. Fang Heng noticed that the holy light aura around Karkula was being corroded by the plague aura. It seemed that he could only use the backup plan. The success rate was less than 30%. Let's go all out. It was not easy to find an opportunity to kill Karkula. Now that it had come to this, he had to be greedy. Fang Heng took a deep breath and a malicious provocative expression appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. Look at what you're saying. What do I not dare to do? By the way, it seems like your scepter is about to be corroded. Feng Heng waved the holy scepter in his hand. Under the corrosion of the plague aura, the holy scepter kept making sizzling sounds. Feng Heng could see that the durability of the holy scepter was slowly decreasing. Stop. Are you not afraid of being punished by the gods for blasphemy? Hee, I am already half a person from the death realm. Divine punishment can't do anything to me. Come and get it. Let's see how capable your holy court is. How about a bet? Neither of us will use any spells. If you can touch the scepter, it will be considered your win. I will return the scepter to you. You're courting death. Karkala stared at Feng Heng and rushed toward him. His patience was almost worn out. He felt that Feng Heng was probably stalling for time, trying to wear down his strength through the surrounding plague aura. Compared to the holy scepter, Feng Heng was even more terrifying. Even if the holy scepter was lost, Feng Heng had to die today. Whoosh! Karkala leaned forward, faster than Feng Heng had expected. Feng Heng was also shocked. He was a mage, yet his speed was so fast. Ka! In the next moment, Karkala, who was accelerating forward, raised his eyebrows. Not good. 1293 shattered. A strange sensation came from under his feet. Ka. A series of fragile cracking sounds came from the floor under his feet, followed by fine cracks. Boom. With a loud explosion, the seal on the floor was completely shattered. The entire ground cracked and collapsed. Karkala watched as Feng Heng fell into the abyss with the collapsed ground in front of him. Ha 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 ha. Feng Heng stared at Karkala and laughed maniacally. Holy scepter, right? Do you want it? Come and get it. Lunatic. Karkala's killing intent towards Feng Heng had reached its peak. With a cold snort, he chased after Feng Heng down the abyss. As long as Feng Heng was alive, the holy court would have no future. Therefore he had to die. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows when he saw Karkala chasing after him. In midair, Feng Heng was enveloped by a thick black plague aura. He immediately transformed into a bat form and flew down rapidly. Ding! You have entered a high concentration infected area. Your infection index is increasing rapidly. Please be careful. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. A layer of red light immediately attached to his pupils as he looked down into the abyss. This was the first time he had entered the abyss to investigate. He did not know how terrifying the abyss was. He knew that it was extremely dangerous, but he could only fight to the death. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes as he rapidly descended for nearly 30 meters. The uneven rocky ground appeared below. This was it. So fast? Feng Heng returned to his human form in midair. After landing, he tapped the ground lightly with the tip of his toes and observed his surroundings from the corner of his eye. He immediately flashed to the right side of the abyss. Stall for time. These were the only words in Feng Heng's mind. Karkala could find his exact location. He could not win in a head-on fight, so he could only rely on his movement speed to widen the gap between him and the other party to stall for time until the other party was tortured to death by the plague aura. This was his only chance. Stop. Covered in golden holy light, Karkala slowly floated to the bottom of the cave. After landing, he sped up and chased after Feng Heng. Kai. The plague aura at the bottom of the abyss was even more concentrated, rapidly corroding the holy light shield around Karkala. Feng Heng was in front and Karkala was behind. As Feng Heng was holding the scepter and subjected to a 30% movement speed reduction, the distance between the two sides was slowly closing. Hold on for a while longer. Feng Heng gritted his teeth. He could already sense the holy light aura rapidly approaching from behind. Humphrey. Karkala let out a cold snort and a dark golden book of creation appeared in front of him. Holy armor. The book of creation shone again. A layer of golden armor quickly appeared on Karkala's body. With the support of the golden armor, Karkala's speed increased again, and continued to rush toward Feng Heng. Feng Heng was shocked. What the hell? The Holy Court's mages could strengthen their melee attributes. The distance between the two sides was quickly shortened. However, the entire underground abyss was relatively empty, and there was no other terrain that could be used. Karkala snapped, Feng Heng. You can't escape. He threw a punch. Boom. A fist that was condensed by the holy light slammed into Feng Heng's back, sending him flying toward the wall in front of him. Bang. Feng Heng was slammed into the wall. Ding, you have received the Holy Light Judgment Hammer damage, combined magic and physical damage. You have received 95,344 damage. You have entered a heavily injured state. Ding, your passive effect has taken effect. The heavily injured state has been cleared. Your health point is rapidly recovering. Ding, your infection index has exceeded 80%. Please be careful. Feng Heng gritted his teeth, feeling the piercing pain from every inch of his bones. The undying body effect allowed one to be immune to physical damage and heal injuries quickly, but the pain was real. The most troublesome thing was not only the damage but also the infection index. After entering the underground abyss, the infection index rose faster than he had expected. Karkula was affected as well. The outermost layer of the Holy Light shield had been completely corroded, and the Holy Light armor that he had just summoned was gradually showing traces of black as it was rapidly being corroded. What should he do? The stabbing pain all over his body made Feng Heng's brain work at high speed. Stalling for more time did not seem to be effective. There were no creatures in the surroundings that could be used. Dead end? Feng Heng. Accept your judgment. Karkula rushed over with large strides, and the holy light condensed into a single point once again. Boom. Feng Heng was sent flying again. Ding. You have received 82,164 damage from the Holy Light Judgment Holy Fist, combined physical and magical damage. Due to your passive skill, Undying Body, you are immune to this attack, Dong. Feng Heng was once again sent flying, smashing a huge hole in the wall behind him. He could no longer hold the scepter in his hand, and it fell to the ground. Karkula let out a soft gasp, wondering why Feng Heng could still survive his attack. Let's see how long you can last. Karkula ignored the scepter of judgment that had fallen to the ground and chased after Feng Heng again. Feng Heng watched as Karkula charged at him once again. He quickly rummaged through his backpack, trying to find the last chance to turn the tables. The everlasting moon had a cool down of 7 days. It had only been 3 days since it was last used, and the coffin of the Vampire King had just been used. There it is. The holy weapon, Shrine of Bones. Buzz. There was a flash of black light. The black jade-like skeleton blocked Karkula's path forward. Boom. The king guard summoned by the Shrine of Bones had just condensed when they were blown apart by Karkula's punch. Karkula retracted his fist, narrowed his eyes, and started moving again, speeding towards Feng Heng. Feng Heng watched as Karkula approached him one step by one step. No, he couldn't stop it. Forget it, he would die once. At most, he would be humiliated a little. He still had the resurrection item, Original Devouring Body Crystal, that dropped from killing the original Devouring Body. After 12 hours of death, he would automatically be resurrected. He might not be completely dead and would not be logged out of the trial game. Even if he backed out of the game, he still had a chance to turn the tables. He had already completed the mission to build the advanced teleportation passage. After returning to the real world, he would immediately build a channel to the intermediate game in the zombie apocalypse, and then come back to settle the score with the Holy Court. However, this way, he would naturally not be able to obtain the final SSS level realm advancement trial reward. It was a huge loss. It couldn't be helped. This was a gamble. If he lost the bet, he had to accept his defeat calmly. Feng Heng's pupils constricted, and a hint of determination appeared in his eyes. Since he was prepared to die once, what he had to do now was to stall for as much time as possible. In the current environment that was filled with a high concentration of plague aura, every second of delay would increase the probability of Karkula's death. After all, after Karkula killed him, he still had to escape from the underground abyss. Enduring the pain all over his body, Feng Heng continued to rummage through the items in his backpack. 1294 mutation. It's really stupid to use your own life as bait. Next time, I will have to get someone. I will let Ed come over. Just as he was about to vent his anger in his heart to relieve the pain in his body, Feng Heng suddenly raised his eyebrows. This was? Purple syringe? Feng Heng recalled the syringe he had gotten from Kaiyu Yao Kang not long ago. The syringe could cause the Hyla tissue in the body to mutate. Mutation would cause the Hyla virus in the body to reorganize, increasing or weakening the effect of the virus, or completely changing it. If one was unlucky, it was even possible for the body to directly disintegrate. Even Kaiyu Yao Kang couldn't predict what would happen after the injection. Since he was going to die anyway, he could give it a try. What if there was a miracle? He couldn't die for anything. He could try and collect experimental data. He would sacrifice himself for scientific research. Feng Heng quickly injected the needle into his body. TSK. The purple liquid burst into his body. Feng Heng felt a cold aura quickly spread throughout his body from the injection site. A hint of purple flashed across his originally pitch-black eyes. In front of him, Karkula, who was charging forward to give Feng Heng a fatal blow, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. A strong sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. He leaped back and stared at Feng Heng. Whoosh! Swoosh! The black plague aura in the surroundings was affected, and it surged toward Feng Heng crazily, pouring into his body through his facial features. What was going on? Karkula stared at Feng Heng, his eyes flashing with vigilance. The thick black plague aura gathered on Feng Heng's body, making him feel extremely uneasy. It was as if something was growing inside Feng Heng's body. More and more plague aura rushed toward Feng Heng. Karkula had already noticed the anomaly on Feng Heng's body. He charged at Fang Heng with a strong sense of unease and swung his fist again. PFFT. Kai Kai Kai. Just as he took 2 steps forward, the holy armor on his body rapidly emitted a black corrosive aura. The holy light quickly dimmed. No. Karkala's heart sank. He actually couldn't get close. Fang Heng's entire body was shrouded in a black fog, and his face could not be seen clearly. Black strip-like patterns kept appearing on the surface of his body. After the initial coldness, he felt as if his body was soaked in boiling lava. He wanted to scream in pain, but his throat seemed to be stuck. The plague aura kept pouring in, and he could not even say a word. Fang Heng had heard from Kaiyu Yao Kang that he needed to absorb the plague aura after using the potion, but he did not expect this kind of absorption method. I can't take it anymore, I am about to explode. Fang Heng felt that he was about to reach his limit. Kaiyu Yao Kang, you. Just wait. The pain in his throat disappeared, and Fang Heng could not help but shout. Huh? Fang Heng was stunned. He suddenly felt his body turn cold, and then he entered a state of clarity that he had never experienced before. The game notifications flashed crazily on his retina. Ding, you have been affected by an unknown potion. Your health point is rapidly decreasing. You have received 1209 damage, ding, the effect of the Undying Body skill has been triggered. You are immune to this damage effect, ding, you have been affected by an unknown potion, ding, your infection index has increased greatly, ding, there is an anomaly in the data, ding, simulating, ding, skill is being reassembled, ding, simulation complete, warning, the player is currently using a special unknown potion and has received an unknown modification effect. The current effect will replace the Undying Body effect, warning, an anomaly reaction has occurred. The player is currently in a trial environment. After exiting the trial, the player will passively cancel the mutation effect and return to the state when he first entered the trial, ding, player can choose one of the following 673 unstable modification effects, ding, please decide within 10 seconds. When the time is up, the modification will fail by default. Optional effect 1, increases constitution by 2000% and cannot be killed by physical attacks. Your spirit will be permanently balanced at 0. This effect has SS level precedence. Optional effect 2, increases spirit by 2000% and cannot be killed by spells. Your strength will be permanently balanced at 0. This effect has SS level precedence. Optional effect 3, increase strength by 2000% and will not be killed by physical attacks. Your will attribute is permanently balanced at 0 points. This effect has SS level precedence. Optional effect 4, increase comprehension by 2000%. Optional effect 188, cooldown time of all skills reduced by 90%. All basic attributes other than spirit will be reduced by 10%. Optional effect 211, acquired passive resurrection effect. All basic attributes reduced by 10%. Optional effect 278, you will receive the plague effect. The plague will infect most mammals with a virus. The virus effect will be, optional effect 511, all spell type effects are increased by 400%, active skills only. Spell consumption is increased by 1000% and, ding, in the current trial environment, this effect will be restored after leaving the trial. The player can try a special method to solidify this effect. Densely packed modification effects refreshed Fang Heng's retina. More than 600 messages instantly filled up several pages of the game log. Fang Heng only had 10 seconds to choose, so he did not have time to look at them carefully. He only randomly scanned through a dozen attribute bonus messages. Each of them was a very powerful attribute, but at the same time, it also had an extremely troublesome negative effect. Fang Heng quickly scanned through a few of them and made a judgment. This special mutation effect was a trap. Perhaps some effects could be combined with some special equipment or special skills to achieve terrifying effects. However, in terms of comprehensive ability, it was completely inferior to the original Undying Body skill. At the very least, the Undying Body effect did not have any negative effects, and it could even be combined with the zombie clone to achieve a bug-like effect. What a scam. Fortunately, it was not permanent solidification, and also, it was a trial environment, so there was still medicine for regret. Half of the 10 seconds had passed. Fang Heng quickly focused his attention on finding the most suitable option for himself among the 600 or so mutation options. The current skill that could save this situation. There it was. Cooldown time. Shortening the cooldown time of the skill would allow the skill to finish its cooldown quickly. A chance to turn the tables. He selected skills with a 50% cooldown reduction. Fang Heng's gaze quickly swept through the dense list of modification options, focusing on the 3 modification effects that reduce the cooldown time by more than 50%. 1295 The choice, optional effect 88 cooldown research, Cooldown time of all skills reduced by 80%, all basic attributes except spirit and will be reduced to 10%, still affected during attribute check. Optional effect 217 Blood Sacrifice Spell. Your spell skills cooldown time is reduced by 100%, your spell power is increased by 500%, only active skills, and your spell consumption is changed to 1/10 of your upper limit health point. The consumption is at least 1 point of your maximum health point. If your maximum health point is insufficient, you cannot cast spells. Optional effect 482 Glass Cannon. Your spell skills cooldown time is reduced by 60%. Spell effects are increased by 600%, spirit attribute is increased by 600%, spell consumption is increased by 600%, strength attribute is reduced to original 6%, you cannot use physical skills, idle skills, defensive skills, shield skills, including equipment attached skills, all additional damage reduction effects disappear, all damage received is increased by 560%, effects only active skills. The moment the 10-second countdown timer reached, Fang Hang shouted almost at the same time. Choose effect 482. The one with the least negative effects. Moreover, it could also increase the power of the spell. Ding. Player has obtained an optional effect 482 Glass Cannon. Passive effect. Ding. Player's Undying Body effect has been removed. In the current special environment, the player can recover this skill after exiting the trial. Ding. The player has fused with the virus body of the Plague Aura. The player will be immune to all negative effects of the Plague Aura. Whoosh. Fang Hang suddenly raised his head. Traces of flowing light purple appeared in his black eyes as if they were flowing electric currents. His mental strength increased by 10 times. Fang Hang felt that his consciousness was unprecedentedly clear. The moment the new passive skill took effect, the cooldown of the Everlasting Moon skill ended. Stay here, Karkala. Fang Hang opened his eyes and pointed at Karkala. Ding. Player has used skill Everlasting Moon. Ding. Receiving the effect of the player's passive skill source of the arcane effect. The effect of the Everlasting Moon skill has increased by 600%. Ding. Detected that player is currently in an intermediate sequence world. Ding. Fuse with the current world. The player's skill form has changed. Fusing. Ding. The player's current status has been detected. Necromancy. Skill fusion in progress. Ding. The player's current special environment has been detected. Skill fusion in progress. Ding. Player and teammates have entered the state of reincarnation. Ding. Everlasting Moon summoning skill Dead Soul Body. Creature, Dead Soul Body. Description: a soul creature that roams the death realm. It has eternal life and can absorb the strength of souls and life. It is considered one of the final forms of a vengeful spirit. The dead soul bodies could absorb energy from most living and soul bodies and transform them into ghost fog. After absorbing a certain amount of energy, they could self-replicate and split. Additional skills: life absorption, life transformation, self-replication, eternal soul, dead realm life form, or a transformation. For related skill descriptions, click here to see the details. Whoosh. Swoosh. Karkala's pupils suddenly locked together. What the hell? The plague aura spread out from Fang Hang's body. Almost at the same time, an extremely strong wave of the undead aura seeped out of Fang Hang's body. What move was that? The wails of the vengeful spirits instantly filled the entire underground abyss. Under the effect of the strength of the Everlasting Moon, Fang Hang's figure slowly floated into the air. Karkala's figure was reflected in his pupils, and sweat kept rolling down his cheeks. The game notifications flashed past his retina. Fang Hang had no time to observe. He could feel that the strength of the skill this time was greater than any other time. At the same time, the difficulty of controlling it had more than doubled. It was as if a huge hole had been opened in his mental strength, and then it was forcefully extracted from his body by an external force. Fortunately, his mental strength had increased tenfold. Otherwise, he would not have been able to last for 10 seconds. Woo! Accompanied by a wail, a dark dead soul creature slowly floated out from the depths of the ground. The entire mine shook violently. Karkala looked at Fang Hang, and a fear of the unknown strength rose from the bottom of his heart. He subconsciously took a step back. Outside the mine, Lord Chadwick and the Mage Association had surrounded the entire mining area. The few holy paladins and judges who came with the Archbishop of the Holy Court were also temporarily controlled. Everyone looked at the depths of the land of plague with worry in their eyes. A holy paladin of the Holy Court who was being controlled said in a deep voice, "Lords of the Empire, don't be stubborn. Don't be blinded by the undead. He is using you. Only the holy light can save this world. Shut up." Mojai Oi was already in a bad mood, so he walked up and gave the holy paladin a hard kick. Strangely, the black plague aura that had shrouded the entrance of the mine in front of them began to slowly recede. Suddenly, a player noticed something strange in the distance. "Hey, brothers, look over there." Don't you think that the moon is a little strange? The moon? Moji's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but turn around to look at the sky behind him. As the black plague aura receded, he saw the shadow of a red moon slowly appear in the sky shrouded by the ghost fog. That was the moon. Feng Heng made his move. Moji's eyes sparkled with surprise. The other players also looked up at the sky, feeling puzzled. Moonlight. What was going on? Zhao Lingfeng was also in the crowd, and she raised her head to look at the sky. It was too strange. There were actually two moons hanging in the sky at the same time, one big and one small. The new dark red moonlight revealed an ominous aura. What happened? Earthquake? Following that, everyone realized that the ground was shaking slightly. The tremors became more and more intense. Surprise appeared in Mary Field's eyes as she said, "It's a natural disaster. A sign of a natural disaster. A natural disaster is coming." Shut up. Suddenly, Sword Saint Chipo was the first to sense the terrifying aura of the undead. His expression changed drastically and he shouted, "Not good. There is a problem with the seal. Retreat quickly. Leave the mine." Chadwick was shocked and shouted, "Hurry up. Retreat. Retreat." The party members were in chaos for a moment, and they quickly retreated to the periphery of the mining area. Boom. A few seconds later, before the party could completely retreat from the mining area, a violent explosion sounded from the center of the mining area. A huge black mushroom cloud rose in the middle of the mine area. The black plague aura caused by the explosion spread rapidly in all directions. Everyone could feel the terrifying strength contained in the plague aura, and their expressions changed drastically. Buzz. The 7 ghost towers that gathered around the mining area emitted a dark light at the same time, forming a dark light screen that was connected. Boom. The plague aura that exploded in all directions hit the light screen fiercely. The light screen shook violently. 1296 killing. Fortunately, it was blocked. Outside the light screen, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes could not help but reveal shock and joy. Thankfully, Lord Feng Heng had set up the ghost tower in advance. Otherwise, with such a berserk plague aura bursting out, more than half of these people would have died. Ed had just come online. Seeing the black fog in front of him, he could not help but ask, "What happened?" Just suddenly. Zhao Lingfeng looked at Ed and stammered before shaking her head. She did not know how to explain herself. Ed frowned and focused his gaze on the mining area again. The 7 ghost towers were activated to the maximum at the same time, quickly dispersing the plague aura that was locked inside. "Look. That's..." As the black aura gradually dissipated, everyone saw a figure hovering in the air. It was Feng Heng. Everyone's ears were gradually filled with the cries of vengeful spirits. The sounds were especially terrifying. Upon closer inspection, the dense plague aura gradually faded as the vengeful spirits absorbed it. Countless vengeful spirits that could be seen with the naked eye quickly surrounded Feng Heng. Most of the mages present had came to Lincoln City to learn about necromancy. Seeing so many vengeful spirit creatures filled with strange auras, the necromancers were all excited. "President Feng Heng. It's President Feng Heng. It's a forbidden technique. He's using a forbidden technique. The legendary mage Feng Heng." Everyone in the Mage Association had heard some rumors. President Feng Heng was a legendary level mage. Previously, he had used a powerful forbidden technique in the Land of Plague and defeated the entire invading barbarian army in one fell swoop. At that time, Feng Heng was using a nature elemental spell. It was a powerful permanent field spell that summoned a powerful sacred tree. And this time, Feng Heng was casting a necromancy spell. Necromancy forbidden spell. All the mages present looked at Feng Heng with burning gazes, and even their breathing became a little hurried. There were very few inheritances of necromancy. Not to mention forbidden spells, even high-level necromancy spells were very rare. This was the first time they had seen a forbidden spell of the necromancy level being used in front of them. They are not ordinary vengeful spirits. In the crowd, a few high-tier mages from the Mage Association also sensed it. Ordinary vengeful spirit creatures were larger and thinner than the spirits summoned by Feng Heng, and the aura they emitted was far less oppressive. Kai. The vengeful spirits absorbed the plague aura crazily in the air, then quickly decomposed and replicated themselves, and the numbers quickly grew and spread. In the blink of an eye, the white spiraling soul bodies covered more than half of the mining area. Feng Heng slowly stretched out his hand and pointed at the Archbishop of the Holy Court, Karkala, who was climbing out of the ruins. Karkala stared at Feng Heng, his eyes filled with surprise. His body was covered in a layer of holy light shield and holy armor. Under the influence of the plague aura, the holy armor was almost completely corroded, and the holy light shield was extremely thin. Feng Heng moved his lips slightly and whispered in a voice that only he could hear, "Karkala, return to the dead realm." Kai. Stimulated by Fang Heng's spiritual perception, the surrounding tens of thousands of soul bodies let out soul roars simultaneously and swooped down towards Karkala. Buzz. Karkala felt an unprecedented sense of danger, and his spirit was roused. A holy light barrier suddenly opened up. Puff. The dead soul bodies collided with the light curtain and exploded, creating a ripple. In the next moment, tens of thousands of dead soul bodies swarmed toward the holy light barrier. The dead soul bodies slammed into the light screen, creating a series of muffled sounds. The holy light barrier dimmed at an extremely fast speed. Boom. The holy light barrier had only lasted for half a second before it exploded. The dead soul bodies penetrated the holy light fragments and crashed into Karkala's body again. Ding. The dead soul bodies have absorbed the life energy from Karkala's body. Karkala's maximum health point has been reduced by 20 points, and his health point has been reduced by 353 points. His vitality has been absorbed and converted into the dead soul body's unique energy. Ding. The player's trial team has completed the mission Barbarian's Recognition. The player's team has completed the mission ahead of time and obtained an additional 30 hours of game time. Ding. The dead soul bodies are replicating themselves. Ding. The dead soul bodies have absorbed life energy from Karkala's body. Numerous game notifications flashed across Fang Heng's vision. Everyone gathered at the edge of the mining area and watched as a large number of souls passed through Karkala's body. The holy light that bloomed from Karkala's body gradually dimmed. Every time a soul penetrated his body, it seemed to take away a portion of his power. His back slowly bent, and his face aged at an extremely fast speed. A few seconds later, Karkala seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He was as thin as a bag of bones, and his pupils lost all their luster. PFFT. Karkala fell on his back. The surroundings were quiet for a moment, and only the heavy breathing of the mages could be heard. Archbishop Karkala of the Holy Court. He was actually unable to resist Lord Fang Heng's forbidden technique. Seeing Karkala fall in front of them, everyone's eyes revealed deep shock. The power of necromancy. Sword Saint Chipu stared at Fang Heng, who was floating in the air, and muttered to himself. Archbishop. Seeing Karkala's death, the holy paladins and judges of the Holy Court could not help but shout with agitation. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. They shouted desperately, trying to wake Karkala up. Mage Dunant shook his head. It's already over. Under the illumination of the soul fire, many necromancy mages saw it. The Archbishop's soul was also completely devoured by the dead soul bodies. Ding. Your companion has killed the Bishop of the Holy Court, Karkala. Your contribution to the kill is less than 1%. You have received a random A-level reward. Your friendship with the Holy Court has been greatly reduced. The game notification appeared on the player's retinas. Ed looked at the notification on his retina and was speechless for a moment. Dead? The Archbishop of the Holy Court had been killed by Fang Heng. Compared to this, the random A-level mission reward that he had obtained for free this time could not arouse Ed's interest at all. The shock in his heart was greater than at any time before. Fang Heng was just a player. Moreover, he was a player who had come for the trial mission. He actually killed the Archbishop of the Holy Court, who was ranked first in the Barbarian Realm game, by himself. What the hell? What kind of monsters were the players in the elementary game? Ed felt his throat go dry and swallowed his saliva out of habit. The moonlight gradually dissipated. The power enveloping Fang Heng gradually dissipated. Enshrouded by the dark energy, Fang Heng slowly floated to the ground. After releasing the skill, Fang Heng had no choice but to clench his teeth again as he felt a throbbing pain in his brain. The game prompt appeared on his retina. 1297 props. Ding. The player has killed the Archbishop of the Holy Court, Karkala, and has dealt over 90% damage to him. Ding. The player's friendship with the Holy Court has decreased greatly. The player's reputation in the study of necromancy has increased greatly. Your affinity with some of the feudal lords of the Empire has increased. Tangminai's heir to the Empire reputation has increased slightly. Ding. You have obtained 4 pieces of Tier 3 mutation crystals, Karkala's Sacred Study Notebook, Book of Oaths, Incomplete, and Scepter of Holy Judgment, Corrupted. Item Karkala's Sacred Study Notebook. Description. Records Karkala's understanding of the Sacred Study. Put this notebook into the Book of Creation to take effect. It can still be taken out after being put in. The remaining pages have a cooldown of 3 hours. Effect. Increases the effect of holy spells by 10% and reduces the consumption of holy spells by 10%. Special description. This item can be traded and will drop upon death. Item Scepter of Holy Judgment. Corrupted durability reduced. All skill effects and attribute buffs reduced by 40% before repair. Description. This item is heavy. Please use it with caution. After equipping it, your movement speed will be reduced by 30%. Description. After equipping, will and spirit will increase by 50 points. Equipment requirement. 120 points of physique, 120 points of strength. Additional skill, repentance. Skill description, releases mental suppression on a single target. The target is a human race, causing it to enter a state of repentance. This process requires continuous casting. The skill success rate is related to the player's sacred study level, spirit attribute, will attribute, and target's will attribute and spirit attribute. Additional skill, piety. Skill description, spreads a defensive barrier around the player that can absorb damage. The amount of damage absorbed is the player's current health point plus magic point when the skill is released. The skill lasts for 5 minutes. The cooldown time is 5 minutes. Item Book of Oaths, incomplete. Description, one of the remnant chapters of the Book of Oaths. It contains part of the Holy Light attribute power. Description, unable to activate due to lack of relevant conditions. Feng Heng forced himself to focus and quickly check the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment that were dropped after Karkala's death. The scepter and the sacred study notebook were undoubtedly top-grade Holy Light attribute equipment, and they were not bound. He could sell them for money. These 2 pieces of equipment were only effective against holy skills and could not allow his strength to undergo another qualitative change. He was very short of money now. It would be faster to sell them off directly. Feng Heng quickly made a judgment. As for the 3rd incomplete chapter of the Book of Oaths, the description was a little strange. It might be related to some special mission. He could put it aside for now. Feng Heng felt extremely dizzy, and it was difficult for him to continue thinking. He simply put the 3 items back into his backpack and staggered to stand up again. Looking around, a large amount of plague gore was still seeping out from the collapsed mine. Feng Heng. Mojai Ai and the city lord's guards rushed over and helped Feng Heng up. He asked, "How is it? Can you still hold on?" Feng Heng clutched his throbbing head and gritted his teeth. He replied, "Yes, I am a little exhausted. I need some time to rest. I need to find a place as soon as possible." Upon hearing Feng Heng's words, Lord Brent, who had followed them, could not help but heave a sigh of relief. As long as Feng Heng was fine. Ed and the higher-up players did not come up immediately. They only looked at Feng Heng from afar. "Zhao Ling Feng, go offline and report to Li Zu's team. Let's go and take a look at Feng Heng. Remember not to expose his identity." "All right." On the other side, Lord Chadwick immediately sent his subordinates to the ruins to investigate after seeing the death of the Archbishop of the Holy Court. He rushed over with a nervous expression and nodded at Feng Heng. "Lord Feng Heng, the situation in the mining area." "Yes, I didn't expect the people of the Holy Court to destroy the seal at all costs, dragging the entire empire into an extremely dangerous situation," Feng Heng said as he turned back to look at the collapsed entrance to the abyss. With the disappearance of the dead soul bodies, the entire cave returned to peace. More and more black plague gore rose from the ruins and spread in the air. "The seal in the mine has been destroyed by the Holy Court. Mr. Warren will be here soon to inspect it. Before that, Lord Chadwick, please send someone to continue guarding it. In addition, the ghost tower must continue to operate and do its best to dispel the plague aura." "All right, I will send someone to double the security. Not even a fly can fly in." Lord Brent did not say anything. He looked at Feng Heng expectantly, feeling conflicted. He really wanted to ask Feng Heng about the situation of the ghost tower, but Feng Heng's situation did not look too good. After all, he had just gone through a huge battle, and his mental strength had been greatly depleted. It would be inappropriate to continue asking about the Mage Tower. But Lord Brent was too anxious. The explosion of the mushroom cloud caused by the Abyss Demon's fluctuation was extremely terrifying, and it left a huge shadow in his heart. Only Chadwick's 7 ghost towers were able to withstand it. What if there was a similar explosion in his territory? Who could withstand this? Lord Brent asked with a bashful face. "Lord Feng Heng, regarding the Mage Tower." "Yes, I will do it as soon as possible. The supplies are already on the way. I will start building immediately after the supplies are delivered." "All right, I will go back and get someone to prepare it." After receiving Feng Heng's affirmative answer, Lord Brent immediately agreed. Ed's team quickly caught up. "Lord Brent, the plague gore has greatly affected the safety of the Empire. His Majesty was extremely furious when he learned of it. We will announce what the Holy Court has done in Lincoln City to the public, and we hope that you can be a witness." Lord Brent understood what was going on. They were going to eradicate the Holy Court by the roots. Now that the Archbishop of the Holy Court was dead, it was time for everyone to push him down. Lord Brent quickly weighed the gains and losses. There were too many suspicious points behind the appearance of the Abyssal Demon. No matter who was behind this, the Holy Court had already collapsed. The only ones who could deal with the Abyssal Demon were Tang Minayu and Lord Feng Heng. Taking a step back, he had long been tired of the believers of the Holy Court in his territory. As long as he could use this opportunity to push the blame onto the Holy Court, he could wipe out all the believers of the Holy Court. At the same time, he could deepen his cooperation with Feng Heng. After thinking it through, Lord Brent immediately said righteously, "Yes, you're right. The Holy Court destroyed the Seal of the Abyss and caused so much damage to Lincoln City. If it wasn't for Lord Feng Heng and the Mage Association, the entire city would have been destroyed. Everyone here and I have witnessed everything with our own eyes. We can't let this matter go just like that. We must get an explanation from the Holy Court." 1298 Operation. Many of the feudal lords present had a close relationship with Feng Heng, and many of them had already pledged loyalty to Tang Minayu. With Lord Brent taking the lead, they all agreed, saying that they wanted to teach the Holy Court a lesson. "The Holy Court is suppressing us necromancy scholars for no reason. We will report this to the Mage Association when we get back. I believe the President will stand on the side of justice." After this battle, many mages who studied necromancy had a deeper recognition of Feng Heng. That was a forbidden spell of necromancy. In addition, they had already fought with the Holy Court, and the members of the Mage Association were in a rage. Naturally, they were clamoring to deal with the Holy Court together. Feng Heng's head was still swollen, and he was so dizzy that it was difficult for him to think. He only felt that his ears were even noisier, and he wanted to find a place to have a good sleep. The game prompt appeared on his retina again. "Ding, you have displayed a powerful ability in necromancy. Ding, you have received the recognition of the Mage Association. Your reputation in the Mage Association has increased greatly. Ding, you have successfully promoted necromancy on the continent. Your reputation among scholars has increased slightly. Ding, your actions have attracted the attention of some special factions." Chipa looked at the furious crowd and shook his head. The Holy Court was probably in big trouble this time. Amongst the crowd, a satisfied smile appeared on Ed's face. Everything was going according to Li Zu's plan. Taking advantage of the death of the Archbishop of the Holy Court, she would take advantage of the situation to attack and crush the entire Holy Court. Now, it was up to Tang Wu to decide what to do. Should he give the Holy Court a hand? Or should he give up on the Holy Court? No matter what they did, Li Zu had already prepared a sufficient response plan and was ready to give Tang Wu a big blow. In the capital of the empire, sitting on the throne of the palace, Tang Wu's face was ashen, and the back of his molars had already been ground to the point of making crunching sounds. Trash. Are they all trash? To put it nicely, what were the top, middle, and worst strategies? Sneak into Lincoln City to find evidence of Feng Heng, then dig a trap for the Land of Plague to jump into. And the result? Dig a hole and bury yourself? You're showing me this? Tang Wu laughed in anger. Your Majesty, after what happened last night, the outside world is saying that the Holy Court is the culprit behind the leakage of the plague aura. Many feudal lords have denounced the Holy Court, and we have also been greatly implicated. Hearing the report from Tanshu Academy, Tang Wu sneered again. Hey, the Holy Court is incapable of doing anything but is capable of spoiling everything. They didn't give us many benefits, but now they're dragging us down? Ding Shixiu said, Your Majesty, the Holy Court is indeed stupid, but now is not the time to complain. The truth is not important. The Holy Court must not be the source of the plague aura. We must prevent the rumors from spreading. Bang. Tang Wu threw the teacup in his hand on the ground and looked angry. He said, How many times has it been? He still wants us to help him clean up the mess. How dare the Holy Court? Ding Shixiu's heart sank, and he persuaded, Your Majesty, please reconsider. The Holy Court is closely related to us, and the world knows about it. Right now, many of the Empire's feudal lords are waiting to see our attitude. If we abandon the Holy Court today, the various feudal lords' impressions of us will greatly decrease. Moreover, although the Archbishop of the Holy Court has already died, there is still a portion of fanatics among the Holy Court's believers. They are still targets that we can use. We can use this opportunity to recruit them and use their strength to deal with. Alright, you can make the decision for the Holy Court. Tang Wu was already extremely annoyed with the Holy Court and did not want to hear the words Holy Court anymore. He asked again, Is the Holy Seal in the city doing well? Karkala reinforced the seal a second time before leaving. There won't be any problems for the time being. In addition, the Alchemy Society is also trying to seal the plague war through alchemy. Karkala has finally done something. How's the progress on the sacred tree? Tang Wu shook his head and asked again, Have you found a way to deal with the sacred tree? Yes, it's already in the works. We've traded a large number of military supplies from Tang Minayu, and the alchemy magic array plan given by the Alchemy Society has been perfected. The president of the Alchemy Society has assured us that we will be able to deal with the sacred tree. In addition, the awakening ceremony of the Empire's holy artifact in the Council of Elders will be completed tonight. Good. Tang Wu clenched his fists as if he had already seen the dawn of victory. Seeing this, Ding Shixiu could not help but frown and persuade, Your Majesty, we think that it's too risky to attack the Land of Plague directly. No need to say any more. We will do it tomorrow morning. I don't want to wait another minute. Yes. The barbarians had always been a race that revered martial arts. After entering the barbarian race's territory, Mikhail and Wei Tao went through many hardships to prove their strength. They passed the many tests of the barbarian race and met their leader. After that, there were successive tests. Finally, Wei Tao spent a long time talking and finally the barbarian leader agreed to cooperate. Wagnet personally sent Wei Tao and his companion back to their tent. He said, "My father has agreed to cooperate with Lord Feng Heng. We will set off tomorrow. The 7 elders of the clan will accompany us. With their understanding of the abyssal demon, they will definitely be able to help." "That's great. It's all thanks to your help that it went so smoothly this time." "Don't say that. Feng Heng saved my life, and once the abyssal demon escaped the seal, the outbreak of the plague is something we barbarians don't want to see." Ding. The player team has completed the trial mission. Barbarians recognition. The player team has completed the mission ahead of time and received an additional 30 hours of trial time. Looking at the game notification, Wei Tao and Gale smiled at each other and finally relaxed. The mission was considered completed, and the team earned extra trial game time. It was considered a great success. It had been a long time since he had felt this kind of stable happiness. When they were carrying out missions with Feng Heng, they were always interrupted by unexpected events, and they were always uncertain. Teammates would always do something scary for you. It was like a battle of wits and courage with your teammates. This trip to the barbarian tribe was indeed tiring, but the results were still gratifying. Mikhail stretched and relaxed his stiff muscles. He asked, "Do you think Feng Heng will be shocked if we complete the mission 2 days ahead of schedule?" "That's not necessary." Wei Tao was also in a good mood. He shrugged and replied, "At least we can help him relieve some pressure by going back early this time." Mikhail sighed, "No matter what, I finally feel like I am participating in this barbarian mission. There hasn't been any notification from Feng Heng for the past 2 days. I am not used to it." Wei Tao also had the same feeling. Suddenly, Feng Heng was not by their side, and they did not cause any trouble. They were still not used to it. Sometimes, people were just cheap. 1299 The soaring spiritual power. I suggest that you start to get used to it. According to action plan we set before, Feng Heng should still be building the ghost tower. Tang Minayu is also fighting with Tang Wu for the position of the heir to the royal family. Yes, they are under a lot of pressure. The difficulty of this mission is not low. As the two of them were discussing, a game hint suddenly appeared on their retina. Ding! The player's trial team member Feng Heng successfully killed the Archbishop of the Holy Court. The player has not participated in the killing at the moment and cannot receive the reward. Seeing the game hint, Wei Tao and Gale stopped their discussion at the same time. They looked at each other with disbelief in their eyes. Did they see it wrongly? Archbishop of the Holy Court? One of the boss characters in the intermediate game. Slaughtered by Feng Heng? In the fortress of Lincoln City, the afternoon sun shone into the room through the window. On the bed, Feng Heng opened his eyes. Not good. He had actually slept for so long. Feng Heng glanced at the game log and frowned. He immediately sat up straight on the bed. After half a day of rest, the feeling of dizziness and swelling in his brain had completely disappeared. Just as he was about to check his body condition, Feng Heng could not help but let out a soft gasp. He realized that the connection between him and the zombie clones had become clearer than ever. In the past, the spiritual connection between him and the zombie clones was relatively weak. He often could not sense the specific location and situation of the zombie clones after a certain distance. He could only remotely control it through the game log. After waking up, he felt completely different. He could sense the state of every zombie clone in the city. He could also roughly sense the situation of the other zombie clones in the city. How could there be such changes? Feng Heng found it strange and opened the game log and mission attribute bar to check. I see. It should be because of the surge in spiritual power. Feng Heng muttered to himself. The most obvious change was in his spiritual power. Last night, he risked his life and drank the potion given by Kaiyu Yokeng at the last moment. He had successfully killed the Archbishop of the Holy Court and made a killing. Similarly, he had paid a great price for this. Now, he had become a spellcaster. Spell effects were increased, spell cooldowns were reduced, and there was also a powerful spiritual force as a backing. Unfortunately, it was very troublesome after the undead effect was covered. Not only did he lose his rapid recovery of health point and physical immunity to death, but his self-protection ability was also greatly reduced. He also had to take an additional 560% damage. Even the zombie clones had inherited all of his passive abilities, and their combat ability had been greatly reduced. He was afraid that the zombie clones would be unreliable during the final battle against the abyssal demon. Right now, he could only use the ghost tower, the sacred tree, And the skill of Everlasting Moon. I hope it works. Feng Heng sighed silently in his heart. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was full of difficulties. For safety reasons, he tried not to go out for fun during this period of time. After all, he had the passive skill Glass Cannon, which would shatter with a touch. However, there was good news. His spiritual power had increased by 600%, and it was much easier to control the zombie clones. The efficiency of building a mage tower could be further improved. Also, after the transformation of the virus body, he also had the effect of being immune to the plague aura. Thinking of this, Feng Heng could not help but get out of bed and walk out of the door. Last night, the entrance to the underground abyss below the mine was completely destroyed. The ore must have leaked on a large scale. Not good. Under extreme circumstances, the abyssal demon might awaken prematurely. Lord Feng Heng, you're awake. Zhao Lingfeng had been waiting at the lower level of the city lord's fortress. When she saw Feng Heng walking down the stairs, she immediately went up to him. Just you? Where are the others? Mr. Warren, Lord Chadwick, and the guests from the Mage Association are investigating the mine area. His Highness Tangmo went to the eastern part of the empire to lobby the feudal lords to pledge allegiance. Mr. Ed escorted a batch of supplies to Lord Brandt's territory to build the ghost tower. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows and said, Okay, got it. Let's go to the mine area to take a look. Zhao Lingfeng hurriedly sent a message to Li Zu's team that Feng Heng had woken up, while she quickly caught up to Feng Heng's footsteps. Okay. In the mine area, the thick plague ore lingered as if it was solid, accumulating a thick layer on the ground. The 7 ghost towers were already activated at full power. The dark light screen connected together, controlling the aura within the area covered by the light screen. All the irrelevant personnel in the city had been expelled in advance. Lord Chadwick was discussing something with Warren and the members of the Mage Association. President Feng Heng. When President Randolph saw Feng Heng, he smiled and nodded at him. Congratulations, the entire Mage Association is now discussing the forbidden necromancy spell you cast last night. When we arrived, there were already quite a number of apprentice mages who switched to necromancy. Many people in the association have already acknowledged that you are the founder of necromancy. After what happened last night, the Mage Association was once again proud. Holy Court. Amazing enough. Having lived well under the direct and covert attacks of several generations of emperors, the current Archbishop, Karkala, was considered the most outstanding successor in hundreds of years. But last night, a vice president of the Mage Association had easily taken care of him. The reputation of the Mage Association had increased greatly in the empire. More and more mages started to have ideas about necromancy, and they started to learn necromancy. Ding, your reputation in the Mage Association has increased significantly. Ding, you have contributed to the promotion of necromancy. Your actions have attracted the attention of some special forces, Feng Heng understood as he listened. It turned out that the people from the Mage Association had mistaken the Everlasting Moon skill from last night as a forbidden necromancy skill. A beautiful misunderstanding. He would gain a wave of reputation and friendliness from the Mage Association for nothing. Feng Heng didn't explain and just said a few polite words. Thanks to the Mage Association's excavation, the study of necromancy can have better development. Randolph couldn't hide the smile on his face. He didn't know how Feng Heng cultivated to be able to master so many forbidden techniques at such a young age. By the way, is Lord Feng Heng recovering well? I am sorry. I forcefully cast a high-level spell yesterday and suffered some backlash. I've almost recovered now. Feng Heng waved his hand, indicating that it was not a big problem. Now that he thought about it, last night was too dangerous. If it wasn't for the plague aura that weakened most of Karkala's strength, the additional 600% increase in the effect of the ultimate skill, the Everlasting Moon, and his good luck, the dead soul bodies that he summoned just happened to be able to restrain the holy. Under the effects of all sorts of superimposing effects, Karkala was successfully taken care of. 1,300 deep into the abyss after chatting with the people from the Mage Association, Feng Heng focused his gaze on the ruins left behind by the exploded iron mine. Warren stepped forward and said, Feng Heng, I've already conducted an inspection. The periphery seal of the abyssal demon has been destroyed. It's very difficult to re-establish the seal. I am afraid we will have to surround the entire mine area. This will be time-consuming and time-consuming. We won't be able to make it in time. Such a large-scale construction will take at least half a year. Feng Heng frowned. Half a year? It was too slow. Before the seal was completed, the abyssal demon would have already escaped. Is there no other way? I can't think of anything for the time being. Feng Heng, I can feel that the ore leaking from the abyss has accelerated compared to before. I suspect that there have been changes to the inner seal. It's likely the work of the Holy Court. Warren's expression was solemn as he continued, I am afraid that the abyssal demon will soon mutate. The final battle with the abyssal demon might come sooner than we expected. Feng Heng looked in the direction of the ruins and hesitated for a moment before saying, I want to go in and take a look. No, it's too dangerous. The plague aura is too dense. We can't get close at all. I know. I have a way to deal with it. You can? Yes. Feng Heng nodded. Previously, they could not go deep into the abyss to investigate. On the one hand, they were worried that it would cause the abyssal demon to move. On the other hand, they could not withstand the dense plague aura below the seal. After absorbing the virus last night, his body had become immune to the plague aura. He could go in and take a look. Feng Heng rubbed his chin. He was more worried about whether the Holy Court had done anything to the inner seal last night. Considering the attributes of the glass cannon and the fact that he didn't have the life-saving effect of the undying body, his body was too fragile. He could let the zombie clone go down and check the situation first. In short, clear the entrance to the underground abyss first. I will let the undead creatures enter to investigate first. After confirming that there's no danger, we will try to enter. Warren knew that Feng Heng had always been very steady in his work, so he did not persuade him anymore. He nodded and said, All right, be careful. Everyone waited for a moment. Soon, a large number of zombie clones walked over through the portal of the ghost tower. Under everyone's gaze, the zombie clones slowly walked into the thick fog shrouded by the plague and gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Like the others, Feng Heng could not see the scene in the black fog, but he could clearly sense the location of each zombie clone and easily control them to clean up the ruins. After nearly half an hour, a tunnel leading to the underground abyss was successfully dug out from the collapsed ruins. It's almost time. I will go in and take a look. You guys stay outside. Lord Chadwick could not see anything. He only heard Feng Heng say that it was almost done, but he did not understand what he meant. He could only watch as Feng Heng walked into the black fog, and he could not help but sweat for him. Randolph frowned and asked, Lord Feng Heng, is there no problem? Don't worry, it's just an investigation. If I encounter any danger, I will retreat immediately. As he spoke, Feng Heng's figure slowly disappeared into the thick black plague. Ding! The player has entered a special area. The player is immune to the effects of plague aura. The tunnel dug by the zombie clone was very narrow. Feng Heng simply transformed into his bat form and flew down the tunnel. Feng Heng once again arrived at the underground abyss. More than 200 zombie clones gathered around Feng Heng. Feng Heng returned to his human form and quickly looked around to familiarize himself with the terrain of the entire abyss. The last time he entered the abyss, he was chased by Karkala and did not have the time to carefully examine the abyss environment. The structure of the abyss was very similar to the underground world. It was very empty, and the entire abyss was filled with the dense black plague. As the plague aura also blocked his senses, Feng Heng had no idea which direction to go. He could only use a stupid method. Feng Heng controlled the surrounding zombie clones to spread out and explore, trying to find the specific location of the abyss seal. It's a little difficult. Feng Heng stayed on alert for 2 minutes, but the zombies he sent out to patrol still didn't find him. The underground abyss was much wider than he had imagined. However, the entire underground world was lifeless. There were no signs of life, and the zombies were not attacked. Wait a little longer. Normally, Feng Heng would have relied on the bug effect of the undying body to explore boldly. Unfortunately, it was a glass cannon now. Feng Heng could only wait patiently. Thinking about it, the underground area was extremely vast. He did not know when he would find something. It would be a waste of time to stay here. While he let the zombie clones wait and see, he could try to build a mage tower from a distance. With that thought in mind, Feng Heng first gathered a group of lickers to speed up the investigation. Then, he transformed into his bat form again and flew towards the entrance. Outside the cave, Lord Chadwick and the others who were waiting anxiously saw Feng Heng emerge from the ghost fog. Their hearts finally settled down. Lord Chadwick took 2 steps forward and asked, Lord Feng Heng, is the situation below the seal all right? I am not sure yet. The area below the abyss is very wide. I am already controlling the undead creatures to investigate. It might take some time before I get any feedback. You don't have to stay here with me. Alright, it's good that you're safe. There are still many citizens waiting to be evacuated. I will go over it first. Inform me if there's any news. That's good too. Randolph nodded and said, it's safer to use summoned creatures to investigate. The Mage Association will do its best to ensure the operation of the Mage Tower. President Feng Heng, you don't have to be polite. If you need anything, you can ask someone to look for me at any time. Thank you. Feng Heng watched everyone leave, then shifted his gaze to Zhao Lingfeng behind them and asked, can you contact Ed and the others now? Zhao Lingfeng was suddenly called out by Feng Heng, and her entire person quivered. She nodded and said, yes, I can do it. Yes, contact Ed. I will use the summoned creatures to go to Lord Brant's territory to build a mage tower. Tell him to make preparations. Yes, alright. I will tell him immediately that Commander Red has finished preparing the supplies half an hour ago. When can we start building? Now. We will start when the summoned creatures are in place. Zhao Lingfeng revealed a puzzled expression. Alright, I will go now. Feng Heng nodded, closed his eyes, and focused. He tried to remotely control the zombie clones to go to Lord Brant's territory to build the mage tower. 1301 Remote Control Orns, a coastal city in Lord Brant's territory. Coincidentally, there was a leakage of the plague Gora here. After considering all aspects, Lord Brant decided to build 3 ghost towers here. He had already sent people to deliver all kinds of materials for the construction of the ghost towers in advance. He came here personally and waited for Feng Heng eagerly. Ed also personally participated in the materials. He had just escorted a large batch of supplies into the city and was waiting for Feng Heng to come over to build the mage towers in bulk. He also wanted to ask Feng Heng about the next step of the plan. There was nothing he could do about it. Even Li Zu's team couldn't understand Feng Heng's game of chess, let alone him. They were really not confident. Has Lord Feng Heng woken up? Yes, he's awake. Don't worry. He was just checking the damage to the seal in Lincoln City. He will come here to build the ghost tower soon after he's done. That's good. Lord Brant waited anxiously. Commander Ed. From afar, a player hurried over and whispered into Ed's ear. Ah. Ed was subconsciously shocked when he heard that. He asked, now? The player nodded solemnly with a strange expression. Lord Brant's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling and asked, Commander Ed, did something happen? Not really. Lord Feng Heng told us to get ready to build a mage tower. He said that the undead creatures he controlled were already coming here through the teleportation passage. He was worried that they might encounter trouble on the way, so he asked us to go over and receive them. Already here? Good. That's great. Lord Brant's expression instantly became excited. He immediately waved his hand and said, I will get someone to prepare it now. Let's go, we will ride the griffins to meet them. The griffins had long been prepared in the square. Lord Brant hurriedly brought a few people with him and they rode on the griffins to receive the guests. It would take 8 minutes to reach the nearest capital city by flying on a griffin. If they walked on land, they would have to go around the mountain, which would take even longer. 3 minutes after they left the city, the breeder who was controlling the griffins noticed an army on the land ahead. The army was like a black torrent going through the main road and was moving forward quickly. Lord Brant also saw the army below, and his heart skipped a beat. What was that? Where did the army come from? Was his territory invaded? Let's go closer and take a look. Understood. The breeder controlled the griffins to spiral downwards. This was. Lord Brant looked down and was shocked. They were actually undead creatures. On the passage, the fusion tyrant forms were wrapped in ropes and dense vines, pulling the huge cart behind them as they ran forward. The modified 3-meter-tall wooden cart behind them was densely packed with zombies. Vines extended from the zombies and wrapped the ordinary zombies tightly around the cart. This was the first time Ed had seen such a situation. He could not help but swallow his saliva. Were those zombies under Feng Heng's control? Has intelligence evolved to this extent? It was completely different from what he had imagined. Ji Yining was riding a warhorse at the back of the zombie crowd. He was barely able to keep up with the stampeding zombies. Even now, Ji Yining still felt a little surreal. Everything happened too suddenly. 10 minutes ago, he had just received the news. Then, a vast number of zombies appeared from the teleportation passage. He hurriedly borrowed some materials from the city lord. Soon, the zombies had automatically created a giant cart under his nose in less than 5 minutes. The fusion tyrant forms pulled the giant cart and sped toward Sorn City. Ji Yining was shocked and hurriedly called for a warhorse to give chase. Seeing the griffins circling in the sky, he quickly waved his hand to signal them. Let's go and receive him. The griffin swooped down beautifully in the air. When it reached the bottom, a rope was thrown down and Ji Yining used it to climb up the griffin's back. My lord. Lord Brant nodded and looked down from the griffin. He asked, where's Lord Feng Heng? Lord Feng Heng hasn't arrived yet. He's still busy dealing with the plague Gora in Lincoln City. He wants us to build the mage tower first. These undead are under his control. They will be responsible for building the ghost tower for us. Lord Brant was stunned. He questioned. What did he mean? He's not coming over? These undead creatures can help us complete the construction automatically? Ji Yining also felt that this was a little unbelievable. He smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, that's what Lord Feng Heng said. Lord Brant and Sword Saint Chipa looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Other than the forbidden spell of resurrection, undead creatures rarely had high intelligence. Moreover, it required a large amount of control. Previously, he had heard that Lord Feng Heng needed to personally control the undead creatures to build the ghost tower. After not seeing him for a day, he could let the undead creatures build the ghost tower on their own? Could it be? After the battle with the Archbishop of the Holy Court last night, was there a huge breakthrough in Feng Heng's ability in the study of necromancy? What kind of genius was he? Ding, your zombie clone is in the process of building a ghost tower, Tier 1. The current construction will automatically consume the construction materials in the area. If the materials are not available, the relevant process will automatically stop. In the mine area, Feng Heng kept trying to control the zombie clones to carry out construction operations from afar through the spiritual link. Compared to the past, he could now control the zombie clones more precisely, which greatly increased his efficiency. These were the benefits brought about by the increase in spiritual power. Feng Heng focused on the optimization, and a line of game notifications appeared. Ding, your zombie clone has received 100 holy attribute damage. Due to the passive skill effect, it has received an additional 560 damage. Feng Heng let out a soft gasp. Holy damage? The Holy Court? Feng Heng immediately tried to establish a spiritual connection with the zombie clones in the abyssal passage. There it was. In the depths of the abyss beneath the ruins. Feng Heng suddenly opened his eyes and nodded to War beside him. Warren, there might be something under the abyss. I will go in and take a look first. Alright, be careful. I will wait for you here. Feng Heng turned around, and his figure gradually disappeared into the black fog shrouded by the plague aura. Once again, Feng Heng relied on his bat form to travel through the ruins and successfully entered the underground abyss. Kai. As soon as he stepped into the abyss, several lickers hiding in the darkness immediately rushed out and gathered around to protect him. Feng Heng scanned his surroundings, then walked toward the source of the holy light power. 1302 sneeze. They walked straight ahead for about 20 minutes. The area in front of him gradually narrowed, and faint holy light fluctuations came from deep within. Feng Heng switched the zombie clones and his own attribute to sacred study and continued to command the zombie clones and lickers to check the situation. After switching to the sacred study state, the zombie clones would no longer receive holy light attribute damage. After confirming that there was no danger, Feng Heng carefully walked forward. As he got closer, a faint dark golden light appeared in front of him. The light came from the ground. It was a large-scale magic array. Feng Heng's pupils contracted. A large alchemy magic array was carved on the ground. The golden light on the alchemy array flickered, releasing halos. Ding, the player has discovered a special ancient magic array, the Abyssal Demon Seal. Ding, the player's trial score has increased. Ding, the player's current identity is the Saint's successor. You have triggered a special mission, the Broken Inner Seal. Mission title: while exploring the seal, you have discovered traces of damage to the Abyssal Seal. As the Saint's successor, please attempt to investigate the damage to the seal. Mission difficulty: S. Mission requirement: check the magic array and confirm the reason why the magic seal was broken. Mission reward: additional increase in trial score. Failure penalty: trial score reduced, remaining trial time reduced. Mission time limit: 2 hours. Ding, in the current trial state, the mission reward and punishment have been changed to trial related. Not good. Looking at the game notification, Feng Heng had a bad feeling and quickly lowered his head to check the seal. It was very strange. The alchemy magic array on the ground clearly had nothing to do with the holy light, yet it could release powerful holy light aura fluctuations. The energy waves could even cause damage to the surrounding zombie clones. It was most likely the doing of the Holy Court. The center of the magic array. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. There was a clear mark in the center of the array. The marks were very new, and he could confirm that they had been left not long ago. It was like a sword mark. The golden holy light even filled the entire sword mark. Feng Heng frowned, feeling as if he had caught hold of something. He couldn't help but reach out and try to touch the alchemy array, hoping to obtain more information. Kai. The moment his finger touched the edge of the magic array, he felt an electric current. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat, and a Saint's Legacy rune appeared on his forehead. Ding, your Saint's rune has been triggered. Ding, you have triggered an alchemy rune, not good. Whoosh. In the next moment, Feng Heng sensed that the hidden effect of the alchemy array had been triggered. Then, his entire body was absorbed by the space and disappeared. The surroundings suddenly darkened and lit up again. Spatial transformation. Feng Heng's sharp senses sensed that the space around him had become chaotic for a moment. He must have touched the hidden alchemy rune and caused the space to change. A game notification appeared on his retina. Ding, you have been affected by a spatial spell. Through the omniscient eye, you have comprehended basic spatial science. Players can choose to comprehend basic spatial science, cancel mastering the skill. With the effect of the omniscient eye, learning skills would be very simple. In order to pursue extreme efficiency, he could first upgrade all his skills to the highest level before learning new ones. Ding. The player has temporarily given up on learning basic spatial science. Whoosh. Feng Heng didn't have the time to read the description of basic spatial skills. He noticed that his eyes lit up again and immediately opened his eyes to look down. He was in midair and he was falling down rapidly. Kai. In midair, Feng Heng immediately transformed into his bat form. He flapped his wings to prevent his body from falling while carefully observing his surroundings. He found himself in a cylindrical passage, which looked like a dry well. The ground below was covered in a thick black fog, while the ceiling above was constantly emitting a golden holy light aura. He looked up and saw a dense array pattern on the ceiling. Feng Heng flew up and carefully examined the structure of the alchemy magic array. He immediately understood. So that was the case. There was a hidden two-way spatial teleportation channel on the alchemy array. The abyssal demon was sealed in a special space. There were seals on the outer layer and inner layer of the space. The teleportation passage was a back door left behind by the saints when they were repairing the seal inside the space while building the alchemy seal. Under normal circumstances, only saints and successors could enter. He should be able to leave this place with the help of the teleportation magic array above. After confirming his escape route, Feng Heng felt a little more at ease. He lowered his head again and looked down at the area shrouded in thick fog. The abyssal demon was right below the abyss. This was also the closest he had ever gotten to the abyssal demon. Judging from the difficulty of the mission, it was only S level. The difficulty wasn't high. He could take the risk and give it a try. Since he was already here, he wanted to see what the abyssal demon looked like. Feng Heng raised his guard and slowly flew down. The abyssal passage was deeper than he had expected. He flew all the way down for about 10 minutes before he sensed a terrifying aura coming from below. The abyssal demon. After flying for half an hour, Feng Heng could vaguely see the monster below. Most of its body was enveloped in a thick black plague aura, making it impossible to see it clearly or describe it. At first glance, it looked like a mass of black wriggling rotting flesh. Countless thick metal chains extended from the surrounding walls, piercing through the layers of rotten flesh and nailing it to the ground. There were fine patterns on the metal chain. The rotting flesh seemed to have a life of its own as it slowly squirmed and breathed in and out. With every breath, a large amount of plague aura overflowed from its body. The plague aura was actually exhaled by the abyssal demon. Feng Heng was surprised and sized it up in midair. It seemed that the abyssal demon was still sealed and unable to move. This was good news for him. Should he take advantage of the fact that it had yet to break free from the seal to launch an attack and destroy it in one fell swoop? Feng Heng pondered. Seeing that the mission notification still did not come, he hesitated about whether he should continue exploring. Just as he was hesitating, Feng Heng suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. The carrion life form beneath him suddenly contracted as if it was sneezing. Not good. Boom. The plague aura suddenly erupted and the rich aura assaulted him. Feng Heng frowned. Before he could escape, a violent force charged at him and lifted him higher. Ding. You have received the effect of the skill plague aura. Ding. Due to the special skill effect, you are immune to the plague aura attack effect. In his bat form, Feng Heng spun dozens of times in the air before regaining his balance. He flapped his wings to keep his body suspended in the air. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Feng Heng's forehead. Fortunately, it was the attack of the plague aura. Otherwise, he would have died. The negative effect of the glass cannon skill was too dangerous. The boss could kill him with any casual skill. 1303 Remnant Chapter. To be safe, it was better to give up the mission. It was just a normal mission. Even if he gave up, the final trial score would not be much lower. As long as he could kill the abyssal demon in the end, it would not be a problem for him to obtain the SSS level trial reward. After weighing the pros and cons, Feng Heng was about to leave when his sea of consciousness was suddenly triggered again. Feng Heng sensed something, and his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly lowered his head and looked down at the area covered in the black fog of the plague aura. What was going on? Feng Heng was extremely surprised. It turned out to be a spiritual perception construction. When the sacred tree Abakia was just born, he had a similar spiritual perception construction. This time, it also appeared. And the source of his perception was the abyssal demon. To be precise, it was not considered a spiritual perception construction. This kind of construction was of a lower level than normal perception construction, and it was more like an emotional perception. It was very hazy. The abyssal demon was releasing a painful emotion. Was it asking for help? Feng Heng frowned. Perhaps this was a special ability that he could only obtain after his spirit power had increased to a certain level. Even though he couldn't see anything under the thick black fog, Feng Heng still stared at the black fog. His brain was working rapidly. At the very least, he could not sense any hostility from the abyssal demon. The emotions transmitted by the abyssal demon were not clear. Feng Hang felt that they were living beings that had just gained consciousness. That's right. Suddenly, a thought arose in Feng Hang's mind. Could it be because he also had the effect of the virus? So this made the abyssal demon think that he was one of them. Feng Hang's heart started to beat faster. It was very possible. Otherwise, why would the abyssal demon take the initiative to release pain and ask for help? The more he thought about it, the more Feng Hang was convinced of this idea. He tried to establish a deeper spirit construction with the abyssal demon, or he wanted to convey some emotional spiritual perception to them. It was a pity. Perhaps it was because his spirit power was not enough, he could not do it after trying a few times. No way. He couldn't give up such a good opportunity. Let's try again. Feng Hang gave up on the idea of escaping and once again flapped his wings to fly down. This time, the abyssal demon did not continue to attack. As he went deeper using his perception, what he sensed from the abyssal demon grew stronger. Feng Hang remained extremely vigilant. He did not approach the abyssal demon immediately. Instead, he observed from afar. That is. Soon, Feng Hang noticed something unusual. Under the thick fog, circles of dark golden light were emitted from a corner on the right side of the abyss. The holy aura fluctuated. As expected, the abnormal activity here was related to the holy court. Feng Hang's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately flew toward the direction of the wave. After flying closer to observe, Feng Hang noticed that a huge sharp sword had stabbed into the body of the abyssal demon. The sword was surrounded by a layer of golden light. The light was constantly dispelling the plague aura around them. At the same time, the long sword was affected by the corrosive effect, and a black aura kept seeping out of the golden long sword. The pain of the abyssal demon came from this long sword. Feng Hang returned to his human form and jumped down from the sky. He stood on the rotten flesh of the abyssal demon. The abyssal demon still did not react. Feng Hang became bolder and went closer to the sword to observe. The long sword pierced through the body of the abyssal demon and nailed it to the ground. So what should he do next? Help him? Feng Hang was puzzled. He tried to reach out his hand and slowly approach the sword, gently touching it. Ding! Player attempted to obtain the item. Arbitrator unsealed light holy sword. Ding! The player has mastered sacred study. After passing the acquisition check, the item can be obtained. Ding! This item is a special item. Its durability needs to be restored through a special method. Item: Arbiter unsealed light holy sword. Durability: 411 out of 1000. Description: a long sword used by the holy court for sacrifices. It has the effect of breaking seals, deals additional 200% damage to seals and shields. Description: endowed with the power of the Book of Oaths, it can deal a large amount of damage to the abyssal demon and temporarily seal it, absorbing a portion of the power of the demonic seed. Good stuff. There was still such a harvest? Feng Hang's eyes lit up. That was why he could take this thing with him. Feng Hang was delighted. He was about to try to snatch the sword and put it in his backpack when his hand reached out in the air, and a faint light suddenly appeared between his fingers. The game prompt appeared on his retina again. Ding! An item has been detected in the player's backpack. Book of Oaths, Remnant Chapter. The item has resonated with the Book of Oaths. Remnant Chapter. Resonance? Feng Hang immediately thought of the incomplete seal with an unknown effect that had dropped after killing the Archbishop of the Holy Court, Karkala. With a flick of his wrist, he took out the sealed incomplete seal from his backpack. Buzz. The Remnant Chapter was just a thin page. The page emitted a dark golden light and flew towards the long sword, sticking to the hilt. Boom. A golden light suddenly erupted from the long sword. Under the power of the golden holy light, Feng Hang felt that the abyssal demon under his feet seemed to have been greatly stimulated, and it trembled crazily again. Damn it! Feng Hang quickly transformed into his bat form and left. Ding! You have temporarily fused the Book of Oaths, Remnant Chapter, and the Arbitrator Light of Seal Breaking. Ding! Book of Oaths, Remnant Chapter, is absorbing the power of the demonic seed. The sudden change made Feng Hang a little confused, so he observed from a distance. As the golden light erupted, the remnant of the Book of Oaths on a long sword quickly dimmed. The abyssal demon's struggles also became weaker and weaker. In just a short moment, the broken seal that was originally emitting a dark golden light had completely turned black. What was going on? Pa! The broken chapter lost its power and fell from the sword. Feng Hang felt puzzled and flew over again. He returned to his human form and held the broken chapter in his hand. Ding! Player has obtained an item. Book of Oaths, Remnant Chapter absorbed unknown energy body to be purified. What did he mean? Feng Hang read the description of the Book of Oaths and frowned. From the literal analysis, could it be that the Book of Oaths had absorbed the power of the demonic seed? After absorbing it, the power could still be purified by the Holy Court. Feng Hang looked at the abyssal demon under his feet suspiciously. The abyssal demon seemed to have been greatly stimulated just now, but it was still alive and kicking now. It did not seem to have been injured at all. I don't care. I will check it when I get back. Feng Heng thought and put the black seal fragment back into his backpack, raised his head, and continued to hold the dark golden longsword tightly. TSK. With a sudden force, Feng Heng pulled the longsword out of the abyssal demon's body. What the hell? Feng Heng suddenly raised his eyebrows. Not good. The moment he drew his sword, a thick black aura gushed out from the abyssal demon's wound. The injured abyssal demon trembled uncontrollably. 1304 drawing clang. Clang. The chains in the entire abyss shook crazily, and they kept making clanging sounds. Feng Heng realized that something was wrong. He grabbed his long sword and stuffed it back into his backpack before flying into the air again. Ding! The player has obtained an item, Arbitrator Unsealed Light Holy Sword. Feng Heng only looked down when he arrived at the safe area. The abyssal demon became irritable again. It kept struggling under the chains. Feng Heng sensed pain from the abyssal demon's emotions and its will to break free from the iron chains. As it struggled, a thick black plague aura kept coming out of the abyssal demon's body. Ding! The player completed the mission Abyssal Demon's Seal. The player's trial score has increased. Feng Heng's body suddenly froze, and he felt his forehead slightly hot. Then, 2 blood-red game hints appeared. Warning, detected that player currently has the Saint's heritage. Warning, the abyssal demon has entered the awakening stage after being stimulated by an external force. It is breaking through the seal left behind by the Saint. Estimated time remaining, 125 hours and 43 minutes. This duration is an estimate and may change due to certain events and mission changes. Damn it. The Holy Court. Feng Heng gritted his teeth. When he saw the game hints, he finally understood. It was obvious that all of this was done by the Holy Court. It was as if a nail had been pierced into a tire, and the tire would slowly leak air. If the nail was suddenly pulled out, the speed of air leakage would increase greatly. The longsword left behind by the Holy Court was a nail that could cause damage to the abyssal demon. The nail that pierced into the abyssal demon woke it up. In the beginning, the abyssal demon was suppressed by the nails and the seal and could not move. However, once the nail's power disappeared, the abyssal demon would definitely go berserk. This was all part of the Holy Court's scheme. If not for the fact that the player had coincidentally discovered the Holy Court's operation last night, and he had set up a few traps in succession, according to the original plan of the Holy Court, the Holy Court would have run far away after the attack. When the plague aura completely exploded 2 days later, he would have become the scapegoat. On the other hand, when he pulled out his long sword, it allowed the abyssal demon to break free in advance. TSK. Feng Heng sneered disdainfully. The Holy Court was a symbol of trouble. Even if they perished, they would still bring him some trouble. Without the influence of external forces, there were still 5 days left before the abyssal demon broke the seal. It was about the same time as his original plan. In midair, Feng Heng narrowed his eyes as he looked down, his brain working rapidly. Should he find an opportunity to stab the long sword in again and buy some time for everything to return to its original state? Forget it. Feng Heng quickly dismissed this thought. It was not easy to establish a little connection with the abyssal demon. At least, the abyssal demon was not hostile to him now. If he provoked the abyssal demon again, wouldn't he be courting death? He would maintain the original state for the time being. Feng Heng stared at the abyssal demon, his heart in a dilemma again. No doubt the abyssal demon was right in front of him, and he was going to leave just like that. It wasn't easy for him to come across such a good opportunity. Based on his nature, shouldn't he take a wave of live samples back? However, there was a chance that taking a living sample would arouse the hostility of the abyssal demon, destroying the weak favorable impression that he had painstakingly built up. It might even infuriate the abyssal demon and kill him directly. On the other hand, if he could get a live sample for Kaiyu Yaokang to study. With Kaiyu Yaokang's ability, he could analyze a lot of experimental data from living samples. Perhaps he could develop a drug that could be used against the abyssal demon. TSK. He was going all out. Success or failure, there was only a 50% chance. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to sleep for several nights. Feng Heng made a decision and flew down carefully. He found a corner and returned to his human form. He observed the abyssal demon struggling wildly from afar and slowly walked toward it. Brother, I am taking a sample from you. You should be able to understand. This is for your own good. I can think of a way to help you escape from this shackle. Such a small syringe won't hurt you. Feng Heng did not care whether the abyssal demon understood him or not. He spoke in a low voice, took out a live sample collector from his backpack, and approached the demon carefully, step by step. Kai. The needle easily pierced into the body of the abyssal demon. A long loading bar appeared above Feng Heng's head. After being pierced by the needle, the skin of the abyssal demon that was pierced only twisted slightly before quickly returning to its original state. Success. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps because the needle was too small, the abyssal demon did not feel any pain at all, nor did it react to Fang Heng. It was still trying to break free from the metal chains. Fang Heng controlled it carefully until the long loading bar ended. A game hint appeared. Ding. The player has obtained a special item live sample of the abyssal demon. Item, a live sample of the abyssal demon. Description, strange object. Description, the effect of this item is unknown. It has great research value. Some scholars are willing to buy it at a high price. Description, this item can be used as special spellcasting materials. Description, this item has an unknown activity effect. Description, this item is highly infectious. Warning, this item is extremely dangerous. Fang Heng's eyes lit up when he saw the description of the sample's attributes. Buy it at a high price? Money. After all, it was a live sample of the final boss in the intermediate game. Ordinary people would be turned into ashes by the plague breath if they got close, let alone come into contact with it. How could this thing be worthless? Thinking of this, Fang Heng could not help but gulp. He was originally prepared to take a tube of samples and leave, but when he saw that the live sample was so valuable, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes again. Brother, you don't mind drawing a few more tubes of medicine, right? You also hope to break free from this shackle as soon as possible, right? For the sake of science, it's not difficult to donate a little live sample, right? Fang Heng whispered and took out a new sample collector from his backpack. Fang Heng, how's the situation down there? Outside the cave, Warren immediately walked up to Fang Heng when he saw him walk out of the Black Plague. He had just felt the saint's inheritance mark on his forehead fluctuates violently. There must be a problem with the seal below. The situation is not good. I just entered the abyss and found the seal of the abyssal demon left behind by the saint. I even triggered the seal to enter the lower level to see the abyssal demon. What? You saw it? Yes, the seal has been destroyed by the Holy Court. The Holy Court has also awakened the abyssal demon. It's still trapped by the saint's seal for the time being, but it will recover soon. 1305 all in one stake. Warren's heart sank. The awakening of the abyssal demon was too sudden. How much time do we have? Fang Heng glanced in the direction where the plague aura was leaking and said in a deep voice, if we continue at this rate and with no external power interfering, we have about 5 more days. Warren's expression changed several times. In just 5 days? There was really too little they could do in such a short time. At most, he would set up a small control-type alchemy magic array around the area. Warren knew very well that the alchemy magic array that he had rushed to make had very little restriction on the abyssal demon. It could easily crush them with a slap. What should he do? Warren felt his throat dry up. He looked up at Fang Heng and saw that Fang Heng's expression was grave. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Fang Heng was also under too much pressure. At this point, he could only do his best and leave it to fate. Fang Heng did not pay much attention to Warren's expression. He was stroking his chin and thinking carefully. The mission was very difficult, the time was very tight, and the chances of winning were not high. However, it was not the end game. He also had a trump card. What he needed to consider now was how to link up his trump cards to maximize the effect. Just as he was thinking, Fang Heng heard the cry of griffins coming from high up in the sky. The two of them looked up at the sky at the same time. Above them, 2 royal guards jumped down from the backs of the griffins that were circling in the sky. They came to Fang Heng and reported on one knee, Lord Fang Heng, Her Highness Minayu has summoned you urgently. She hopes that you can return to Hani City as soon as possible. It's a rather urgent matter. Did she say why? Yes, we received news that Tang Wu has gathered a large number of the Empire's elites and is heading toward Hani City. Commander Red has also confirmed that the Royal Guards and a large number of the Empire's soldiers have been mobilized. Their destination is very likely to be Hani City. We believe that they might make a move on the sacred tree in the Land of Plague. This was troublesome. The abyssal demon was about to break free from the seal, but Tang Wu was pulling all sorts of tricks to complicate matters for him. Fang Heng was speechless. However, since it had already happened, he had to find a way to resolve it. It just so happened that he was going to return to the Land of Plague to give Kaiyu Yao Kang the live sample of the abyssal demon he had just obtained. I understand. I will be there soon. Yes, my lord. Fang Heng nodded and looked at Warren. He said, you must watch the seal. Don't let anyone get close. I will be back soon. Okay, don't worry. I will be here. In the capital of the Empire, the royal guards led by Zhao Yun were making the final preparations before setting off. The president of the Alchemy Society, Ovian, walked towards Zhao Yun with a few people. Zhao Yun didn't like Ovian very much. His face was cold and his displeasure was written all over his face. He asked, How is it? Is everything ready? Don't make another mistake. Of course. The president of the Alchemy Society, Ovian, was as confident as ever. He said, just do your job and leave the sacred tree to me. This is a method I found in an ancient book. It can restrain all field spells. Once the alchemy magic array is completed, any field spells will dissipate. As for Feng Heng, I will leave him to you. You don't have to worry about the rest. As long as you can destroy the sacred tree, hey, it's just a mere land of plague. Zhao Yun mocked. His gaze swept across everyone behind him. Tang Wu had used all his trump cards in this ambush. Apart from the Alchemy Society, the accompanying team also had the elite private army that Tang Wu had gathered for many years, as well as the soldiers recruited from the various feudal lords, and the holy paladins and judges sent by the Holy Court to support them. Even the Empire's sword Saint Chipo was persuaded by Tang Wu and agreed to join his team to deal with the Land of Plague. What was left was the biggest trump card of this strip. Zhao Yun said in a deep voice, "Please welcome the Council of Elders." Gernot, the consul, walked forward under the escort of the soldiers and said in a clear voice, "The holy artifact, please." "Yes, sir." Behind them, more than 10 Empire soldiers worked together to carry out a huge wooden box that had been sealed for a long time. Zhao Yun stared at the wooden box, his eyes shining. Sealed in the wooden box was the dragon-suppressing holy artifact passed down by the ancestors of the Empire. The sealed holy weapon had always been stored with the Empire's Council of Elders. Because it was too dangerous, the terrifying strength created by the holy weapon would even cause great damage to the person who used it. It was against the heavens, so the former king had ordered it to be sealed and never used. This time, because of Feng Heng, Tang Wu and the Council of Elders chose to take out the dragon-suppressing holy artifact as well. Ding Shixiu, who was beside Zhao Yun, also took a deep breath. In less than a day, Tang Wu's reputation among the feudal lords of the empire had plummeted. On the other hand, Tang Minaiu's popularity increased. Tang Wu was already in a complete mess. He desperately needed a victory to prove himself. He had already put all his eggs in one basket. Gather all the strength in order to break through Hani City in one fell swoop? How could Ding Shixiu not know the crisis Tang Wu was facing? Feeling helpless, Tang Wu made another extremely risky choice. Ding Shixiu didn't think that these people alone could exterminate the Land of Plague. Now, all hope was attributed to the dragon-suppressing holy artifact. There was a chance. There would definitely be a chance. At the same time, Feng Heng had just rushed back to Hani City through the Ghost Tower's teleportation passage. Lord Feng Heng. The royal guards were already waiting outside the Mage Tower to welcome them and say, "Her Highness Minaiu has just gone to the basement. She instructed us to bring you there. Please follow us." "Alright, let's go." There was a secret underground area under the City Lord's mansion in Hani City. Feng Heng followed the soldiers into the City Lord's mansion. As soon as he entered the underground passage, he felt a spiritual power fluctuation coming from afar. Soon, Feng Heng arrived at the underground hall that had been temporarily requisitioned. A massive magic array was carved on the floor, covering almost 2/3 of the hall. The high-tier mages from the Mage Association gathered in a big circle, concentrating their spiritual power to control the magic array. Under Tang Minaiu's tremendous spiritual power, many magic core crystals condensed in the center of the magic array. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. Amazing. Tang Minaiu was refining a magic core. Phew. The magic array slowly stopped operating. Tang Minaiu noticed the person who came and stopped pouring her spiritual power. She took a deep breath and maintained her calm and indifferent appearance. "Lord Feng Heng, you're finally back. I have something to discuss with you." Tang Minaiu waved her hand, signaling the guards to leave with the mages of the Mage Association. Everyone has worked hard. Guards, take the distinguished guests of the Mage Association to rest first. We will continue tomorrow. After everyone left, Tang Minaiu stared at Feng Heng for a long time as if she wanted to study him thoroughly. "What's wrong? What do you mean? You really killed the Archbishop of the Holy Court? How did you do it?" "Oh." Feng Heng recalled the process of killing Karkala and broke out in a cold sweat. He nodded and said, "I admit that I have a thing for gambling. 1,306 batches get lost." Tang Minaiu was in a bad mood. She realized that the gap between people was still a little big. When they parted last night, she thought that Feng Heng was just casually saying that he was going to kill the Archbishop of the Holy Court. Who would have thought that he was serious and really did it? With such terrifying strength, it was no wonder that he could control the entire world of the vampires region in such a short period of time. Sigh, as a world lord, he still had to compete with such a person. He was really tired. If he couldn't win, he would just lie flat. He should just take advantage of this trial to earn more money. Feng Heng did not notice the change in Tang Minaiu's expression. He was focused on the magic array behind her. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Tang Minayu as a portable charger was too reliable. A reliable teammate +1. With the help of the Mage Association, only a small portion of the materials exchanged from Tang Wu had been consumed. The completed magic cores had already filled half a box. At this rate, the plan to build the ghost tower in batches would not be a problem at all. Coupled with the increase in his mental power, the speed at which he controlled the zombie clones to build the ghost tower increased greatly. 5 days were enough to complete batches of ghost towers. Is it still difficult to mass-produce magic cores? How many finished products do you expect to have after all these materials are produced? Tang Minayu came back to her senses. She decided not to think about anything else and focused on finishing this. Yes, about 500 to 600. The success rate of crafting the magic core is much higher than expected. I've talked to the president of the Mage Association. Perhaps the mages of the Mage Association in the past did not have enough mental strength to fully activate the elemental crystal transformation, resulting in the low success rate of crafting. With the support of the demonic seed, it's not difficult to mass-produce magic cores. I still have other things to ask you to come over. Fang Heng picked up the magic core that had just been made and observed it in his hand. He nodded and said, yes, 500 is more than enough. Please continue. It's related to Tang Wu. Just now, Ed received a message from the players saying that the royal guards in the capital of the empire are gathering their forces and heading towards Hani City. Ed hinted to me that the offline players have determined that Tang Wu wants to make a move on the sacred tree in the land of plague. Oh? Fang Heng was a little surprised. He raised his eyebrows and put the magic core into his backpack. He asked, Tang Wu has the ability to deal with the sacred tree? I am not sure, but we can't let our guard down. The death of the Archbishop of the Holy Court has a huge impact on Tang Wu. More and more feudal lords are inclined to pledge allegiance to me. This will definitely make Tang Wu feel a great sense of danger. Li Zu's team collected a lot of information and even simulated Tang Wu's personality. They think that he is too ambitious and has limited patience. It's very likely that he will choose to stake everything on it and destroy the land of plague at all costs. The prerequisite to dealing with the land of plague is to deal with the sacred tree. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. Tang Wu wanted to attack the sacred tree. He didn't believe that Tang Wu would come here without any preparation. Even if Tang Wu was willing to die, his men would be willing to do the same. Then what was Tang Wu's trump card? Are there any other relevant clues? Tang Minayu shook her head and said, not for now. Ed and the others are still trying to get into the Royal Guards team and waiting for their news. Yes, continue to keep watch. Fang Heng nodded and turned his attention to the sacred tree, Ibukaya. At present, the sacred tree was still in its growth period. When it absorbed more energy than a certain amount, it could evolve again and its strength could increase again. Right, speaking of which, he had asked Ed's team to get a large number of resources for the Enlightenment Stone replica. With Ed's efficiency, this matter should be almost completed. When he asked Tang Minayu about this, she gave Fang Heng a speechless look. You remember? Can you ask me to help you infuse mental energy into the alchemy array to refine the magic core? And the result? I've been waiting for half a day, but your zombies are gone. Fang Heng scratched his head. Previously, he seemed to have urgently recruited a wave of zombie clones to carry out the mining work, and then he seized the time to set up the ghost tower in the empire. He had really forgotten about this. Tang Minayu said helplessly, your alchemy magic arrays are still in the land of plague. The large number of refining materials that Ed's team send over are also temporarily piled around the land of plague. The mercenary group leader responsible for the transportation of materials has come to look for me several times. Fang Heng apologized, Mine. I was too busy and forgot. Do you have enough supplies? Too many. Tang Minayu nodded. That was great. Fang Heng clenched his fists and looked at Tang Minayu with a burning gaze. With the materials and the power of the high-power portable charger, Tang Minayu, and the zombie clone, he could quickly complete a large number of Enlightenment Stone replicas in a very short time. It was only a matter of time before the sacred tree passed its growth period. Thank you for your hard work. We will set off now and return to the land of plague to start refining. Tang Minayu looked at Fang Heng and gritted her teeth. She said, you have to pay more to me. In the land of plague, it was Tang Minayu's first time witnessing how Fang Heng used the power of the zombie clones to carry out mass operations. The vines of the sacred tree first cleared a large open space. Then, Fang Heng stood in the middle of the open space and began to draw a magic ray. Hundreds of zombie clones followed him forward and chose an area to set up an alchemy magic array. Tang Minayu watched as loading bars appeared above the zombie clone's head. Some failed, and some succeeded. After an hour, the ground was covered with a layer of magic arrays and materials. Fang Heng checked the central alchemy magic array that he had just drawn and nodded at Tang Minayu. He asked, are you ready? Tang Minyu looked at Feng Heng. She really wanted to ask Feng Heng if there was a need to make such a big fuss. Seeing that Tang Minyu did not answer, Feng Heng patiently explained again, "It's actually very simple. Just pour your mental power into the alchemy array I set up. When I say stop, stop." Tang Minyu was even more speechless. Am I stupid? This was not the main point. Looking at Feng Heng's expectant gaze, Tang Minyu sighed in her heart and said, "Alright, I will give it a try." Looking at such a large magic array, Tang Minyu also felt the pressure. She took a deep breath and focused. She slowly closed her eyes and raised her scepter. Wang! A light blue spiritual force visible to the naked eye flowed out of the scepter in front of Tang Minyu. In the center of the ground, the magic array that Feng Heng had personally made was operating quickly, absorbing the spiritual power released by Tang Minyu. Swoosh, swoosh. The small magic arrays set up by the zombie clones on the ground lit up one after another. The magic array drawn by Feng Heng was like a central processor, distributing the absorbed mental energy to the surrounding small alchemy magic arrays. 1307 Specialization Success. The change in color of the central alchemy magic array was an indicator of the completion of the charge. Feng Heng glanced at the mobile charger beside him and immediately gave the order to control the zombie clones to start refining the alchemy magic array that had finished charging. Once again, the channeling bar appeared above the zombie clone's head. The magic array was activated one after another, and they began to operate rapidly. The materials were absorbed by the magic array, and the enlightenment stone replica was released from the magic array. The vines of the sacred tree Abakia that had gathered around them felt the power fluctuations of the enlightenment stone and were overjoyed. The vines subconsciously danced and slowly approached the surroundings. Without receiving Feng Heng's permission, the vines only entrenched themselves in the periphery. Abakia kept transmitting its desire to Feng Heng. Feng Heng nodded and whispered, "That's right, Abakia. These are all prepared for you." Kai kai kai. With Feng Heng's permission, the surrounding vines spread toward the enlightenment stone replica and instantly wrapped around the replica that was released from the alchemy magic array and dragged it underground. Ding! The sacred tree Abakia has absorbed a special energy of medium concentration. Lines of game prompts appeared in Feng Heng's vision. Feng Heng felt Abakia's extreme happiness through their spiritual connection. The sacred tree even took the initiative to help continuously transport the raw materials for the replica from the outside world using vines. The materials needed to make the replica were constantly replenished, and the magic array was continuously recharged by Tang Minyu's spiritual power, running again and again. Feng Heng and the sacred tree Abakia stood at the side and watched Tang Minyu, the high-grade battery, continuously supplying power. This went on for nearly 10 minutes. Tang Minyu also felt that her spiritual power was insufficient. She felt weak and was about to stop to rest for a while when she heard Feng Heng say, "Minyu, stop for a while." Tang Minyu, who had been closing her eyes and releasing her spiritual power, finally opened her eyes. What was going on? Kai kai kai. The branches of the sacred tree were trembling slightly, and they were constantly blooming with light green stars. The stars fell on Tang Minyu's body and swept away her fatigue. The game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina again. Ding! The player is obtaining information about the sacred tree. Ding! The sacred tree has absorbed sufficient energy to meet the requirements for the next stage of evolution. Ding! The sacred tree Abakia's current fusion evolution specialization, none. Warning, player can choose to give up on mastery. Abandoning mastery will greatly reduce the overall ability of Abakia. Feng Heng frowned. Choose to specialize in evolution? What was this? Kai kai kai. Just as he was puzzled, several vines of the sacred tree extended toward him. You mean I have it? Feng Heng tried to sense the spiritual perception coming from Abakia's body. There was something that Abakia wanted in the backpack. What was it? Before entering the trial, Feng Heng had emptied his backpack once. There were not many items inside. Feng Heng simply took out the items in his backpack one by one and showed them to Abakia. When he found a yellowed piece of paper, he immediately reacted. The vines were like predators that had smelled the fishy smell, and they frantically gathered toward the paper. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. He held the paper in his hand and observed it. Item: The Book of Oaths, Remnant Chapter, that has absorbed the Plague Aura. Description: one of the remnant chapters of the Book of Oaths. It contains part of the Holy Light attribute power. Description: this remnant page has absorbed a large amount of the foul aura. You can try to remove the foul aura. Description: unable to activate due to lack of relevant conditions. The vines danced around him. Abakia was very interested in this remnant chapter and kept asking Feng Heng through its consciousness if it could devour it. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. He remembered that when he first obtained the remnant page of the Book of Oaths,